I can't take it anymore. In the serene CF, Qiao Yu's doe-like eyes flared with anger as she slammed her palms on the table, her temper reminiscent of a lion's fury. Her friend, Shun Qinghan, noticing the curious glances from those around them, casually cautioned, "Keep it down a bit." "No, I've been talking for ages. Did you even hear me?" Qiao Yu furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her dissatisfaction. Despite her lengthy complaints, Qinghan appeared utterly unresponsive. "I heard you. It's just that your Mr. Fu is too demanding and hard to please. Why not just quit? Your sisters can support you, and your family isn't exactly short on money." Shen Qinghan believed Qiao Yu was merely enduring unnecessary hardships. Her affluent background should have allowed her to enjoy a leisurely life instead of being subjected to the whims of an unscrupulous boss. According to her, Qiao Yu should have simply chosen to relax. "That's not an option. I must prove my abilities to my parents, so they won't pressure me into doing something I despise." She resolutely refused to concede defeat, having vowed before leaving home that she would achieve something worthwhile. Observing her friend's stubbornness, Shen Qinghan shook her head in exasperation. "So, what do you plan to do?" I have no idea." Qiao Yu's exquisite face fell, deflated like a puncture balloon. In truth, her college major was performing arts. As her mother was a renowned actress and her father a celebrated director, both had hoped she would follow in their footsteps. However, Qiao Yu had no passion for acting and was instead drawn to the financial industry. After graduation, she sought a job in that field. Lacking formal education in finance, she often faced obstacles at work. Currently, she was employed at the finest financial firm in Haicheng, the Fu Group. It was sheer luck that she had landed a position there. She had submitted her resume, but the company had a high threshold for entry. Thanks to her close friend, Shun Qinghan, whose father was the mayor of Haicheng, Qiao Yu was granted a backdoor entry into the Fu Group. Initially, Qiao Yu believed she could carve out a niche for herself at the Fu Group, but reality proved otherwise. The company's president, Fu Hanji, was as frigid as his name suggested, an obsessive neat freak with an abundance of demands. The office staff lived in fear of his displeasure, working meticulously to avoid incurring his wrath, as a single misstep could lead to dismissal. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Yu was thrust into the role of brewing his coffee as her first task. Ultimately, he rejected the coffee for being either too hot or too sweet, proving to be exceedingly difficult to satisfy. His icy demeanor could extinguish anyone with a mere glance. "Good luck to you." Shen Qinghan shook her head, engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to Qiao Yu's plight. Watching her tall, slender friend, an idea suddenly sparked in Qiao Yu's mind, and she eagerly exclaimed, "You know, aside from everything, Fu Hanji is quite handsome, standing at 1.85 meters with an 8-pack, thin lips, phoenix eyes, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, exuding a cool, aloof charm." "What? Are you saying you've changed your taste? And where did you even see his 8-pack abs?" Shen Qinghan raised her gaze, teasing her. At the mention of her brother, Qiao Yu's eyes flickered. "Stop joking, that was in the past. Besides, your brother already has a girlfriend." In her youth, she had been reckless, as most do during their formative years. Then, recalling her previous comments about liking Fu Hanji, a shiver ran down Qiao Yu's spine. "Aren't you into this type? Isn't an 8-pack a standard feature for a domineering CEO? You should consider it. Have you lost your mind? You want me to jeopardize my lifelong happiness over this? Are we even still friends?" Shen Qinghan shot her a disapproving look, though she secretly had an affinity for that type. Qiao Yu retrieved her phone, locating Fu Hanji's work WeChat, and nearly shoved the photo into Shen Qinghan's face. "What do you think? Do you like him?" "I like." "Wait, why didn't you mention you had this resource earlier?" Shen Qinghan's eyes brightened upon seeing the photo. The man in the picture had his phoenix eyes slightly lifted, his gaze piercing as if he were assessing trash, leaving Shen Qinghan entranced. He was simply exquisite beyond her wildest dreams. Although she had heard of Fu Hanji's reputation, she had never seen him before, or she would have made her move long ago. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Send me his WeChat." I don't have it," Qiao Yu admitted sheepishly. Shen Qinghan rolled her eyes. "So you wasted my time with this?" "I'm leaving." "Wait, I have a plan, don't panic." Qiao Yu grabbed Shen Qinghan's arm. "Fine, make it quick, time waits for no one." Having encountered such a remarkable man, Shen Qinghan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Qiao Yu wanted to ease her future, nodded. "All right, don't worry." She envisioned how splendid it would be if Qinghan were to win over Fu Hanji it would elevate her status immensely. Sighing, she glanced at her phone and lamented, "Ain't gonna be a workhorse now, wait for my good news, miss." "Okay, be off with you." Shen Xinghan waved her hand, returning to her phone. Upon arriving at the company building, Qiao Yu gazed at the towering structure and sighed before stepping inside. She rode the elevator to the 32nd floor, and just as she exited, she encountered Assistant Su, who was carrying a stack of documents. "Qiao Yu, please make a cup of coffee for President Fu," he said, adjusting his glasses with meticulous care. "Sure," Qiao Yu nodded, inwardly grumbling about how Assistant Su mirrored Fu Hanzi's cold demeanor. Coffee, coffee, always with the coffee. No wonder they all had stomach issues. 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs suffered from them, and the remaining one was either a neat freak or an insomniac. Approaching the designated coffee station, Qiao Yu retrieved the coffee beans and began grinding them. As she worked, she pondered how to obtain Fu Hanzi's personal WeChat, when suddenly an idea struck her. Assistant Su was always by Fu Hanzi's side, managing various tasks, so he must have his private WeChat. However, given his overly cautious nature, how could she approach him? Once the coffee was ready, Qiao Yu carried it to Fu Hanzi's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing his voice, Qiao Yu pursed her lips and opened the door, donning a polite smile. "President Fu, your coffee is ready." The man at the far desk, clad in a tailored suit, had his brows furrowed as he meticulously penned notes on a document. As Qiao Yu placed the coffee beside him, the rich aroma enveloped the air. Fu Hanji set down his pen, pinched the bridge of his nose, and took a sip. The moment he tasted it, Qiao Yu noticed his brow furrowing, and her heart sank. It was over. Sure enough, he set the cup down, his icy gaze locking onto her. "Assistant Qiao, after all this time, you still can't brew a proper cup of coffee?" A torrent of expletives surged in her mind as she prepared to explain with a smile. Fu Hanji cut her off with a curt command, "Brew it again." He offered her no opportunity for explanation, and Qiao Yu silently rolled her eyes, replying, "Understood. Have Su Yin come in." As Qiao Yu approached the door, she heard his voice. "All right," she quickly responded. Stepping outside, she found Su Yin. "Assistant Su, President Fu is calling for you." "Okay," he replied coolly, entering the office. "President Fu, you called for me?" Fu Hanji finished the last stroke on the document and handed it to him. "Take care of this." "Certainly." Su Yin accepted it. "By the way, did you recruit Qiao Yu?" "No. It seems she has some connection with Mayor Shun." "Did she do something wrong?" "Should we?" As Fu Hanji pondered, his expression remained indifferent. "Forget it. Let's keep her for now." Outside the office, Cheng Yin ran, idly browsing on her computer, looked up and waved at Qiao Yu. "Qiao Yu, has President Fu been giving you trouble again?" Her gaze briefly flickered to the coffee in her hand. The coffee isn't brewed well. It's nothing. President Fu is just picky. Before you arrived, we had to change baristas several times a month. You've been here a month and haven't been replaced, which shows you have potential." Cheng Yin ran, consoled her with a pat on the shoulder. Qiao Yu let out a bitter laugh. "Hee, at this rate, I might be next." Try to stay positive." Cheng Yinran smiled at her. "Yinran, may I ask you something? Do you think Assistant Su has President Fu's personal WeChat?" Qiao Yu leaned closer, whispering. Cheng Yinran was momentarily taken aback, her expression becoming somewhat awkward before she caught a whiff of gossip. "Are you interested in President Fu? Could it be?" Wasn't she rather averse to Fu Hanji? Having already heard this from 2 people today, Qiao Yu rolled her eyes unimpressively. "What nonsense are you talking about? I prefer someone gentle and refined." "Then why are you asking about President Fu?" Cheng Yinran asked, blinking playfully. "I have a friend who is interested in President Fu and asked me to get his WeChat," Qiao Yu said, clearing her throat and adopting a serious tone. She couldn't exactly tell her that she wanted to make her own work life easier at Fuss by having her friend pursue Fu Hanji. Could she? "That excuse is quite flimsy," Cheng Yinran remarked, instantly suspecting it was about Qiao Yu herself. However, she was also curious about how things would unfold, so she patted Qiao Yu's shoulder. "I'll help with that." Qiao Yu was taken aback. "Huh, don't let me think of a way to assist you." She knew that Su Yin had Fu Hanzi's WeChat, but his phone was typically off-limits. However, she could sneak a peek while he would show. Upon concluding her remarks, she added the other party's contact information, and her phone instantly accepted the request. Shen Qinghan contemplated briefly before sending a greeting emoji. At the Fu group, After finishing a meeting, Fu Hanji picked up his phone and noticed a message from someone with a username divorced with 2 kids in his chat list. Frowning, he clicked on the chat and promptly blocked the individual, returning to his work. Half an hour later, Shen Qinghan picked up her phone again, observing the chat interface without any replies. Biting her lip, she sent another message. Hello there. However, the moment the message was dispatched, a red exclamation mark appeared behind it. Shen Qinghan's beautiful face froze in disbelief. What was happening? He blocked me? Infuriated yet amused, she declared, Very well, Fu Hanji, I shall not bear the surname Shun if I do not win you over. As long as she set her mind to something, there was nothing she could not accomplish. A mere man would not escape her grasp. Humph. Shen Qinghan made a phone call, and after 2 beeps, it connected, revealing a male voice amidst the cacophony of music. Hello, miss. The pulsating rhythm of the music reached her ears, prompting Shen Qinghan to distance the phone slightly from her ear. Xiangzi, could you help me gather information on the places Fu Hanji frequents, as well as some details about him? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Zhang Chong struggled to hear her voice over the phone, furrowing his brow as he glanced around. He moved the phone away from his ear and raised his voice, turned down the music. Upon hearing his command, those around him quickly silenced the music. With the atmosphere now quiet, Zhang Chong, maintaining a pleasant tone, asked, Miss, it was too noisy earlier, could you please repeat that? Chapter 3 First encounter. Shen Qinghan furrowed her brows, impatiently reiterating, Please investigate the places frequently visited by Fu Hanji and gather his information promptly. Understood. Zhang Chong nodded repeatedly. After hanging up, he pondered. Fu Hanji? That name sounds familiar. He casually asked a nearby acquaintance, Do you know who Fu Hanji is? Isn't he the Fu Hanji from the Fu Group? The Fu Group? Zhang Chong mused, then fell silent, taking out his phone to search. Upon reviewing the information, he was astonished. How impressive. Why does the young lady want me to investigate him? Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Though I must admit, he is quite handsome. Nevertheless, as it was the young lady's command, he resolved to fulfill it diligently. Zhang Chong's father was a chauffeur for Mayor Shun, and his job had been arranged by the Shun family. Thus, anything concerning the young lady was of utmost importance to him. Not long after, he sent a concise report to Shen Qinghan and Appo's phone. Miss, this is all I could find. I couldn't and Appo's uncover anything further. Upon reviewing the data on her phone, Shen Qinghan blinked. That and Appo's reasonable. After all, he is a CEO, and his details are not easily accessible. No matter, she thought, recalling the locations frequently visited by Fu Hanji. She changed into a sleek black spaghetti-strap dress that accentuated her long, slender legs, paired with high heels. Her long, slightly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders. And her striking appearance, with flawless skin and alluring fox-like eyes, was captivating. As dusk fell and night enveloped the city, a crimson Maserati glided into the parking lot of the renowned entertainment venue, Human Paradise. After parking, Shen Qinghan presented her pre-arranged membership card at the entrance and was granted entry. Indeed, this establishment operated on a membership basis, restricting access to non-members. Upon entering, Shen Qinghan immediately attracted the attention of many. She casually tossed her hair and sauntered toward the bar. Hello, I'll have a whiskey, she called out to the bartender with a snap of her fingers. Of course, please hold on. While waiting for her drink, she rested her chin on her hand, surveying the venue. Human Paradise was the largest club in Haicheng, frequented by affluent young elites. The first floor was dedicated to dancing and drinking, while the private rooms on the second floor were typically reserved for prominent figures. According to the information Zhang Chong provided, Fu Hanji was exceedingly dull, engaging in little entertainment aside from occasional gatherings with a few friends. Today, she was merely hoping for a stroke of luck. Miss, your drink. The bartender set the cocktail beside her. Shen Qinghan nodded slightly, taking a delicate sip while keeping her gaze fixed on the entrance. A moment later, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled subtly. Yes, here. The arrival of several individuals at the door created a stir, and she overheard nearby girls whispering, Look, those guys are so handsome. The one in front is the most striking. I think the one on the left is quite good-looking too. Listening to their chatter, Shun Qinghan scrutinized the leading figure from head to toe. Qiao Yu was right. He was indeed handsome. The man donned a sleek black suit, standing approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an air of nobility. Setting aside his striking features, his mere presence was utterly mesmerizing. The man to his left wore a white casual outfit, a faint smile gracing his lips, appearing approachable, likely Su Xingjian, the dashing heir of the Su family. As for the one on the right, donned in a pink suit, leadened amp, oppose, let's not even mention him, a well-known figure in high society. Cheng Rang. Though I know I'm quite handsome, they're being rather blatant, aren't they? Cheng Rang remarked, his charming peach blossom eyes raised in self-admiration. Su Xingjian smirked slightly. Are you sure they ain't oppose? Re-looking at you? It's clear they ain't oppose. Refocused on Hanji. Fu Hanji, silent as ever, sensed a gaze upon him. His cold eyes scanned the room, yet he found nothing amiss. The group ascended to the second floor and entered a private room. Shun Qinghan downed her drink, then turned to follow them upstairs. However, she was halted at the staircase. With a slight smile, she stated, I'm here with young Master Fu. Seeing the disbelief on his face, she pulled out her phone, presenting a picture. See, I'm not lying. The image displayed Shun Qinghan cozily embracing a man, suggesting a close relationship. The staff, now convinced, lowered their gaze, apologizing. I'm sorry, miss. Please proceed. Young Master Fu is in the second room on the left. Realizing she was indeed Fu's woman, the attendant was relieved he hadn't spoken out of turn. Shun Qinghan nodded seriously and ascended the stairs. After turning away, she glanced at the photo on her phone, her lips curling into a smile. Her photo editing skills were improving. Upon reaching the second floor, Shun Qinghan headed directly to the room indicated by the staff. She casually pushed the door open, and, as it swung wide, the 3 men inside turned their attention toward her, particularly Fu Hanji, seated prominently in the center. His features were chiseled and striking, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, a high nose, and thin lips that bore a hint of coldness. I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn, haha, Shun Qinghan said, feigning embarrassment before swiftly closing the door. The trio, seated on the sofa, heard her apology but detected no trace of genuine embarrassment in her tone. After she closed the door, Cheng Rang chuckled, Are girls today really that klitschdy in their attempts to flirt? It's obvious she did that on purpose. What are the odds of a mistake? Su Xingjian replied nonchalantly. She wasn't trying to flirt with you anyway. That's not certain. I'm not lacking in appeal either, Cheng Rang retorted, leaning back on the sofa, suddenly animated. I just remembered. That girl is Shun Qinghan, the daughter of Mayor Shun. She was at my grandfather's birthday banquet. Upon hearing Shun Qinghan's name, Fu Hanji's indifferent dark eyes narrowed slightly. Old Fu, what are you thinking? Su Xingjian asked, rolling up his sleeves and raising his glass toward him. Fu Hanji clinked his glass against Su Xingjian and amp. Oppose, his tone flat, nothing much. Ajin is returning next month. Indeed. Fu Hanji crossed his long legs and tugged at his tie. Su Xingjian mentioned Ajin, referring to Xie Huaijin, whose family had prospered since relocating overseas. Excellent. The 4 young masters of Haicheng will be complete. Cheng Rang exclaimed excitedly. Su Xingjian's gentle gaze revealed a hint of disdain. What a tacky moniker. After a few rounds of drinks, the group parted ways at the entrance of Human Paradise. As Fu Hanji approached the parking area, he spotted his driver, Xiao Lu, with a furrowed brow, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. He approached and quickly noticed that his vehicle had grazed against a red car, leaving a long scratch. Standing opposite Xiao Lu was a woman with whom he shared a fleeting acquaintance. What happened? Fu Hanji inquired. Upon seeing him, Xiao Lu explained, Mr. Fu, this young lady accidentally bumped into your car while driving. Chapter 4, are you interested in sauce brewing? I apologize. I completely forgot I had been drinking and accidentally crashed into your car. After having a few drinks, Shun Qinghan felt a slight intoxication. However, the car crash was intentional. And what now? Fu Hanji's indifferent gaze fell upon her. She had collided with his vehicle, yet her tone bore a hint of audacity. I'll compensate you. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes slightly dazed, her red lips parted and closed as she spoke. There was an intentional flirtation in her rising intonation. Fu Hanji regarded her calmly. his eyes betraying no emotion. How do you intend to compensate? How about I compensate myself to you? As she spoke, Shen Qinghan stumbled slightly, falling into Fu Hanji's embrace. She leaned against his chest, lifting her gaze to meet his. The woman before him seemed almost boneless, her exposed skin glimmering like porcelain in the dim light of the parking lot. In a moment of confusion, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting Fu Hanji to step back, nearly causing Shen Qinghan to tumble. "What is your true intention in approaching me?" he asked coolly, casting her a sidelong glance. From their WeChat interactions to her feigned misdirection, and now this collision, he would have to be a fool not to realize her ulterior motives. She must have been scheming for quite some time, yet he remained unaware of her true desires. Just as Shen Qinghan steadied herself after nearly falling, she faced Fu Hanji, boldly declaring, "What could it be? Of course, I admire you, Mr. Fu, and I wish to have a conversation. What do you wish to discuss?" Fu Hanji frowned. "Why, of course, to discuss love," she replied with a smile, drawing circles on his chest with her fingertip. A tingling sensation coursed through Fu Hanji and Appo's body, causing him to flinch. In all his years, this was the first time a woman had so brazenly flirted with him. He studied her closely. It was undeniable that she possessed allure. A delicate face, clear bright eyes, a petite nose, and naturally red lips that exuded a clever charm when she smiled. However, he was not swayed by mere appearances. Love held no interest for him. With a decisive grip, he freed his hand from Shen Qinghan and Appo's, his thin lips parting. "Miss Shun, I would appreciate it if you kept your distance. I have no interest in such frivolous games of romance." The sordid affairs of the upper echelons were numerous. Although he could not comprehend why this woman had suddenly taken an interest in him, he had no desire to be entangled in her motives, whatever they might be. Shen Qinghan blinked at his words, her crimson lips curling upward. "If you have no interest in romance, then how about a little saucy brewing?" She smiled mischievously, inching closer to Fu Hanji. "What do you mean?" Fu Hanji and Appo's expression remained stern as he spoke. Shen Qinghan Kuden and Appo's. He helped but laugh at his serious demeanor. "Of course. You, Mr. Fu, are quite the busy man. I doubt you grasp the meaning behind my words." She lowered her gaze thoughtfully, her voice rising. "Mr. Fu, to search for it online when you get home. I assure you, your expression will be quite entertaining when you understand." Fu Hanji shot her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. In Appo's, "It's getting late, and I'm Appo's. You've been drinking. Could you kindly give me a ride, Mr. Fu?" Shen Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she tugged at the lapel of Fu Hanji's suit. Her deliberate display of innocence was undeniably captivating. Yet Fu Hanji was not the type to succumb to such temptations. He was about to refuse when she unexpectedly opened the back door and gracefully slid inside. Beaming as she said, "I knew Mr. Fu was too kind to refuse. Thank you." For a moment, Fu Hanji was rendered speechless. The driver, Qiao Yu, approached. Observing the scene, "Mr. Fu, what's the situation here?" If he were to comment, he would say this lady was audacious indeed. Of all the women who had thrown themselves at Fu Hanji over the years, she was the first to get so close and remain uncast aside. "Drive," Fu Hanji said, furrowing his brow as he opened the car door. As Shen Qinghan settled into the car, she leaned back against the seat, her long, slender legs crossed. Upon entering, Fu Hanji was met with a rather provocative sight. After he entered, Shen Qinghan noticed the space between them could accommodate another person, and with a cunning raise of her brow, she leaned into Fu Hanji as the car turned. "My apologies, Mr. Fu. That was unintentional." Shen Qinghan tilted her head slightly, her voice playful. Seeing Fu Hanji remain unmoved, she bit her lip. His composure was impressive. Despite having a beautiful woman in his arms, he displayed no emotional fluctuation. Fu Hanji lowered his gaze, firmly grasping her chin, his voice low. "Is that so?" The scent of femininity enveloped him, and as a normal man, one who had yet to indulge in such pleasures, he felt a stirring within. With an effort, he pushed her away, instructing the driver, "Drive steadily." "Understood, Mr. Fu," Qiao Yu replied cautiously, still recovering from the surprise of the bold lady. Unfazed by being pushed away, Shen Qinghan nonchalantly arranged her disheveled hair. She then leaned against the window, studying the impeccably serious man beside her. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded an air of sophistication and restraint. A man like him would surely be captivating when he allowed his guard to drop. She longed to peel away his facade and truly behold him. Feeling the heat of his gaze upon her, Fu Hanji inquired, "Your address?" "Huh?" Shen Qinghan was momentarily lost in thought, unable to register his question. "Miss Shun, you've been in the car for quite some time, without providing an address. Do you intend to accompany me home?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. "Really?" Shen Qinghan leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fu Hanji, after such an extensive exchange, all she seemed to grasp was the notion of going home with him. Shen Qinghan, "Release me," he commanded, casting a glance at her delicate, pale hands that clung to his arm. Ignoring his request, she tightened her embrace. "Did you truly mean what you just said about taking me home? What do you think?" Fu Hanji withdrew his arm from her grasp. "I believe it to be true." Shen Qinghan feigned ignorance, her hands wandering restlessly across his thigh. Fu Hanji's expression darkened as he seized her slender wrist, his voice firm. "Shen Qinghan, I have no time for your games. Do not waste your efforts on me. Why does Mr. Fu not believe that I genuinely like you?" Shen Qinghan tilted her head, a smile dancing on her lips. Fu Hanji saw through her intentions, her lack of disguise blatant. "If you're lonely, you might consider reaching out to those boyfriends of yours. I am certain they would be more than willing to entertain you." Shen Qinghan chuckled, unhesitatingly retorting, "But I truly like Mr. Fu. Could you grant me a chance?" Chapter 5. The insurances broke upon hearing this. Fu Hanji lightly lifted his eyelids and remarked, "Miss Shun, if you do not disclose the address soon, I shall instruct the driver to halt." His patience had been exhausted. Regardless of her intentions, he held no interest. Aware of the gravity of her jest, Shen Qinghan knew she had overstepped. With a graceful arch of her eyes, she slowly articulated her destination. "Please take me to Tsoayan." The driver, Qiao Yu, acknowledged understood. "Miss Shun," as he turned the vehicle towards Tsoayan. Observing the man beside her resting with closed eyes, Shen Qinghan edged closer. "Mr. Fu, could you kindly accept my WeChat request?" She found it perplexing how he could delete her without uttering a word, despite her multiple attempts to add him. Fu Hanji opened his eyes, meeting her exquisite visage. He extended a hand to gently push her away, stating, "From where did you acquire my personal WeChat?" The fact that few knew his private WeChat made her method of addition a subject of intrigue. At this mention, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Shen Qinghan's face, but she swiftly masked it, redirecting the conversation. "I meant for you to add me so that I may compensate you for the car." She certainly could not divulge that there was a traitor in his midst. "No need. We can go through the insurance," Fu Hanji replied in a businesslike tone. Shen Qinghan protested, "That one and oppose. Do. My insurance lacks funds, and I can only transfer the amount." Even she found her excuse flimsy. As expected, Fu Hanji chuckled softly. "Miss Shun, your excuse is rather poor. I find it quite acceptable. I implore you, Mr. Fu, to add me." After a brief pause, Fu Hanji retrieved his phone and accepted her WeChat request. Watching his series of actions, Shen Qinghan beamed with satisfaction. Just as she was about to speak, the car came to a halt. "Mr. Fu, Miss Shun, we have arrived." Gazing at the familiar surroundings outside the window, a hint of disappointment flickered across Shen Qinghan's face. "We've arrived so quickly." Fu Hanji observed her reaction. "Miss Shun, please." With their arrival at the entrance, Shen Qinghan felt it inappropriate to linger in the vehicle. She glanced at their seating arrangement and smirked. "Mr. Fu, are you not getting out first? Or do you wish for me to step over you?" After speaking, she glanced at his crossed legs. Realizing she was teasing him, Fu Hanji replied coldly, "You may exit from the left." "But the left side is perilous," she feigned innocence. Fu Hanji retorted, "What danger exists now that we are within the community?" Their gazes locked, and Fu Hanji decided to move, feeling that if he remained still, she might actually attempt to sit upon him. Once Shen Qinghan exited the vehicle, she turned to the man standing beside the car and asked in a flirtatious tone, "Mr. Fu, would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Fu Hanji narrowed his eyes. Is Miss Shen always this casual? He suddenly recalled past discussions regarding the Shun family daughter's frequenting of bars, and her current demeanor left him with a sense of inexplicable discomfort. Perhaps he was neither the first nor the last. Not at all. It is solely towards you, Shun Qinghan replied, unable to suppress her playful gestures. Her hand rested on his chest, trailing downwards. The firmness of his muscles indicated a regimen of regular exercise, but just as she was about to reach his abdominal muscles, she was interrupted. Miss Shun, please maintain your decorum. Faced with his stern expression, Shun Qinghan reluctantly withdrew her hand, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for escorting me home. Good night." After a long day, she felt exhausted and, without a backward glance, departed. Watching her slender figure fade away, Fu Hanji lowered his gaze and re-entered the car. As Shun Qinghan opened her door, she was greeted by Qiao Yu, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, her face beaming. "Welcome back, Miss Shun. Dinner will be ready shortly. Please change your shoes." Delighted by her subservient demeanor, Shun Qinghan happily swapped her shoes for those Qiao Yu had placed by the door. "Qiao Yu, you truly possess the potential to be a diligent servant," Shun Qinghan teased. "Your ability to enjoy yourself is unparalleled," Qiao Yu retorted, rolling her eyes. "What does that smell?" Shun Qinghan inquired, wrinkling her nose. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu exclaimed, "My soup," and dashed into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Shun Qinghan sat down at the table, admiring the visually appealing and aromatic dishes. "Ready to eat?" Qiao Yu emerged with 2 bowls of rice. "Let's have a drink," Shun Qinghan suggested, recalling how she had not fully indulged in drinking earlier, being preoccupied with flirting with Fu Hanji. Qiao Yu nodded and turned to the refrigerator to fetch 2 bottles of beer. As they dined and chatted, Qiao Yu slyly asked, "So, did you see Fu Hanji today?" "Indeed," Shun Qinghan replied, her tone rising at the end. "And what do you think?" Qiao Yu probed, though she sought to gain insight through her friend. She would not press further if Shun Qinghan was uninterested. "Quite good," Shun Qinghan mused, a smile gracing her lips. Despite her playful nature, she had yet to engage deeply with any man. Fu Hanji intrigued her. Reading her expression, Qiao Yu discerned her interest and decided to wholeheartedly assist her. "Stop pretending. Just admit your feelings. I know you well enough. He's quite to my taste, both in looks and physique. Cheers, my friend." Shun Qinghan unabashedly clinked her beer with Qiao Yu's. "Stay the night, shall we?" she inquired. Qiao Yu agreed, sure, given that they lived next to each other. It was merely a step away. They had been best friends since kindergarten, sharing every educational milestone together. With their parents often preoccupied, Shun Qinghan's home became a second residence for Qiao Yu. After dinner, the two washed up and settled into bed. Noticing Shun Qinghan engrossed in her phone, Qiao Yu glanced over and, upon seeing the content of her messages, asked incredulously, "You're not messaging Fu Hanji again, are you?" "Yes," Shun Qinghan replied, sending her crafted message. "How klitsch," Qiao Yu remarked, cringing at the corny love lines. "What kind of nonsense is this? A doctor said I have low blood sugar, but I mustn't eat sugar indiscriminately. I asked what sugar I should eat, and he replied, 'Your bosom. Corn can turn into corn mash, potatoes into mashed potatoes, and I can transform into I love you,' sending heart emojis. You misunderstand. A man like Fu Hanji is likely calm on the surface, but restless within. Ordinary tactics will not suffice." As Shun Qinghan watched her message sink into the void, she remained unperturbed, understanding that pursuing a man like him required patience, a virtue she possessed in abundance. Qiao Yu expressed her confusion, yet offered support, but he hasn't, he replied. "Patience is key," Shun Qinghan replied, casually responding to the messages from admirers who had reached out to her. Chapter 6. Why Did You Shove Me? Nestled within the prestigious enclave of Emperor's View Villa, Fu Hanji emerged from his ablutions, clad in reposeful attire. The uppermost fasteners of his sleepwear remained undone, affording a glimpse of sculpted musculature. Rivulets cascaded from his tousled forelocks, accentuating his chiseled features. The luminescence of his cellular device beckoned from the bedside table. Activating the screen, his gaze fell upon 2 missives perched atop the interface. A subtle compression of his lips preceded their selection. As the contents unfolded, a furrow etched itself upon his otherwise placid brow. A latent curiosity then stirred within him, prompting the navigation towards a digital compendium. Into the search field, he inscribed, What is the connotation of sauce brew brew? Moments later, as the query yielded its elucidations, a profound obscurity descended upon his frigid orbs. Within the hallowed halls of Fu Corporation, Qiao Yu found herself subject to an inquisitive inquiry from Cheng Yanran. Pray tell, Qiao Yu, what is the nature of your rapport with Director Fu? A sigh, tinged with resignation, escaped Qiao Yu and Appo's lips in response. Alas, I harbor no amorous inclinations towards Director Fu. You are under a misapprehension, a vexing predicament. Indeed, for the task of dispelling such misconceptions proved arduous. Cheng Yanran, however, remained unconvinced, interpreting Qiao Yu and Appo's words as a display of coy reluctance. A knowing wink accompanied her riposte. I comprehend perfectly. Qiao Yu, it seemed, had emerged from obscurity into the limelight, her actions eliciting astonishment. Cheng Yanran eagerly awaited the day when she would witness Qiao Yu and Appo's conquest of Fu Hanji. Yet, beneath her composed facade, Qiao Yu and Appo's heart resonated with lamentations. Ah, if only you knew the truth, she inwardly bemoaned. As fate would have it, opportunities are often forged by human endeavor. Thus, it transpired that Fu Hanji, having concluded his professional engagements, encountered Shen Qinghan poised beside his motor car. Su Yan, in his capacity as Fu Hanji and Appo's retinue, also espied Shen Qinghan, a glint of recognition flickering within his gaze. Another aspirant vying for the director and Appo's affections, he surmised. Shen Qinghan, adorned in a pristine camisole and flared trousers, presented an arresting spectacle. Her elongated limbs and graceful poise rendered her a captivating vision. Greetings, Director Fu. What a felicitous coincidence, she exclaimed, her countenance radiant with warmth. Fu Hanji, his lips parting ever so slightly, responded with measured composure. Madam Shen, I must implore you to relinquish your position. Alas, I find myself without vehicular transport today. Might I entreat you, Director Fu, for a conveyance? Shen Qinghan persisted, remaining steadfastly rooted beside the vehicle. Her demeanor exuded an air of delicate vulnerability, capable of ensnaring the affections of many a man. However, Fu Hanji, impervious to her charms, retorted without hesitation. Our routes diverge. With deliberate force, he attempted to dislodge her from his path. Yet, to his astonishment, the woman succumbed to his gentle persuasion, collapsing onto the ground. Ah, the pain is excruciating. Shen Qinghan, clad in elevated footwear, winced in feigned agony as she reclined upon the pavement. Though her actions were premeditated, a modicum of genuine discomfort permeated her performance. Casting her gaze upward, she fixed the man who stood before her with an accusatory stare. Fu Hanji, if our destinations are disparate, so be it. But why did you resort to shoving me? Fu Hanji, his tongue tracing the contours of his palate, retorted with acerbic wit. Madam Shen, your attempts at deception are woefully inept. Her intentions were transparently contrived, for he had exerted minimal force. I protest, Shen Qinghan countered, proceeding to elevate the hem of her trousers, revealing an ankle marred by erythema. Observe, the discoloration is undeniable. I am rendered incapable of ambulation. You bear the onus of responsibility. Fu Hanji, his gaze momentarily fixed upon her extremity, responded with glacial detachment. Madam Shen, what form of recompense do you seek? Assist me in regaining my footing, Shen Qinghan implored, extending her hand in supplication. Having precipitated her downfall, it was incumbent upon him to offer succor. Su Yan, discerning the undercurrents of the situation, interjected with a conciliatory gesture. Madam Shen, permit me to assist you. Shen Qinghan, her gaze sweeping over him, acknowledged his comeliness, yet deemed him inferior to Fu Hanji. I decline, she declared. I shall accept assistance only from Director Fu. Su Yan, upon hearing her pronouncement, discreetly withdrew his offer. As a throng of onlookers began to coalesce, Fu Hanji extended his hand, uttering a single word, arise. Shen Qinghan, seizing his proffered limb, availed herself of his strength to regain her verticality. Yet, as she achieved equilibrium, Fu Hanji sought to retract his hand. In response, Shun Qinghan feigned stumble, collapsing into his embrace. The pain is unbearable, she murmured, her brow furrowed in apparent distress as she gazed upon him with imploring eyes. Su Yin, witnessing the spectacle, found himself intrigued by Shun Qinghan's tenacity. Despite the circumstances, she had yet to be rebuffed by Director Fu. Enter the vehicle, Fu Hanji commanded, his gaze sweeping over her before proceeding to unlock the carriage. Shun Qinghan, her lips painted a vibrant crimson, hesitated. Might I entreat you for assistance? The discomfort is acute. Inwardly, she lamented the distance separating them. Why does he maintain such a chasm? Surely, I am not contagious. Fu Hanji, glancing at his chronometer, recognized the impending commencement of a convocation. With a sigh of resignation, he assisted Shun Qinghan into the automobile. Su Yin, ever perceptive, occupied the driver's seat, initiating the engine. Su Yin, convey Madame Shun to the medical precinct, Fu Hanji instructed upon entering the vehicle. Before Su Yin could respond, Shun Qinghan interjected, And where shall you be headed? To a convocation, Fu Hanji tersely replied, I harbor no desire to visit a medical facility. Pray, allow me to accompany you on a tour of Fu Corporation, she proposed. Fu Hanji's gaze bore into her, his voice laced with frigidity. Madame Shun, my temporal resources are invaluable, and I possess no inclination towards you. I implore you to maintain your distance. I comprehend, she conceded. However, the injury to my extremity necessitates attention. If you would be so kind as to facilitate my treatment at Fu Corporation, I vow to cease my pursuit henceforth, and oppose, a mere stratagem, and oppose, she mused, and oppose, a temporary cessation of hostilities, and oppose. Endurance was her forte. Though her initial intentions may have been frivolous, her resolve had solidified. She would ensnare this man's affections. Very well, he acceded. A quarter of an hour later, the vehicle traversed the threshold of Fu Corporation. Fu Hanji alighted from the carriage. Su Yin, upon securing the vehicle, procure some medicaments, he instructed. Understood, Su Yin acknowledged. Observing the woman's taciturn demeanor, he surmised that their prior exchange had dampened her spirits. She trailed behind him, her gait faltering with each step. Fu Hanji, his lips compressed into a rigid line, swiftly closed the distance between them. With a fluid motion, he enfolded her in his arms, proceeding towards the edifice. Shun Qinghan, her body suspended in midair, reflexively encircled his neck, murmuring softly, Director Fu, this is your domain. Do you fear the dissemination of gossip? Silence. Fu Hanji retorted, his voice laced with displeasure. Observing the sharp contours of his jawline, Shun Qinghan emitted a silent chuckle. Fu Hanji, bearing his burden, entered the atrium, where the receptionist greeted him with deference. Greetings, Director Fu. Fu Hanji offered a curt nod before entering the private elevator. The receptionist, in a hushed tone, pondered, Did my ocular faculties deceive me? Did Director Fu bear a woman in his arms? Her gaze sharpened. She confirmed her observation and promptly disseminated the news within the company's digital forum. Breaking news. Director Fu has ascended with a woman in his arms. The message ignited a flurry of responses. Photographic evidence, if you please. Could she be the proprietress of the company? Is this veracious? The receptionist replied, Indeed, it is so. Verify for yourselves. On the 32nd floor, Qiao Yu was immersed in the preparation of caffeinated beverage when she noticed the flurry of activity on the company chat group. Could it be that Fu Hanji has found a paramour? She wondered. What implications does this hold for Henin? Her aspirations may be dashed. Alas, my idyllic existence is threatened. I must inform Henin, lest she squander her affections on Fu Hanji. As she reached for her cellular device, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. She promptly stowed her device, resolving to assess the woman's appearance before taking action. Approaching her workstation with haste, she witnessed the elevator doors parting to reveal Fu Hanji, his countenance impassive, cradling a figure in his arms. Qiao Yu squinted, recognizing the garment as vaguely familiar, though she dismissed the notion. As per protocol, she greeted Fu Hanji, her eyes widening in anticipation of glimpsing the woman and Appo's visage. Yet, her efforts were thwarted. It was only as Fu Hanji passed her that the woman turned, offering a deliberate wink in her direction. Qiao Yu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? Could truly be Han. Chapter 7. An affinity for aesthetics. Just then, Chung Yinran approached, offering her 2 candies and a comforting pat on the shoulder. Qiao Yu, don't be too disheartened. Perhaps they're just friends. She had thought Qiao Yu might have a chance, but alas. I'm not disheartened, Qiao Yu replied, suppressing the confusion in her heart. Chung Yinran, assuming she was putting on a brave face, was filled with sympathy. At that moment, Su Yin entered, carrying something in his hands, and went into the office. Shortly after, he emerged and said, Assistant Xiao, Mr. Fu requests your presence. Okay, Qiao Yu responded and entered the office. Watching her go in, Chung Yinran approached Su Yin. Why did Mr. Fu call Qiao Yu? She and Appo's are so fond of Fu Hanji. How upsetting it must be for her to see them together. I don and Appo's. Tino, Su Yin replied curtly, maintaining a professional demeanor. Chung Yinran, watching him, bit her lip inwardly. Such pretense. He's quite fervent when disrobing her at night. Let him damp. Appo's. Let's see if he can resist her charms tonight. Qiao Yu, with a slightly trembling heart, opened the office door and addressed the man at the desk, Mr. Fu. Catching sight of Shun Qinghan lounging casually on the sofa, she was filled with bewilderment. Miss Shun has a sprained ankle. Attend to it, Fu Hanji instructed casually, flipping through the documents before him. The sound of paper rustling was distinct in the silent office. Very well, Qiao Yu replied and approached Shun Qinghan, feigning nonchalance. Miss Shun, allow me to examine your ankle. As she spoke, she winked, silently inquiring about the situation. Shun Qinghan responded coolly, pretending not to recognize her. With unspoken understanding, a mere exchange of glances conveyed their thoughts. Shun Qinghan raised her eyebrows, indicating her ankle. Qiao Yu lowered her gaze to see a large, swollen, red area. She pursed her lips and picked up the medicated oil Su Yin had purchased. Miss Shun, this might sting a bit. Please bear with it. Shun Qinghan nodded. But the next moment, before Qiao Yu could even touch her, she cried out, "Ah, it hurts." Her delicate voice reached Fu Hanji's ears, and he looked up. Qiao Yu and Appo's hand paused, immediately understanding her intent. My sister is far too dedicated, alas. Injured to this extent, yet still attempting to entice Fu Hanji. I certainly can't let her suffer in vain. She wore a troubled expression. Mr. Fu, I fear I'm being too rough and causing Miss Shun discomfort. Perhaps you should assist? Fu Hanji glanced at the woman on the sofa and pinched the bridge of his nose. He rose from his chair. Seeing an opportunity, Qiao Yu gave Shun Qinghan a thumbs up behind her back, placed the item on the table, and said, I'll take my leave. As she exited, she considerately closed the door tightly. Fu Hanji looked down at the woman on the sofa. Does Miss Shun often resort to such tactics to ingratiate herself with men? What do you take me for? She retorted, displeased with the implication. Even a clay figure has some temper, especially Shun Qinghan, who is always proud. Since Mr. Fu is so averse to seeing me, very well, I shall leave now. She rose from the sofa, preparing to leave on her high heels. But she overestimated her ankle's condition. Before she could steady herself, she began to fall. In the nick of time, a strong arm encircled her waist. The pleasant scent of pine enveloped her, and Shun Qinghan instinctively inhaled deeply. I wonder what fragrance he uses. It's quite captivating. As Shun Qinghan's thoughts drifted, she heard him say, Miss Shun, this act of throwing oneself into my arms is hardly subtle. His eyes were dark as he gazed intently at the woman in his embrace. Without thinking, Shun Qinghan replied, Is that so? But Mr. Fu seems to be enjoying it. Doesn't it, Appo's? Teehee? As she spoke, she leaned in, her red lips brushing against his chin. Fu Hanji and Appo's eyes darkened. He released her waist and gently pushed her away. Shun Qinghan stumbled and fell back onto the sofa, looking at him in surprise. Shun Qinghan, this is the last time. I hope you keep your word. He crouched down and, with his cool hand, lifted her foot onto his knee. He rubbed his hands together, poured medicated oil into his palm, and gently massaged her injured ankle. Shun Qinghan, who had expected little pain, suddenly felt a sharp ache. She recoiled slightly. Ouch! But the hand holding her foot was strong and unyielding, allowing her no retreat. She understood his meaning. He was telling her to stop pestering him. The man's deep voice resonated. Does it hurt? Yes, Shun Qinghan nodded, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as if she were a lamb being led to slaughter. She had expected some comforting words, but instead, he said coldly, "Endure it." He increased the pressure of the massage, his face calm, but no one knew what he was truly thinking. "Ugh, gentler," she pleaded, her voice naturally seductive, now like a small fan, stirring Fu Hanji's heart. Hiding the depths in his eyes, Fu Hanji remained unmoved. Unexpectedly, Shun Qinghan became more audacious. "Ugh, Mr. Fu, it hurts." Her eyebrows arched, and her eyes grew red, making her already beautiful face even more enchanting. Silence. Fu Hanji, irritated by her voice, spoke sharply. "Why are you like this? I'm in so much pain, and you won't even let me cry out." Shun Qinghan was not the kind of girl to be intimidated. If he told her not to cry, she would do just the opposite. "Why, it hurts so much. You caused this, and now you're scolding me." Shun Qinghan pretended to cry while secretly observing him. Fu Hanji saw through her pretense immediately. He withdrew his hand. "All right, stop acting. Has no one told you your acting is truly terrible? Fu Hanji, I genuinely like you. You don't have a girlfriend anyway, so why not consider me?" She sat on the sofa, looking up at him, her red lips curved in a smile, her entire being radiant. "What do you like about me?" Fu Hanji leaned in to meet her gaze. Shun Qinghan, suddenly confronted with his handsome face so close, felt her breath catch. "Because you're good-looking. Superficial." With that, he entered the adjacent restroom to wash his hands. Just then, Su Yin entered. "Mr. Fu, the meeting is about to begin." Fu Hanji nodded, then looked at Shun Qinghan. "Miss Shun, I and Oppose. LL have someone escort you back." "No need, I and Oppose. LL go back on my own." She declined his offer, knowing she could still walk, albeit with difficulty. Besides, it wasn't an Oppose, him personally escorting her, so she and Oppose, rather go alone. Fu Hanji acknowledged her decision. "Very well." He then turned and left the office for the conference room. Qiao Yu, after finishing her tasks, saw Shun Qinghan limping out of the office. Chapter 8, I perceive that you are quite enamored with him. Just at this moment, everyone had gone to the conference room, and without much thought, she stepped forward, saying, "Henin, let me escort you back." Qiao Yu was uncertain how she had found herself in such a predicament, but she initially assumed it must be connected to Fu Hanji. Had she known it would lead to this, she would have refrained from that ill-conceived suggestion, which ultimately caused her harm. "I and Amp, Oppose am fine." Observing her tense expression, Shun Qinghan understood that she was overthinking things and smiled reassuringly. Qiao Yu remained silent, supporting her into the elevator. Shun Qinghan spoke up, "Take me downstairs. I'll catch a cab home." "No, I will drive you back." Given her current condition, how could she trust her to return alone? Noticing her expression, Shun Qinghan chuckled. "You don't honestly think Fu Hanji is the reason behind my state, do you?" "Well, he is certainly implicated," Qiao Yu replied, somewhat irately. With that icy demeanor of his, anyone who encounters him is bound to get hurt. Besides, this young lady has never faced any hardship in her life. Had I known, I would have spoken so recklessly. "Then if you drive me back, how will we explain your absence to Fu Hanji? It's still working hours." Leaving like this might not be justifiable. Qiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's all right. If worst comes to worst, I'll just quit. After all, you've promised to take care of me. Work is simply that if one can manage, they will. If not, so be it." She had come to terms with the idea of changing companies if necessary. Although she had suggested that Henin should try to get close to Fu Hanji, she certainly did not wish for her to be hurt. Her best friend's well-being was paramount. "You truly haven't change at all." Shun Qinghan understood Qiao Yu's nature well. She was someone who viewed life with a carefree perspective and never engaged in self-inflicted turmoil. Whether in love or friendship, she was wholly committed, making her an excellent friend, though at times she could be rather obstinate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly harbored feelings for her brother for so many years. Qiao Yu assisted Qinghan out of the elevator and into the parking area, settling her into the passenger seat before driving home. As Shun Qinghan sat beside her, gazing at her freshly done nails, she spoke. "Yu, I've suddenly come to think that Fu Hanji is quite wonderful. I genuinely wish to pursue him." Fu Hanji was unlike any man she had previously known, and he presented an enticing challenge. She was indeed captivated by him. As they reached a traffic light, Qiao Yu gently pressed the brake and turned to her. Are you serious? Yes. I find him challenging, and he appears earnest when it comes to relationships. In their brief encounters, she had flirted with him, yet he had not responded in any manner. I think you are merely lusting after him, Qiao Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her, bluntly stating her thoughts. After years of friendship, she could easily discern her intentions. You have a point. As he certainly aligns with my aesthetic, Shun Qinghan mused, her mind wandering to his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, inexplicably drifting into daydreams. Qiao Yu continued driving until they arrived at their residence, where she helped Shun Qinghan inside. Rest well. I must head to the office. Call me if you need anything. After saying this, she brought over some snacks and poured water for Shun Qinghan, ensuring every detail was well taken care of. All right, you may go now, Shun Qinghan replied. At the Fu group, after concluding a meeting, Fu Hanji returned to his office only to find that she had already departed. The air seemed to linger with Shun Qinghan and Appo's scent, rendering him momentarily dazed. He surveyed the room, coming to a realization, and stepped out to inquire of Cheng Yanran, where is Assistant Qiao? Upon hearing Fu Hanji inquire about Qiao Yu, Cheng Yanran and Appo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It seems she went to see Miss Shun, she replied, recalling having seen Qiao Yu assisting Shun Qinghan earlier. However, why would Fu Hanji be interested in Qiao Yu? Did he perhaps favor her more? Cheng Yanran was left in a whirl of puzzling thoughts. Fu Hanji listened to her words, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, as if grasping something significant. After a lengthy pause, he slowly stated, have Qiao Yu return. I need to clarify a few matters. I will not tolerate anyone with ulterior motives at my side. Cheng Yanran eagerly nodded, affirmatively responding, understood, Fu Zong. Upon returning to the office, the moment the elevator doors opened, Qiao Yu was greeted by a beaming Cheng Yanran. Qiao Yu, great news. Fu Zong is looking for you, she exclaimed, pulling Qiao Yu along with excitement. Got it, I'll head over now. Qiao Yu replied casually, having a suspicion about Fu Hanji and Appo's intentions. After a brief exchange with Cheng Yanran, she entered the office. Knocking on the door and receiving a prompt to enter, she stepped inside. Fu Zong, you wanted to see me? Qiao Yu initiated the conversation. The man at the desk lifted his gaze, his presence imposing as he scrutinized her. Do you know Miss Shun? Yes, we are friends. Qiao Yu did not attempt to conceal this, as it was inevitable Fu Hanji would discover Shun Qinghan's intentions to pursue him sooner or later. Fu Hanji appeared lost in thought, his long fingers tapping lightly on the desk. After a moment, he inquired, how does she have my personal WeChat? Qiao Yu felt a brief pause in her breath, but replied nonchalantly, I'm not sure. After all, not everyone has access to Fu Zong's WeChat. At that moment, she felt somewhat relieved that she didn't possess Fu Hanji's personal WeChat. Otherwise, explaining it would have been quite the challenge. Chapter 9. Delivering coffee. Fu Hanji observed her with an expression of calmness, choosing not to inquire further. You may leave, he said, after Qiao Yu departed. He stared at his phone, which bore no messages, and felt a profound sense of loss. Though Shun Qinghan had twisted her ankle, which was not severe, she refrained from seeking Fu Hanji for the next few days. However, her greetings on WeChat continued unabated. She sent various messages daily, although Fu Hanji did not respond. She was aware that he had seen them. As night fell, Shun Qinghan received a reply to her messages. If I recall correctly, Miss Shun mentioned she would no longer entangle herself with me. His response was characteristically cold and detached. I am not entangling you. I am merely inquiring about a friend. Am I not? She replied, sending a voice message with a smile. Fu Hanji listened to her voice emanating from his phone, remaining silent as he pondered. After a moment of contemplation, his long fingers finally descended onto the keyboard, slowly typing. Friend? I do not recall us being friends. Once he sent the message, he set his phone aside, his gaze flickering with a complex emotion. Meanwhile, upon seeing his reply, Shun Qinghan's smile grew even brighter. She quickly responded, Isn't that the case now? Surely, Mr. Fu would not be so petty. After a brief silence, Fu Hanji sent a smiling emoji. Glancing at her phone screen, Shun Qinghan's lips curled into a grin. Qiao Yu, would you care to join me for dinner? Cheng Yanran asked while tidying her belongings. Glancing across the table at Qiao Yu, I will pass. A friend is coming over shortly. Qiao Yu replied with a gentle shake of her head. Recalling the message she had received from Shun Qinghan just 10 minutes prior, announcing her intention to bring lunch. It was evident that her true motive lay elsewhere. Very well, I shall take my leave, Cheng Yanran said before departing. After finishing her work, Qiao Yu checked the time and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Shun Qinghan's graceful figure approaching, carrying a lunchbox. My dear, work must have been arduous. Shun Qinghan exclaimed with a radiant smile. Humph, let's go. Qiao Yu replied playfully, accepting the lunchbox from her and pulling her outside. Shun Qinghan, with a hint of regret, asked, Can we not eat upstairs? It's been several days since I last saw that man, and I miss him. Not at the moment. You haven't yet familiarized yourself, Qiao Yu jested. The security at Fu's was notoriously stringent. One generally could not gain access without an appointment. This was precisely why Qiao Yu had refrained from bringing her up, as she was merely an employee. Very well, I shall eventually become the mistress of this establishment, Shun Qinghan declared confidently. So self-assured, Qiao Yu quipped, casting her a sidelong glance. Of course, have you ever seen me fail at anything I set my mind to? Shun Qinghan retorted, relishing challenges and overcoming them. She was undeterred by the mere presence of a man. Qiao Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if Fu Hanji is a remarkable man, he shall ultimately bow before our Miss Shun. As they chatted, she led Shun Qinghan to a nearby CAF. Upon tasting the meal Shun Qinghan had brought, Qiao Yu immediately recognized it as takeout. Which place is this from? It tastes quite delightful, she inquired. Shun Qinghan raised her brows, responding, Why can't it be my own cooking? Qiao Yu rolled her eyes. With your culinary skills, I wouldn't dare touch anything you prepare. Previously, she had assumed those who claimed to be incapable of cooking were merely putting on an act. After all, cooking was not inherently difficult. However, after witnessing Shun Qinghan's disastrous culinary attempts, she realized the truth. Not to worry, I shall have my boyfriend cook for you in the future, Shun Qinghan offered, patting Qiao Yu's shoulder. Imagining Fu Hanji, the formidable CEO, clad in an apron in the kitchen, Qiao Yu could not help but chuckle. All right, I shall await that day. After their meal, Shun Qinghan set 2 cups of coffee on the table. Qiao Yu glanced over and asked, Why 2 cups? One is for Mr. Fu, Shun Qinghan replied. Though he may not be present, it's essential to make his presence felt. What if he doesn't want it? Qiao Yu frowned. Recalling Fu Hanji's usual disdain for the coffee, she prepared for him. Shun Qinghan smiled nonchalantly. It matters not. Delivering it is sufficient. He is already aware that we are friends. Having acknowledged their relationship openly, there was no need for pretense. Very well, I shall take it up, Qiao Yu affirmed. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways, with Qiao Yu carrying the coffee upstairs. She contemplated how best to deliver this coffee to Fu Hanji. After all, the esteemed bachelor was quite popular in the company, and numerous young heiresses had their eyes set on him. Should word get out that she was delivering coffee to him, it might lead others to speculate about her intentions. After much deliberation, she observed her colleagues diligently immersed in their work and picked up a file to discreetly shield the coffee. She knocked lightly on the office door. Come in. Fu Hanji's deep voice called out as he regarded the person entering with a stern expression. Qiao Yu hesitated before placing the coffee on his desk, clearing her throat. Mr. Fu, this is for Miss Shun. His piercing gaze remained fixed on her, rendering her unable to breathe. Assistant Qiao, are you contemplating resigning? He asked, raising an eyebrow and addressing her with an edge in his tone. Ah, how could that be? Ha ha ha. Qiao Yu forced a laugh, bewildered. Is delivering a cup of coffee truly grounds for dismissal? Fu Hanji glanced at the coffee on the desk, his voice icy. Given the circumstances, do you believe this is appropriate, Assistant Qiao? Though it was merely a cup of coffee, what if there were ulterior motives at play, seeking to sway Qiao Yu? Realizing the implication behind Fu Hanji and Amp Oppo's words, she quickly assured him, Mr. Fu, I assure you, I am merely delivering this coffee on behalf of Miss Shun. I would never engage in anything inappropriate. Moreover, you should know that Miss Shun harbors genuine feelings for you. She waited downstairs with the coffee for a considerable time, simply to catch a glimpse of you. It's truly touching. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yu fervently praised Shen Qinghan. Fu Hanji remained unmoved by her words. After a lengthy pause, he commanded, "Leave." Understood. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu turned and exited. She had successfully delivered the coffee. Whether Fu Hanji chose to drink, it was entirely his concern. Chapter 10. Attending the banquet after Qiao Yu and Appo's departure, the spacious and luminous office descended into silence. Fu Hanji gazed contemplatively at the coffee on his desk. Moments later, a message arrived on his phone, revealing it to be from Shen Qinghan. "President Fu, have you had the coffee? How does it taste?" After sending the message, Shen Qinghan waited with impatience for his response. A few seconds later, she received a transfer notification. Holding her phone, she was filled with curiosity. What did he mean by this? She quickly typed a question mark and sent it. It in Appo's. S for the coffee. There's no need for Miss Shun to trouble herself in the future. Fu Hanji replied with utmost seriousness, rejecting her kind offer. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. Suddenly struck by an idea, she sent him a transfer with a note attached for car repairs. Fu Hanji read the message in silence. At the Shun residence, a red sports car came to a halt in front of the house. Shen Qinghan stepped out after opening the door. "Miss, you and Appo's, back." The ever-watchful butler, Qian, greeted her warmly as she approached. Shen Qinghan removed her sunglasses and asked, "Uncle Qian, is anyone home?" The butler smiled brightly. "Madam is at home." "All right." Shen Qinghan walked towards the house. The Shun residence was a standalone structure, modestly maintained due to her father's position as mayor. After changing her shoes, she called out from the living room, "Mom? Ah, my precious daughter has returned." Shun and Amp, Appo's mother, adorned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a smile. "What delicious meal are you preparing?" Shen Qinghan asked as she embraced her mother. Her mother replied gently, "Your brother is bringing ruo over for dinner today. She loves squirrel fish, so I'm making that for her." Shen Qinghan blinked in surprise before responding, "Okay, do you need my help?" Ruo was her brother Shinjishio's girlfriend and her future sister-in-law. Coincidentally, her good friend Qiao Yu had once harbored feelings for her brother. Shen's mother immediately declined. "No need, just sit tight. I have your Aunt Qian helping me." She was well aware of her daughter's culinary skills. If she entered the kitchen, dinner might not be ready until the following morning. "Fine," Shen Qinghan acquiesced, turning to ascend the stairs to her room. As night fell, the entire Shun family gathered at home. Shun Jishio, having removed his coat and washed his hands, assisted his mother in serving the dishes. He turned to his girlfriend on the sofa and gently said, Ruo, could you please go upstairs and call Qinghan down for dinner?" "Sure," Lin Ruo replied, setting down what she was holding and heading upstairs. Familiar with the layout of the Shun home, she knocked on Shun Qinghan's door. "Qinghan, dinner's ready." "Got it." With that, Shun Qinghan opened the door. "Sister-in-law," she said politely, closing the door behind her as she followed Lin Ruo downstairs. "Qinghan, you look even more beautiful." Lin Ruo complimented with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Shun Qinghan replied. Upon reaching the dining room, they found Shun and Appo's father, mother, and Shun Jishio already seated. "Come, sit down and eat." Shun and Appo's mother cheerfully beckoned. It was rare for the family to be together, making this gathering particularly special. "Qinghan, in a few days, it will be the birthday of the old master of the Fu family. You should represent our family and attend," Shun's father suddenly announced. "The Fu family? Is it the one I'm thinking of?" she inquired. "Is there another Fu family in Haicheng?" Shun Jishio replied, naturally serving the fish he had deboned into Lin Ruo and Appo's bowl, a smile gracing his lips. Shen Qinghan and Appo's eyes brightened. This gave her a legitimate reason to approach Fu Hanji openly. "All right, I'll go," she agreed without hesitation. Shen's father looked at her, sensing her evident delight. After several conversations, Shun's mother turned to her son, Jishio. "Have you and Ruo decided when to get married?" Lin Ruo's cheeks flushed, her ears turning red with shyness at the mention of marriage. Shun Jishio, gazing at his girlfriend with adoration, took her hand and addressed Shun and Amp, Appo's mother-mom. "We decided to get engaged before the new year, and we plan to hold the wedding around April next year." "Wonderful. I'll take care of everything. You both focus on your work. I promise to make it a grand affair." Shun and Appo's as mother beamed with joy, listening to their enthusiastic discussion about marriage. Shen Qinghan should have felt happy for her brother, but thoughts of Qiao Yu's sorrow dampened her spirits. A few days later, at the Fu family's ancestral home, the lights shone brightly. The Fu family held a prominent position in Haicheng, and under Fu Hanji and Appease leadership, the Fu group had grown even more formidable. That night, all the notable figures of Haicheng were present. The banquet hall was lavishly decorated, and even before nightfall, the attendees were already plentiful. Shen Qinghan donned a striking red spaghetti strap gown, its slightly slitted hem revealing her long legs, captivating all who beheld her. Her long hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, rendering her utterly radiant. With her eyes lifted, she surveyed the room, noting the numerous daughters of affluent families present, likely drawn by Fu Hanji's magnetic allure. After all, he was the most eligible bachelor in Haicheng, attracting countless admirers. She accepted a glass of champagne from a servant and retreated slightly. The gatherings of high society were often tedious, but she had come solely to see Fu Hanji. Before long, the elder Fu made his entrance, accompanied by Fu Hanji. As the crowd murmured, Shen Qinghan looked up, and in that moment, her heart skipped a beat. He was dapper in a well-fitted suit, his tall stature and noble features effortlessly commanding attention as he assisted the elder. With a slight elevation of his gaze, he acknowledged those greeting him with a subtle nod. Every movement exuded elegance, a testament to his upbringing within a prestigious family. Fu Hanji distinctly felt a heated gaze upon him and turned in that direction. It was her. Aware that he was looking at her, Shen Qinghan playfully winked. Fu Hanji expressionlessly averted his gaze, choosing not to look at her again. Shen Qinghan pouted. After wishing the elder Fu a happy birthday, she decided to wander into the garden to alleviate her boredom. Just outside, she overheard snippets of conversation. It seemed they were discussing Fu Hanji. Curious, she concealed herself behind a decorative tree and peered out. Has Fu Hanji had a drink? Li Yage inquired in a hushed tone. Rest assured, Miss Li, I personally witnessed President Fu drink, replied a servant from the Fu family. Hearing this, Li Yage's face lit up with excitement, her thoughts racing at the prospect of soon marrying Fu Hanji. She quickly masked her joy and turned to her companion. Warning, I've sent the money. Remember to keep your lips sealed. Miss Li, you can trust me. Once they departed, Shen Qinghan emerged from her hiding spot, murmuring to herself, TSK. President Fu is quite the catch. She followed after them. After all, he was the man she had set her sights on, and she couldn't let anyone steal him away. On the other side, after engaging in pleasantries with the guests, Fu Hanji was called over by Su Xingjian and Cheng Rang. Old Fu, your romantic prospects are thriving, Cheng Rang observed as he noted the admiring gazes of the young ladies lingering on Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji frowned slightly. Do you like them? Even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Cheng Rang replied nonchalantly. Su Xingjian smirked. With your reputation, do you really lack for women? Among the three, Cheng Rang was the most flamboyant, often resembling a flamboyant peacock. As they conversed, a server approached with red wine, and they each took a glass. Cheng Rang raised his glass, exclaiming, I must say, you really have the means. Even the wine is top-notch. Let us toast. The glasses clinked with a bright chime, and Fu Hanji took a sip from his glass. Old Fu, Cheng remarked, scanning the surroundings. Is there truly not a single woman that has captured your fancy? Over the years, he had never witnessed the presence of a woman by Fu Hanji and Appease side. Could it be that he preferred the company of men? Upon hearing this, Fu Hanji and Appease gaze flickered. A fleeting image of a figure clad in red flashing through his mind. Su Xingjian observed the momentary daze on his face, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. It seems there is indeed something intriguing at play. Chapter 11. Traditional Chinese medicine. Are you feeling idle? Fu Hanji lifted his eyelids, his tone indifferent. As he spoke, an unexpected wave of heat surged through him. Glancing down at the unfinished wine in his hand, his gaze sharpened, and the heat coursed through him in relentless waves, causing his knuckles to whiten around the glass. What's wrong? Su Xingjian immediately sensed something amiss and inquired. The wine is tainted, Fu Hanji replied hoarsely. What audacity! Someone dared to drug him at his own banquet. Cheng Rang also caught on, asking Su Xingjian, "Do you have a solution?" Su Xingjian looked at him as if he were foolish. "I specialize in cardiothoracic surgery. Do you think I can handle this kind of drug?" He wondered what had possessed him that day. Cheng Rang snapped back to reality. "Oh, then I'll call Dr. Bai." The two assisted Fu Hanji upstairs to his room. After a short distance, Fu Hanji appeared as if he had been pulled from water. He struggled to contain his discomfort, stumbling into the bathroom and turning on the cold shower. "I'll go urge Dr. Bai," Cheng Rang said as he exited with his phone. Su Xingjian glanced at the bathroom, a sudden thought striking him. He took out his phone and instructed the security guard at the Fu residence to stand watch at the door. "Old Chun, if a woman appears at young master Fu's door, apprehend her. Understand?" Whoever had drugged Fu Hanji undoubtedly had ulterior motives and would likely come looking for him. Old Chun, having spent years by Fu Hanji's side, understood the gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, young Master Su." After waiting for a while in the room and seeing that the doctor had yet to arrive, Su Xingjian couldn't help but feel anxious. He approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. "Old Fu, shall I fetch a woman for you?" The sound of water ceased momentarily, followed by Fu Hanji's furious roar. "Get out." Su Xingjian sighed and stepped out again, contemplating to Old Chun, "Old Chun, go find a clean woman for your young master, just in case." Who knew what kind of drug had been used? It wouldn't do to wait idly. It was better to be prepared for any eventuality. Old Chun's expression turned anxious, but he felt powerless to help. Understood. He instructed his subordinates to seek out a suitable woman. In the bright, tidy corridor, Li Yage was in high spirits, calculating that the time should be right. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was paying attention, she ascended to the second floor. Remembering that the person had mentioned Fu Hanji and Appo's room was at the end of the hall, she suppressed her joy. After tonight, she would rightfully be the mistress of the Fu household. However, upon reaching the second floor, she was taken aback by the sight of numerous bodyguards clad in black suits. What was happening? Had she been discovered? It seemed her plans for the evening were thwarted. Gritting her teeth, she turned to leave. If others caught wind of her intentions, it would spell disaster. To her dismay, just as she took a few steps, she was seized. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in panic. The bodyguards, not wasting any words, swiftly covered her mouth and dragged her into a room. Old Chun, observing the captive in the bodyguard's grip, scoffed. "Such a lowly creature dares to drug our young master? Lock her up." "Yes," the bodyguard affirmed as they escorted her out. Old Chun found Su Xingjian on the balcony. "Young Master Su, we've caught her." "Good. Lend Appo's. Let's go check on your young master," Su Xingjian replied, entering the room. He noticed the bathroom door was still tightly shut and frowned slightly. "Old Fu, how about?" He contemplated persuading him to resolve the matter swiftly, lest his health deteriorate further. But before he could finish, Fu Hanji's furious voice echoed from within. "Get out." Inside the bathroom, Fu Hanji was drenched, his suit jacket carelessly discarded on the floor. The icy water assaulted his face, yet his body burned as if engulfed in flames. The white shirt clung to his skin, accentuating his physique, radiating raw masculinity. Seeing Fu Hanji's stubbornness, Su Xingjian sighed and turned to Old Chun. "Let us go." Upon exiting, he instructed, "Have everyone leave. Find a woman for your young master, and lock the door. Young master will be angry tomorrow." Old Chun hesitated, knowing well that Fu Hanji had never been one to indulge in female company. Compromising his integrity could lead to dire consequences. "Do you think it's more important for your young master to be angry, or for his life to be at stake?" "Understood." Old Chun promptly set to work, taking along those who had been guarding the door. As Su Xingjian surveyed the now deserted corridor, he shook his head. With such a drug, even if the doctor arrived, it would merely mean administering a few tranquilizers. Cheng Rang remained as unreliable as ever. As Su Xingjian murmured to himself, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket to find it was Cheng Rang calling. He answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello, how is old Fu?" "I'm stuck in traffic." Cheng Rang's voice was urgent as he glanced at the long queue of cars ahead, pressing the horn repeatedly. "Take your time. He's all right now," Su Xingjian said serenely, standing on the open balcony. Cheng Rang was taken aback. "How did you resolve it?" "I found a woman," Su Xingjian replied nonchalantly, knowing that given Fu Hanji's condition, waiting for the doctor was impractical. "What did you say?" Cheng Rang's voice rose sharply. Beside him in the passenger seat, Bai Luoxue clenched her fists anxiously. Since Cheng Rang was connected to the car and Oppo's Bluetooth, the sound was projected for all to hear. Oblivious to her distress, Cheng Rang pressed on. "When old Fu wakes up tomorrow, he is going to kill you. With his temperament, this is no laughing matter. He brought this trouble upon himself. Why should I bear the blame?" Su Xingjian flicked the ash from his cigarette, and Cheng Rang detected a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Besides, he hadn't done anything wrong. The woman was offered to him, and whether he engaged with her was entirely his choice. "Enough, take Dr. Bai home. I'll clean up the mess." After finishing his cigarette, Su Xingjian ended the call. Cheng Rang felt inexplicably uneasy, realizing that indeed, the barking dog does not bite. He glanced sideways at Bai Luoxue. "Dr. Bai, shall I take you home?" Now that the situation was resolved, he felt no urgency, anticipating the unfolding drama tomorrow. Bai Luoxue's complexion paled slightly, fearful of revealing her unease. She feigned nonchalance. "Ching Xiao, I wonder if that drug will have any aftereffects. It might be better if we check on young Master Fu. If only she and T had to work late today, perhaps she could have been the one to assist him." Indeed, Cheng Rang agreed without further thought, accelerating as they prepared to leave. At the stairway, Shen Qinghan lifted her skirt to move forward, staring at the similar doors. Surely, she and T lost track. Could it be that the woman had succeeded? If it were that easy, Fu Hanji would be far too incompetent. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed a door slightly ajar and hesitated, murmuring to herself, "Perhaps I should just forget it. They might already be in bed, and I shouldn't intrude." Withdrawing her hand, she took a step back, but then she reconsidered. What if they weren't? After all, she prided herself on being a good person. Stepping inside, Shen Qinghan barely had time to assess the room's layout when a forceful shove slammed the door shut, pinning her against it. Chapter 12. The Antidote Delivered? A cascade of fervent kisses enveloped her, as the man's hands roamed over her shoulders and waist. Shen Qinghan was taken aback. She instinctively pushed him away, only to have her wrists restrained and lifted above her head. The man's breath was dominant and fierce as he forcefully pried open her lips. With no other recourse, Shen Qinghan bid him, laying out a soft protest. Fu Hanji, do calm down." Perhaps feeling the sting, Fu Hanji regained a semblance of composure. Gazing at the woman before him, he gripped her neck, his eyes darkened with a hint of menace. "Was it you?" His expression betrayed a misunderstanding, and she hastily clarified. "It wasn't me. I heard someone was trying to drug you, so I came to check on you." The Fu Hanji before her lacked his usual cold demeanor. His eyes were filled with a crimson intensity, resembling a wild beast on the verge of losing control. He remained silent, leaving Shen Qinghan uncertain of his belief in her words. She instinctively retorted, "I would never stoop to such a base act." She had no interest in administering drugs to a man. The effects of a drug had pushed Fu Hanji to his limits. Their bodies pressed too closely together. Her scent wafted towards him, intoxicating like a drug. Shen Qinghan swallowed hard, cautiously observing him. "I truly did not do it." Fu Hanji's voice was hoarse and deep. "I believe you. Then I shall take my leave." As she spoke, her hand instinctively moved toward the door handle. Rationality urged her that this place was perilous and unsuitable for her presence. Though intrigued by Fu Hanji, she had no desire to become his remedy. However, the moment she opened the door a crack, Fu Hanji swiftly shut it, locking it with finality. What are you doing?" Shen Qinghan recoiled slightly, her voice stammering. Fu Hanji's hand rested on her waist, his voice a low murmur in her ear. "Help me." His heated breath sent a jolt through her, tightening the strings of her mind. This man was far too alluring. She struggled to resist temptation, holding her breath. "How can I assist?" The heat of his hand against her waist made her feel like a lamb destined for slaughter, caught in a dilemma. Shen Qinghan regretted her meddling. Why had she involved herself? Just then, another wave of fervent kisses descended upon her. Fu Hanji, tormented by desire, felt as if he were burning alive, while Shen Qinghan remained as cold as ice, his salvation from the heat. Don't kiss here." Shen Qinghan stiffened. Her face flushed as she attempted to push his head away. He seemed intent on kissing her, his lips parting. Moments later, on the large bed, two bodies intertwined in an intimate embrace, the weight of the man and Appo's breaths grew heavier. Outside the door, several individuals exchanged glances, surprised. Cheng Rang raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought? Old Fu is quite impressive. With such volume, he certainly knew how to stir things up. Is the old house on fire? Su Xingjian added. At that moment, Lao Chen's voice broke through the air. Who is the woman in the room? Isn't she the one you found? Cheng Rang began to respond. But upon noticing the woman beside Lao Chen, his eyes widened in realization. Huh? If she hasn't entered, then who is in there? What should they do now? Cheng Rang turned to Su Xingjian. Su Xingjian was equally taken aback by the turn of events, gently adjusting his glasses. Let us wait for news. Bai Luoxue stood behind them, her eyes brimming with frustration. How can this be? Inside the room, Shen Qinghan gazed at the man lying beside her, exasperated. Are you done yet? What began as embarrassment had now morphed into pure fury. After all this time, she had no idea when he would finish. Not yet. Fu Hanji leaned against the headboard, his shirt buttons torn asunder, revealing a chiseled abdomen, exuding a chaotic allure. Shen Qinghan felt a rush of annoyance. How foolish she had been to agree to help him. He was utterly insufferable, and it had taken so long. Meeting his gaze inexplicably ignited a warmth within her. She hastily grabbed a pillow and covered his face. As he attempted to remove it, she warned, "Don't you dare." Only when she could no longer see his face did she feel a measure of relief. After a moment, Shen Qinghan dashed to the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed. Fu Hanji, removing the pillow from his face, revealed a hint of embarrassment in his typically stern eyes. He retrieved his phone from the bedside and messaged Su Xingjian, "Dismiss everyone." Outside, Su Xingjian felt his phone vibrate, and, upon seeing Fu Hanji's name, he replied, "Are you all right? Should I call Dr. Bai?" "No need." Fu Hanji declined, feeling much better now. "All right." Seeing his insistence, Su Xingjian said no more and turned to the others. "Lao Chen, take her away. Your young master no longer requires her services. Cheng Rang, please escort Dr. Bai back." With that, Bai Luoxue frowned. What if Fu Xiao hasn't recovered? I should stay behind to examine him. Having not even seen him, she was unwilling to leave, wanting at least a glimpse of who had shared his bed. Su Xingjian's warm gaze turned cold. That is old Fu's wish. "Dr. Bai, please leave." Cheng Rang interjected. With the matter laid bare, Bai Luoxue had no choice but to follow Cheng Rang downstairs, biting her lip in frustration. In the bathroom, Shen Qinghan washed her hands repeatedly with soap, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was flushed as if she had applied blush, and her clothes were wrinkled. The marks on her neck were increasingly evident, appearing quite suggestive. After washing her hands, she exited the bathroom to find the room devoid of Fu Hanji's presence. Approaching the bedside, she picked up her phone and noted the time. It was already past 11. The banquet must have concluded, and it was time for her to return. Just as she opened the door, she found someone standing outside, dressed in the uniform of the Fu family. The individual held a tray of food and wore a polite smile. "Miss Shun, I am Qiao Yu. This is what the sir prepared for you." He said, "Wait a moment until he sends Su Xiao and Cheng Xiao away before inviting you down." "Understood, thank you." Shen Qinghan accepted the tray, secretly relieved by this gesture. Chapter 13. In need of boyfriend? For Qiao Yuan. It was the first time witnessing the young master in such close proximity to a woman, and this Miss Shun was undeniably stunning, far surpassing the actresses in films. In the Fu family and Appo's Grand Hall, after a simple wash and a change into clean attire, Fu Hanji descended the stairs to find Su Xingjian surveying him from head to toe, inquiring, "Are you all right now?" "Where's she?" Fu Hanji replied, taking a seat beside the sofa, his tone icy. Old Chen took her away. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the woman who dared to drug old Fu. Was this what Cheng Rang often referred to as taking a gamble? Fu Hanji's eyes glinted with a frigid light, his aura intimidating. Old Chen entered the room, his expression brightening upon seeing Fu Hanji unharmed. "Young master, you're fine. Who did it?" Fu Hanji and Appo's fingers traced lightly, his voice low and profound. "It was Miss Li," Old Chen replied. At this revelation, The living room fell into silence. After a moment, Fu Hanji spoke again. Inform Su Yan that I do not wish to see the Li family in Haicheng again. Since Miss Li favors men, let's offer her a few more. Yes, understood. Old Chen acknowledged the command and exited. Su Xinjian was about to inquire about whom he had spent the night with. But Fu Hanji swiftly cut him off. It's getting late, let us head back. I didn't drive. I'll wait for Cheng Rang. Leaving like this felt somewhat regretful, especially after so many years of shunning women, leading everyone to believe he had some issues. He was now eager to see what kind of woman had stirred such interest in him. Drive as you wish. Fu Hanji tossed over his shoulder as he ascended the stairs. Su Xinjian stroked his chin thoughtfully, a teasing sound escaping his lips. Seems you're quite invested. With no further entertainment to be had, he leisurely rose to leave. At the doorway, Fu Hanji hesitated inexplicably. The man, typically stoic, found himself at a loss regarding his feelings for Shen Qinghan. He had been under the influence of a drug, aside from that final act. He had done everything else and felt compelled to provide her with an explanation. Pushing the door open, he found Shen Qinghan standing, her expression neutral. You're here? Has everyone left? I'd like to go home. All right, I'll take you. Fu Hanji replied, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the mark on her neck. The intimate scene replaying in his mind. Neither mentioned what had transpired earlier as they left in succession. On the way back, Shen Qinghan remained silent, the atmosphere growing somewhat delicate. Fu Hanji noted that in their previous encounters, she had always initiated conversation, and the sudden lull was unsettling. Shall we listen to some music? He suggested. Shen Qinghan rested her head on one hand, gazing out the window. Upon hearing his proposal, she turned to him. Sure. Fu Hanji casually played a soothing tune. His lips parting, what compensation do you desire for tonight's events? Whatever she asked for, he would strive to fulfill. Anything? She seemed to regain her composure, her tone rising with intrigue. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her beautiful fox-like eyes as she feigned silence, eager to see how Fu Hanji would navigate this situation. I will do my utmost, Fu Hanji responded softly. I lack nothing, except perhaps a boyfriend. Mr. Fu, would you consider? Shen Qinghan rested her chin on her hand, looking at him expectantly. The man beside her sat upright, his long fingers gripping the steering wheel, his profile sharply defined, and she found herself even more captivated. As they reached a red light, Fu Hanji braked and turned to her. Have you made up your mind, Miss Shen? Shen Qinghan nodded lightly. Good. Fu Hanji pondered for a moment before breathing out a single word. He realized he did not find her presence unpleasant, so since her request was this, he was willing to give it a try. Are you agreeing? Shen Qinghan's breath caught. She hadn't anticipated such a response from him. Was this a pleasant surprise? Fu Hanji observed her demeanor, which lacked joy, and furrowed his brows. You're not being serious, are you? Did this mean she was deceiving him? All her talk of affection and wanting a boyfriend was mere pretense? For reasons unknown, a sense of displeasure welled up within Fu Hanji. Shen Qinghan shook her head vigorously, a smile gracing her lips. How could that be? I'm thrilled. I just didn't expect you would truly agree, considering how you've kept me at arm's length until now. It appeared she had seized an unexpected opportunity tonight, although she had made some minor sacrifices. Gaining a boyfriend was not a loss. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, almost wishing to share the news with Qiao Yu immediately. Hearing her explain, Fu Hanji pressed his lips together. I lack romantic experience. If I do something wrong that upsets you, please let me know. If they were to be together, certain expectations ought to be met. Have you ever liked someone? Shen Qinghan inquired. Fu Hanji replied no, since taking over the Fu family business. He had been utterly consumed with work, leaving no time for relationships, and his cold demeanor had further dissuaded him from such pursuits. Stealing a glance at him, Shen Qinghan mused. Was she indeed fortunate? 20 minutes later, at Sohua Elegant Garden, a sleek black Maybach idled at the entrance. Fu Hanji unfastened his seatbelt, stepped out, and opened the door for the passenger seat. Surprised by how quickly he adapted, Shen Qinghan rose from her seat and exited the vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Fu, she exclaimed, her tone rising, her eyes sparkling with delight. Fu Hanji paused for a moment before responding, no need. Would you like to come up for tea, Mr. Fu? As she spoke, Shen Qinghan gently tugged at his sleeve, swaying slightly. Fu Hanji cast a glance downwards. No, it's getting late. You should head inside. It felt inappropriate to visit her home on the first day of their newly established relationship. Very well, she replied, a hint of regret lacing her tone. May I ask for a goodnight kiss? Shen Qinghan blinked innocently. Fu Hanji remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. After a long pause, Shen Qinghan let out a soft sigh, feigning sorrow. How unfortunate I am, with a boyfriend who won't even give me a goodnight kiss. With that, she turned to leave, but then he moved. Fu Hanji grasped her, cradling her face in his hands before leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her lips. His kiss, as pure and refreshing as he himself, ignited a spark within her. At the moment he intended to pull away, Shen Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Hanji's eyes as he instinctively sought to retreat, only to find himself drawn closer by her embrace. Eventually, he succumbed entirely to the moment. When they finally parted, both were slightly breathless. Shen Qinghan regarded him with dissatisfaction. What were you avoiding just now? This man was truly peculiar. She, a striking beauty, had offered herself, yet he had almost pushed her away. Hearing her grievances, Fu Hanji replied slowly, I'm still adjusting. Well, you'd better get accustomed quickly. I'm your girlfriend now, Shen Qinghan insisted. She couldn't help but feel a peculiar contrast emanating from him. On one hand, he was a domineering figure in the business world, yet in matters of the heart, he appeared so different. Understood, Fu Hanji acquiesced. I'm leaving now. Shen Qinghan released him. All right. Fu Hanji watched her retreat into the building before turning back to his vehicle. Chapter 14. Do you like my brother? As Shen Qinghan entered the elevator, she recalled the recent events, gently brushing her lips with her fingertips, an involuntary smile gracing her face. Gazing at her reflection in the elevator wall, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with youthful exuberance, and her lips slightly swollen. She appeared undeniably nourished by the essence of love. She abruptly shook her head, patting her face, silently admonishing herself. Shen Qinghan remained composed. You are a lady of privilege, and must not succumb to the folly of infatuation. Yet, despite her resolute thoughts, a subtle sweetness lingered in her heart. Humming a cheerful tune, she entered her home, greeted by the enticing aroma of a delectable meal. She walked straight into the kitchen, where Qiao Yu was skillfully wielding a spatula. What are you cooking? I thought you weren't coming back? Qiao Yu replied without lifting her head. How could I not? You are my precious darling. As she spoke, Shen Qinghan reached for a piece of the freshly fried pepper salt mushrooms. Wash your hands, Qiao Yu retorted with an eye roll, her gaze finally resting on Shen Qinghan. The next moment, the room was filled with Qiao Yu's exclamations. Ah, what happened to you? Her eyes widened to the sight of the kiss mark on Shen Qinghan's neck and her lips. Shen Qinghan covered her ears, mildly irritated. Why are you shouting? Confess. What on earth happened? Weren't you at the banquet? Qiao Yu turned off the stove, her curiosity ignited. Shen Qinghan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. Let's discuss it while I eat. After a whole night of commotion, I haven't had a morsel to sustain myself. Qiao Yu promptly set the prepared dishes on the table, eagerly watching Shen Qinghan, waiting for her to speak. Under her expectant gaze, Shen Qinghan decided to reveal, with a hint of mischief in her tone, Congratulations. I'm officially your boss now. Qiao Yu and oppose. As eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, Are you serious? Why would I lie? Shen Qinghan nodded, savoring a bite of her meal. Qiao Yu leaped to her feet, placing her hands on Shen Qinghan's shoulders, exclaiming earnestly, Shen Qinghan, you are truly my goddess. In that moment, she could hardly contain her excitement. Her friend had indeed captured Fu Hanji's heart. What an incredible feat. All right, let's keep it low-key. Shen Qinghan gently removed Qiao Yu's hands and returned to her meal. Noticing her hunger, Qiao Yu refrained from disturbing her further. Half an hour later, after washing up, the two lay in bed, with Qiao Yu propping her hands behind her head. Henin, tell me all the details about you two. What happened? After Shen Qinghan's recounting, Qiao Yu was left in shock. I can oppose, to believe it. So much transpired at the banquet. So, the mark on your neck was from President Fu. Huh? Yes. Shen Qinghan confirmed. Qiao Yu clicked her tongue in surprise. Who would have thought? You always seem so reserved, yet this aspect of you truly defies appearances. But what about him? She suddenly recalled something and inquired. Shen Qinghan's ears flushed with a faint blush. It's acceptable. What does acceptable mean? Qiao Yu asked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. I've never seen anyone else. How would I know? Shen Qinghan retorted playfully, then leaned closer to whisper in Qiao Yu's ear. Hearing her description, Qiao Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement, teasing sister. You're in for a treat. It seems your future happiness is secure. President Fu must be quite a catch. Stop watching those ridiculous shows, Shen Qinghan said, touching her warm cheeks with mild annoyance. Qiao Yu huffed, without a boyfriend. I have to rely on these electronic distractions to get by. Speaking of boyfriends, Shen Qinghan cast a complicated glance at her, tentatively asking, have you moved on? At her question, Qiao Yu fell silent, the atmosphere momentarily thick with tension. After a brief pause, she smiled nonchalantly. I moved on a long time ago. Though she said this with a smile, Shen Qinghan could sense the underlying sadness. Indeed, Qiao Yu harbored feelings for her brother, Shen Jixio. The memories flooded back. The three of them had known each other since childhood. Qiao Yu's parents, being public figures, kept her busy, leaving her much time alone at home. Initially oblivious to Qiao Yu's feelings for her brother, Shen Qinghan discovered a photograph of Shen Jixio in Qiao Yu's room, inscribed with the words, my moon forever unsetting. The next line she knew was my love unwavering until death, and in that moment, she was taken aback. How had she never noticed Qiao Yu and Appease as affection for her brother? Subsequently, she observed more closely and confirmed that Qiao Yu indeed liked him. Her gaze would often drift toward him whenever they met. The Shen family was blessed with good looks, and her brother Shen Jixio had perfectly inherited their remarkable genes. He was gentle and considerate, making interactions with him immensely pleasant. Shen Qinghan was unsure when Qiao Yu had developed her feelings, but some affections were destined to remain unfulfilled. Upon realizing Qiao Yu's feelings for her brother, Shen Qinghan occasionally orchestrated opportunities for them to be alone together. After all, Qiao Yu was her best friend, and if she were to become Shen Jixio and Appease as sister-in-law, she would wholeheartedly support it. One summer, she broached the topic with Qiao Yu. Do you like my brother? The younger Qiao Yu and Appease's face flashed with flustered embarrassment as she struggled to explain. Henna and I and Appease, I'm sorry. She indeed liked Jixio, but she was at a loss as to how to convey this to Shen Qinghan, fearing that her friend might resent her or find her distasteful, distancing herself thereafter. Yet, she could not suppress her feelings. Perhaps he had occupied her heart for a long time. What might that have been? Perhaps during that camping trip when she accidentally got separated from Shen Qinghan and he appeared bathed in moonlight. Or maybe on the way home from school when he defended her from bullies. Perhaps it was when he recognized her vulnerability and offered her a lollipop warmed by his touch. It felt like ages ago, so long that she could hardly remember. After she finished speaking, Shen Qinghan grasped Qiao Yu and Appease's hand. What is there to apologize for? I support you in becoming my sister-in-law. Coincidentally, I plan to visit my brother in Jiangcheng. Let an Appease go together. Qiao Yu, with her striking beauty, would surely be a perfect match for Shen Jixio. Qiao Yu was taken aback by Shen Qinghan's encouragement rather than reproach. You must express your feelings for my brother. How will he know if you don't say anything? Trust me, when you see him, confess. Otherwise, what if someone else snatches him away? All right, Qiao Yu replied, her cheeks flushed. In retrospect, Shen Qinghan regretted urging Qiao Yu to confess to her brother. On the day they met, Qiao Yu donned a lovely dress, having made a special effort to look exquisite, with a bouquet of lisianthus in hand, resembling a delicate princess. In the restaurant, Qiao Yu's palms were clammy with sweat as she repeatedly asked, Henin, do I look all right? Is it pretty? Shen Qinghan took her hand, encouraging her, you look beautiful. Our Qiao Yu is a princess. My brother won't be able to resist. Her words elicited laughter from Qiao Yu, easing her tense heart. She silently contemplated what to say upon seeing Shen Jixio. Just then, Shen Qinghan shook Qiao Yu's hand excitedly. Qiao Yu, look, my brother is here. Qiao Yu turned to see Shen Jixio at the entrance, clad in a light brown overcoat, hands in his pockets, simply standing there, stirring her heart. But then, she noticed a girl running towards him, affectionately taking his hand and slipping her hand into his coat pocket. With a tender smile adorning Shun Jishio and Appo's face, he gently patted the girl and Appo's head. Shen Qinghan turned to see Qiao Yu and Appo's pallid complexion and awkwardly remarked, perhaps, "They're just friends." She discreetly reached out to grasp Qiao Yu's hand, attempting to impart strength. In that moment, Qiao Yu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being enveloped in chill. Yet, a flicker of hope persisted within her heart. Perhaps Nin was right. What if they were merely friends? What if she still had a chance? Chapter 15. Inexpressible understanding this notion was shattered when Shun Jishio, holding the girl's hand, introduced her as his girlfriend. Han and Yui, this is my girlfriend, Lin Ruo. Shun Jishio spoke gently. Qiao Yu's gaze fell upon the girl beside him. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding grace and a subtle intellectual charm that complemented Shun Jishio perfectly. As the girl extended her hand towards her, she said, "Hello, I am Lin Ruo." Qiao Yu hesitated, preparing to reciprocate the gesture. But Shen Qinghan was quicker to grasp her hand. "Hello there." Qiao Yu fought back tears, forcing a strained smile. The meal was devoid of flavor, and Shen Qinghan felt a pang of sympathy for Qiao Yu and Appo's struggle to maintain her composure. Just then, Shen Qinghan picked up her phone. "Hello. What? Now? We'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she turned to Shen Jishio and said, "Brother, Yu and I have something to attend to." She then grabbed Qiao Yu and Appo's hand and placed the flowers from her seat on the table. "Brother, these flowers were chosen by Yu and me." "So sudden? I was going to offer to drive you." Shan Jishio began, but she didn't look back. "Ruo, I apologize. Han In and the others may have something to take care of. I'll introduce you next time," Shun Jishio said to the person beside him. Lin Ruo shook her head dismissively, replying, "It's all right." She glanced at the flowers on the table, recalling that the meaning of the delphinium was everlasting love, and thus she pondered about the girl from earlier. As Shun Qinghan led Qiao Yu out of the restaurant, noticing her sorrowful expression, she embraced her gently, saying, "Feel free to cry." At her words, Qiao Yu could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart feeling as though it were being torn in two. The person she cherished had found someone else, and that girl appeared to be so wonderful. He loved her dearly. Yet, she never had the chance to voice her feelings. And now it was too late. Shen Qinghan set her phone down and wrapped her arms around Qiao Yu, providing silent comfort as a tear slipped from Qiao Yu's eye, falling onto the pillow. At the food group, Shen Qinghan entered with a lunchbox but was stopped at the front desk. "Miss, do you have an appointment?" the receptionist inquired. Shen Qinghan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Please hold on." She then took out her phone and initiated a voice call to Fu Hanji. In the brightly lit and quiet conference room, a sea of people sat quietly, heads bowed in silence, until a buzzing sound broke the stillness. The attendees exchanged glances, wondering who had neglected to silence their phone during a meeting. A daring individual looked up and realized it was the boss and Appo's phone. Fu Hanji, with a stern expression, picked up his phone, glanced at the caller ID, hesitated momentarily, and then answered. "I'm downstairs at your office." Shen Qinghan and Appo's voice came through. "All right, I'll send someone to fetch you," Fu Hanji replied softly. After ending the call, he turned to Su Yin, who stood nearby, and instructed, "Have Qiao Yu go down to receive her." Originally intending for Su Yin to go, Fu Hanji suddenly recalled that she was friends with Qiao Yu, making it more appropriate for her to handle the task. Understood, Su Yin acknowledged before exiting the conference room. Qiao Yu typically assisted Fu Hanji by making coffee, buying tickets, or booking flights when he was on business trips. While she occasionally worked on reports, most of her time was spent idly, and despite Fu Hanji's meticulous nature, he was reasonable. As long as the work was completed without issues, it was permissible to relax a bit. At that moment, she was engrossed in conversation with Cheng Yinran, oblivious to Su Yin's approach. "Knock, knock." Su Yin lightly tapped on the table, causing both to look up in surprise. Cheng Yinran's eyes sparkled upon seeing Su Yin, her affection evident. "What brings you here?" "Qiao Yu, President Fu wants you to go to the first floor to receive someone, Su Yin said, his gaze shifting slightly towards Cheng Yanran as he addressed Qiao Yu. Who am I receiving? Qiao Yu asked, puzzled, wondering what kind of person warranted her presence. You'll find out when you get there, Su Yin replied, cryptically before returning to the conference room. Qiao Yu, sensing Cheng Yanran's curiosity, retrieved 2 candies from her drawer and offered them. Here, cheer up. Afterward, she took the elevator down, feeling something was off about the dynamic between Cheng Yanran and Su Yin. Su Yin seemed unusually cold towards her, but perhaps they were different in private. Shaking off her musings, Qiao Yu stepped out of the elevator and spotted Shen Qinghan chatting animatedly with the receptionist. Han, Qiao Yu called from behind her. Shen Qinghan turned, a smile playing on her lips. Did he send you to fetch me? Yes. I thought I was meant to receive someone else, Qiao Yu replied, leaning closer to whisper, turns out it an oppose, as to welcome our future boss lady. Shen Qinghan pinched her cheek playfully. You have quite the way with words. Let us go. I brought you some delicious food. Qiao Yu swatted her hand away, glancing at her with mock annoyance. Who knows if it's for me? Next time, if you act all snarky, don't expect to be welcomed into my home. Shen Qinghan retorted playfully. With a huff, Qiao Yu turned her head away. As they rode the elevator up, Shen Qinghan revealed the food she had brought. Want to share? No need. You two just started dating. It's essential to cultivate your relationship. Once you're closer, I'll bask in the glory of your affection. Qiao Yu whispered conspiratorially. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting too long, Shen Qinghan replied confidently as she stepped into the office. Cheng Yanran, witnessing this exchange, curiously asked, Qiao Yu, is that not Miss Shen? Why is she entering President Fu and Oppo's office? She found the scene somewhat surreal. Was and Oppo's Qiao Yu in love with President Fu? Some things are best left unspoken, Qiao Yu replied enigmatically. She then took out the meal Shen Qinghan had brought, smiling as she spotted her favorite sweet and sour ribs. Cheng Yanran pondered her words, her eyes widening in realization. So what you mentioned about a friend wanting President Fu's WeChat is true? Indeed, Qiao Yu confirmed. I see. I thought you had feelings for President Fu. I do not, Qiao Yu replied without hesitation. Fu Hanji was not her type. Although he was handsome and wealthy, he was far too cold for her liking. What type do you prefer? I can introduce you, Cheng Yanran asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I don't need an introduction. I'm more curious about your relationship with Assistant Su, Qiao Yu said, genuinely intrigued by the dynamic between the adorable, innocent heiress and the reserved, gentlemanly assistant. It was a match of equals, and she was eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 16. March deadline. Upon hearing Su Yin and Oppo's name, Cheng Yanran instantly appeared despondent. With a gloomy expression, she began recounting her story with Su Yin. Qiao Yu listened intently while enjoying her meal, occasionally sipping tea from her thermos, relishing the moment. So you pursued him, yet he has remained indifferent. You're now uncertain of his feelings for you. And most importantly, you two are living together? Qiao Yu calmly summarized Cheng Yanran's predicament after she finished wiping her mouth. Is there a feud between your families? Cheng Yanran was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift in Qiao Yu's reasoning. Under Qiao Yu's scrutinizing gaze, she hesitantly replied, I don't think so. Why do you ask? It's a bit difficult for me to articulate, Qiao Yu said, furrowing her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on her extensive experience reading novels, she surmised that their romantic journey would be fraught with challenges. Furthermore, from Cheng Yanran's narration, she sensed something peculiar about Su Yin and Oppo's attitude, a mixture of love and resentment. Don and Oppo's, worry, just speak your mind. I can handle it, Cheng Yanran said with a wry smile, eagerly seeking insight. Qiao Yu hesitated before gently stating, it's nothing really, perhaps I'm overthinking, but remember, before loving someone else, you must first love yourself. There was no need to voice such nonsensical thoughts that could only distress her further. Perhaps it was merely her own overreaction. All right, Cheng Yanran nodded, choosing not to delve deeper, yet she still felt that something was amiss. In the office, when Shen Qinghan entered, Su Yin had just completed a work report for Fu Hanji. Mr. Fu, I and Oppo's heading out, he said, taking his leave with a sense of propriety. What brings you here? Fu Hanji asked casually, glancing at her. Shen Qinghan placed the meal on the desk and moved closer, affectionately stating, I came to bring you lunch. Having finally established their relationship, she felt it necessary to assert her presence. Fu Hanji remained silent for a moment before responding curtly, Thank you. Shen Qinghan's lips twitched at his politeness, only for him to awkwardly add, You don't have to do this. The company has a cafeteria. If you don't want it, you can give it to someone else, she retorted, nearly exasperated by his lack of appreciation for her gesture. As she moved to the nearby sofa, she fell silent. Feeling slighted, Fu Hanji pressed his lips together, wondering if she was upset. I apologize. I meant no offense, he said, rising from his chair to approach her. Lacking experience in interacting with women and possessing a naturally aloof demeanor, he sometimes spoke without considering the consequences. What do you mean? Shen Qinghan crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at him. Was he really so formidable? What a dense man. Let an amp, oppose, eat together, Fu Hanji suggested after a moment of contemplation, gradually opening the food containers on the table. The delicious aroma of the meal wafted through the air. He offered her chopsticks first, and she accepted them, glancing down at the enticing spread. Silence enveloped them as they dined, the atmosphere growing increasingly frigid. After a few bites, Shen Qinghan set her chopsticks down. She had eaten a light meal before arriving and wasn't particularly hungry. The man across from her exhibited an elegance in his dining manner that drew her attention, seemingly unfazed by her gaze. After finishing his meal, he looked up at her, inquiring, What's the matter? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Shen Qinghan pulled out her phone and scrolled. She had sent him numerous texts last night, yet he had not responded once. A far cry from what one would expect from a boyfriend. Hearing the accusatory tone in her voice, Fu Hanji furrowed his brow. There was an international meeting last night, and I didn't check my phone. I apologize. Upon hearing his explanation, Shen Qinghan sighed internally. It wasn't that she doubted his words, but she felt a sense of defeat at that moment. After a minute, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Fu Hanji, I am your girlfriend now. Even if you don't have feelings for me, you should at least fulfill the basic responsibilities of a boyfriend, such as, he prompted, hand over your phone. She demanded. Fu Hanji stood and retrieved his phone from the desk, unlocking it before handing it to her. As she took it, she thought to herself that at least he remembered to unlock it. Opening the WeChat app, she scrolled through his contacts until she found her name. The three-character remark Miss Shun struck her as oddly formal, and she felt a pang of annoyance. Firstly, you need to change the remark and oppose. Miss Shun and oppose feels distant. Secondly, you must be my contact, or else I want to be sure you'll see my messages promptly. Also, you must reply to my messages in a timely manner and inform me of your whereabouts. Otherwise, I will worry. Throughout her speech, Fu Hanji focused intently on her, listening earnestly. Got it? Understood, he replied softly. Seeing his agreeable attitude, Shen Qinghan felt her earlier frustration dissipate. Softening her tone, she added, since we just started dating, we need to cultivate our feelings. So, when you have time, you should call me and ask me out. With a 3-month deadline in mind, she declared if, after 3 months, you still haven't developed feelings for me, we should part ways. She had considered it carefully, as the daughter of the Shun family. She couldn't and oppose. Simply linger behind a man who didn't and oppose. Love her. Although she found him intriguing, she needed to assess whether he was worth sacrificing a part of her life for. All right, Fu Hanji agreed readily. Then it's settled. I'll be going now. Shen Qinghan concluded, preparing to leave. Just as she took a step, Fu Hanji called out, wait. Turning back with curiosity, she observed him retrieving a black card from his pocket. What's this for? My supplementary card, unlimited limit. You can buy whatever you want, Fu Hanji stated firmly. While he might not harbor feelings for her at present, he was willing to try to build a relationship. Shen Qinghan, not one to be coy, accepted the card with grace. Taking a step closer, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his stern face, whispering sweetly in his ear, Thank you, boyfriend. Her melodic voice lingered in the air, and Fu Hanji felt a flutter in his chest, akin to a feather brushing against him. I and oppose, am leaving now, goodbye, she chimed, striding out. Alone in the office, Fu Hanji and oppose's fingers brushed together, lost in contemplation. A Upon exiting the office, Shen Qinghan spotted Qiao Yu at her desk and approached with a smile. Work hard. Tonight, my treat for dinner. Struck gold, have we? Qiao Yu remarked cheekily, her gaze flitting over Shen Qinghan's lips and neck with a playful wink. Chapter 17, missing you having known each other for so many years. She could tell what was coming the moment he shifted in his seat. Shen Qinghan said with a hint of irritation, you should clear the yellow waste from your mind. This wasn't tea about picking up money. It was from the generous benefactor. As she spoke, she waved the black card in front of Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu's eyes widened, and she gave a thumbs up, not bad. I need to think carefully about what to have for dinner tonight. It was surprising to see President Fu being so generous. A man willing to spend on his girlfriend deserves some credit. Well, I'm off. See you tonight. Shen Qinghan said her goodbyes and walked away. As night fell, in a renowned Western restaurant in Haicheng, Qiao Yu and Shen Qinghan sat across from each other, enjoying a delightful conversation. Qiao Yu elegantly sliced her steak when she suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what happened with that Miss Li you mentioned? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems her family has gone bankrupt, Shen Qinghan replied, taking a delicate sip from her wine glass, her expression content. Bankrupt? Is it because of your boyfriend? Qiao Yu boldly speculated. After all, Fu Han's Fu Group was the largest business in Haicheng. Given that she had just offended Fu Han, it was likely he had a hand in this. Maybe. I didn't ask him. Shen Qinghan responded nonchalantly. After all, it wasn't a glorious matter. So why stab him with a knife of words? Qiao Yu nodded knowingly, resting her chin on her hand. I've set a 3-month deadline with him. If he doesn't develop feelings for me in that time, we'll break up. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu coughed lightly. What kind of new trick is this? Although she had never dated, she felt that a relationship shouldn't necessitate such a stipulation. In oppose, nothing, just a test. If things dawn in oppose, work out. It's better to part ways sooner rather than later. Shen Qinghan was quite open-minded, although she was satisfied with Fu Han now, who knew how things would unfold. Moreover, if it didn't perform well, perhaps 3 months wouldn't even be necessary. Qiao Yu couldn't oppose. Helped but twitch her lips at her words but remained silent. After dinner, Shen Qinghan took Qiao Yu to a nearby mall, where they indulged in a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Fu Han's phone buzzed with notifications of various purchases. He casually browsed through them before shutting his phone. An hour later, at a mall, I am exhausted from shopping. Let us head back, Qiao Yu exclaimed, her hands laden with bags, breathless. She noticed Shen Qinghan was similarly burdened, yet she showed no signs of fatigue and instead seemed increasingly exhilarated. Hearing her remark, Shen Qinghan glanced back and retorted, your stamina has really diminished compared to school. It didn't oppose. It's high time you found a man to train with. Qiao Yu was taken aback. Forcing a smile, what are you talking about? Such things shouldn't be said in public. Besides, aren't you just as inexperienced? Shen Qinghan smiled slyly. Let's go back. She strutted ahead with an air of pride, while Qiao Yu resignedly followed, releasing a sigh of relief. Shopping was indeed exhausting, especially with her. After placing their items in the trunk, Qiao Yu intended to sit in the passenger seat when Shen Qinghan said, You drive. What about you? Qiao Yu asked instinctively. In the next moment, Shen Qinghan's reply caught her off guard. Of course, I'll be cultivating feelings with my boyfriend. Qiao Yu was momentarily speechless, regretting her inquiry. Silently, she took the driver's seat, starting the car, while Shen Qinghan immediately called Fu Han. Fu Han, busy on the other end, took a while to answer. What is up? I miss you, Shen Qinghan blurted out, leaving Fu Han momentarily speechless. After a pause, Shen Qinghan inquired, Why are you silent? No reason, Fu Han replied calmly. Do you miss me? Shen Qinghan asked, holding her phone to her ear, a smile playing at her lips. Qiao Yu, driving, perked up her ears, curious about how Fu Han would sound expressing affection, given his usual stoic demeanor. Fu Han replied nonchalantly. Though Shen Qinghan was slightly dissatisfied with his response, she understood his personality and chose not to press further. After all, his answer was already a step forward. I bought a lot of things today using the card you gave me. Are you angry that I spent so much? No, I gave it to you for that purpose. Fu Han assured her. He wouldn't be upset over such trivial matters, especially since Shen Qinghan was his girlfriend, and he felt she hadn't overspent. President Fu is generous. Love you. Shen Qinghan beamed, her smile brightening her face, finding the man who treated his girlfriend to be incredibly handsome. In his office. Fu Han had his phone on the desk, while flipping through documents. Hearing the rustle of papers, Shen Qinghan asked, "Are you still working?" "Yes," Fu Han replied. "Have you eaten?" She followed up. "Not yet," he answered. "Yu," Shen Qinghan called out to Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu sighed inwardly. "Got it." They then turned the car towards the Fu group. Meanwhile, Fu Han furrowed his brow. "You're out with Qiao Yu?" "Yes. We went shopping together," Shen Qinghan replied candidly. Fu Han paused in his document review. That meant Qiao Yu had overheard their earlier conversation. Although nothing was said, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I'm coming to find you now. I'll bring you some food. Talk later." Before Fu Han could refuse, Shen Qinghan cut him off. No refusals. She hung up, not allowing him the chance to respond. "Where should I park?" Qiao Yu asked while driving. Shen Qinghan glanced around, took out her phone, and searched for nearby eateries. After a while, she instructed, "Stop at the next corner." "Okay." Qiao Yu parked as directed, and Shen Qinghan got out of the car. Watching her retreating figure, Qiao Yu murmured, "I wonder when I'll be able to enjoy such fortune." Shaking her head helplessly, her phone rang. Seeing it was her mother, she answered, "What's up, Mom? Yu, how have you been? If you're unhappy, just come back. Your mom and dad will take care of you." Her mother's gentle voice resonated. Qiao Yu blinked, remaining silent. It was her mother, Su Tang, a beloved actress in the entertainment industry. "I know you don't want to act. If you truly dislike it, then it's fine. I want to pressure you. I understand, but I'm quite happy right now," Qiao Yu finally said. Hearing her daughter's tone, Su Tang's eyes dimmed momentarily before she regained composure. "All right, I understand. If you need anything, remember to call your mother." Qiao Yu responded. Just then, a voice came through the phone. "Su, it's your turn for the scene." "Yu, I have to go now. Take care of yourself." "Okay." After hanging up, Qiao Yu set her phone down and opened the window to feel the breeze. Moments later, her phone lit up upon checking. She saw Su Tang had transferred 2 million to her card. "Qiao Yu, I bought you a small cake." Shen Qinghan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lifting her gaze to see Shen Qinghan holding a strawberry-flavored cake. "I thought you'd forget me now that you have a boyfriend," Qiao Yu said, taking the cake with a smile. "How could I?" Shen Qinghan laughed. Sensing Qiao Yu's low spirits, she inquired what happened. "My mom called me," Qiao Yu replied. Placing the cake down, her gaze lowered. "Did Aunt Su ask you to come home?" Shen Qinghan turned her head to glance at her, her eyes filled with compassion. She understood her well. Qiao Yu was exceptional in every way, yet she was excessively sentimental. It was unfortunate that she was also a person starved for affection. After all, her parents were perpetually occupied with their work, leaving her to be raised primarily by nannies throughout her formative years. Consequently, she often found it challenging to relate to her own parents, while simultaneously yearning for their attention. "No, I merely spoke a few casual words," she remarked. Qiao Yu appeared somewhat dispirited and lethargic. After a moment, she lamented, "People say that it's those without money who have worries. Yet here I am, wealthy, and still so troubled." Chapter 18. Are you a monster? Not to mention, her little vault contains several hundred million, all gifted by her parents and grandfather over the years. "You truly are living in luxury," Shen Qinghan remarked with a hint of annoyance. Heaven knows how many people envy her. A mother who is a superstar in the entertainment industry, a renowned director father, and a grandfather who is a jewelry tycoon overseas. She is the quintessential rich girl. After feeling somewhat dejected, Qiao Yu dropped her off at the entrance of the Fu group, teasing, "Go on up and find your man. I'm heading home to sleep." "I'm off then. Take care on the road," Shen Qinghan replied, carrying the takeout she had bought, and after bidding farewell to Qiao Yu, she entered the building. Watching her go inside, Qiao Yu drove back to Cuihua Yuan. Shen Qinghan smoothly made her way to the president's office, undeterred by any obstacles. It must be said that Fu Hanji is indeed dedicated. With everyone else gone, he remained alone in the office, working diligently. It's no wonder he earns so much. It's clear how he has managed to expand the company to such heights. The sound of her high heels echoed through the corridor, and Fu Hanji heard her even before she entered the office. The moment he saw her appear at the door, carrying food, his heart stirred with an indescribable sensation. "Time to eat." Your girlfriend has come to bring you warmth, Shun Qinghan said with a smile. Hearing her words, Fu Hanji set aside the documents and moved to help her unpack the meal she brought. Have you eaten? He inquired. Shun Qinghan pouted. Did you forget? I told you long ago that I was going to eat with Qiao Yu. Did you think I'd already eaten? I apologize. Fu Hanji suddenly remembered her words, realizing his oversight, and immediately offered his apologies. However, Shun Qinghan did not seem pleased. Instead, she coldly replied, Why do you always apologize to me? It makes us seem distant. To her surprise, she felt a tinge of grievance. What kind of boyfriend apologizes to his girlfriend every day without reason? I didn't mean it that way, Fu Hanji said, pressing his lips together and setting down his chopsticks. Then what do you mean? You hardly respond when I talk to you. I say a lot, and you just reply with an amp, oppose, and amp, oppose. Were you and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose. Monster in your past life? Shin Qinghan vented her frustration, finally releasing the pin-up feelings she had kept inside. She had never felt so stifled until she met him. Fu Hanji was equally taken aback. After all, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. She was the first. I will try to improve. Sometimes I get caught up in work and don and oppose. T realize it. As for the apologies, I genuinely feel it is my fault. He was indeed busy, often unable to glance at his phone all day, but since being with her, he made a point to keep his phone close, responding to her messages as soon as he saw them. His earnest attitude made Shun Qinghan feel somewhat like she was causing unnecessary trouble. She averted her gaze, understood, you eat first. Perhaps he was just a busy man, and she should be more understanding. Seeing her appear less upset, Fu Hanji handed her the clean chopsticks. I and amp, oppose, already eaten, Shun Qinghan replied. I know. Choose what you like to eat, he gently responded. Okay, she smiled and accepted the food. From that point on, aside from the occasional sound of them chewing, silence enveloped the room. With her presence, Fu Hanji felt warmth in the once-cold office for the first time. After finishing their meal, Fu Hanji tidied up the table and completed the last bit of work while glancing at Shun Qinghan, who was engrossed in her phone. Let us go. I'll drive you home. Upon hearing his voice, Shun Qinghan looked up at him. The man before her stood tall, his facial features sharply defined under the lights, the clear line of his jaw captivating her gaze. Suddenly, an idea crossed her mind. She reached out and tugged at his tie, pulling him closer. Fu Hanji bent down to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, the distance between them vanished, and a warm breath brushed against her face, creating an increasingly intimate atmosphere. Shun Qinghan traced his features from his brows to his nose, finally landing on his lips, and then leaned in to kiss him. The spark ignited, and unlike their previous awkward encounters, this time Fu Hanji felt her warmth, deepening the kiss with earnestness, one hand cradling the back of her head. Shun Qinghan's eyes flickered as her hand, which had been holding onto his tie, instinctively traveled to his neck, responding with fervor. After a moment, she gently pushed him away, and Fu Hanji, panting softly, released her. Shun Qinghan was astonished by his newfound skill. He had been so awkward before, yet now his kissing technique had improved remarkably, almost suffocating her with its intensity. Fu Hanji gazed at her cheek, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Did you secretly learn that? Shun Qinghan accused playfully. Learn what? Kissing? Fu Hanji replied leisurely with a grin. What else? She countered, non-committal. Upon hearing her words, Fu Hanji tugged at his tie again, his eyes sparkling with amusement. So, does this mean you were quite pleased just now? At that moment, Shun Qinghan found herself momentarily dazed. Captivated by his earlier action of pulling his tie, she could hardly bear it. Noticing her flustered state, Fu Hanji pinched her cheek gently. Are you back to reality? Shun Qinghan controlled the urge to leap into his arms, clearing her throat awkwardly. It's getting late. Let us head home. Fu Hanji observed her nervous demeanor, his lips curling in a smile. So she could be shy after all. He had thought she was fearless. Little did he know, Shun Qinghan was concerned that staying longer would lead her to lose control and fully consume him. In the underground parking lot, her heart raced incessantly. Just then, Fu Hanji suddenly leaned closer. Was he going to kiss her again? Shen Qinghan clenched her clothes nervously, shutting her eyes as he approached. Yet, she felt no kiss instead. She heard a soft sound and opened her eyes to meet his smiling gaze. Instantly, her face flushed. Wasn't he going to kiss her? The embarrassment of having misjudged the situation washed over her. Her eyes darted around, unsure where to look. It's a bit warm in here. Fu Hanji found her eager attempt to change the subject amusing. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Shen Qinghan retorted stubbornly. Of course not. I just had something in my eye. As long as she didn't admit it, it didn't happen. Really? Let me see. Fu Hanji said playfully, leaning in closer to examine her eyes. His serious expression made it seem as though he was genuinely searching for a bug in her eye, causing Shen Qinghan to hold her breath. Suddenly, a soft kiss brushed against her lips, fleeting yet impactful. She widened her eyes as he said, I didn't intend to kiss you just now, but now I do. What she might not realize was how lovely her flushed face was, making him want to draw nearer. Struck by his earnest declaration, Shen Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. Had he suddenly had a change of heart? Chapter 19. The joys of romance. Observing her lost in thought, Fu Hanji felt an inexplicable sense of delight as he straightened his posture and drove away. Suddenly, he found that being in love had its own charm. Throughout the journey, Shen Qinghan remained silent, her expression distant, until Fu Hanji's voice broke the silence. We've arrived. I'll get going then, Shen Qinghan replied, unbuckling her seatbelt and preparing to exit the vehicle. At that moment, her mind was still in a haze, and before she could open the door, the man beside her placed his hand over hers. Wait, Shen Qinghan looked up at him. What's the matter? Don and Amp, Oppos, do you want a goodnight kiss? Fu Hanji leaned against the car window, enveloping her in his presence, the alluring scent of him overwhelming her senses. In a daze, she nodded, I do. A smile graced Fu Hanji's lips as he leaned in, planting a gentle kiss upon her. Unbeknownst to her, his hand, which had been resting on the window, found its way to her waist, caressing her softly. After the kiss, she looked up at him with sparkling eyes, her lips slightly swollen. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, steadying her breath. Go on now. Good night. Good night. Shen Qinghan replied hurriedly as she flung open the car door and stepped out. Once inside the elevator, she took a deep breath to regain her composure, questioning herself. What has happened? Why do I feel as if I've been enchanted tonight? This is bad, very bad. No, I mustn't let him lead me astray again. I cannot be swayed by his charm any longer. It's utterly unfair. Qiao Yu sensed a change in Fu Hanji. For instance, today, when she brought in a freshly brewed cup of coffee, he surprisingly said nothing, which was truly remarkable given that she had been brewing coffee for nearly 2 months. Not once had she left the office unscathed, making today a rather fortunate day. Noticing Cheng Yanran lost in thought at the office door, she approached her and waved her hand. Qiao Yu, what's wrong? Why the daze? Did President Fu say something to you? Snapping back to reality, Qiao Yu shook her head. No, he didn't say anything today. It seems Qinghan's beauty strategy has worked. Fu Hanji's attitude toward me has noticeably softened on her account. How delightful. The day I ascend to power draws nearer. Indeed, it appears President Fu is in a good mood today, Cheng Yanran mused, stroking her chin. After all, her cousin was known for his perpetually icy demeanor, instilling fear in those around him. Yes, if the boss is happy, so shall we be, Qiao Yu concluded before returning to her desk. The day swiftly passed, and just before leaving, Qiao Yu received a message from Shen Qinghan, informing her that Fu Hanji wished to treat her to dinner. She felt a wave of surprise wash over her. The prospect of dining with someone as esteemed as President Fu was thrilling. Moreover, her status had shifted. She was now family. Should Fu Hanji misbehave, she would not hesitate to speak ill of him. Okay, she replied, and moments later, Shen Qinghan texted back, I'll send you the address shortly. I have a performance today, so I might be a bit late. All right. Qiao Yu considered that since Shen Qinghan would be delayed, she had no need to rush. She pulled out some unorganized documents to work on, only to hear Su Yin's voice at the office door. President Fu, where are you headed? Su Yin inquired, observing Fu Hanji and Oppos' figure. With a calm demeanor, Fu Hanji replied, leaving for the day. The mere mention of leaving astonished Su Yin. who had grown accustomed to Fu Hanji's relentless work ethic. Is there something on your mind? Fu Hanji asked, his gaze sharp. Nothing, President Fu. Take care, Su Yin answered. Slightly bewildered, Fu Hanji acknowledged him with a curt nod before departing, though Qiao Yu could have sworn he cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Once outside the company, Fu Hanji chose to drive himself to the High City Grand Theater, where Shun Qinghan was performing, instead of having Xiao Lu chauffeur him. As he drove, he passed a flower shop and paused, contemplating before parking and entering. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Fu Hanji's striking appearance, quickly composed herself. Good day, sir. What flowers may I assist you with? After hesitating among the blooms, Fu Hanji remained silent, prompting the owner to inquire, Are they for your girlfriend? Yes, he replied thoughtfully. Do you know what flower she likes? The shopkeeper continued. Fu Hanji fell silent for a moment before saying, Please hold on. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Su Yin, busy at work, answered his phone, surprised to see it was Fu Hanji calling. President Fu, is there something you need? He asked, expecting a work-related request. Instead, Fu Hanji asked, Is Qiao Yu still there? Qiao Yu? Yes, she is, Su Yin responded, slightly confused. Have her come to the phone, Fu Hanji instructed coldly. All right, Su Yin replied before summoning Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, come here for a moment. As she entered, she was about to ask what was going on when he handed her the phone. President Fu wants to speak with you. What does he want? Is it about dinner? She pondered, taking the phone. Hello, President Fu? What flowers does Qinghan like? Qiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. You don an amp? Amp? Oppose. Tino? Fu Hanji and Oppose. S voice was laced with a hint of impatience. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly responded, Qinghan likes pink tulips. Has Fu Hanji finally come to his senses? He even knows to send her flowers. This is quite the development. All right, I'll have Su Yin send you my personal WeChat shortly. Fu Hanji concluded before ending the call. He did not want to rely on Su Yin for future inquiries about Shun Qinghan. That would be a hassle. Hearing the call disconnect, Qiao Yu looked at Su Yin. Returning the phone, Su assistant, President Fu asked you to send me his private WeChat. Su Yin regarded her with a curious expression, and Qiao Yu felt a sense of unease. Surely, he must be aware of Fu Hanji's involvement with Qinghan. Okay. Su Yin accepted the phone and quickly sent the necessary information. Soon, Qiao Yu received a message from Su Yin, and she quietly murmured, I'll step out now. As she exited the office, she added Fu Hanji's WeChat, recalling the lengths she had gone to for his contact information in the past. Now it came effortlessly, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Thankfully, her efforts had not been in vain. The once aloof President Fu had now become a close confidant of hers. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji re-entered the shop and requested, I would like a bouquet of pink tulips, please. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper replied promptly, preparing the flowers. Once ready, Fu Hanji accepted the bouquet, paid, and departed, cradling the flowers in his arms. Chapter 20. Discovery as autumn settled in. The ground remained damp from a recent rain. 20 minutes later, Fu Hanji parked his Rolls-Royce in the lot of the Haicheng Grand Theater. His tall figure, clad in a sleek black suit, stood out among the crowd, exuding an air of elegance with his chiseled features and composed demeanor. When Shun Qinghan emerged, dressed in a light knitted top and carrying a pipa, her eyes immediately fell upon him. Some individuals are simply born to be the center of attention. In mere moments, several girls had gathered around him, their phones raised to capture the scene. She approached him with a buoyant step, calling out, Fu Hanji. At the sound of her voice, he turned to face her, his gaze softening at the sight of her casual, yet charming appearance. Offering her a bouquet, he deftly took the pipa from her shoulder. Shun Qinghan accepted the flowers with delight. Looking up at him, Did you buy these for me? Yes, he replied, the chill in his eyes dissipating as he watched her joy. Glancing at the tulips in her hands, she playfully remarked, How did you know I adore tulips? Is it mere coincidence? Although she posed the question lightly, a suspicion lingered in her mind, particularly in his silence. Did Qiao Yu tell you? She called out. Instinctively, Fu Hanji considered replying affirmatively, but recalled her previous jest about him being somewhat peculiar. Thus, he hesitated before answering, Yes. Shun Qinghan and Amp, Oppose, as smile widened. Pleasantly surprised that he would consult Qiao Yu about such a matter. After all, No girl could resist flowers, and she was no exception, especially since he had chosen her favorite. Thinking of this, she pulled out her phone and suggested, "Let's take a picture." As she raised her phone, she frowned. "Get a bit closer." With her phone held high, she flashed a cheerful peace sign, while Fu Hanji slightly bent down, his expression gentle even without a smile. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Chung Rang gaped in disbelief, murmuring, "Am I seeing things? No way." He rubbed his eyes, yet no matter how he squinted, the man was unmistakably Fu Hanji. Incredible. It truly is Fu Hanji. He concealed himself behind a nearby advertisement board, discreetly snapping a few photos. What a revelation. He never anticipated Fu Hanji would secretly engage with a woman. Excited to share this secret, he quickly dialed Su Xingjian. "What is up?" Su Xingjian answered his phone, having just stepped away from the operating table. Chung rang an oppose. S animated voice filled the line. "Su Xingjian, guess who I just saw?" "Who?" "I saw Fu Hanji with a woman. And he even gave her flowers." Chung Rang exclaimed, his tone a mix of incredulity and excitement. They had grown up alongside Fu Hanji and had never witnessed him with any woman before. Su Xingjian, typically reserved, couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" "How could I be? I took pictures to prove it." As he spoke, he sent the photos to Su Xingjian. The phone emitted a series of beeps as Su Xingjian examined the images, pausing before he stated, "Do you find this girl familiar? Is she?" Chung Rang magnified the photo, squinting at the face that seemed vaguely recognizable, yet he couldn't and amp. Amp? Oppose. T-place it. Just then, he glanced at the advertisement board and exclaimed, "I know who it is." Startled by Chung Rang and oppose. As sudden realization, Su Xingjian pulled the phone away slightly and sighed. "Who?" "It's Shun Qinghan, the daughter of Mayor Shun. I saw her recently at the human realm." As Chung Rang spoke, Su Xingjian recalled vaguely that such a person existed. "She is quite impressive." She managed to capture Fu Hanji's attention. Chung Rang remarked, intrigued. However, he also recalled that Shun Qinghan seemed to enjoy the company of several suitors, leading him to wonder if Fu Hanji was being deceived. Yet, considering Fu Hanji's intelligence, he doubted he would be easily fooled. Su Xingjian remained silent, recalling that Shun Qinghan had indeed attended the Fu family banquet. "So, shall we gather some time?" Chung Rang proposed, his curiosity piqued. "Not tonight. I have a surgery scheduled," Su Xingjian replied without hesitation. "All right then." Chung Rang conceded. Among their circle, he was the only one without pressing commitments. The others were perpetually busy, including Su Xingjian, the esteemed cardiovascular surgeon at Haicheng First Hospital, and Fu Hanji, a notorious workaholic. In the car, Shun Qinghan arranged the flowers and asked, "When do you have time? We should go see a movie." Since they began their relationship, they hadn't enjoyed a proper date. "I and oppose. I'll check my schedule and get back to you," Fu Hanji replied cautiously, uncertain when he might be free. He feared making a promise he couldn't and oppose. Keep, which would only upset her. Shun Qinghan nodded, somewhat disheartened. "Oh no, I've ended up with a boyfriend who is just as busy as my father and brother. Both are hardly ever around. Previously, she had to make appointments just to visit his company, and now even their dates required scheduling. It was rather dismal." She fell into silence, creating a subtle tension in the car. Fu Hanji noticed and pressed his lips together. "Are you upset?" "Just a little. We've only just started dating, and we hardly have time to be together," Shun Qinghan admitted candidly, feeling a twinge of frustration. Since they were together, mutual trust was paramount. There was no need for endless guessing. "I will make more time for you," he assured her. To be honest, before her, Fu Hanji had never considered romance or marriage. His career consumed all his time, leaving little room for anything else. Outsiders might question why he, a successful businessman, would burden himself with such relentless work. But he believed in taking responsibility for his employees and partners. Achieving his current status came with the obligation to strive for excellence, maximize benefits, and continually improve. Shun Qinghan understood him, yet she couldn't shake her disappointment. Chapter 21. Embracing life. Whenever you have a moment, make sure to send me a message. And now that you have a girlfriend, keep your distance from other women. Shun Qinghan stated her request. Fu Hanji readily agreed, saying all right. After a while, he pondered. "What about you?" Understanding his implication, which revolved around the rumors surrounding her, Shun Qinghan clarified, I have deleted everything, and there's nothing between me and those individuals. She was not deceiving him. Indeed, there was nothing more than casual drinks and conversations. I believe you, Fu Hanji replied, fully aware of her innocence, as he had already investigated her since their paths had intertwined. Shun Qinghan felt a wave of joy upon hearing his words of trust. Is it almost time? I'll send a message to Qiao Yu, she said, retrieving her phone to inform her friend that she could come over. Observing the camaraderie between her and Qiao Yu, Fu Hanji initiated a conversation. You and Qiao Yu share a close bond? Without hesitation, Shun Qinghan replied, of course. Qiao Yu is my best friend. We and Appos, grown up together. And she knows me better than anyone else in this world. Please take good care of her at the company. Don't let anyone bully her. Recalling Qiao Yu's previous complaints about Fu Hanji's demanding nature, she realized that such matters should be approached gradually. Fu Hanji momentarily fell silent, unable to help but reflect that it wasn't anyone else causing Qiao Yu distress at the company. Perhaps only he, her superior. Understood, he said. If Qiao Yu were aware of his thoughts, she would likely comment on his self-awareness. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, waiting for news at the company, received Shun Qinghan's message and promptly hailed a taxi to the restaurant. Upon arrival, she marveled at the exquisite decor. Indeed, Fu Hanji had made an excellent choice. The restaurant, named Shijing Pavilion, ranked among the top 3 in Haicheng. The staff greeted her warmly. Good day, miss. How may we assist you? Is there a reservation under Mr. Fu? Qiao Yu inquired. As it turned out, she was a guest of Mr. Fu, and the server gestured for her to follow. Led to a private room. Qiao Yu admired the elegant ambience of the Chinese restaurant, complete with flowing water and intricately designed rockeries. She had seen numerous celebrities and influencers visit this establishment, though the prices were indeed extravagant. The private rooms were named after the 4 gentlemen of Chinese culture, and Fu Hanji had reserved the room named after the plum blossom, the foremost among them. As she pushed open the door, a delicate fragrance of plum blossoms wafted in, delightful to her senses. The dining table, crafted from golden silk enamel, shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding its unique aroma. In the center of the table stood an exquisite vase containing budding plum blossoms, a rare sight for this season. She couldn't help but wonder about the affluent owner behind this establishment. As Shun Qinghan and Fu Hanji had yet to arrive, 2 servers entered the room. One presented her with water, saying, Miss, please cleanse your hands. Certainly. Qiao Yu marveled at the impeccable service. After washing her hands in the warm water, she dried them with a towel provided. The other server lit incense nearby, and while Qiao Yu had little knowledge of fragrances, she found it pleasantly aromatic. With the incense in the air, the room was filled with delightful scents, making it unnecessary for her to apply perfume during her meal. Although she considered herself somewhat affluent, she had never indulged in such luxury. It was truly a delightful experience. Just as she was finishing her musings, a woman dressed in a qipao entered, gracefully carrying tea utensils. She settled at a nearby table to brew tea, and Qiao Yu watched in awe as the tea artist skillfully performed each step, warming the cups, infusing the tea, and pouring with elegance. After completing the process, she presented the tea to Qiao Yu with both hands. Miss, please. Blinking in surprise, Qiao Yu accepted it, noticing that even the teacups were from Ru ware, an indication of the owner's exquisite taste. Curiosity piqued, she wondered about the person behind this establishment. Is there any other procedure we should follow? Qiao Yu asked. The tea artist, slightly surprised, replied, No, Mississippi. You may now order. Realizing there were no further formalities, Qiao Yu relaxed, saying, No rush. I'm waiting for a friend. You may leave once you finish. Understood. The tea artist nodded, carefully closing the door as she exited. Once alone in the private room, Qiao Yu straightened her back and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone, she murmured, as she nearly finished the pot of tea without seeing Shun Qinghan or Fu Hanji. Her impatience grew, prompting her to consider calling them. Just then, the door swung open. Shun Qinghan entered first, embracing Qiao Yu. I'm sorry, darling, for keeping you waiting. There was a car accident on the road, causing delays. I've had my fill of tea, Qiao Yu huffed playfully. Fu Hanji followed closely behind Shen Qinghan, and upon seeing him, Qiao Yu felt an unexpected flutter of nerves, akin to encountering a teacher from school. However, she quickly reminded herself that she was now somewhat part of this circle and needed to maintain her composure, especially since this meal was on his account. I'll make it up to you. Order anything you desire, Shen Qinghan said, handing her the menu. Really? Qiao Yu raised an eyebrow, then turned to Fu Hanji to lighten the mood. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Fu? Not at all, he replied smoothly. With his affirmation, Qiao Yu felt at ease, ordering a few dishes based on her preferences before passing the menu to them. I've ordered. Now it's your turn. Shen Qinghan handed the menu to Fu Hanji, who inquired, Are there any dietary restrictions? None. Shen Qinghan shook her head, indicating she had no particular dislikes, as long as the food was palatable. After Fu Hanji placed the order with the server, Qiao Yu observed as the same meticulous service was enacted for them as had been for her. With a smile, Qiao Yu remarked to Shen Qinghan, How is the service? Impressive, right? Indeed, quite exceptional. However, I heard this restaurant is fully booked until the end of the year. How did you manage to secure a reservation? The latter part was clearly directed at Fu Hanji, and Qiao Yu was equally curious about the answer. Pouring tea for the two ladies, Fu Hanji replied nonchalantly, A friend of mine owns this place. I hold shares. Oh, I see. Shen Qinghan nodded, and, as the topic shifted, she added, By the way, I haven't met your friends yet. I'll take you to meet them next time, Fu Hanji promised. Chapter 22. Not in the car. But beneath it one cannot help but extol the virtues of this restaurant. Not only is the ambience delightful and the service impeccable, but the dishes are also served with remarkable promptness. Moreover, the presentation of the food is exquisitely appealing. Zhou Yu first took out her phone to capture images of the dishes, while Shen Qinghan, who was whispering sweet nothings with Fu Hanji, noticed her and casually remarked, Make sure to take some nice shots. Send them to me later. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes and replied helplessly, Got it. After photographing the food, it was time to shift focus to the people. She glanced at the two individuals seated closely across from her and playfully teased, Hey, handsome and beautiful, look this way. Upon hearing her words, the duo instinctively looked up, only to hear the sound of a shutter click. Shen Qinghan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Zhou Yu, couldn't you give us a heads up so we could prepare? Delete that. Zhou Yu scrutinized the photo and commented, It looks quite lovely. Let's take another once we're ready. She raised her phone again, ensuring all three faces were in the frame. Shen Qinghan leaned happily against Fu Hanji, smiling at the camera. While he gazed down at her, he felt an odd sense of childishness in this moment, a peculiar change he did not mind. Their first meal together was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, though most of the conversation was dominated by Shen Qinghan and Zhou Yu, with Fu Hanji contributing little. How about we have some drinks? Zhou Yu suggested. It had been a while since she had indulged in alcohol, and the elegant setting made her yearn for a taste. Coincidentally, Shen Qinghan was also in the mood for a drink, and they reached a consensus. Fu Hanji quietly remarked, The plum wine here is quite good. Would you like to try some? Sure. Shen Qinghan nodded, looking to Zhou Yu for confirmation. Zhou Yu shrugged, indicating her indifference to whatever they chose to drink. Thus, Fu Hanji summoned the waiter and ordered a jug of plum wine. Once the wine arrived, Shen Qinghan poured a glass for herself and Zhou Yu, asking, Would you like some? I don't drink. You two enjoy. I'll drive you home later, Fu Hanji said gently. All right. With the issue of transportation resolved, Shen Qinghan felt free to drink with Zhou Yu. Despite the plum wine's subtle flavor, it had a strong after effect. After a few glasses, Zhou Yu began to feel a bit tipsy. Her alcohol tolerance was low compared to Shen Qinghan's, and emboldened by the drink, she stood up and pointed at Fu Hanji, declaring, Fu Hanji, I must tell you that Shen Qinghan is my best friend. If you treat her poorly, I won't let you off easily. Understood. This was Fu Hanji's first experience being pointed at while being addressed, but given her inebriated state and her loyalty to Shen Qinghan, he chose not to take offense. Zhou Yu huffed in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Listening to Zhou Yu's words, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. She reached out to support her, saying, You're drunk. Let us head home. Although Zhou Yu was not the best with alcohol, she had good drinking etiquette and obediently leaned against Shen Qinghan for support. Fu Hanji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, I and Appos, LL, go get the car. You two wait at the entrance. All right, Yu. Shen Qinghan called out to Qiao Yu, who did not respond. Shen Qinghan helped her towards the door, where they waited. Fu Hanji did not keep them waiting long. He parked the car at the entrance, got out, and assisted Shen Qinghan in getting Qiao Yu into the vehicle before opening the passenger door. Shen Qinghan observed these little details, a smile blooming on her lips. Once inside the car, Fu Hanji adjusted the temperature, asking, "Where shall I take Qiao Yu?" "To Tsuehua Yeyuan. She lives next door to me." Shen Qinghan fastened her seatbelt. All right. Now aware of the destination, Fu Hanji drove off. Shen Qinghan, feeling slightly dizzy from the wine, looked at Fu Hanji and said, "I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." "MHM." Fu Hanji acknowledged, while Shen Qinghan slowly closed her eyes. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Tsuehua. Fu Hanji glanced at the passenger seat, unable to deny that Shen Qinghan was indeed beautiful. Her skin was fair, and the light from the car's interior cast shadows on her lashes, accentuating her delicate features. She seemed to unconsciously lick her lips, which glistened enticingly. As alluring images flooded his mind, Fu Hanji felt a sudden urge to kiss her. Just then, Shen Qinghan sleepily opened her eyes, revealing a captivating gaze. If she appeared docile asleep, she now radiated an intensity that struck straight into Fu Hanji's heart, taking root there. She smiled. "Are we there?" "MHM," Fu Hanji replied, his tone low and deep. "Fu Hanji, come closer." Shen Qinghan unfastened her seatbelt with one hand and beckoned him closer with the other. The sight before him was utterly enchanting, like a beguiling fox, and he found himself unable and unwilling to resist. He leaned in, and Shen Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck, the intoxicating scent of her perfume sending his senses into disarray. As their lips met in a soft kiss, Fu Hanji's mind went blank. His hands found her waist, pulling her closer, initiating a passionate embrace. The unmistakable sound of water could be heard, and Qiao Yu, seated in the back, instinctively shrank back. Internally, she lamented. She ought not to be in the car at that moment, but rather beneath it. Although she was slightly tipsy, a brief nap had alleviated her dizziness, and she had a habit of falling asleep during car rides, only to awaken once the vehicle stopped. Who could have imagined that she would wake up to find her best friend and her boss in such a passionate display? More importantly, if she disrupted their intimate moment, would she risk a deduction in her salary? After much contemplation, she decided it best to feign sleep. Meanwhile, the two in the front remained oblivious to Qiao Yu and Appo's awakening. After their kiss, Fu Hanji gently released Shen Qinghan, his breath slightly uneven as he said, "It and Appo's. It's getting late. You should head inside." Shen Qinghan, reluctant to part, clung to him, suggesting, "Why don't you stay? It's quite late." Her tone held a hint of intimacy, and Fu Hanji paused before responding, "No, I think I'll head back." "All right," she sighed, a touch of regret in her voice. Qiao Yu, overhearing their exchange, felt exasperated. Her friend was far too unreserved. Shen Qinghan moved to the back seat and gently nudged Qiao Yu. "Qiao Yu, we're home." "Huh? Are we there?" "Okay." Qiao Yu feigned just waking up. The two exited the vehicle, exchanged farewells with Fu Hanji, and entered the building. In the elevator, Qiao Yu leaned against the wall, her gaze filled with meaning. "What else with that look?" Shen Qinghan shot her a glare. "Shen Qinghan, you are far too bold," Qiao Yu replied lazily. Shen Qinghan paused, then responded, "You weren't asleep just now?" She felt no embarrassment. After all, her skin was thick, and their friendship was deep enough to withstand the revelations of each other's mishaps. "I was asleep, then I woke up." "Don't be too forward. Men are fickle," Qiao Yu retorted, pouting. Although she lacked personal experience, her theoretical knowledge was extensive. Shen Qinghan smirked, "As if you're an expert." Besides, she thought, who knows who might end up being at a disadvantage. After all, she was determined to sleep with Fu Hanji. He was her boyfriend, and there was nothing wrong with being intimate with her own partner. Moreover, if they were to break up, and she had not experienced anything with him, wouldn't that be a loss? Chapter 23. Girlfriend. "I'll introduce you one day. What are your sentiments toward Fu Hanji at present?" Qiao Yu inquired, knowing her friend's habitually unfettered nature, yet aware that matters of the heart can be unpredictable. She hoped to spare her from potential heartache. "I think he's quite agreeable, I'm rather fond of him. However, I remain most enamored with myself. Shen Qinghan declared with lucidity. Love isn't the entirety of life. Encountering someone truly cherished is, of course, felicitous, but failing to do so is merely fate. In any case, as long as I and Oppos am content. As for how things will unfold with Fu Hanji, it and Oppos, as uncertain. Thus, the paramount concern is to seize the moment and relish life and Oppos as pleasures. That puts my mind at ease. Qiao Yu, understanding her friend and Oppos' intentions, nodded in agreement. Fu Hanji drove back to the Imperial View Garden Villa. Upon completing his ablutions, he was met with a barrage of incoming messages on his phone. Assuming they were from Shen Qinghan, he unlocked his device, only to discover 99+ messages in the group chat, with several mentions directed at him. Upon closer inspection, most were from Cheng Rang, the topmost message containing a photograph of him and Shen Qinghan from earlier that day. Cheng Rang, old Fu, come out and elucidate. Su Xingjian, curious. Even the perpetually busy Xie Huaijin joined the fray, posing a question mark. Fu Hanji tapped at his phone and sent a message. Girlfriend, I'll introduce you one day. Cheng Rang, ever the avid internet surfer, replied instantaneously. Wow, are you serious? Engaged in the conversation on his phone, Cheng Rang couldn't amp, Oppos, help but marvel. Unexpectedly, Fu Hanji was the first among them to shed his bachelorhood. He had presumed he would remain a solitary figure indefinitely. Fu Hanji remained silent for an extended period. Cheng Rang persisted. Is it Miss Shen? How did you two get together? Did she pursue you? The phone buzzed incessantly, irritating Fu Hanji. Disinclined to entertain these inconsequential inquiries, he muted his phone and retreated to his study. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, within a towering office building, a man in a white suit stood before the panoramic windows, a teacup held gracefully in his slender hand. A pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon his prominent nose bridge, framing his narrow eyes, their lashes fluttering delicately with each blink, his expression serene and composed. Observing the messages on his phone, a subtle glint flickered in his eyes. President Xie, the meeting is ready to commence. The office door opened, and Chunyi addressed the man in the distance. Xie Huaijin turned, his tone even. How are the preparations for the return to the homeland progressing? Everything is in order. We can depart next month. Chunyi responded earnestly. Despite President Xie's affable demeanor, he was, in reality, more exacting than anyone else. Xie Huaijin placed his teacup down and exited the office. Half a month later, Qiao Yu, having just tidied her workstation in preparation for lunch, noticed a woman adorned in sunglasses and a chic Chanel suit sashaying toward her. As she was about to enter the office, Su Yin intercepted her. Miss Lin, President Fu is unavailable. Su Yin, typically impassive, adopted a strictly professional demeanor. Lin Xianxian removed her sunglasses, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Step aside. I'm here to see Hanji Gij. It's none of your concern. Merely a special assistant, essentially Hanji Gij's lapdog. What right does he have to speak to her? Su Yin remained unperturbed by her words, reiterating his previous statement. Miss Lin, President Fu is unavailable. I must request that you depart promptly. Lin Xianxian's father was a business associate of the Fu Corporation. At a banquet, she had inadvertently encountered Fu Hanji and subsequently sought opportunities to orchestrate chance meetings. She firmly believed that only someone like her was worthy of Fu Hanji. Seeing his obduracy, Lin Xianxian's lips curled into a sneer. You're nothing more than a hound at Hanji Gij's side. What right do you have to speak to me? Offend me, and see if Hanji Gij doesn't dismiss you. Qiao Yu, overhearing the exchange, found her fiery temper reaching its boiling point. Moreover, someone of her ilk dared to attempt to poach her friend and Oppos' man. Unacceptable. Miss Lin, I beg to differ. Qiao Yu interjected. Assistant Su is a graduate of a prestigious university and was recruited by President Fu with a generous salary. Lin Qianqian glanced up, her eyes flashing with resentment at Qiao Yu's striking features. What do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? Are you two having an affair? Lin Xianxian scrutinized Qiao Yu and Su Yin, her tone laden with implication. A layer of frost settled in Su Yan's eyes as he reached for his phone. intending to summon security to escort her out, when he heard Qiao Yu retort, "I don't converse with the uncouth." Ears are of no use when one fails to heed that President Fu is unavailable, Qiao Yu stated flatly. Despite her amiable nature, she was no pushover. She believed in the principle of live and let live, but if provoked, she would retaliate, no matter the distance. "You, bitch," Lin Qianqian seethed, stepping forward and raising her hand to strike Qiao Yu's face. She would teach her a lesson for daring to defy her. Su Yin moved to intercept, but Qiao Yu, her expression hardening, blocked Lin Qianqian's hand and, before she could react, delivered a resounding slap. The sound reverberated throughout the office. Qiao Yu discreetly shook her hand, noting the woman and Oppo's surprisingly thick skin. It had stung her hand. Clutching her face, Lin Qianqian glared at Qiao Yu, hissing through gritted teeth, "How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Qiao Yu responded lightly, "I care not who you are. I struck you because I wish to, especially since you initiated the violence. I won't let you get away with this." Lin Qianqian, unaccustomed to such humiliation, vowed to find someone to deal with this lowly hussy. Fu Hanji, having concluded his video conference, heard the commotion outside. "What's happening?" Hearing his voice, Lin Qianqian feigned fragility and lunged toward Fu Hanji. "Hanji Gij, she struck me." Fu Hanji sidestepped, causing Lin Qianqian to stumble. Uffed. Qiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, and even Su Yin couldn't suppress a slight smile. "What are you laughing at? You slut." Lin Qianqian, realizing she was being mocked, couldn't restrain her outburst. "Who are you calling a slut?" Qiao Yu retorted coldly. Lin Qianqian blurted out thoughtlessly, "I'm calling you a slut." "Oh, is that so?" Qiao Yu replied, her tone rising slightly. Realizing her blunder, Lin Qianqian was consumed with rage. She turned to Fu Hanji. "Hanji Gij, she's being outrageous. You must stand up for me." "How do you wish me to stand up for you?" Fu Hanji inquired, his face darkening. Those who truly knew Fu Hanji recognized that he was now incensed. "Make her apologize and fire her. I and Oppose. LL ensure that my father signs the contract with you when I return," Lin Qianqian declared imperiously, her eyes gleaming with triumph. She was confident that Fu Hanji would comply, as he still required their Lin family's cooperation. Qiao Yu crossed her arms, paying her no heed, her gaze fixed on Fu Hanji. She was curious to see how he would handle the situation. If he dared to make her apologize, she would quit her job and encourage Henin to break up with him. Chapter 24. A date no one enjoys being threatened, and Fu Hanji is no exception. Especially considering that Qiao Yu is a close friend of Shen Qinghan, she undoubtedly counts as one of his own. He would never stoop to such tactics. "Miss Lin, since your company has no intention of signing with the Fu Corporation, then let it be," Fu Hanji stated coldly. "As for your claim that Qiao Yu assaulted you, I happen to have surveillance footage all around. A glance will clarify everything." Lin Qianqian's smug smile froze on her face, as she had never anticipated Fu Hanji would respond in such a manner. Could it be that this vile woman had already ensnared Brother Hanji? No wonder he was willing to forego collaboration with the Lin family and refuse to demand an apology from her. Losing the partnership with the Fu Corporation was out of the question. If her father found out, he would surely be furious. "Brother Hanji, I can forego her apology. I was merely spouting nonsense earlier." This collaboration. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Hanji's icy gaze interrupted her. "No need. Given that President Lin raised such a daughter, we would rather not collaborate with your company. Su Yin, escort her out." "Yes." Su Yin complied, and seeing Lin Qianqian attempt to linger, he swiftly pulled her away, providing her no opportunity to speak. Once the room was devoid of intruders, Fu Hanji's gaze fell upon Qiao Yu. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. She is the one with issues," Qiao Yu replied nonchalantly, feeling quite pleased with his earlier performance. She resolved to commend him in front of Qinghan later. Noting her lack of distress, Fu Hanji turned and re-entered his office, leaving behind a command, "Prepare me a cup of coffee." "Oh." Qiao Yu nodded and began messaging Shen Qinghan, recounting the recent events. As she approached the coffee-making area, she reached for the jar of coffee beans only to discover it was empty. Suddenly, she remembered that it had been depleted during her last use, and she had forgotten to restock. "What now? No coffee beans?" Qiao Yu murmured softly. A message pinged on her phone, and with a hint of regret, she replied. Qing Han, what should I do? Your husband wants coffee, but I forgot to buy beans. What should she do? Perhaps she could order takeout. It would only be a few minutes late. Surely he wouldn't dismiss her over such a trivial matter. Just as she opened the takeout app, she saw a message from Qing Han. ISNT their instant coffee? Can't you just make that for him? Qiao Yu considered her suggestion and had to admit it was quite clever, but your husband is rather particular. Don't worry. If he complains, just blame me. Qing Han replied instantly. With newfound confidence, Qiao Yu retrieved 2 packets of Nestle coffee from her drawer, hastily poured them into a cup, added water, stirred it a few times, and marched into the office with the cup in hand. Inside, Fu Hanji sat at his desk, presumably engaged in a meeting, with voices reporting in Spanish emanating from his computer. Qiao Yu placed the coffee in front of him and promptly exited. Fu Hanji, deeply focused, took a sip from the cup beside him. The moment the coffee touched his lips, his brow furrowed. His impeccable upbringing compelled him to swallow the beverage without complaint. He set the cup down and did not take another sip. After the meeting concluded, he stepped out, spotting Qiao Yu chatting and laughing with colleagues. Qiao Yu, what is this? Qiao Yu's gaze fell upon the cup he held. Coffee. Are you trying to deceive me with instant coffee? Fu Hanji's tone was cold and disapproving. Did she truly think he wouldn't discern the difference? Her tongue was quite sharp, almost like a dog's. He thought to himself. She smiled sweetly. How could that be? I ran out of coffee beans. Why didn't you buy more? I forgot. The surrounding colleagues widened their eyes in shock. Was Qiao Yu out of her mind? How could she speak so casually to President Fu? Didn't she fear termination? Truly, a role model for the rest of us. Fu Hanji pressed his lips into a thin line, clearly displeased. Just as Qiao Yu braced herself for reprimand, Suyin approached with Fu Hanji's phone in hand. President Fu, you have a call. Qiao Yu stole a glance, and, coincidentally, it was Qing Han calling. She couldn't help but sigh with relief. This was perfectly timed, almost like a rescue from her predicament. She decided to prepare a delightful meal to express her gratitude to Qing Han. Fu Hanji also noticed the caller ID. He paused momentarily before taking the phone from Su Yin and stepping back into his office. Hello? He answered, connecting the call. What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer? Qing Han's voice came through. I was busy, he finally replied, opting for a neutral response. Do you have plans tonight? Shall we go on a date? Qing Han asked softly, her grip on the phone tightening. Fu Hanji glanced at his schedule. All right, I'll see you soon. After hanging up, with an hour before the workday ended, Fu Hanji summoned Su Yin to assign some tasks before he drove off. Meanwhile, at a plaza in Haicheng, when Qing Han arrived, Fu Hanji had already been waiting for a while, watching the man standing with his back to her. A smile graced her lips. She tiptoed closer and playfully tapped his shoulder. The man turned around with a serious expression, his cool demeanor betraying no hint of surprise. Why did you not react at all? Qing Han inquired curiously, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Fu Hanji replied calmly, I knew it was you, so I wasn't surprised. The moment she approached, he had recognized her. After all, no one else would dare to come near him in such a manner. Oh, I see, Qing Han said, wrapping her arm around his. She suddenly realized that whenever she was with Fu Hanji, she had an irresistible urge to be close to him. Perhaps it was because he was simply too handsome. Fu Hanji had gradually grown accustomed to Qing Han's affectionate nature, allowing her to cling to him as he took out his phone. What movie do you want to watch? After a moment of contemplation, Qing Han chose a romantic film. How about this one? All right. Fu Hanji purchased 2 tickets. With time to spare, Qing Han suggested, shall we try our luck at the claw machine? Fu Hanji followed her to the game area, and they bought some game tokens. Qing Han tried her hand at the claw machine for quite a while, but failed to snag a single prize. Let me give it a try, Fu Hanji said, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Qing Han handed him 2 tokens. All right, I want to see if he could do better. She watched as he inserted the tokens, expertly maneuvering the joystick with utmost seriousness. Based on her experience, she doubted he would succeed. However, to her astonishment, the claw firmly grasped a stuffed toy. When Fu Hanji handed her the prize, she was left utterly bewildered. You can't be serious. Is this your first time? Fu Hanji looked down. It is my first time. In his recollection, He had never played such games during his childhood, and as he grew older, he had never had the opportunity. Thus, this truly was his inaugural experience. Chapter 25. Watching a movie, Shun Qinghan sighed, unable to suppress her doubts. Could it be that her misfortune was to blame? Every time she visited the mall, she found herself wanting to try her luck at the claw machine, not out of genuine fondness, but rather out of stubbornness, as she had never succeeded in catching a single toy. Hearing that it was his first time made her heart swell with an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Well, it seems I've never managed to grab one either. Fu Hanji softly suggested, how about I buy one for you to keep at home? Shun Qinghan burst into laughter at his words. What is so funny? Fu Hanji asked, perplexed. Wasn't Tishi the one who wanted it? Surely, it was reasonable for him to buy her one, or even acquire the entire arcade if he wished. Once her laughter subsided, Shun Qinghan patted his shoulder and replied, what is the point of having it at home? It's the thrill of the chase that makes it enjoyable. She couldn't help but find Fu Hanji utterly adorable. Could you catch a few more for me? It's not every day I meet someone who can actually win. Though it seemed trivial compared to the money she had previously spent, she still wanted to seize the moment. With deft movements, Fu Hanji quickly accumulated a substantial collection of toys, much to Shun Qinghan's delight. Ah, you're amazing, Fu Hanji, she exclaimed, leaning closer to him and planting a light kiss on his cheek. The fleeting touch felt like a soft caress on his heart, and as he regarded her radiant smile, his cool demeanor softened. It turned out she possessed such a charming side. Initially, she appeared like a dazzling rose with thorns, but after spending time together, he discovered her fragrant essence reminiscent of a gardenia. The staff helped them bag the toys they had won, and Fu Hanji effortlessly carried them. Shun Qinghan noticed that the bag could be worn as a backpack. Fu Hanji, you should try wearing it. Despite his reluctance, he finally acquiesced and wore it on his back. Shun Qinghan followed closely, capturing the moment with her phone and giggling. It was undeniable that there was something amusingly incongruous about Fu Hanji. Dressed in a formal suit while carrying a bag of plush toys, he drew curious glances from passers-by, many of whom raised their phones to capture the scene. After a moment of contemplation, she stepped beside him and whispered, "Shall I carry it?" "No need." Fu Hanji replied gently. It wouldn't be proper for a man to relinquish his responsibilities, especially when the bag, though filled with toys, still bore some weight. With a playful glint in her eyes, Shun Qinghan leaned in closer and said, "Fu Hanji, what should I do? I like you even more now." Upon hearing her unabashed confession, Fu Hanji's lips curled into a slight smile. "Yes, I know. And you? Do you like me?" she inquired, seeking clarity on his feelings. She remembered that in the beginning, he had shown little affection, perhaps just a hint of fondness, but now she longed to understand his true sentiments. Fu Hanji gently ruffled her hair, responding earnestly, yes. He had pondered this, realizing that he enjoyed her company. Her laughter brought him joy, her kisses quickened his pulse, and her declarations filled him with happiness. Really? Shun Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, his words left Shun Qinghan beaming with delight. They entered the cinema just in time, Shun Qinghan clutching a bucket of popcorn while Fu Hanji held 2 cups of cola. They stored the toys at the front desk, and, as she munched on popcorn, she offered some to Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji replied with a slight smile, "I don't have a taste for sweets. You can have it all. Just take a bite. It's really delicious," she insisted, pressing the popcorn against his lips. Reluctantly, he succumbed to her persuasion, and, as the sugary flavor flooded his mouth, he grimaced in discomfort. Seeing his reaction, Shun Qinghan chuckled. "Is it really that terrible? One would think I was feeding you poison. All right, I want to push you. Here's a kiss as a reward," she said, planting a quick peck on his lips before darting back. Fu Hanji gazed at her intently, his throat tightening as he requested, "Kiss me again." Shun Qinghan widened her eyes, glancing around before lowering her voice. "Not right now. There are too many people." "There were people before," he remarked, implying that she hadn't seemed shy then. Flushing at his teasing, she tugged him along, urging, "Let us go. The movie is about to start." As they settled into their seats near the back, surrounded predominantly by couples, the romantic film progressed to a passionate kiss between the protagonists. Shun Qinghan felt a sudden dryness in her throat, and the intimacy of the couple in front of her only heightened her awareness of Fu Hanji beside her. As if sensing her gaze, Fu Hanji turned to her, his eyes dark and unreadable. He leaned closer, and in an instant their lips met. Shen Qinghan's mind blanked, overwhelmed by the sensations he evoked. His scent enveloped her, and the softness of his lips contrasted with the urgency of the moment. Caught in this thrilling atmosphere, her senses were heightened. Although she prided herself on her boldness, kissing in such a public setting sent her heart racing. She noticed Fu Hanji's calm demeanor, seemingly unbothered by the surroundings. Amid her swirling thoughts, she felt a sharp pinch on her lip. "Why did you bite me?" she whispered, slightly startled. Fu Hanji, his forehead brushing against hers, replied, "Not paying attention, were you?" His voice was melodious, and the way he raised his tone sent shivers down her spine. She opened her mouth to explain, but found her words stuck. Just then, the credits rolled, and the theater lights illuminated the room. Shen Qinghan pushed Fu Hanji away, breathing heavily. Her cheeks were aflame, and she hastily grabbed her icy cola, taking a large sip. Noticing Fu Hanji's calm composure, she couldn't help but tease him about his apparent nonchalance. After exiting the cinema, they found a restaurant in the mall where they enjoyed dinner. Fu Hanji drove her home afterward. As the car came to a stop, Shen Qinghan turned to him and extended an invitation. "Would you like to come up for a cup of tea?" Fu Hanji's gaze fell upon her. "Why are you so eager to treat me to tea? If I recall correctly, you've invited me several times since we met." "Of course. It's only right to treat my boyfriend," Shen Qinghan replied, leaning closer and tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Even through his shirt, she could feel the contours of his physique, which only served to ignite her frustration. "All right," Fu Hanji murmured. Chapter 26. Mr. Fu's shrimp tastes exquisite. You consented? Shen Qinghan's radiant eyes widened, as she had anticipated his refusal. Yet, he acquiesced with such alacrity. However, she pondered, it seemed she lacked the requisite item at her abode. Fu Hanji discerned her bluff immediately. "What? Are you apprehensive?" His brow arched slightly, his tone subtly challenging. Shen Qinghan, never one to back down from a dare, retorted, "Who and amp? Oppose. S afraid? Let and amp. Oppose. S go. We and amp. Oppose. Reheading up right now." Before Fu Hanji could fully alight from the vehicle, Shen Qinghan had already seized his hand, pulling him into the apartment building. In the elevator, Shen Qinghan playfully taunted, "You're about to enter the lion's den. Are you scared?" "Not in the slightest," Fu Hanji replied with composed equanimity. Shen Qinghan thought to herself, "Just you wait. Tonight, I'm oppose. LL have you begging for mercy." Upon exiting the elevator, Shen Qinghan unlocked the door with her fingerprint. The moment it swung open, she pivoted, yanking Fu Hanji into the apartment by his tie, and then kicked the door shut with her foot. With a fluid sequence of motions, she turned to face the man leaning against the wall, her face breaking into a radiant smile, and promptly initiated a kiss. Fu Hanji, taken by surprise but hardly displeased, responded to the ardent kiss, his hands gliding down to her waist. As their embrace deepened, a resounding crash emanated from the living room. Startled, they broke apart and turned to see Qiao Yu, clad in an apron, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and dismay. A soup ladle lay forlornly at her feet, the culprit of the noise. I didn't oppose. To mean to interrupt," Qiao Yu stammered, mortified at having stumbled upon such a scene. Her best friend locked in a passionate kiss with her superior. While not unprecedented, this occasion felt distinctly different. Her bestie was all over him. She had even unbuttoned his shirt. A fleeting shadow of awkwardness crossed Fu Hanji's usually impassive features as he composedly straightened his attire. His reputation as a boss had been utterly compromised in front of his employee. Shen Qinghan, however, remained unfazed, unfettered by any sense of embarrassment. After all, Qiao Yu was practically family, and it was just a kiss, nothing more. "Ahem. Are you cooking?" Shen Qinghan inquired, clearing her throat. Qiao Yu nodded, replying, "Yes. I thought you hadn't eaten, so I prepared something for you." She normally returned home for dinner, but she had been unaware that Shen Qinghan had a date planned with Fu Hanji. Shen Qinghan felt a pang of guilt. It was her oversight. She had forgotten to inform Qiao Yu about her rendezvous with Fu Hanji. She glanced at the composed man beside her and suggested, "Why don't you join us for a light meal? Qiao Yu's cooking is exquisite." Fu Hanji concurred, certainly. I just need to finish the soup. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I finish, Qiao Yu said, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness as she retreated into the kitchen. Shen Qinghan led Fu Hanji to the washroom, stealing glances at him. Do you know how to cook? She was a culinary disaster. The reason she had such good food was because of her bestie. A little, Fu Hanji replied. He had spent time abroad as a student, and, unable to stomach the local fare, he had taught himself to cook. Is there anything you can't do? You and Appos. Re-amazing, Shen Qinghan said, her eyes sparkling like a constellation of stars. Fu Hanji and Appos. S. heart fluttered. Such sweet words. Have you been indulging in candy? Why don't you find out? Shen Qinghan responded, her hand caressing his waist. As their eyes met, Fu Hanji lowered his head, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. Compared to their previous encounter, this kiss was imbued with a gentle tenderness that made Shen Qinghan's heart race. Hen in, Mr. Fu, dinner's ready, Qiao Yu's voice called out, interrupting their reverie. Fu Hanji reluctantly released her, his eyes smoldering with desire. The woman in his arms was flushed and her eyes were glazed over. For the first time, he found Qiao Yu's presence vexing. Let's go, Shen Qinghan said, dabbing at her lips. Qiao Yu watched them emerge from the washroom, her knowing gaze lingering on Shen Qinghan and Appos' lips. These two are inseparable. Is this how people act when in love? To express her gratitude for Shen Qinghan's timely call that afternoon, Qiao Yu had prepared a lavish spread. Braised prawns, eggplant with green beans, shredded bamboo shoots with pork, and a corn and pork rib soup. During the meal, Fu Hanji ate sparingly, instead taking on the task of peeling prawns. His slender fingers deftly removed the shells, placing the succulent meat onto Shen Qinghan's plate. Watching the growing mound of prawns, Shen Qinghan transferred several to Qiao Yu's bowl. Eat up. You worked hard to prepare this. Qiao Yu savored a prawn, exclaiming, shrimp peeled by Mr. Fu himself tastes especially delicious. Who would have thought that I could eat shrimp peeled by Fu Hanji? If you like it, I'll have him peel them for you from now on, Shen Qinghan quipped. Fu Hanji thought to himself, my hands that casually sign contracts worth billions are now dedicated to peeling shrimp? Shen Qinghan, ever mindful of fairness, added, my darling, you're so amazing. Even doing small things like peeling shrimp so well. Though he knew she was merely placating him, Fu Hanji couldn't deny that he was pleased. Qiao Yu, witnessing the softening of Fu Hanji's austere features, quickly lowered her head. She hastily finished her meal. I'll head back first. You could take care of the dishes. All right. See you later, Shen Qinghan said, winking at her friend. As the door closed behind Qiao Yu, an atmosphere of quiet descended upon the room. Shen Qinghan reached for a napkin and dabbed at her mouth. She turned to Fu Hanji. Would you like some tea? I'll brew some for you. Very well. Shen Qinghan rose to rummage through the cabinets for tea leaves, eventually locating a stash that Qiao Yu had left behind. After preparing the tea, Shen Qinghan returned to the dining room to find Fu Hanji with his sleeves rolled up, clearing the table. You don't have to do that. The cleaning lady will take care of it tomorrow. Fu Hanji casually replied, it's no trouble. Watching him work with such familiarity, Shen Qinghan chuckled. I thought you were the type of pampered young master who never lifted a finger. Chapter 27. A raise? Certain commonplace aspects of life, though not obligatory, are advantageous to understand. He did not perceive domestic tasks as a burden, acknowledging that humans, by their nature, engage in such activities. Observing him at work, Shen Qinghan was suddenly captivated by his charm and followed him into the kitchen. Shall I assist? She inquired. Fu Hanji's gaze lingered on her hands, noting their slender and elegant form, adorned with shimmering nail polish. No need, he replied. Relax. Accepting his words, Shen Qinghan did not insist, as her offer was merely a formality. Fu Hanji efficiently washed the dishes and emerged from the kitchen to find Shen Qinghan beckoning him. Come, have some tea. He approached and sat beside her as she poured him a cup. Try it, she offered. Fu Hanji took a delicate sip. Quite exquisite, he remarked. Indeed, Shen Qinghan responded, her eyes narrowing as she drained her cup. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to the man beside her. Did Qiao Yu mention today and Appos' events? Oh. Fu Hanji responded with a smile. She said you performed admirably today, so I and Appos' decided to reward you with a kiss. Shun Qinghan declared before embracing him and bestowing a kiss upon his lips. Fu Hanji, with amusement twinkling in his eyes, mused that Qiao Yu deserved a raise. The warm glow of the light enveloped the couple as they passionately kissed, Shun Qinghan and Amp, Oppos, hands wandering over Fu Hanji until he intercepted her at a crucial moment. Looking up in bewilderment, she noticed the crimson hue in Fu Hanji's eyes. His gaze was heavy-lidded, and the undone collar of his shirt revealed his chest, rising and falling with each breath, rendering him utterly alluring. Shun Qinghan could not help but swallow, inwardly acknowledging his captivating nature. "It's getting late," Fu Hanji said deliberately. In truth, he was struggling to restrain himself, but the moment was not yet right. "Indeed, time for bed," Shun Qinghan responded playfully, nipping at his chest. Fu Hanji groaned, his head tilting back, the veins in his hand prominent, radiating masculine tension. His eyes darkened as he swiftly reversed their positions, pinning Shun Qinghan beneath him. Their breaths mingled as he rested his forehead against hers, his voice husky. "Consider moving in with me?" "I and Amp, Oppos, ponder it," Shun Qinghan replied, a smile playing on her lips as she embraced his neck, seeking affection. He evaded her, rising to his feet. "What's wrong?" she asked. Did her hesitation offend him? Fu Hanji caressed her hair. "It's late. I must return home." "Ah." Shun Qinghan remained still, her gaze lingering meaningfully on his lower body. "Where do you think you're looking?" Fu Hanji gently lifted her chin, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He could not help but be drawn to her allure, yet he was not immune to temptation. Shun Qinghan admired his restraint, noting the perspiration on his brow. "Then return home swiftly," she urged. "Drive carefully." She knew he would eventually succumb to her charms. "Indeed. Rest well," Fu Hanji replied, fastening his shirt and retrieving his coat. Shun Qinghan escorted him to the door, blowing him a kiss. "Remember to think of me." Fu Hanji and Amp, Oppos' body reacted, his eyes darkening. He desired to possess her in that instant, but he could not rush things. She clearly enjoyed the game, and early gratification might diminish her appreciation. "I will." Shun Qinghan closed the door, quickly showered, and collapsed on her bed. Exhausting. Utterly exhausting. On the 15th, Qiao Yu stared at her paycheck, her eyes widening. How could it be so much higher? Had there been an error? Would they demand it back? After a fleeting moment of regret, she decided to return the excess, lest she be embarrassed later. Qiao Yu took the elevator to the 10th floor to find the finance manager, Mr. Hu, a man in his 40s. Noticing Qiao Yu, he inquired, "Ms. Qiao, what brings you here?" Qiao Yu was an associate of Fu Hanji, and it was best to maintain a cordial relationship. "My salary seems to have been overpaid," Qiao Yu said quietly. Mr. Hu, hearing this, was puzzled. "Mr. Fu approved a raise for you. Were you unaware?" The special assistant had informed him of this matter a few days prior. He scrutinized Qiao Yu, noting her attractive features, her gentle demeanor, and the dimples that appeared when she smiled. He wondered if Mr. Fu was pursuing her romantically, hence the clandestine raise. "A raise?" Qiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Why had this occurred, and why would he suddenly raise her salary? Fu Hanji merely appreciated her competence and noted that she had not received a raise in several months. "Indeed," Mr. Hu confirmed. "I assumed it was an error. If not, then I apologize for the disturbance," Qiao Yu said, relieved. Mr. Hu smiled broadly and waved his hand. No need for thanks. Perhaps she was the future Mrs. Fu, and he should be more attentive. Qiao Yu, oblivious to his thoughts, reveled in her newfound wealth. "I'll be off then." With the matter resolved, Qiao Yu turned to leave. "Allow me to escort you," Mr. Hu offered enthusiastically. Qiao Yu found this odd, considering the short distance between floors. Nevertheless, she did not object, though she found his behavior peculiar. As Qiao Yu rode the elevator, she planned to enjoy a cup of coffee in the break room. Upon arriving, she overheard a heated argument between Su Yin and Cheng Yanran. "Su Yin, do you detest me so much?" Cheng Yanran cried. She had agreed to keep their relationship private, but now she merely wanted him to dine with her parents, a request he vehemently opposed. Seeing his indifference, Cheng Yanran and Amp, Oppos, his eyes dimmed. He was always so composed, which made her feel like a madwoman. "Let's part ways," she said quietly, as if devoid of all strength. Su Yin paused, then parted his lips to say okay. Seeing no hint of reconciliation, Cheng Yanran was heartbroken, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 28. Su Yan's departure. Qiao Yu never anticipated that a simple coffee break would lead her to witness the heartbreaking separation of two individuals. Upon noticing Su Yan's emergence, she instinctively recoiled and sought refuge nearby. Observing Cheng Yanran's sorrowful demeanor within, she hesitated briefly before stepping inside. "Yanran," she called softly. Cheng Yanran wiped her tears away and feigned nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Qiao Yu casually inquired, "A new cake shop has opened downstairs. Would you like to join me for a treat?" "Sure," Yanran replied, her voice raspy and her tone despondent. As she watched the couple depart hand in hand, Su Yan removed his glasses, revealing a tumultuous struggle within his gaze. After a moment, he cast his eyes downward, clenching his hands at his sides. "Perhaps it is for the best to part ways, preventing any mixed emotions when I confront the Cheng family," he mused. His original intent was merely to inflict pain upon her, yet he found himself ensnared by his own feelings, a true case of poetic justice. He dismissed these convoluted emotions, his expression darkening. "Sister, rest assured, I shall not let any member of the Cheng family escape unscathed. Their hands are stained with your blood, and I will ensure they pay dearly." Qiao Yu led Cheng Yanran to the cake shop downstairs, hoping that a sweet indulgence would lift her spirits. She pushed a strawberry cake toward her and ordered a cup of milk tea. "Did you hear that?" Yanran gazed at her, eyes red-rimmed. Qiao Yu paused before nodding. "I did not intend for this to happen. It's all right. I was merely acting out of spite, but I never expected he would not even attempt to retain me. Which only proves he never truly cared," Yanran lamented, her tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Qiao Yu handed her a few tissues. "Do not be disheartened." Unsure of how to console her and fearful of saying the wrong thing, Qiao Yu watched as Yanran sobbed. "Qiao Yu, I am so very heartbroken. I genuinely liked him. I have never loved someone with such intensity." Her affection for Su Yan had blossomed the moment she laid eyes on him, and her decision to join the Fu Corporation was solely for him. Finally winning his affection and having him agree to be her boyfriend brought her immense joy. Yet it seemed as though she was the only one invested in the relationship. He remained perpetually apathetic. Qiao Yu, grasping the depth of her sorrow, recalled a poignant phrase she had encountered online. "Is it better to have never possessed something or to have had it only to lose it? Perhaps both scenarios are equally painful." Rising from her seat, Qiao Yu approached Yanran and embraced her gently. "Let it out. Crying will help." Upon hearing these words, Yanran wept uncontrollably, burying her face in Qiao Yu and Appo's shoulder. Meanwhile, Su Yan presented his resignation letter to Fu Hanji, who glanced at it with an impassive expression. "Have you thought this through?" "Yes. Thank you for your care during this time," Su Yan replied, his gaze flickering. The time had come for him to fulfill his obligations. Fu Hanji scrutinized him intently. Regarding Yanran, though the Cheng family bore their own faults, Yanran was blameless. The events from years past had stirred significant turmoil in Haicheng, and Su Yan's desire to seek justice for his family was understandable. "Rest assured, I know my boundaries." Su Dan Apfim, Fu Hanji, his expression solemn, said nothing further. He accepted Su Yan and Appo's resignation and allowed him to leave. After a while, as Yanran's tears subsided and her mood improved slightly, Qiao Yu suggested, "Why not head home to rest? After a breakup, being in that place might only stir up more emotions. It would be better to recuperate and regain your composure." Yanran acknowledged the wisdom in her words. "Qiao Yu, thank you for being here with me today. You should return to work now." Noticing the time, she realized she could no longer delay Qiao Yu. "All right, remember to message me when you get home," Qiao Yu reminded her. "Sure." Observing Yanran and Appo's S4 smile, Qiao Yu sighed. Love truly was a tormenting affair. Upon returning to her workstation, Qiao Yu found Su Yan packing his belongings. What was happening? Had Su Yan been dismissed? That seemed implausible. If she had not been let go, certainly he would not be either. With a sense of duty to inquire on behalf of Yanran, she bit her lip and asked, "Su, are you leaving?" Su Yan lifted his gaze, casually glancing past her before murmuring, "Yes." Yanran was feeling down, so she went home. Qiao Yu observed his demeanor and offered an explanation. "She seemed quite upset, I noticed." Confusion washed over Qiao Yu. How could he not care? They had been together for quite some time, their relationship vibrant and passionate. She found it hard to believe that he harbored no feelings for Cheng Yinran. Su, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Some connections are worth treasuring. Do not wait until it is too late to regret. Su Yin and Appo's eyes darkened, his expression inscrutable. Thank you for the reminder, Qiao. The new assistant to the president starts tomorrow. Please ensure this reaches him. Qiao Yu accepted the documents he handed over. Understood. Once he had conveyed everything, Su Yin gathered his belongings and departed, casting a final glance at Cheng Yinran and Appo's workstation. It was as if he could still see her smiling at him. Remembering something, he composed his expression, stepping into the elevator with a blank face. After deliberating for a moment, Qiao Yu pulled out her phone and sent a message to Cheng Yinran. Yinran, Su Yin has resigned. Instantly, the reply came, Okay, thank you. With a soft sigh, she moved to the coffee machine and prepared a cup for Fu Hanji. After knocking on his office door and receiving permission, Qiao Yu entered. She placed the coffee next to him and rubbed her fingers together. Thank you for the raise, Mr. Fu. Without lifting his gaze, Fu Hanji replied, No need to thank me. Did you give me a raise because of Hanin? Qiao Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Had he noticed her recent good deeds? Qiao Yu, this is work time. Please leave, Fu Hanji said, his eyes narrowing as he assessed her. Fine, I shall take my leave, she murmured as she exited. Fu Hanji frowned. He found her increasingly insubordinate. Days later, as Fu Hanji was engrossed in work, Cheng Rang barged into the office. Old Fu, get out here. Dressed in a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair styled with gel, he stormed in, demanding attention. What is it? Fu Hanji's lips pressed into a thin line, his mood sour. Cheng Rang shouted, Where's Su Yin? That scoundrel needs to face me. He has made my sister so miserable, and I must teach him a lesson. Cheng Rang, Cheng Yinran's brother, though reckless, had always cared deeply for his sister. Having just returned home, he learned that Yinran had been isolating herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. Despite inquiries, she remained silent, leading their parents to suspect her distress was related to her boyfriend. Indeed, Cheng Yinran had been dating someone, a fact known to the family, but they were unaware of his identity. Typically, discovering such information would be straightforward, yet Yinran had firmly insisted they refrain from investigating, threatening to be upset otherwise. Given her fragile health since childhood, they had indulged her whims, allowing her to have her way. Chapter 29. Causes and Consequences. Yet, seeing her in such distress, Cheng Rang could hardly remain idle. He discreetly commissioned an investigation into her boyfriend. It was soon revealed that the man worked at Fu Hanji's company. Cheng Rang mused over why Yinran had suddenly expressed a desire to join the Fu group. They had all assumed it was because of Fu Hanji's presence. However, the truth was that it was for that man. His inquiries unveiled the extent of the grievances Yinran had endured for him, prompting him to rush to her side. He has left, Fu Hanji remarked indifferently. Left? Where could he have gone? Is it possible he fled upon realizing I intended to confront him? Cheng Rang's eyes glimmered with disdain as he spoke, denouncing such cowardice as unmanly. I refuse to believe I cannot locate him. As he spoke, Cheng Rang retrieved his phone, intent on making a call. Fuanxi interjected. He is the brother of that girl from years ago. With this revelation, the office fell into a heavy silence. The phone slipped from Cheng Rang's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face. Are you certain? He pressed. Yes, Fu Hanji confirmed. The weight of this truth struck Cheng Rang, leaving his mind in disarray. So, he intentionally sought to get close to Yinran? If you were aware, why did you not stop him? Cheng Rang's voice rose, tinged with annoyance. Fu Hanji, understanding the turmoil in Cheng Rang's heart, replied, Yinran was the one who liked him first, and I was oblivious to it initially, only discovering it by chance later. I cautioned Yinran, yet her feelings for Su Yin were genuine. Yinran being his cousin, Fu Hanji naturally wished for her well-being, but matters of the heart are unpredictable. Moreover, the incident from years past was indeed their wrongdoing. Even if it was meant to save Yinran, how could they justify sacrificing an innocent life? Cheng Rang and Appo's agitation grew. He was filled with both fear and regret. Had he known, he would have kept a closer watch on Yinran. Cheng Rang, if I am not mistaken. He must have gathered significant evidence by now and will soon target our family. Su Yin is a capable individual. His departure from the Fu group indicates he has made thorough preparations. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave so abruptly. Cheng Rang felt a rising sense of panic. When the incident had occurred, he was still quite young. His parents had never mentioned it in his or Yinran and Appo's as presents, and he had only learned of it by chance. Although he recognized that their actions were wrong, he understood his parents had acted to save Yinran. If Su Yin sought revenge, he was willing to pay any price. But he could not endanger his sister. Yinran was innocent. I understand now. I will discuss this with my parents. Cheng Rang fell silent, feeling as though all strength had drained from him. After leaving Fu Hanji's office, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing back to the Cheng family villa. At that moment, his parents were still fretting over their daughter and amp, Appo's condition. How can Yinran go on like this without eating or drinking? She will ruin her health. Cheng mother lamented, her face etched with worry. Cheng father sighed. What a sight she presents for a man. ISN and Appo's. Cheng rang out looking for him. We shall see what he has to say upon his return. For reasons unknown, he had been feeling restless lately, sensing that trouble was looming. Despite the years that had passed since the incident, he had been plagued by frequent dreams. Just then, as they spoke, Cheng Rang entered, his demeanor starkly contrasting his earlier bravado. He now resembled a defeated rooster. Cheng mother was the first to rise, looking at her son with concern. What happened? Did you find him? At that moment, her only thought was for her daughter. As long as Yinran was safe, she could accept even the least favorable of suitors. Cheng Rang did not answer immediately but turned his gaze toward his father, who, having experienced much, immediately sensed his son and Appo's unease. After scanning the living room, Cheng father said solemnly, "Let us speak in the study." The three of them ascended the stairs, each burdened with their thoughts. Cheng Rang bringing up the rear and shutting the door behind him. "Father, the man Yinran likes is the brother of that person from years ago." At this, Cheng mother stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but Cheng father caught her just in time. "How can this be?" she murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. In her worry for her daughter, she had not even considered how her son had learned this information, as it had long been concealed from both children. Cheng father was the first to regain his composure, asking, "How did you come to know this?" Cheng Rang paused before responding. "I overheard you and mother discussing it some time ago, perhaps shortly after my sister's surgery. I happened to be eavesdropping. Was he deliberately getting close to Yinran?" Cheng father asked, his voice low and heavy with fatigue. "It was he who committed the sin. He has suffered torment all these years. In an attempt to save his daughter, he harmed an innocent life, and now that man's kin seeks revenge upon Yinran. The cycle of retribution is a result of his own actions. I suspect he must have uncovered something that led him to Yinran," Cheng father pondered. After a moment, he continued, "In that case, find a way to meet him and discern his intentions. Regardless of the past, his sister is gone forever. If he is willing to resolve this privately, that would be best. If not, we shall have to proceed cautiously." "Father, what truly transpired back then?" Cheng Rang, though aware of the incident, lacked clarity on the specifics. He knew only that his parents had committed grave mistakes to save his sister. Cheng father, confronted with his son's gaze, felt momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate the truth. After a brief silence, he steadied himself and began to recount the story. "Your sister was born with a congenital heart defect. After taking her to the hospital, the doctors informed us that she needed a heart transplant. We searched high and low across the nation, but could not find a suitable donor. Eventually, during a routine checkup for a new employee in my company, I discovered her blood type was a perfect match for Yinran. To confirm, I arranged for comprehensive testing for all employees, and it was indeed a match. The girl came from a poor rural background and had an elderly relative who required medication year-round. I initially intended to discuss it with her gradually, but Yinran's condition worsened. And so, to save her, Cheng Rang could not fathom the gravity of his father's words. I orchestrated an accident to facilitate the heart transplant. What happened afterward?" Cheng Rang's lips quivered in shock. "Afterward, the elderly relative could not believe her granddaughter had died and sought to bring us to court. I tried to mediate privately, but she refused and tragically fell and died. After that incident, Cheng's father used his influence and wealth to suppress the matter, living in fear and remorse, turning to spiritual practices as a means to find solace. Were you unaware that the elderly woman had a grandson? Cheng Rang pondered, believing that had his father known, he would not have allowed matters to stand as they were, unless he had been completely oblivious to Su Yan's existence. Chapter 30. The True Identity of Su Yan. Mr. Cheng did not respond immediately. He had previously commissioned an investigation, but the report indicated that the elderly man had only that child, leaving him unaware of Su Yan and Appo's existence. Had he known, he believed he would have eradicated the threat completely, leaving no room for peril. Father, Su Yan is not ordinary. He possesses ample evidence, and we remain oblivious to his next moves, Cheng Rang remarked in a subdued tone. He had always been carefree, neglecting family matters. But the gravity of the situation now demanded he shoulder his responsibilities and safeguard his family. If a scapegoat was necessary, he was willing to be that person. What shall we do? Cheng's mother interjected anxiously. If this matter leaks, it will be catastrophic, especially considering it involve a loss of life. Listening to their exchange, Cheng and Appo's mother felt a wave of panic wash over her. Mr. Cheng's gaze deepened as they heard a servant's voice from the doorway. Miss, what is the matter? The cleaning maid, coming upstairs, was taken aback to find the young lady, who had not left her room for several days, collapsed at the study door. She hastily rushed forward, calling out for assistance. The door swung open, and Cheng Rang immediately turned to his sister. Yanran? After calling her name several times without response, he surmised she must have overheard their conversation and fainted in distress. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly scooped her up. Mom, Dad, we must go to the hospital. All right, replied Mr. and Mrs. Cheng in unison. In a flurry, they drove Cheng Yanran to a hospital invested in by the Cheng family, the same one that had treated her in the past. Simultaneously, at a certain club in Haicheng, a foreign man with a bushy beard and a robust figure, dressed in a black suit, pushed open the door and approached the man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Master, the Cheng family has taken Miss Cheng to the hospital. Su Yan's eyes flickered as he clenched and then relaxed his hands at his sides. What transpired? The foreign man replied, There are no results yet, but it is known that Miss Cheng has not eaten or drunk anything for several days and suddenly collapsed today. Baron, aware of his master and Appo's concern for Miss Cheng, have been discreetly monitoring the situation. Very well. Have Lao Mo keep a close watch and inform me at the first sign of news. Yes, sir. After Baron departed, Su Yan, no, Lu Yinxing, the true heir of the European Kaler family, reflected on his lineage. His mother, Lu Jieyue, was a Chinese woman who fell in love with Kevin, the heir of the Kaler family, during her studies in Europe. However, such a family would never accept someone without a pedigree. Circumstances led her to return to China, where she discovered she was pregnant. Perhaps out of reluctance, she chose to give birth to him, bringing him back to her village. Due to complications during childbirth, her health deteriorated, and when Su Yan turned 5, she passed away, leaving him alone. An elderly neighbor and her granddaughter, touched by his plight, took him in, and they lived together as a family. The elderly woman worked tirelessly to support both children's education. His sister, Su Zi, graduated from university and interned at the Cheng Corporation. He fondly recalled her joy during that summer, declaring her intent to earn money and ensure a good life for herself and their grandmother. Over the years, Su Yan experienced a long-forgotten warmth of family, which brought him happiness and hope for the future. Tragically, that hope was shattered when his sister lost her life due to her job. At that time, he had just been accepted into university, and his grandmother, fearing to disturb him, kept the news from him. The day he learned of their deaths, he was met only with the sight of 2 lifeless bodies. He could not comprehend it. Everything had seemed perfect, and in an instant, he was left without family. No one would ever care for him again. The anguish of losing his loved ones was unbearable. Yet what tormented him further was his lack of funds, rendering him unable to afford their cremation and proper burial. In desperation, he sought assistance from village elders, borrowing money to arrange the funeral for his grandmother and sister. Throughout this ordeal, he remained remarkably composed. Once the arrangements were complete, he ventured to Haicheng alone. He could not bring himself to believe that his sister's tragic accident was merely a coincidence, and thus began his covert surveillance of the Chung family. He unexpectedly discovered that the Chung family had a daughter who had suffered from heart issues since childhood. Connecting this revelation with the scar on his sister's chest, he was plunged into despair, consumed by rage at the thought that they had taken his sister's heart to save their own. In that moment, Su Yin resolved to report the matter to the authorities. However, he was informed that his sister had signed an organ donation agreement, and that everything was conducted within the bounds of legality. There was no wrongdoing on the Chung family and oppo's part. With no other options, Su Yin infiltrated the hospital, where he encountered the girl. Though she was ill, she still resembled a charming doll. Upon seeing him, she smiled and asked, "Brother, are you sick too?" In order to seamlessly blend in, Su Yin wore a hospital gown meant for patients. He did not respond to her question, instead fixing his gaze icily on the spot where her heart resided, his sister and oppo's heart. She was alive, but he had lost his family. Unable to contain his fury, Su Yin reached into the pocket of his hospital gown, where a small knife lay concealed. His expression hardened, and a single thought consumed him: to kill her would avenge his sister and grandmother and inflict pain upon the Chung family. Unaware of his intentions, little Chung Yin drew closer, seemingly sensing something amiss as she grasped his hand. "Brother, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" As she spoke, she lowered her head to blow on a minor abrasion on his skin, a cruel irony, for it was a mere scratch that had been dismissed by the police when he sought their intervention. The true culprit stood before him, asking if he was in pain. How absurd! Just as he contemplated acting on his thoughts, the Chung family arrived, seemingly treating him like a contagion. Whisking Chung Yin ran away. He overheard them say, "Stay away from those people. Who knows if they carry disease?" Their words pierced his heart like daggers, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of the girl as she was pulled away, casting him a final look. In a moment of hesitation, he lost the chance to strike. Chung Yinran was taken back to the Chung family, and he would never have another opportunity. At that juncture, a man approached him, claiming to be his father. It turned out that this so-called father had longed for a son, which is why he sought him out. Although Su Yin felt a deep-seated aversion to him, he recognized that this was his best chance. Only by going with him could he exact revenge on the Chung family. Thus, Su Yin left for abroad, embarking on a journey that would span 9 years. Chapter 31. You are my premarital asset. For 9 years, he remained vigilant, steadfastly securing his position as the heir of the Qiao family, earning the respect of all. Upon returning home, he accepted a position at the Fu Group and changed his surname. He anticipated that meeting the Chung family might take time. However, the encounter came unexpectedly one day. That day, after delivering documents to Fu Hanji, he witnessed Fu Hanji receive a phone call instructing him to pick someone up from the airport. Su Yin drove to the airport and waited at the exit, when suddenly a girl stood before him, uncertainly glancing at her phone and then at him. "Su Yin, did Fu Hanji send you to pick me up?" He recognized her instantly as Chung Yinran, the daughter of the Chung family. Noticing his silence, she continued, "Isn't it? You're just as handsome as in the photos." Su Yin, regaining his composure, took the luggage from her hands. "Yes." Chung Yinran followed him, observing his serious demeanor, and couldn't help but marvel at the handsome man associated with her cousin's company. It was a delight to encounter such striking beauty upon returning home. Su Yin, however, paid no heed to her admiration. His gaze was clouded with memories, as the Chung family's daughter seemed well cared for, yet his sister remained forever trapped in that winter. After dropping her off, he intended to leave without hesitation, but she stopped him, her face radiant with a bright smile. "Assistant Su, let's add each other on WeChat." "Sorry, my phone is dead." With that, he turned without a backward glance and drove away. Chung Yinren pouted, frustrated. What error is it? Still using such a klitsch method to refuse? After that day, Chung Yinren became persistent in pursuing Su Yin, even following him to work at Fu Hanji's company. Solely for him, Su Yin maintained a cold, even disdainful attitude toward her. Yet, observing her chase after him brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. The wealthy daughter of the Chung family, so humble in her desire for him to acknowledge her. Eventually, he shifted his mindset, contemplating that perhaps the best way to retaliate against the Chung family was to make their meticulously nurtured daughter suffer. Thus, he consented to Chung Yanran and Appo's advances, secretly gathering evidence. He was confident that he would not fall for her. Yet how could one remain unscathed by the sun after being in its presence for too long, especially someone who had risen from the depths of despair? Su Yin removed his glasses, pulling away from his memories, his fingers brushing the corners of his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly somber. It was time for the Chung family to face the consequences of their actions. On Saturday, Shun Qinghan invited Qiao Yu for a shopping outing. While Qiao Yu was sipping her milk tea, she heard Shun Qinghan's words, Yu, I'm moving in with Fu Hanji. Coughing violently as a pearl got lodged in her throat, Qiao Yu was taken aback. Shun Qinghan, surprised by her reaction, patted her back. Why are you so excited? Qiao Yu, her face flushed from coughing, managed to reply. ISN and amp, oppos, T that too fast? Haven and amp, oppos, T you only been dating for about a month? And now you and amp, oppos, re-moving in together? Shin Qinghan smiled knowingly. It's not about time. Then what is it about? Qiao Yu asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. With just a month of feelings, she was to abandon her for a man. It was truly disheartening. Shin Qinghan gave her a meaningful glance. You will understand in time. Someone who had never been in love could not comprehend the joy of having a boyfriend. So, you're going to abandon me? Qiao Yu felt a twinge of sadness. They had never been apart for so long. Unexplainably, she felt a pang of jealousy. Had she known, she would not have let Shin Qinghan pursue Fu Hanji. Now, they were a couple while she remained alone. Shin Qinghan patted her head. How could that be? You can move in with me. Fu Hanji's villa is spacious enough for 10 of you. Qiao Yu, now a part of her premarital assets, would certainly be included. Moreover, she had already told Fu Hanji that they could live together, but Qiao Yu must come along. Are you serious? Seeing the earnestness in Shun Qinghan's expression, Qiao Yu and Appo's eyes widened. Of course. What mine is yours, Shun Qinghan replied nonchalantly, adding, except for the man, of course. Qiao Yu rolled her eyes. I don't like men like Fu Hanji. He is as cold as ice and utterly dull. Indeed, our Yu prefers gentleness. Next time, I'll have Fu Hanji introduce you to someone. Shun Qinghan hoped Qiao Yu could find her own happiness. Despite her carefree demeanor, she secretly longed for love. If I move in with you, will it disturb you both? The memory of witnessing their intimacy made Qiao Yu feel awkward. Not at all. You could even sleep between us if you wanted, Shun Qinghan teased. Pushing her away, Qiao Yu retorted, get lost. Who wants to be in the middle of you two? She had no desire to be a part of their playful antics. Then it's settled. We'll move in tomorrow, Shun Qinghan said, wrapping her arm around Qiao Yu's shoulders, smiling brightly. After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Yu agreed, claiming she needed to assess whether Fu Hanji was worthy of a lifetime commitment. That evening, after her bath, Shun Qinghan chatted on the phone with Fu Hanji. Recently, he had been away on business, and she hadn't seen him for several days. Do you miss me? Shun Qinghan asked, gazing at the serious man in her phone. Upon hearing her, Fu Hanji briefly lifted his gaze from his documents, his breath hitching for a moment. The image of the freshly bathed woman, her damp hair cascading, clad only in a bathrobe, and leaning forward to speak, left an indelible impression on his mind. Momentarily flustered, he averted his gaze and replied, Shun Qinghan continued to watch him intently, and she noted his discomfort. Yes, she purposefully sought to tease him. After all, he was always so serious, making her feel like a seductress, though she did have a slightly mischievous side. It's cold. You should put on some clothes, he advised, his gaze lowered, lips parting slightly as he spoke. Shun Qinghan beamed brightly, biting her lip, her voice sultry. I'm not cold. Why aren't you looking at me? Determined, she thought. I'll make you notice me today. You show me no respect. I'm upset, she pouted. With that, Fu Hanji reluctantly shifted his gaze back to her, feeling parched at the sight of her. He set down his pen, took his phone again, leaning back as he recognized her playful intent to provoke him. A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Since you're not cold, perhaps you should lower your robe a bit more? Shun Qinghan paused, her smile deepening. All right. She reached for her collar, slowly pulling it down, realizing he was serious. Clearing her throat, she quickly adjusted her robe, casting him a flirtatious glance, teasing, "You'll see for yourself when you get back." A subtle, almost imperceptible smile crossed Fu Hanji's stern face, though Shun Qinghan missed it. As she adjusted her robe, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Chapter 32. Jealousy after their flirtation. Shun Qinghan addressed the matter at hand. "I wish to have Qiao Yu live with me. Do you have any objections?" The expression on her face suggested that if Fu Hanji were to utter a negative word, she would promptly end their relationship. Since his villa was spacious enough to accommodate several people without issue, he replied, "No objections. Your happiness is what matters." After a brief pause, he inquired, "When will you move?" Shun Qinghan was quite pleased with his response, her tone betraying a hint of delight. "Tomorrow, perhaps." "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to assist you," Fu Hanji murmured softly. "Okay," Shun Qinghan conceded, feeling no need to be overly assertive. It was indeed preferable to have assistance rather than move everything herself. Glancing at the time, she brushed her hair, saying, "I'm going to dry my hair now. Make sure to rest early after you finish your work." With that, she blew him a kiss, to which Fu Hanji responded with gentle eyes, "All right, good night." The following day, Shun Qinghan and Qiao Yu had risen early to pack their belongings. They only gathered a few essentials, planning to purchase the rest later. Just as Shun Qinghan completed her packing, she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found a man clad in a black suit standing there. "Miss Shun, I am Fu's bodyguard, here to assist you and Miss Qiao with your move." Shun Qinghan nodded and gestured to a stack of boxes. "Please take these away." "Thank you." "Not at all," the bodyguard said, effortlessly lifting the boxes toward the elevator. Shun Qinghan called out from the doorway, "Qiao Yu, are you ready?" "I'm all set," Qiao Yu replied. "Just leave your things there. Someone will help with the moving." "Sure." It must be said that Fu Hanji's bodyguard was quite capable. In no time at all, everything was moved. He bid farewell to Shun Qinghan before departing. Surveying the now empty room, Shun Qinghan locked the door and walked to Qiao Yu's residence, leaning against the doorframe. "Are you done?" "Ready to go," Qiao Yu declared, clutching her phone as she stepped out. Downstairs, Fu Hanji's driver, Xiao Lu, was already waiting. Upon seeing the two women descend, he opened the car door. "Miss Shun?" "Please, Mr. Fu instructed me to pick you and Miss Qiao up." "Thank you," Shun Qinghan said, feeling particularly pleased with such thoughtful arrangements. Sitting beside her, Qiao Yu whispered, "I didn't expect Mr. Fu to be so considerate." "Indeed," Shun Qinghan raised an eyebrow, feeling exceptionally satisfied with his attentiveness and inexplicably eager to see him, even though he would not return for another 2 or 3 days. The driver brought them to the entrance of the Imperial Garden Villas. As Qiao Yu stepped out and beheld the impressive array of villas, she exclaimed, "Don't tell me all of these belong to Fu Hanji?" With a smile, Xiao Lu confirmed, "Yes, Miss Qiao, all of these are Mr. Fu's." Qiao Yu marveled, "Incredible. I had no idea." "It's no surprise he is the wealthiest in Haicheng." "Qinghan, this villa is quite splendid," she remarked, as if Shun Qinghan did not have her own luxurious residence. Shun Qinghan smirked slightly. Despite Qiao Yu's understated demeanor, she was undoubtedly a true daughter of privilege. "Next time, I'll take you to stay with me." Qiao Yu linked her arm with Shun Qinghan's, and together they made their way toward the villa. Xiao Lu led them directly to the second floor, saying, "Mr. Fu has instructed that Miss Shun and Miss Qiao may choose any room they desire." After all, Mr. Fu had finally secured a girlfriend, and he needed to make proper arrangements. Shun Qinghan inquired casually, "Which room does Mr. Fu occupy?" Xiao Lu pointed to the room behind them. "Mr. Fu resides in there." After surveying the area, Shun Qinghan decided, "Then I shall take the room next door." Perhaps she wouldn't stay there long. Once he returned, she would move into his room. Qiao Yu understood her intentions and, after a glance around, chose the room farthest from the two. She wondered about the soundproofing of the house. She hoped she wouldn't hear them when they were engaged in activities. A few days later, Shun Qinghan drove a white Ferrari towards the airport. Fu Hanji had mentioned he would be returning today, and she had decided to surprise him. Clutching a bouquet of yellow roses, she stood at the arrival gate, her striking beauty capturing the attention of many. Wearing a white lace sweater and blue wide-leg pants, she showcased her figure beautifully, her flawless face making it difficult for anyone to look away. Since this surprise was spontaneous, Qiao informed him of her plan. After waiting for approximately half an hour, she finally spotted the tall figure of a man. Just as she intended to approach him, she noticed a woman stepping up to him, speaking to him in an overly familiar manner. Their outfits were similar, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume they were a couple. Although Fu Hanji remained indifferent, Shen Qinghan felt a surge of discomfort at the sight. Anger aside, she knew she had to assert her position. She approached and wrapped her arm around his, declaring, "Darling, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Fu Hanji's eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Qinghan. "What brings you here?" Having not seen her for a week, he found her even more captivating and realized how much he had missed her. Shen Qinghan casually glanced at the woman beside him, her tone flirtatious. "I've missed you. I brought you these flowers." She extended the roses towards Fu Hanji. "I don't particularly like yellow roses. I prefer hyacinths," the woman, dressed in a light-colored trench coat, remarked coolly. Her words seemed devoid of malice, merely a simple reminder. However, as a woman herself, Shen Qinghan could sense the underlying intentions. She said nothing, instead focusing on Fu Hanji. "Oh, is that so? I like whatever you give me, and I will only like those in the future." Fu Hanji instantly recognized Shen Qinghan's displeasure. Pressing his lips together, "You have to understand. It's only you I care for." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ji Ruashi's face. She anticipated Fu Hanji would respond this way. It seemed he had genuinely fallen for this woman. Jealousy gnawed at her, and she didn't even notice when her perfectly manicured nails dug into her palm. All she knew was that Fu Hanji belonged to her alone. Feeling satisfied with Fu Hanji's response, Shen Qinghan asked, "Darling, aren't you going to introduce me to this lady?" "Ji Ruashi. Her family and mine have been friends for generations," Fu Hanji stated succinctly, as she was inconsequential to him. "Is that so?" Shen Qinghan nodded affirmatively. Ji Ruashi was taken aback by such a lackluster introduction. They had grown up together, and she couldn't fathom why he would be so indifferent. Yet, she refrained from confronting him, instead adopting a soft tone. "Brother Fu, I've just returned to the country and have nowhere to stay. May I stay with you for a few days until I find a place?" Fu Hanji frowned, contemplating a refusal. It was inappropriate for a girl to stay at his place. "I live with my girlfriend. It wouldn't be convenient for you," he stated plainly. Chapter 33. President Fu is my cousin. Observing the exasperated expression on Ji Ruaxi's face, Shen Qinghan could hardly suppress her laughter. "Darling, I find Miss Ji quite pitiable. Why not let her stay with us for a few days?" Since she was so eager to join, they might as well accommodate her. Fu Hanji lowered his gaze to meet hers, seemingly inquiring if she was serious. Upon seeing her blink at him, Fu Hanji resignedly agreed, "All right." Although Ji Ruaxi was not particularly pleased, she at least gained the opportunity to be close to Fu Hanji. She had thought this woman formidable, but it turned out she was nothing extraordinary. If this woman wished to play the magnanimous role, then Ji Ruaxi would not hesitate to seize Fu Hanji for herself. Once she became the mistress of the Fu family, she would ensure this woman was cast out. If Shen Qinghan were to hear this, she would undoubtedly comment that while the woman might not be striking, her aspirations were quite lofty. Half an hour later, at the Fu family's villa, Qiao Yu heard some commotion and hurried downstairs. What she saw was quite shocking. Fu Hanji had returned from his business trip with a woman whose face had clearly undergone cosmetic enhancements. It was no wonder Qiao Yu thought this way. She could easily tell that Ji Ruaxi had altered her appearance. "Hello, what's going on here?" Qiao Yu instinctively chose to overlook Fu Hanji, the icy man, and greeted the newcomers. Ji Ruaxi, surprised to find another woman in Fu Hanji's villa aside from Shen Qinghan, noted that the girl was quite beautiful. "Who is this?" she inquired, directing her question at Shen Qinghan. "This is Miss Ji. She will be staying with us for a few days," Shen Qinghan replied with a knowing look. Qiao Yu understood immediately. It appeared she was a rival in love. Fu Hanji certainly had a knack for attracting attention, but Qiao Yu was determined to protect her own ship. Unaware of the girl and Appo's identity and her relationship with Fu Hanji, Ji Ruaxi turned to him, her eyes sharp and probing. "Fuga, who is she?" Qiao Yu rolled her eyes internally. "I'm standing right here, and you're still asking." "Fuga, how nauseating." She rubbed her arms in mock discomfort and spoke first. I'm Qiao Yu, his cousin. Cousin? I've never heard of Fu Ge having a cousin with the surname Qiao, Jiruoxi said, her tone skeptical. Qiao Yu crossed her arms, responding nonchalantly. Well, it seems you are rather uninformed. Besides, my cousin's affairs are known to my sister-in-law. Why should you concern yourself with it? Indeed, the world is vast, filled with all kinds of people. Shen Qinghan stifled her laughter, marveling at Qiao Yu's fierce demeanor. Fu Hanji felt a headache coming on. They say 3 women form a play, and now the stage had been set. Yu, your cousin is tired. I'll accompany him upstairs. Please find a room for Miss Ji and take good care of her. Shen Qinghan had some personal matters to attend to, and, having said that, took Fu Hanji upstairs. Fu Ge, Jiruoxi called out, but was promptly halted by Qiao Yu. Miss Ji, didn't you hear that my cousin's tired? How inconsiderate of you. Come on, I'll show you to your room. Jiruoxi hadn't anticipated that Qiao Yu, a mere girl, would possess such strength, as she was unceremoniously led away. Upon reaching upstairs, Jiruoxi intended to stay next to Fu Hanji, but Qiao Yu was having none of it, claiming it was for her own good. Let me tell you, my cousin is quite something. He and my sister-in-law get quite intimate every night, and the noise is rather loud. As an unmarried girl, you really shouldn't stay there. Jiruoxi's face twisted in anger. Why couldn't she be the one? Once she got rid of Shen Qinghan, wouldn't Fu Ge do the same with her? If Qiao Yu could read minds at that moment, she would have rolled her eyes and advised Jiruoxi to go to sleep and stop dreaming. Is that so? Jiruoxi replied, her tone laced with jealousy. Qiao Yu, perceptive as she was, could sense Jiruoxi's thoughts and led her to the room farthest from Fu Hanji. Miss Ji, you can stay here. This room has great lighting and is convenient for everything. Miss Qiao, are you truly Fu Ge's cousin? Jiruoxi asked casually. Qiao Yu chuckled lightly, waving her phone. Absolutely. Would you like me to call my grandfather to confirm? As Jiruoxi saw her pretending to make the call, she quickly replied, No, I believe you. Shifting her approach, she tentatively asked, Miss Qiao, do you like Miss Shen? Realizing Jiruoxi's true intentions, Qiao Yu feigned innocence. She's all right. She treats me well, buying me beautiful jewelry and clothes, even giving me money. Observing Qiao Yu's seemingly harmless demeanor, Jiruoxi concocted a clever plan, convinced that Shen Qinghan had indeed won over Qiao Yu with such gifts. Can I call you Qiao Yu? Jiruoxi asked, pulling Qiao Yu's hand enthusiastically. Qiao Yu suppressed the urge to pull away and replied, Of course. Qiao Yu, I just returned from abroad and have no friends here. I feel quite lonely. Would you be my friend? As Jiruoxi spoke, tears streamed down her face naturally, prompting Qiao Yu to marvel at her acting skills. What a grand display of a green tea princess. Qiao Yu blinked and smiled shyly. Of course. Jiruoxi looked at her, smiling outwardly. Yet her eyes were cold and derisive. Foolish girl. Let us exchange WeChat for easier communication. She wiped her tears and pulled out her phone, displaying her QR code. Qiao Yu seized the opportunity to add her on WeChat, for knowing her enemy well ensures victory in battle. Only by infiltrating the enemy and Oppo's camp could she ascertain Jiruoxi and Oppo's every move. For Shen Qinghan and Oppo's sake, she would have to make some superficial sacrifices. All right, Jiruoxi said, a polite smile adorning her face. Thank you, Qiao Yu, for agreeing to be my friend. I'll tidy up now, and once I'm done, I'll treat you to a meal. Qiao Yu beamed. Great. After a perfunctory farewell, she returned to her own room. Meanwhile, in Fu Hanji's room, Shen Qinghan entered silently, not uttering a word. Fu Hanji removed his coat and placed it aside. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, he approached her. What's wrong? You mean your business trip was just with her? Shen Qinghan asked awkwardly, feeling quite upset upon seeing him. She was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, disliking how they dictated her feelings. No, I only met her yesterday. I hadn't seen her before, Fu Hanji explained, recognizing her jealousy. However, he felt a flicker of happiness knowing she cared about him. He reached for Shen Qinghan's hand, but she swiftly pulled away. Yet you two are wearing matching outfits. She had never worn matching outfits with him, yet he did so with another woman. Chapter 34. The more I act this way, the more he likes it. What couple outfits? Fu Hanji was not particularly knowledgeable about such things. His clothing was all custom-made, and his assistant would simply present it to him once properly coordinated. Shen Qinghan glanced at his attire and pointed in that direction, indicating just that one. Observing his reaction, she deduced that the outfit was likely intentionally similar to what Ji Ruoshi wore. Fu Hanji looked at his clothing, then recalled Ji Ruoshi's ensemble, concluding that there was indeed a resemblance. Shall I have someone make you a white one in the same fabric, tailored to your size? Shen Qinghan regarded the man standing so close to her, reluctantly responding, well, that would be fine. She had anticipated that he would simply discard the outfit, but to her surprise, he was having a new one made for her. This solution truly resonated with her. Fu Hanji lowered his gaze to meet hers, his eyes lingering on her crimson lips before reaching out to cradle her face and kissing her. It is often said that a day apart feels like an eternity. Had anyone told him in the past that he would one day develop feelings for a girl, he would have never believed it. Yet now, merely seeing her filled him with joy. An atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them as they kissed passionately, Shen Qinghan wrapping her arms around his neck in response. Both lost in the moment. Suddenly, the bedroom door was slammed open, jolting Shen Qinghan back to reality as she instinctively pushed him away. Stumbling slightly, Fu Hanji's eyes flashed with displeasure. Having too many family members around was indeed troublesome. Shen Qinghan wiped her lips with the back of her hand and cleared her throat, saying, there are guests in the house now. It would be wise for us to exercise some discretion. Isn't it you who invited them? Fu Hanji replied leisurely, standing up and beginning to unbutton his shirt one by one. Shen Qinghan shot him a glare. This is all your fault. Your romantic prospects are too abundant. What are you doing taking off your clothes? She exclaimed, watching as he loosened the buttons, his well-defined chest and abs seemingly beckoning to her. Shen Qinghan struggled to avert her gaze, resolutely reminding herself not to be tempted. She needed to stay composed. Shall I take a shower? Would you like to join me? Fuanzi Gazwa inquired. No need, take your time. With that, Shen Qinghan flung the door open, only to find Ji Ruoshi nearly losing her balance as she leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Miss Ji, what are you doing? Shen Qinghan asked, swiftly shutting the door upon noticing Ji Ruoshi peering inside. Ji Ruoshi's gaze fell upon Shen Qinghan's face, immediately recognizing the flush of her lips, and realized what they had been up to inside. Miss Shen, it is best to exercise caution during broad daylight. Her tone carried a hint of condescension. Shen Qinghan felt a wave of annoyance wash over her and smirked. Oh, are you perhaps envious, Miss Ji? What a pity. No amount of envy will change anything. Seeing Ji Ruoshi's face darken due to her words brought Shen Qinghan immense satisfaction. She couldn't help but marvel at how inept this white lotus was at competing. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, who was hiding behind the door and overhearing their conversation, found herself amused. Though she was more intrigued by Shen Qinghan's claim that Fu Hanji was a submissive partner, she wondered if there was any truth to it. At that moment, Ji Ruoshi's expression was one of utter dismay. She had not anticipated Shen Qinghan's bold confidence, nor her complete lack of fear regarding losing Fu Hanji's affection. What gave her the right? Was it merely her good looks? As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Ji Ruoshi was determined to believe that the longer Fu Hanji spent with her, the more he would come to favor her. She was certain that one day, Fu Hanji's heart would only have room for her. As night fell, the three gathered around the dining table for dinner. Fu Hanji, who preferred tranquility, had hired a part-time cook. She would come to prepare meals whenever he was home. Why were there only the three of them? That was because Ji Ruoshi, sporting a bruised face, did not wish to spoil her image before Fu Hanji and had excused herself from joining them, claiming she wasn't hungry. However, Shen Qinghan and Qiao Yu were indifferent to her absence. She could eat or not as she pleased. Qiao Yu savored her meal, seemingly unaffected by anything that could disrupt her dining experience. Cousin, this cook's food is truly delicious. Qiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Fu Hanji paused mid-bite, his gaze becoming profound. She truly considered herself his cousin. Who is your cousin? Qiao Yu swallowed her food, raised her glass of juice, and said, You, of course. ISN and oppose. It common knowledge that one must fully commit to a performance? Besides, wasn and oppose. It you who invited Miss Ji? Qiao Yu added, smirking, as she drove a metaphorical knife into Fu Hanji's heart. Having become completely unrestrained, she knew he could do nothing to her, especially with Shun Qinghan safeguarding her. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanji glanced at Shun Qinghan. Although she exhibited little reaction, he inexplicably sensed danger. Incessant nonsense will result in a salary deduction, he declared coldly. Qiao Yu widened her eyes in disbelief, as if to say, how could you treat me this way? Fu Hanji allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. If she didn't recognize who wielded the power, she would soon learn. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qiao Yu feigned a pitiful expression, turning to Shun Qinghan to complain, Hanin, Fu Hanji is bullying me and wants to dock my pay. The money I earn is meant to buy you a handbag. Shun Qinghan glanced at Fu Hanji, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Fu Hanji scoffed, with your meager earnings, what can you possibly buy? He had given Shun Qinghan an unlimited black card. She could purchase as many bags as she desired without concern. Qiao Yu continued, Hanin, he looks down on me. Woe is me Fu Hanji. Enough of this. Shun Qinghan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed as though these two were destined to clash endlessly. She had never realized Fu Hanji could be so chatty. Chapter 35. A surge of acting skill as Qiao Yu noticed her gaze directed toward her. She playfully cast a smug look at Fu Hanji. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji, with an expression of deep resentment, glared at Shun Qinghan, thinking to himself how unfair it was that when there was a problem, she referred to him as baby or darling. Yet in mundane moments, he was simply Fu Hanji. To make matters worse, Qiao Yu had become increasingly irksome. If he had known this would happen, he would have opposed her moving in. With no way to confront Shun Qinghan, Fu Hanji resorted to releasing icy glares. What an oppose. What's wrong with you, cousin? Why the long face? Qiao Yu teased with a bright smile. Observing Fu Hanji and Oppo's frustrated demeanor, Shun Qinghan quickly interjected, Yu, have you finished eating? Come watch TV with me. She feared that if she remained silent, Fu Hanji might retaliate by banishing Qiao Yu. Oh, all right. Qiao Yu, like a little hamster, polished off the last morsel from her plate, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and joined Shun Qinghan on the sofa. Fu Hanji surveyed the mess left on the dining table. His slight obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to clean it up immediately rather than leave it for the next day. He resigned himself to gathering all the plates and taking them to the kitchen, wiping the table clean in the process. Qiao Yu casually grabbed an orange from the fruit bowl and began peeling it while observing Fu Hanji's efforts. I've come to realize that President Fu is quite the gentleman, worthy of your lifelong commitment, she remarked to Shun Qinghan. Just for washing a dish? Your standards seem to have shifted remarkably, Shun Qinghan replied, bemused. No, look, he is willing to spend money on you and even do chores under such circumstances. Qualities that most men lack, Qiao Yu insisted. Though she found Fu Hanji to be perpetually cold, she had to admit he was a man of considerable capability. After a brief pause, she added, yet, we must continue to observe his actions. After all, some individuals can completely disguise their true selves. As the saying goes, one knows the face, but not the heart. Only through prolonged interaction can one truly discern. Shun Qinghan cast a casual glance at Fu Hanji in the kitchen, feeling a pang of realization. Indeed, Qiao Yu was correct. A president worth billions who willingly engages in such tasks indicates a commendable character. Furthermore, in their interactions, he treated her with respect, never overstepping boundaries. Although he appeared aloof, those who spent considerable time with him would soon discover the softness within his heart. Stop staring. You're drooling, Qiao Yu teased, shoving a piece of orange into Shun Qinghan's mouth. Snapping back to reality, Shun Qinghan embraced her tightly, saying, by the way, I must thank you for bringing us together. Speak up, what do you wish for? I Oppos. I'll buy it for you. Had it not been for Qiao Yu showing her Fu Hanji and Oppos as photograph and urging her to pursue him, she might not have ended up with such a wonderful boyfriend. Therefore, she genuinely felt grateful. Qiao Yu contemplated for a moment, realizing that she inadvertently gifted Fu Hanji a wife. In that case, he ought to express his gratitude toward me, she mused. Grandma Xiang has released a new handbag? Qiao Yu exclaimed, looking up at Shun Qinghan with excitement. Not a problem. I'll buy it for you. Shun Qinghan waved her hand grandly. Ah, really? You're the best. I adore you. Qiao Yu exclaimed, throwing her arms around Shen Han and nestling against her. In the kitchen, Fu Hanji, holding a dripping cloth in one hand and a bowl in the other, glanced outside upon hearing their commotion. Upon witnessing Qiao Yu cuddling Shen Han, his expression darkened. A wave of bitterness washed over him. He had never been embraced like that, so why did she have a right? Qiao Yu remained oblivious to his thoughts. All she knew was that life had never been more promising, and she chuckled in delight. Shen Han playfully pushed her away, whispering, I used Fu Hanji's black card to set up a family payment option. Buy whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu became even more animated. Oh my goodness, what a divine friend you are. You even remember to share the soup while eating meat. It's simply fantastic. As the two reveled in their banter, a sudden crash echoed from the kitchen. A bowl had shattered. Fu Hanji, with an innocent expression, shot Shen Han a glance before bending down to pick up the pieces. Are you all right? Shen Han asked, rushing over. Qiao Yu followed suit, feigning concern. Oh, dear cousin, how could you be so clumsy? You can't even handle washing a dish properly. With a frigid glare, Fu Hanji scanned Qiao Yu before abandoning the broken bowl and straightening up, retorting. From the sound of it, you seem quite skilled at washing dishes. Then I shall leave it to you. Han, I brought you a gift. Shall we go upstairs to see? He said, instantly changing his demeanor to one of warmth and gentleness after addressing Qiao Yu. Shen Han glanced between the two, unsure of how to respond. Qiao Yu crossed her arms, scoffing, I can wash them, but what is in it for me? I want to do it without a reward. Fu Hanji, with a hint of disdain, threatened, if you refuse, I'll deduct your pay. After saying this, he took Shen Han by the arm and walked away, leaving Qiao Yu to deal with the aftermath. Accursed capitalist! How utterly revolting, Qiao Yu grumbled, mimicking Fu Hanji's tone, feeling a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to grab a broom to sweep up the shards, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning her gaze, she saw Ji Ruashi, the pretentious beauty. Seemingly freshly bathed, Ji Ruashi appeared in a satin-embroidered nightgown, her makeup flawlessly applied, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of fragility. Qiao Yu rolled her eyes in secret. Who, after taking a bath, would bother to apply a full face of makeup? It was blatant that she was trying to attract attention, an obvious ploy known to all. Suddenly, an idea struck Qiao Yu. She placed a broom aside and began to feign sobs, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks as her delicate fingers reached for the broken pieces of the bowl. Yiruoks, having dressed to impress Fu Hanji, was disappointed to find him absent. Just as she was about to head upstairs, she heard the sound of crying from the kitchen. Seeing Qiao Yu, she hurried over, crouching down. Oh dear, what happened, little Yu? How could you let this happen? As she leaned in, a strong whiff of perfume assaulted Qiao Yu's senses, causing her to sneeze and cough, making her tears appear even more genuine. Glancing down, she caught sight of Ji Ruashi's ample cleavage and thought, wow, that is quite impressive. I'm so envious. Though she had some, it was hardly as abundant. Shoving her thoughts aside, Qiao Yu continued to sob. Woe is me. My cousin made me do this. He took Miss Shen upstairs. The moment those words escaped her lips, Ji Ruashi's mind began to race with jealousy, her eyes flashing with disdain. That wretched girl only knows how to seduce men. Despite Qiao Yu and Appo's tears, Ji Ruashi seized the opportunity to sow discord, saying, how could Miss Shen behave like this? It's utterly disgraceful. You are a distinguished young lady. How can you engage in such tasks? Qiao Yu merely wept silently, her sobs filling the air. Ji Ruashi continued to rant, blaming Shen Han for Fu Hanji's treatment of Qiao Yu, trying to position herself as an ally. Little did she know that she and Shen Han were actually on the same side. Enough of the tears. Let us get you upstairs to rest, Ji Ruashi said, slightly annoyed by the incessant crying. But if I don't finish cleaning up, my cousin will be angry. Qiao Yu hung her head, her voice thick with grievance. Ji Ruashi glanced at her, remaining silent. After all, she had no intention of helping clean up. Wiping her tears, Qiao Yu said, Sister Ruashi, could you possibly lend me a hand? My hands are sore from washing so many dishes. She extended her reddened hand as she spoke. Ji Ruashi instinctively prepared to refuse. She had no desire to engage in menial tasks. Qiao Yu continued to elaborate. Sister Ruo, my cousin is particularly fond of gentle and considerate women. Really? Ji Ruo, she exclaimed. Qiao Yu nodded emphatically. Indeed. Thus, Qiao Yu successfully deceived Ji Ruo into assisting her with chores, while simultaneously providing emotional support with her endearing remarks. Sister Ruo, you are truly remarkable. My cousin would be so pleased to know this. Even while working, you look stunning. Honestly, it's not just my cousin. I find myself falling for you too. With a flurry of flattery, Ji Ruo, she felt as though she were floating on air, ultimately completing all the dishes and mopping the kitchen floor with great enthusiasm. In a corner where she remained unseen, Qiao Yu chuckled softly to herself. Chapter 36. Chung Yinran's pregnancy. After a series of exhausting events, Ji Ruo found herself utterly fatigued. Unable to rise from her position, Qiao Yu approached her with a kind-hearted suggestion. Sister Ruo, I've heard that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Can you cook? Ji Ruo shook her head in response. Qiao Yu blinked her eyes. Oh dear, that one do. However, from what I gather, Miss Shin also lacks culinary skills. With that, Qiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. As anticipated, Ji Ruo boldly declared that that's all right. I can learn. Since Shun Qinghan cannot cook, once I master it, Brother Fu will surely regard me with greater esteem. Then, Qiao Yu, eager to flatter, immediately chimed in. Sister Ruo, with such determination, if you don't succeed, who will? Ji Ruo, buoyed by Qiao Yu and Appo's praise, envisioned a bright future as Mrs. Fu. Thank you, Qiao Yu. I shall strive to improve. Initially harboring doubts about Qiao Yu, Ji Ruo now placed her complete trust in her, perceiving her as a sheltered girl. Oblivious and easily deceived, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they retired to their respective rooms. Having just finished her evening routine and lying in bed, Ji Ruo opened WeChat and noticed a transfer notification. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was from Ji Ruo. Thank you, Qiao Yu, for your advice. Please use this money to buy something you like. When I have time, I'll take you shopping. Qiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ji Ruo promptly responded, No worries, just accept it. Hesitantly, Qiao Yu accepted the transfer. After sending 20,000 yuan, she took a screenshot of their conversation and sent 10,000 to Shun Qinghan, adding a note, a friendly sponsorship from the Little White Lotus. Enjoy. At that moment, in another room, the couple was locked in a passionate embrace. Shun Qinghan, hearing her phone notification, gently pushed Fu Hanji away. Upon checking her phone, she nearly burst into tears from laughter. She replied, You truly are something. Fu Hanji, feeling a twinge of jealousy, leaned closer, noticing only that the message was from Qiao Yu, and Shun Qinghan appeared so delighted. He snatched the phone away and pulled her closer, his voice low and husky. Qinghan, didn't you say you'd show me something when I returned? His warm breath brushed against her neck, causing her to squirm slightly. Remembering his teasing word from their video call, she felt her face flush under his intense gaze. Pushing against his chest, she stammered, It's getting late. I should go back to my room to sleep. With that, she swiftly exited, leaving Fu Hanji shaking his head in exasperation before retreating to the bathroom for a cold shower. In the hospital, the Chung family stared at the examination report, their faces drained of color. Doctor, is there a mistake in the tests? Chung Rang questioned incredulously as he scrutinized the document. The doctor, clad in a white coat, replied, There is no error. Miss Chung is indeed pregnant. However, her pregnancy is unstable, and there is a significant risk of miscarriage, so she must rest and recuperate diligently. Chung Mu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly collapsing. How could this happen? This is truly tragic. It's all our fault. If we had discovered this sooner, perhaps it could have been prevented. What shall we do now? Though Chung Fu was deeply pained for his daughter, he retained his composure and coldly stated, What can we do? We need to consult the doctor about arranging an operation. Without a name or status, should we carry this child to term? Moreover, the father of the child is Su Yin. We still do not know his intentions regarding the Chung family. But father, Yinran must have overheard our conversation in the study, Chung Rang said anxiously, troubled by how the situation had escalated. Just then, they heard a commotion from the hospital room, and upon entering, they found Cheng Yinran awake, her pale face in a hospital gown, evoking deep sympathy. Cheng Mu could no longer hold back her tears as she rushed to hold her daughter's hand. Cheng Yinran remained motionless, lost in the weight of what she had just overheard. After a long moment, she whispered, "Damn, brother, is what you just said true?" The three of them fell silent, their expressions confirming the grim reality. Everything was indeed true. Her parents had inadvertently caused the death of Su Yan's sister in their attempt to save her, and Su Yan's pursuit of her was driven by revenge. It was no wonder that every time they were together, Su Yan found solace in listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat, occasionally tracing the scar on her chest with a profound gaze. Understanding now that her heart belonged to his kin, Cheng Yinran placed her hand over her chest, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, overwhelming her with guilt, sorrow, and self-reproach. She gasped for breath, and the three figures at her bedside quickly noticed her distress. Cheng Rang hurriedly pressed the call button for the doctor. "Yinran, please stay calm," he urged. The doctor arrived promptly, drawing the curtain and instructing the family to wait outside. A nurse ushered them out and closed the door. Meanwhile, Su Yin received the news of Cheng Yinran's pregnancy. "Young master, here is Miss Cheng's examination report," Baron said, his expression complex as he handed over the document. Su Yan's hands trembled slightly upon reading the contents. "She is pregnant? I am to become a father?" Su Yan's mind was in turmoil. Two strangers, brought together by hatred and his deliberate approach, had thought that separation could erase their past. Yet this child bound them anew, igniting doubts within him. Was it wrong to have pursued Cheng Yinran for revenge against Cheng Lidong? What should he do now? After years of feeling lost, he was again engulfed by uncertainty. Baron hesitated before continuing. Additionally, it seems Miss Cheng is aware of the events from that year. Su Yin furrowed his brow. "What happened?" "I heard from the hospital staff that Miss Cheng fainted at home and was subsequently brought to the hospital," Baron explained. Su Yin seized upon this information. She had fainted. At this moment, he felt a sense of urgency, yet felt unworthy to confront her, especially since she now knew the truth and would likely wish to avoid him. Between them lay a life lost. They could not escape it, nor could they ignore it. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain apart. Folding the examination report meticulously, he tucked it into his suit pocket, his gaze icy behind his glasses. "Are all preparations in place?" he inquired. Baron understood what Su Yin meant. The evidence to incriminate Cheng Lidong. It appeared the young master had made up his mind. "Everything is ready," Baron confirmed. Su Yin adjusted his glasses, his eyes drifting into the distance, shrouded in an inscrutable meaning. Chapter 37. Father Cheng is taken away to the hospital. The doctor, having removed his mask, stepped outside the ward. Cheng and Appos, his mother, grasped the doctor and inquired, "Doctor, how is my daughter? Has the patient previously undergone a heart transplant?" "Yes, she has," Cheng replied. The doctor earnestly elaborated. "The patient is currently emotionally unstable. You must reassure her, or she may experience hypoxia or stress-induced shock." After listening to the doctor and Appos' admonition, Cheng and Appos' father asked, "Doctor, given her condition, is it feasible for my daughter to undergo an abortion? Considering her current health status, it is not advisable. If she does not wish to keep the child, it may be better to wait a little longer until she recovers somewhat before proceeding." "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Cheng." And Appos' father nodded and expressed his gratitude. Once the doctor departed, Cheng and Appos' father cautioned, "Let us not inform Ranan about her pregnancy just yet. However, Ranan is an adult and possesses the right to make her own decisions." Cheng felt that such matters should not be concealed from her, especially since it is her body. She would eventually recognize any changes herself. Rather than waiting for her discovery, it would be more prudent to inform her sooner. Yet, Cheng and Appos' father vehemently disagreed. His voice cold as he stated, "I have allowed her too much freedom, which is precisely why we find ourselves in this predicament." Cheng's mother patted her son's shoulder. Unable to suppress a sigh, "Let's heed your father's advice. We should go see your sister." Cheng said nothing and followed his mother inside. On the hospital bed, Cheng Yinran lay with her eyes closed, having lost even more weight due to the recent events. Chung felt a deep sense of discomfort, yet he found himself at a loss as to whom to blame. Chung and Appo's father sat calmly on the sofa, his expression composed. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to the company. He had only these two children. His daughter had always been in poor health, and his son was utterly irresponsible, perpetually idling away his time in frivolity. The emergence of Su Yin was akin to a blade poised at his throat, a blade that could fall at any moment, and he needed to ensure a way out for them. Chung was not a fool. He understood what needed to be done during such times. All right. Days later, while at work, Qiao Yu learned from her colleagues about Chung Yinran's hospitalization. Reflecting on a lively and cheerful girl, she opened WeChat and messaged Chung Yinran, ultimately asking which hospital she was in, expressing her desire to visit. On that very day, during a shareholder meeting at Chung Group, the secretary hurriedly burst through the door, swallowing hard as she stammered, "Mr. Chung, the police have arrived." Chung Lidong and Appo's expression stiffened, and he turned to Chung. "Chung, you will preside over the meeting." With that, he pushed the door open and exited, leaving Chung staring at his father's retreating figure, his lips moving without sound. As he faced the varied expressions of the shareholders, Chung reminded himself to remain calm and continued to lead the meeting. Following that day, news broke across various media outlets regarding the arrest of Chung Lidong, the chairman of Chung Group, leading to a substantial decline in the company and Appo's stock prices. As Chung Lidong, handcuffed, was escorted into a police vehicle, Su Yin observed from a distance in a Maybach, his gaze sharp and demeanor icy. Baron, gripping the steering wheel, found it perplexing. The young master could have completely dismantled Chung Group, yet he only submitted evidence concerning Chung Lidong's fatal accident and the illicit use of another's organs. What could he possibly be thinking? The sound of police sirens echoed as Su Yin calmly instructed, "Let us head back." Meanwhile, in the hospital, Qiao Yu, carrying a delicately arranged fruit basket, searched room by room for her colleague. Upon entering the ward, she spotted a noble woman seated beside the bed. "Annie, I am Qiao Yu, a colleague of Yinran," she greeted. Cheng's mother, taking the items from her with warmth, replied, "You needn't have brought anything." Lifting her gaze to the bed, she was struck by how Chung Yinran had transformed. She appeared gaunt, the vibrant girl reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, offering only a faint nod in acknowledgement. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, a living corpse would be the first that came to mind. Just then, Cheng's mother received a phone call, and her face drained of color as she exclaimed, "What? I'll be there immediately." Qiao Yu noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes, yet the cause remained a mystery. As she lost herself in thought, she failed to observe Chung Yinran's expression dimming beside her. "Miss Qiao, I have a matter to attend to. Could you please keep an eye on Yinran?" "Of course. Auntie, you go ahead. I will stay with Yinran." Qiao Yu readily agreed. "Let us exchange numbers. If anything arises, just call me," Chung and Appo's mother suggested. "All right," Qiao Yu replied, pulling out her phone to swap contact information. After securing the exchange, Chung and Appo's mother bid farewell to Chung Yinran. "Mom needs to take care of something, but will return soon." Chung Yinran did not respond, remaining silent, perhaps truly anxious. Cheng's mother hurriedly grabbed her handbag and exited in haste. Once she left, only Qiao Yu and Chung Yinran remained in the ward. She settled at the bedside and gently inquired, "Yinran, what has transpired? Everyone is deeply concerned for you." "Yinran?" Qiao Yu softly called her name twice, attempting to engage her, but received no reply. Observing her seemingly drained of all vitality, Qiao Yu felt a pang of sorrow and hesitated to ask, "Is it because of Su Yin?" As her words hung in the air, she witnessed Chung Yinran suddenly burst into tears. Qiao Yu hastily retrieved a tissue from the table. "Please don't cry, Yinran. I won't pry any further. I'm sorry." Her words were ill-timed, inadvertently touching upon a sensitive subject. However, logically, such a reaction to a breakup seemed excessive. Was there perhaps another underlying reason? Chung Yinran could not contain her tears, feeling an unbearable weight of guilt. Had she not existed, Su Yan's sister would not have perished. She felt the blame lay solely with her. If it weren't for her, her father would not have encountered his misfortune. If not for her, everything would have remained well. She felt as if she had plummeted into an abyss, stripped of all strength, unable to rise again, struggling until the last vestiges of energy faded, surrendering to the engulfing darkness. Seeing her in such despair, Qiao Yu reached out and embraced her. Despite not knowing the exact cause of her sorrow, she simply wished to comfort her. Cheng Yanran cried silently, for throughout it all, she never truly blamed Su Yan. After all, he bore no fault, and it was her presence that had brought him loss. If he were to resent her, it would be entirely justified. Each night, she dreamt of the girl who questioned why she hadn't saved her, why she had taken her heart. She awoke weeping each time, her eyes wide open until dawn. She sensed that her father must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, her mother would not have been so agitated, and besides, her brother had been notably absent of late. Qiao Yu. She finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Yes, what is it? Qiao Yu released her, her face lighting up at the sound of her voice. Thank you for visiting me, Cheng Yanran said, her eyes reddened, forcing a faint smile. Qiao Yu, observing her, felt a swell of compassion. If you don't wish to smile, there is no need to. The once vibrant girl now seemed devoid of life, akin to a flower on the verge of wilting. I want to rest for a while. You may go, she stated. Qiao Yu did not acquiesce. I will stay until you fall asleep. Very well. Cheng Yanran blinked slowly, gradually lying down. Chapter 38. A person like me deserves to go to hell. Qiao Yu adjusted the blanket for her, holding her hand with a gentle smile. Go to sleep. Cheng Yanran nodded, gazing deeply at her, as if to engrave the moment in her memory. Only after a while did she slowly close her eyes. Half an hour passed. Qiao Yu observed the tranquil figure on the bed, then released her hand, tucking it beneath the covers. She leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Yanran? The person in bed breathed steadily, unmoving. Qiao Yu surmised she must be in a deep slumber. She brushed the hair from Yanran's face behind her ear and softly said, Yanran, all suffering will eventually pass. I hope you will grow towards the sun and find joy forever. After speaking, she glanced at the radiant sunflowers by the bedside, offering a faint smile before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind her. She took out her phone and dialed a recently saved number. When a call connected, she said, Andy, it's Qiao Yu. Yanran is asleep now, so I'm heading back. All right, thank you, came Cheng's mother's voice, tinged with a hint of tears. No need to thank me, Qiao Yu silently replied. After hanging up, she left the hospital. Meanwhile, upon hearing the door close, a tear slipped from the corner of the bedridden person's eye, soaking into the pillow. Slowly, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards the sunflower, her voice heavy with sorrow. Qiao Yu, thank you, but I must disappoint your hopes. I cannot grow towards the sun. A person like me deserves to go to hell. Yes, she no longer wished to live. She lacked the courage to continue. Her very existence felt like a mistake. She retrieved her phone from the table, composing 2 messages before scheduling them to be sent to Su Yin and her brother after her demise. Half an hour later, she slipped on her slippers, vacantly making her way to the hospital rooftop. When a nurse arrived for her rounds, finding her absent, she searched around and called the family. The number she called was Cheng Rang's. At that moment, he was preoccupied trying to negotiate a reduced sentence for his father. Not recognizing the unfamiliar number, he dismissed the call without a second thought. However, the number soon called again, and Cheng Rang, feeling somewhat irritable, answered, Who is this? Is this Cheng Yanran's family? The patient is missing from the hospital. The nurse's voice was urgent. Cheng Rang's breath caught. What did you say? Have you searched the hospital? We've searched, but we haven't oppose. Found her yet, the nurse continued, but Cheng Rang was too distraught to listen. He clutched his phone and rushed out of the office, dialing his mother as he walked. Hello, Mom. Aren't you at the hospital with Yanran? Cheng's mother replied. I heard news about your father and went home. A colleague of Yanran's visited her and kindly agreed to keep an eye on her. She called me after Yanran fell asleep and then left. I was just about to head to the hospital. What's wrong? Cheng Rang, now sprinting to his car, exclaimed, Yanran is missing. I'm heading to the hospital right now. What? How could this happen? Cheng's mother felt her heart skip a beat, utterly panicked. I'll hang up now. I'll inform you if I find out anything. Cheng Rang ended the call and sped towards the hospital, running several red lights along the way, oblivious to the police cars in pursuit. Moments later, another unfamiliar number appeared on his phone. Remembering the previous call, he quickly answered. Mr. Chung, we found Miss Chung. She is on the hospital rooftop, contemplating suicide. You need to come quickly. Upon hearing this, Chung rang an amp. Oppo's eyes reddened, and he pressed the accelerator to the floor, not daring to lose a single second. He was terrified that if he delayed even a moment longer, he would face an irretrievable loss. Behind him, the police sirens grew louder, and an officer began to call out. Driver of H6789, you have severely violated traffic regulations. If you do not stop, we will take compulsory measures. Chung Rang paid no mind, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, refusing to let up for an instant. In a frantic race against time, he covered the half-hour journey in under 15 minutes. Just as he parked, the police were preparing to intercept him, while below the hospital, firefighters were setting up rescue equipment, and a crowd had gathered. Chung Rang looked up to see Chung Yinran standing perilously at the edge of the rooftop, just a step away from the brink. Without a moment to spare, he dashed into the hospital. The police officers intended to summon Chung Rang, but were stopped by another officer. Let be for now. He asked, likely rushing to save his family. Any delay could cost us precious moments. Chung Rang saw the elevator had stopped on a high floor, and without hesitation, he turned to run up the stairs. In the midst of his ascent, he called out, Hello, Lao Fu, please call Su Yan. Yinran is at the central hospital, and she is contemplating jumping. Tell him to hurry. Understood, came Fu Han's reply. Chung Rang hung up, pouring all his strength into climbing the stairwell. When he finally reached the rooftop, he found Chung Yinran poised on the edge, one foot already stepping off. Yinran, don't. He gasped, his voice strained. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to let him through, while firefighters readied their equipment nearby. Hearing the familiar voice, Chung Yinran glanced back through tears. Brother. Chung Rang took tentative steps forward, but she retreated, softly imploring, Brother, please don't come any closer. All right, I want to approach, but you mustn't step back. He urged, hands raised, holding his breath as he fixed his gaze on her. Chung Yinran's lips curled into a faint smile, grateful for the chance to see her brother one last time before her end. As for him, he would have to wait for another life to see her again, or perhaps he would not wish to see himself again in the next life. Yinran, you're going to be a mother. Can you bear to take your child with you? Chung Rang's voice trembled as he uttered the words, desperate for a reason to keep her alive. His words reached Chung Yinran's ears through the wind. Disbelief washed over her as her heart raced. What did you say? Her brother claimed she was pregnant, but surely he was deceiving her. You are pregnant, truly. You were diagnosed on your first day in the hospital. It's your child with Su Yin, and he is still so small. Can you bear to leave him behind? Chung Rang's voice quivered with emotion, his heart lodged in his throat, his eyes unblinking. Upon hearing his conviction, Chung Yinran instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Here lay the child she shared with Su Yan. Baby, I'm so sorry. Your mother is not a worthy parent. She has harmed many, and can only atone with her life. The thought echoed relentlessly in her mind. Jump, and she would be free. Yes, to leap would mean liberation. With that, Chung Yinran spread her arms wide, stepping onto the final ledge. Chapter 39. I will accompany you. Chung Rang dared not look. His hands clenched tightly as his heart plummeted into despair. Was there truly no other way? Was he destined to lose 3 loved ones on this day? Just as his heart felt extinguished, a voice emerged from behind the crowd. Su Yin, clad in a silver gray suit, bore a handsome yet anxious expression. Chung Yinran stiffened, unwilling to turn around. Chung Yinran, you know the truth, don't you? When Su Yin received the call, his mind blanked. He could scarcely bear to contemplate what would happen if she were to die, severing her from his world forever. Speak, Su Yin demanded, his voice rising. Chung Rang interjected, disapprovingly. Su Yin, look at her condition. You cannot pressure her. He had come to offer her comfort, not to escort Yinran to her demise. Fu Hanji, arriving a moment too late, placed a hand on Chung Rang's shoulder, urging him to remain silent. Ignoring Chung Rang's words, Su Yin continued, Chung Yinran, turn around and look at me. The wind swept through, and the tension hung heavily in the air as everyone witnessed Chung Yinran slowly turn. After days apart, the sight of Su Yin filled her heart with bitterness. She felt unworthy to face him, afraid to meet his gaze. Su Yan observed her fragile form, as if a gust of wind could topple her, and his heart ached, rendering him breathless. "I'm sorry, truly sorry," Chung Yinran murmured, her voice quivering with emotion. "If you genuinely felt remorse, you wouldn't be standing here today. Your body houses my sister's heart, the last remnant of my family. The sole memory I cling to in this world." Su Yan's voice was hoarse, each word deliberate. Chung Yinran's eyelashes fluttered, her hands gripping her hospital gown tightly. "Therefore, you cannot die. Only by living can you atone for your sins. If you die, what will become of my sister's death? Her heart resides within you, a continuation of her life. How can you so selfishly decide your fate?" As he spoke, Su Yan stepped closer, declaring, "If you choose to jump, I will follow without hesitation. I cannot bear to be alone any longer." The last phrase he uttered softly, yet she heard it clearly as she watched him approach. All breaths hitched, some turned away, unable to witness the unfolding scene. Su Yan, resolute, advanced toward her, his face serene, concealing the fear within. Fear that a moment's inattention might cause the girl before him to vanish forever. Thankfully, his words seemed to resonate. Chung Yinran stood motionless, her mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts, one urging her to leap for liberation, the other reminding her that her life had been exchanged for another's, that selfishness was not an option. Gazing down, dizziness enveloped her, and she stumbled, teetering backward. Su Yan lunged forward, grasping her wrist just in time. The sensation of weightlessness jolted Chung Yinran into clarity. At that moment, closest to death, she found peace, gazing into Su Yan's face, which had lost its usual aloofness, replaced by urgency. To her surprise, grief welled within her. The crowd surged forward, striving to save her with all their might. As she was pulled back, Su Yan enveloped her in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Don't cry." She reached out, wanting to wipe his tears, but before she could touch him, darkness enveloped her. Su Yan watched helplessly as she succumbed to unconsciousness, unease reflected in his eyes. Chung Rang, witnessing his sister being rescued, felt a measure of relief despite his lingering discontent with Su Yan. He rushed forward, insisting, "Get her to the ward quickly." Su Yan acted swiftly, lifting her and striding toward the ward as the crowd dispersed, their tension easing. The ordeal extended into the evening. Upon returning home, Fu Hanji was greeted by the warm sounds of conversation and the enticing aroma of food. As he crossed the threshold, he spotted Shun Qinghan and Qiao Yu, both diligently crafting dumplings. Under the soft glow, Shun Qinghan, dressed in light loungewear, had her long hair pinned up, her once vibrant profile softened by the moment. It was the first time in years that Fu Hanji returned to a home filled with light. The sensation of being awaited was delightful. Catching sight of Qiao Yu standing nearby, he felt a flicker of disdain. She was rather irksome. Hearing his approach, Shen Qinghan waved him over. "Come help us make dumplings." He approached, glancing at the odd lump in Shun Qinghan's hand, his lips twitching. "Is that a dumpling?" Qiao Yu, unable to contain her laughter, chimed in, "See? I told you no one would recognize your creation." Earlier, while making dumplings, Qiao Yu had crafted a delightful fish-shaped dumpling, while Shun Qinghan and Appo's attempt resembled merely a lump of dough. Shen Qinghan had thought her creation was quite exquisite until Fu Hanji and Appo's inquiry struck. With a hint of reproach in her eyes, she gazed at Fu Hanji. Does it really look so unlike one? She prided herself on her intelligence. Why did she falter in such simple tasks? Fu Hanji hesitated. "Well, it does resemble something, to a degree." "Really?" Shen Qinghan asked, her lips curling into a smile. Qiao Yu, overhearing, tightened her grip on the dumpling she was shaping, causing it to burst open. She mused to herself, when had Fu Hanji become so blind? Love truly makes one oblivious. Indeed, Fu Hanji nodded without hesitation, shedding his outer coat before washing his hands and joining them in the kitchen. "Can you make dumplings?" Shen Qinghan inquired, puzzled. "I can manage a bit," he replied. In the past, he had assisted his mother during the New Year in Appo's Eve dinner, though he had only mastered the ingot dumpling shape, as his mother had not taught him any others. Shen Qinghan watched as Fu Hanji placed filling onto the dough and deftly pinched it into a perfect ingot shape. You make them beautifully. Teach me how, she eagerly requested. With a smile, Fu Hanji patiently demonstrated. Qiao Yu found the scene rather peculiar. Everything felt normal until Fu Hanji returned, making her presence seem insignificant. Shaking her head in resignation, she finished the last dumpling and dusted off her hands. You two go ahead. I'll prepare the dipping sauce. As she exited the kitchen, neither acknowledged her, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 40. She went to New Oriental after adjusting the dipping sauce. Qiao Yu stepped out to retrieve the dumplings once the water boiled. She overheard Fu Hanji comforting Shen Qinghan, saying, "It doesn't matter how they look. They'll all end up in our stomachs." Well, it seems I'm truly unfit for this, Shen Qinghan thought, glancing at her uniquely crafted dumplings and unable to bear the sight any longer. Don't move. Fu Hanji noticed some flour dusting her cheek and gently wiped it away with his fingertip. The two were close, and as Shen Qinghan gazed into the depths of his eyes, she discovered that his pupils resembled obsidian, reflecting her image within. At that moment, as their gazes locked, Shen Qinghan was unexpectedly shoved, leading to their lips meeting. Qiao Yu, observing from behind, wore a knowing smile. It must be said that a kiss between such a handsome man and beautiful woman was quite the sight. Shen Qinghan, taken aback, pushed him away and turned to Qiao Yu, rolling her eyes. "What are you doing?" This mischievous girl was becoming increasingly audacious. Qiao Yu chuckled. "I just got a little carried away. Haha, the water is boiling. I'll go cook the dumplings." She pointed towards the kitchen and hurried in, carrying the dumplings. Fu Hanji couldn't and amp, oppose. He helped but smirked slightly. He found Qiao Yu rather agreeable now. Shen Qinghan, upon hearing Qiao Yu and amp, oppose, nonsensical excuse, turned to see Fu Hanji standing there, lost in thought. "What are you daydreaming about? Clean up, it's time to eat." Shen Qinghan chided. "Honestly, you two are acting so strangely every day." "All right, I'll clean up. You go wash your hands," Fu Hanji replied, wiping the table. Shen Qinghan nodded and entered the kitchen, turning on the tap to wash her hands. "By the way, where's Jiruoshi? I haven't seen her today." Logically, she should have appeared the moment Fu Hanji did, as if equipped with a radar. Why hadn't she shown up at all? As soon as she asked, she noticed a mysterious smile on Qiao Yu's face. Guess what? Just tell me." Shen Qinghan insisted, holding a steaming bowl of dumplings as she followed Qiao Yu. "What's there to say?" Fu Hanji naturally took the bowl from her, puzzled. Shen Qinghan shook her hands dry. "I was asking where Jiruoshi went. Have you not noticed someone missing in the house since you returned? After all, she was his admirer. How could she be so forgettable?" In an unusual show of support for Fu Hanji, Qiao Yu chimed in. "In his eyes, there is only you. The likes of Ji and Li must step aside." "Indeed," Fu Hanji added. Shen Qinghan's tone brightened, her heart swelling with joy. "Oh, is that so? Now, you two handsome people, can we eat? I'm starving." Qiao Yu plopped down on a chair, interrupting the moment. Once seated, she continued, "I told Jiruoshi that President Fu prefers gentle and virtuous women, especially those skilled in cooking, so she must have gone to New Oriental." Puffed. Shen Qinghan burst out laughing. Even Fu Hanji, typically stoic, couldn't suppress a smile. Qiao Yu's idea was indeed brilliant. If she went to New Oriental to learn, she would have to pay tuition and dedicate at least several days to intensive study. How clever am I? Plus, this serves a dual purpose. Once she graduates, we'll enjoy 5-star meals for free, and she'll have acquired a new skill. How wonderful, Qiao Yu thought to herself, feeling rather proud of her ingenuity. "President Fu, do you think I'm right?" Fu Hanji regarded her smug expression and nodded earnestly. "Does this mean I can get a raise?" Qiao Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fu Hanji replied, "I'll have finance increase your salary tomorrow." "President Fu, how magnanimous!" "President Fu, I wish you and Shen Qinghan a lifetime of happiness and many blessings." She showered him with auspicious remarks and flattery. Fu Hanji found her obsequiousness hard to bear. Shen Qinghan retorted, "Are you cursing me? Why would you say that?" Qiao Yu laughed, tilting her head. "They say marriage is the grave of love. I don and oppose. Do you want to step into that too soon?" While she did not deny that her feelings for Fu Hanji had deepened during their time together, The future remained uncertain. Besides, they had a 3-month deadline. Was marriage really that simple? As the topic shifted, the atmosphere grew heavy. Qiao Yu lowered her head, eating dumplings, suddenly cautious of her words. If she angered Fu Hanji, her hard-earned raise might vanish. In the ensuing silence, the villa felt eerily quiet. Qiao Yu tried to lighten the mood. It's too early to talk about this. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Fu Hanji elegantly picked up a dumpling and savored it, admitting to himself that Shen Qinghan's words had unsettled him. He had always been unsure whether her affections were genuine or merely a pastime. Even if he appeared composed in daily life, Shen Qinghan could easily fluster him in matters of the heart. "What were you in such a hurry for this afternoon?" Shen Qinghan prompted. Fu Hanji answered, "There was a situation with the Cheng family. Cheng Rang's sister attempted suicide." "Suicide?" Shen Qinghan questioned, perplexed. "The Cheng family? It wouldn't be Yanran, would it?" Qiao Yu voiced her suspicion. Fu Hanji nodded, and Qiao Yu was taken aback. "How could this happen? Do you know her?" "Yu?" Shen Qinghan inquired, resting her chin on her hand, observing the two. Qiao Yu nodded slowly. "Yes, she is a girl from our company. I have a decent relationship with her. I even visited her this morning. Is she all right?" Qiao Yu asked Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji replied, "She was saved." "That's good." Shen Qinghan blinked. What drove her to such despair? Fu Hanji, noticing their curious gazes, calmly recounted the events. Upon hearing the story, Qiao Yu and Shen Qinghan fell silent. Qiao Yu hadn't expected her earlier assumptions to be accurate. Su Yin and Cheng Yanran had indeed entangled themselves in a web of love and hate. Such complexities between them were truly bewildering. "You two don't have any grudges, do you?" Qiao Yu asked. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but flick her forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? We're not even connected. Where would any animosity come from?" That's good. That's good," Qiao Yu nodded. She certainly didn't want her favorite couple to fall apart. Chapter 41. Cheng Yanran, shall we marry? By the time the conversation among the three had concluded, it was already quite late. Qiao Yu declared, "I won't disturb you any longer," and with a rhythmic patter of her slippers, she ascended the stairs. It was prudent for her to leave. Washing dishes was an activity best suited for young couples. After all, as the adage goes, a man and a woman working together is less taxing. Once Qiao Yu departed, Fu Hanji and Shen Qinghan exchanged glances. Fu Hanji gently ruffled her hair and said, "You should rest now. I will take care of things." Shen Qinghan smiled knowingly and kissed him on the cheek, replying, "Thank you, President Fu. I will go take a shower." With that, she turned and left. Standing there, Fu Hanji, upon hearing her mention a shower, felt a depth of emotion wash over him. His gaze grew profound, and he swallowed hard, his thoughts drifting far afield. At the hospital, Su Yin sat by Cheng Yanran's bedside, holding her hand, his eyes filled with concern. When Cheng's mother hurried in, her hands trembled incessantly. Seeing her daughter's pallid face caused her heart to bleed. "Who is he?" she asked Cheng Rang, pointing at Su Yin. Cheng Rang replied slowly, "This is Su Yin." Cheng's mother cast a brief glance at him. Indeed, he was quite handsome, which explained her daughter's affection. However, the thought that none of this would have happened had it not been for him was hard to bear without resentment. Yet, recalling her son's words over the phone, she refrained from saying more, understanding that her daughter's condition was critical. After all, it is said that only the one who ties the knot can untie it. When Cheng Yanran finally awoke, it was well past midnight. Her first sight was Su Yin, one hand holding hers while the other propped up his head, his eyes closed. His glasses rested on a nearby cabinet, and his long, thick eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes. Su Yin possessed striking features, prominent brow bones, a high nose, and a smooth jawline. She realized that perhaps it was his appearance that had initially captivated her. Having maintained the same position for quite some time, her arm grew sore, and she attempted to withdraw her hand to stretch it, inadvertently waking him. Su Yin opened his eyes, his voice a bit hoarse. "You and Appos, reawake? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable?" Cheng Yanran pulled her hand back, biting her lip and shaking her head. "Are you hungry? Annie made your favorite red date and lotus seed porridge. Let me get it for you." He then picked up a thermos from beside him and poured out half of the porridge, gently stirring it with a spoon before bringing it to her lips. Cheng Yanran hesitated, finally saying, I and Oppos. LL do it myself. I'll feed you, Su Yin insisted firmly, bringing the spoon closer to her lips. Looking into his eyes, she slowly parted her lips and accepted the porridge. In the quiet room, the only sounds were the clinking of the spoon against the bowl. Su Yin carefully fed her until the bowl was empty, then reached for a tissue to wipe her mouth. Chung Yin Ran evaded him, taking the tissue from his hand. I can do it myself. Watching her take charge, Su Yan's eyes darkened. After she finished wiping her mouth, she turned to him and softly said, Su Yin, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my family. I truly am sorry. She recognized the insincerity in her apology. It felt hollow, given the circumstances. No matter how eloquently she spoke, the deceased would never return. She grappled with how to mend the pain he felt. Had she been in his position, forgiveness would have been a tall order. Su Yin reached for his glasses and donned them, his lips parting slightly. Chung Yinran, let us marry. Chung Yinran doubted her hearing, her eyelashes fluttering in disbelief. What? Did you say? Had he just proposed marriage? Surely, she must have misheard. Indeed, I said we should marry. Have you heard me clearly? Su Yin reiterated, observing her astonishment. Since it is because of you that I have lost my home, you must compensate me. Spend your life loving me. No one could fathom the relief he felt at that moment on the rooftop when he grasped her hand. It was a narrow escape from the brink of losing her forever. The mistakes made by her father had already met with their due punishment. Rather than never seeing her again or witnessing her marry another, he preferred to keep her by his side. Chung Yinran was astounded. She had never anticipated Su Yin would voice such a proposition. Marriage? Once, her greatest desire had been to wed him. Yet with the current events, were they truly suited for one another? A life had been lost between them. What could she possibly offer in return? Su Yin, please don't jest. It's impossible for us. As she spoke, her clenched fists lay beneath the blanket. She was uncertain of the sudden shift in his feelings, but she would not acquiesce. She understood that she was unwell and harbored a growing disdain for the world. Perhaps one day, she might not wake up at all. What do you plan to do about the child? Su Yin did not press her, recognizing her fragile state and fearing that further discussion might prove counterproductive. The child? Oh yes, she was pregnant. Chung Yinran placed her hand on her abdomen, overwhelmed with uncertainty about what to do next. As thoughts spiraled, a sharp pain surged through her head. Noticing her distress, Su Yin embraced her gently, whispering, Ran, it's all right. Don't think about it. Just rest well. With his soothing words, Chung Yinran gradually calmed. She closed her eyes, deciding to sleep for a while. She would deal with everything else tomorrow. Su Yin tenderly patted her, soothing her like a child, and soon she succumbed to slumber. After ensuring she was asleep, Su Yin opened the hospital room door and stepped out, where Chung Rang had been waiting at the entrance. He rose from his chair. How is Ran? She just fell asleep, Su Yin replied. Chung Rang regarded him with a neutral expression. Shall we talk? Certainly. The two men took seats outside the hospital room, their long legs finding little comfort in the constrained space. Chung Rang spoke first. Su Yin, do you have feelings for my sister? Su Yin lowered his gaze. I do. He had previously failed to recognize his own heart, blinded by arrogance, believing he could remain indifferent to her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen deeply in love with her. My father has entered. He has indeed erred, and I do not deny that. However, Yinran is innocent. She knows nothing. This girl possesses a strong sense of morality, and knowing the truth torments her endlessly. The doctor has diagnosed her with depression, and it is only growing worse. Chung Rang had never envisioned that his once vibrant and cheerful sister would one day become so withdrawn, feeling that life held no meaning for her. He expressed this not out of malice, but because he understood that only Su Yin could pull her from the abyss. I know it was my fault before. I will always be by her side from now on. I just told her I want to marry her. And what did she say? Chung Rang inquired, frowning. Given his knowledge of Yinran, he doubted she would agree. Su Yin and Appo's lips formed a straight line. She did not agree, but I will not give up. Chung Rang sighed. All right, I hope you keep your word. I will speak to my mother about this. As her brother, all he desired was for his sister to find happiness. Chapter 42, being schemed against thank you, and I am Appo's, am sorry. Su Yin glanced at Chung Rang and uttered these words. Chung Rang understood the implication behind his words and let out a sigh of relief. No need to worry, it and oppose. That's all in the past. I just hope Ran can find happiness soon. By the way, Ran is pregnant. Did you know? Chung Rang suddenly announced. If it weren't for the recent events, had he known his sister was pregnant out of wedlock, he would have undoubtedly confronted Su Yin with fury, not sitting calmly with him to chat. Yes, I am aware. The mention of the child left Su Yin with mixed feelings. He had always taken precautions, except for that one night before their separation when he had forgotten in the bathroom. Little did he realize that it would lead to a pregnancy. The thought of having a relative in this world who shared both his and Ran and Oppo's blood stirred a sense of novelty within him. He eagerly anticipated the child, yet he understood that Ran and Oppo's health was not conducive to carrying a baby at this moment. What do you plan to do? Cheng Hong inquired. Ran is in a fragile state. Now is not the right time for her to have a child, but I must discuss it with her. I respect her wishes, Su Yin replied. This was their first child, and he could not bear to part with it. Yet Ran's well-being was paramount. Chung Rang secretly nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied with Su Yin for the time being. Whether he could become his brother-in-law in the future remained to be seen. Qiao Yu was earnestly passing the time at her computer. Fu Hanji and Oppo's newly appointed executive assistant was a woman, a supposed high achiever from abroad, sporting a neat bob and sharp features that exuded an air of assertiveness. Clad in a white suit, she appeared astute and efficient, earning her the nickname Sister Kelly. Her Chinese name seemed to be Lin Zi, but having spent a considerable time abroad, she likely preferred her English name. She strode over to Qiao Yu's workstation in her high heels, dropping a document. Qiao Yu, print this out. I will need it shortly. Understood, Qiao Yu responded, shutting off her phone and nodding. However, she sensed that the woman harbored some discontent towards her, though she could not fathom the reason. After printing the document, Qiao Yu approached Lin Zi's office and knocked on the door. Upon hearing a voice inviting her in, she entered. Assistant Lin, here, as your document. Just leave it there. Lin Zi replied nonchalantly, then recalled her preference. Haven't I mentioned to call me Kelly? She disliked the title Assistant Lin, especially from Qiao Yu's lips. Qiao Yu furrowed her brows slightly. That is how it has always been. What was with this woman, targeting her just days into the job? Besides, what authority did she possess to demand such familiarity? Past conventions are irrelevant. Are you harboring grievances against me? Assistant Qiao? Lin Zi leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, scrutinizing Qiao Yu with disdain. She believed that just because Qiao Yu was somewhat attractive, she might assume that having Fu Hanji as a backer would allow her to act with impunity. Indeed, since the day Lin Zi inadvertently witnessed Qiao Yu getting into Fu Hanji's car after work, she had surmised that Qiao Yu was his kept woman. After all, how could one explain Fu Hanji's unusual tolerance for her presence? Moreover, on several occasions, she had noticed Qiao Yu daring to challenge Fu Hanji, solidifying her belief that Qiao Yu was indeed under his patronage. Having been Fu Hanji's schoolmate abroad, she had admired him from their first meeting, dedicating years to be worthy of standing by his side. Now, upon discovering that he had already taken a liking to someone else, she felt bitter. What did Qiao Yu possess beyond her looks? She was of no help to him. Qiao Yu felt Lin Zi and Oppo's gaze bore into her uncomfortably. Not want to back down. She retorted, Assistant Lin, do you have a problem with me? If so, kindly keep it to yourself. I am here to work, not to endure your hostility. Moreover, you should rein in your emotions. They are practically spilling over. Lin Zi's anger flared at Qiao Yu's unyielding words. How dare you speak to me like that? No one had ever dared to be so audacious before her. Did Qiao Yu truly believe Fu Hanji would tolerate her insolence indefinitely? Qiao Yu casually poked at her ear, frowning. What is so daring about it? Who do you think you are? Besides, if I can speak to Fu Hanji this way, what makes you so special? I have business to attend to, she declared, turning on her heel and leaving without a care for Lin Zi's thoughts, for it was of no consequence to her. As the saying goes, it is better to challenge others than to exhaust oneself. After Qiao Yu's departure, Lin Zi swept the documents off her desk in frustration, her eyes blazing with fury. Qiao Yu, just wait. Following this incident, Qiao Yu paid no heed to the matter. But little did she know that trouble was brewing that very afternoon. Feeling drowsy after lunch, Qiao Yu took the opportunity to rest at her desk, while Fu Hanji seemed to be away on business. Just as she dozed off, she felt a nudge. Yawning, she opened her eyes to find Fu Hanji looking as grim as if someone owed him 8 million. Hadn't he gone to sign a contract? He should be in high spirits. So why the sour expression? Was he being swindled? Qiao Yu shrugged, unconcerned, and sipped some water. Just as the water was barely swallowed, she saw Lin Zi enter. Qiao Yu, come in for a moment. Swallowing hastily, Qiao Yu entered the office, sensing that Lin Zi's demeanor was odd as she walked past her. What a lunatic, she thought inwardly, standing before Fu Hanji before she could inquire about the matter. He slammed a document onto the desk, his voice icy. Qiao Yu, how do you handle your tasks? Don't you check the documents before printing? Faced with Fu Hanji's cold expression, Qiao Yu calmly picked up the file and reviewed it thoroughly, only to discover that the quoted price was significantly lower than before. Realization struck her. She had been outsmarted. Assistant Lin sent me the electronic version, saying it was urgent, so I didn't have time to. Qiao Yu began to explain, but was cut off by Fu Hanji's stern gaze. Is that an excuse? Do you realize how much the company has lost due to your oversight? Fu Hanji genuinely had not expected such a mistake from Qiao Yu. And given his usual strictness regarding work, his tone was understandably harsh. Perhaps Assistant Qiao did not mean to. Lin Zi interjected, suppressing her delight at Fu Hanji and oppose as reprimand, attempting to defend Qiao Yu. However, before she could finish, Qiao Yu turned swiftly, delivering a slap across Lin Zi and oppose's face. What are you doing? Lin Zi exclaimed, caught off guard. Her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Qiao Yu. She longed to retaliate, but the presence of Fu Hanji held her back, and she spoke with a quavering voice. Fu zoned Qiao Yu. Fu Hanji called, frowning at her once more. Chapter 43. The Rules of Mr. Fu are absolute. Qiao Yu feigned ignorance, not even sparing him a glance. Instead, she focused her attention on Lin Zi, whom she had just struck, a sneer curling at her lips. Assistant Lin, what are you pretending for? Was it not you who informed me that Mr. Fu urgently needed the documents? And this document was prepared by Su Yin long ago. You inspected it and assured me there were no issues before I printed it. At the time, she had intended to review it once more, but since it was done by Su Yin and she had double-checked that everything was in order, she proceeded to print it. After all, documents handled by Su Yin had never posed a problem. She occasionally allowed herself a moment of laziness, merely skimming through. She had not anticipated that Lin Zi would resort to such underhanded tactics to frame her. Figing ignorante, Lin Zi replied, Mr. Fu, I have no idea why Assistant Qiao would say that, but it truly wasn't me. It looked fine when I reviewed it. I even sent you a copy of the same document. Qiao Yu scoffed. Who knows if it's the same one? If you don't believe it, feel free to pull it up and compare. Lin Zi's unwavering certainty made Qiao Yu suspect that the matter was more complicated than it appeared. Otherwise, she wouldn't oppose to be so brazen. Nevertheless, to be cautious, she went to retrieve her laptop. Fu Hanji opened the document on his computer, comparing it with his own copy. And indeed, there appeared to be no discrepancies. The document was in order. He turned to Qiao Yu, who maintained a calm demeanor, secretly pondering that if the electronic version was flawless, then her printed copy must also be correct. The issue lay elsewhere. It was likely a substitution. Mr. Fu, with such a significant error from Assistant Qiao, how will you handle this in the board meeting? Lin Zi inquired nonchalantly. Fu Hanji pondered for a moment before responding. Qiao Yu, you are to take a few days of leave. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Qiao Yu shrugged, fine by me. This just happens to coincide with Hanin's national tour. I can accompany her for some leisure. Who wants to be cooped up in the office? Staring at that lifeless face every day, it dawned on her that Lin Zi had been targeting her because she viewed her as a rival. It was clear that Lin Zi harbored feelings for Fu Hanji. If Fu Hanji were to handle this unsatisfactorily, Lin Zi would surely speak ill of him in front of Hanin, aiming to ruin his reputation. However, Mr. Fu, I demand paid leave since the truth has yet to be uncovered. If I am wrongfully accused, it will be quite the loss for me. Qiao Yu strategically sought to secure her interests. All right, Fu Hanji readily agreed. At that moment, Lin Z's composure crumbled. Mr. Fu, this is against the rules. How can someone on leave still receive pay? Qiao Yu rolled her eyes and retorted, Assistant Lin, do clarify. This company is under the Fu surname, not yours. Mr. Fu's rules are absolute. Your incessant prattling is pointless. Qiao Yu found Lin Z's demeanor intolerable. If one harbors affection for someone, they should pursue it openly. She found it bewildering where Lin Z's inexplicable sense of superiority stemmed from. Not only did she walk around with her nose in the air, but she also engaged in petty rivalries, truly tasteless behavior. Lin Z's face darkened with anger. This shameless woman was infuriating. Fu Hanji pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation. Everyone leave? Qiao Yu nonchalantly turned and exited. Lin Z hesitated, casting a glance at Fu Hanji, but he wouldn't even acknowledge her. Once outside the office, Qiao Yu gathered her belongings, ready to clock out. Colleagues surrounded her, inquiring, Qiao Yu, where are you off to? Qiao Yu replied with a carefree demeanor, Oh, a little situation arose. Mr. Fu has granted me paid leave, so I plan to take a few days off for some fun. You all keep up the good work. With a cheerful gesture of encouragement. She noticed the envy in her co-workers' eyes as they exclaimed, I envy you so much. How come I can't have such luck? I want a vacation too. Qiao Yu chuckled softly, thinking if only they knew the truth, they might feel differently. I'm off now, bye. Suddenly recalling something, Qiao Yu dashed back into the office. Fu Hanji had just instructed someone to check the company's surveillance footage when the door swung open with a bang. He looked up to see Qiao Yu. What is it? Dear cousin, may I borrow your car? I need to pick up Henin, but I didn't drive today. Qiao Yu raised an eyebrow, extending her hand expectantly. Fu Hanji, hearing her request, opened the drawer and retrieved the car keys, placing them on the desk. Thank you, cousin. Qiao Yu expressed her gratitude with a bright smile, casting him a meaningful glance before leaving the office. Aware that Lin Z was observing her, Qiao Yu deliberately concealed the keys behind her back, toying with them in her hand. As expected, upon seeing the familiar car keys, Lin Z's jealousy ignited. Her face contorting in rage, this shameless vixen. As she prepared to turn a corner, Qiao Yu glanced back, throwing Lin Z a defiant look before striding away. Humming a cheerful tune, driving off in Fu Hanji's luxury vehicle, Qiao Yu called Shun Qinghan. Hello, Henin, would you like to go out for some fun? Where to? Aren't you at work? Shun Qinghan asked, gently setting down her pipa with a smile. Your man granted me a vacation. I'm coming to pick you up. Qiao Yu replied with a grin. Shun Qinghan, puzzled but not questioning further, said, I'm on Chongning Road, the place you visited last time. Great, wait for me. I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up, Qiao Yu felt satisfied. Meanwhile, Shun Qinghan packed up her pipa, instructing her assistant, Fong Xiao. I'm going out with friends, so please remember to bring my pipa. Just wait for me at the airport tomorrow. Sure, Sister Qinghan, Fong Xiao replied promptly. As Shun Qinghan changed her clothes, she received a message from Qiao Yu, saying she had arrived. After bidding farewell to Fong Xiao, she headed downstairs and spotted the familiar luxury car from a distance. Approaching, she got in the passenger seat. Why are you driving Fu Hanji's car? Qiao Yu turned on the music to irritate a certain ill-intentioned woman. What happened? Shun Qinghan asked, fastening her seatbelt, noticing Qiao Yu's flustered expression. Upon mentioning the matter, Qiao Yu unleashed her pent-up frustration, venting her anger. That doggo man, Fu Hanji, has one rotten peach at home and another at work. Shun Qinghan brushed her hair aside. How are you planning to address this? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not working right now. Aren't you going on tour tomorrow? I'll accompany you. After the tour, we can have some fun. Qiao Yu dismissed the situation entirely, confident that if Fu Hanji didn't provide a satisfactory resolution, she would resign. All right, we'll go together tomorrow. Shun Qinghan's expression darkened as she took out her phone to message Fu Hanji. Qiao Yu could never do such a thing. Once the investigation results are in, please inform me. No one should unjustly smear Qiao Yu's name. Regardless of what relationship you have with that woman, bullying my good friend is unacceptable. Chapter 44. Quarrel, rest assured. An inquiry is already underway. She will not be wronged. Fu Hanji glanced at the message sent by Shun Qinghan and promptly replied. Upon reading his response, Shun Qinghan sent a smiling emoji along with another message. Do you know why that woman is targeting Qiao Yu? Fu Hanji pondered her words, realizing she was referring to Lin Zi, a fact he was indeed unaware of. I do not know. Observing his forthright reply, Shun Qinghan paused before responding. It is because she has feelings for you. One cannot deny that Fu Hanji is quite adept at attracting admiration. Reflecting on her words, he lowered his gaze and admitted, I apologize. It was my oversight. But why does she target Qiao Yu? Logically speaking, he and Qiao Yu merely share a superior-subordinate relationship with little interaction. What could be her motive? Shun Qinghan suggested. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding? Fu Hanji considered this for a moment. Should the hypothesis that Lin Zi harbors feelings for him prove true, it would indeed provide a motive for her actions against Qiao Yu. Rest assured, I shall swiftly restore Qiao Yu and Appo's reputation. Shun Qinghan replied affirmatively. Okay. Are you upset? Fu Hanji sensed a coldness in her tone, which was uncharacteristic of her. A bit, Shun Qinghan admitted candidly. She felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he had committed no wrongdoing, Qiao Yu had suffered indignities because of him, and the fact that another woman was vying for her boyfriend's attention was hardly conducive to her peace of mind. In the office, Fu Hanji pinched the bridge of his nose, then transferred a sum of money to Shun Qinghan. How can I earn your forgiveness? He found a sticker from Shun Qinghan's collection and sent it. Observing the transfer notification on her phone, Shun Qinghan couldn't help but acknowledge her own simplicity. Money made her quite pleased. What are you laughing about? Qiao Yu, driving, caught a glimpse of Shun Qinghan's beaming face in the rearview mirror. We now have funds for our outing, Shun Qinghan announced, waving her phone in front of her. Qiao Yu glanced over and mused. Mr. Fu's method of wooing is refreshingly straightforward. I truly hope someone will shower me with money like that someday. It sounds delightful. Suddenly, she remembered, what if Jiruashi returns while we are away? After all, this nationwide tour will keep us occupied for nearly a week. Should that little white lotus seize the opportunity, it would be quite troublesome. No worries. Any man who can be swayed by another woman is not worth my time. Shun Qinghan blinked, her lips curving into a smile. Upon reconsideration, Qiao Yu concluded that Shun Qinghan was correct. If Fu Hanji lacked even this modicum of self-control, he was unworthy of her affections. Moreover, if he could not manage his own romantic entanglements, what was he waiting for? Qiao Yu took Shun Qinghan to a newly opened bar, where they ordered drinks and enjoyed the performances of the young men on stage. The surroundings were alive with the flickering of neon lights, and only a sparse crowd occupied the seats within. She suddenly recalled, ever since you started dating Fu Hanji, we haven't been to a bar in ages. Qiao Yu shook her drink, breaking the silence. Shun Qinghan raised an eyebrow. We should go when we return. Agreed. But do you think Fu Hanji will mind? Qiao Yu pondered, stroking her chin. Shun Qinghan, appearing languid, replied, why should I worry about him? As long as we don't inform him, we shall be fine. That evening, Fu Hanji returned home to a darkened, opulent villa devoid of any light. He retrieved his phone from his suit pocket and called Shun Qinghan. Seeing the incoming call, Shun Qinghan waved her phone at Qiao Yu, gesturing towards the outside. Qiao Yu nodded in understanding. Stepping outside, Shun Qinghan answered the call. Hello? Where are you? Fu Hanji's clear voice resonated. Out having fun. Have you returned? As she spoke, she relaxed against a nearby pillar. Fu Hanji inquired, when will you be back? I can come and pick you up. I forgot to mention, I will be departing on a business trip for a nationwide tour tomorrow. It will take over a week before I return, Shun Qinghan replied slowly. On the other end of the line, Fu Hanji remained silent for a prolonged moment, prompting Shun Qinghan to gently ask, why so quiet? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Such plans for a tour should not be arranged at the last minute. If he hadn't called today, would she have learned of it only tomorrow? Didn't I just inform you? Sensing the tension in his voice, Shun Qinghan maintained her composure. You are merely notifying me. As a couple, should you have shared this information with me in advance? An inexplicable anger surged within Fu Hanji. He could see that she did not truly care for him. Shun Qinghan, feeling pressured by his inquiry, was inexplicably displeased. What do you mean? Shun Qinghan, do you consider me your boyfriend? Or do you merely seek entertainment from me out of boredom? Fu Hanji's tone was cold and detached. His words ignited a fire within Shun Qinghan, and she retorted, "Entertainment? What do I gain from you? I haven't betrayed you in any way, nor have I deceived you. How could that be considered entertainment? Besides, as my boyfriend, have you ever shown genuine concern for me? I see no reason to prolong this. Let us end it now." With that, she hung up the phone, gazing at the distant sky. Taking a deep breath, she consciously suppressed the discomfort within her and re-entered the establishment. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji, left in the wake of the abrupt termination, stormed off, his expression frosty as he donned his coat. Qiao Yu, observing Shun Qinghan and Appo's stormy demeanor as she gulped down her drink, inquired, "What happened?" "We broke up," Shun Qinghan replied flatly. "You broke up? What is going on?" Qiao Yu was perplexed, having just witnessed their apparent harmony moments ago. Shun Qinghan retrieved her phone and ordered several more drinks, her voice subdued. "He is upset that I didn't inform him about my tour in advance." "You didn't tell him?" Qiao Yu assumed she had already done so. "No," Shun Qinghan confirmed. "Honestly, I believe you should have mentioned it to him. He might interpret your silence as a sign of indifference, especially since he is your boyfriend and the last to learn of your departure." Qiao Yu felt that Shun Qinghan's omission was indeed a misstep. She may not have fully acclimated to the reality of being in a relationship. Everything had changed. Shun Qinghan absorbed her words in silence, acknowledging her fault yet finding it difficult to apologize. "Qinghan, do you secretly believe that you will eventually part ways with him, leading you to deem such disclosures unnecessary?" Qiao Yu probed further. Shun Qinghan rested her chin on her hand, nodding slightly. "Yes, as you know, I've dated before, but it was always superficial. My relationship with Fu Hanji feels different, almost like an entanglement of fate, and I can't shake the feeling that it won't last. Moreover, I'm accustomed to being alone, so..." Qiao Yu understood her apprehension. She was afraid to fully invest herself, having previously encountered men who were mere boys at heart. With them, she felt secure, as there was little to lose. But Fu Hanji was different. He was mature, composed, and undeniably charming. Spending prolonged periods with someone like him made her fear the depth of her feelings, the potential for love, and the risk of heartache. Chapter 45. A breakup, an inappropriate kiss. Han. Relationships between individuals are built on genuine reciprocity. Perhaps you should consider opening your heart and communicating with Fu Hanji. You might find unexpected rewards. Although Qiao Yu holds a certain disdain for Fu Hanji and Appo's sour expression, she cannot deny his exceptional qualities. Moreover, after spending time together, she perceives Fu Hanji as a person of good character, and their energies align well when they are together. Isn't it said that true love ultimately relies on conscience? One must love a fundamentally good person, rather than merely someone who treats them well. At this moment, Shun Qinghan and Appo's typically clear gaze flickered with confusion as she looked at Qiao Yu. "Is it possible? Of course. I will always be your strongest support. We must possess the courage to forge ahead and the confidence to cut our losses when necessary. You must believe that you deserve all the beauty the world has to offer." It must be said that Qiao Yu and Appo's comforting words were quite effective. Shun Qinghan set down her cup. "I understand, Yu. I will go find him. Here is the hotel room key. You should return on your own." "All right," Qiao Yu replied, accepting the key with a nod. Watching Shun Qinghan and Appo's departing figure, she glanced at her phone where Fu Hanji had messaged her, inquiring about Shun Qinghan and Appo's whereabouts. Han, you must be happy," Qiao Yu silently wished. As Shun Qinghan exited the establishment, she dialed Fu Hanji's number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered. The moment the call connected, she exhaled in relief, terrified that he might have deleted her in a fit of anger. At that moment, Fu Hanji was driving. He had to admit that Shun Qinghan and Appo's earlier mention of a breakup had severely impacted his mood. He had never experienced such a heart-wrenching discomfort before. Thus, he decided to seek her out, never anticipating that she would call him. Unsure of how to begin, he hesitated to speak first. Shun Qinghan slowly asked, "Where are you?" No sooner had she posed the question than a car stopped before her. The window rolled down, revealing that familiar and handsome face. Fu Hanji sat inside, his lips pressed into a straight line, quietly observing her. Meeting his gaze, Shun Qinghan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over her. rendering her immobile. Having recently consumed alcohol, her fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, appearing even more enchanting under the lights. "Are you just going to stand there in the cold?" Fu Hanji asked, his brow furrowing as he raised his voice. Shen Qinghan silently approached, opening the car door and taking a seat. The warmth of the heated interior enveloped her instantly. Usually straightforward, she now found herself inexplicably conflicted, her head bowed as her hands intertwined nervously. Fu Hanji, relaxed in his posture, tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and glanced at her. "Is there nothing you wish to say?" "Fu Hanji, I am sorry. I made a mistake, and I apologize." After much internal struggle, Shen Qinghan gathered her courage to express her thoughts. Qiao Yu was right. There was no need for embarrassment. If one makes a mistake, an apology suffices. "What did you do wrong?" Fu Hanji leaned back in his seat, his tone indifferent. "I should have informed you of my plans in advance." Shen Qinghan's gaze fell on his face, noticing his calm demeanor, which only deepened her feelings of guilt. Fu Hanji and Appo's deep voice broke the silence. Did he not want to break up? He had merely asked a question, and she had responded with a breakup. Did she view their relationship as such a trivial matter? Noticing his cold demeanor, Shen Qinghan felt displeased. Silently, she extended her hand to grasp his resting on his knee. Softening her tone, "I was wrong. Let's not break up, all right?" After speaking, she playfully blinked at him, her innocence laced with a hint of charm. Fu Hanji scrutinized her, remaining motionless. "Fu Hanji, do not be so petty. I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry." Perhaps due to her slight inebriation, she felt emboldened to express herself more freely. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Shen Qinghan withdrew her hand with a huff. Fu Hanji nearly laughed in exasperation, unbuckling his seatbelt and pulling her to face him. "Am I being petty?" he asked, his tone laced with mischief. Shen Qinghan turned to meet his gaze. "I have apologized. Why are you still holding a grudge? Besides, when have I ever apologized to a man? Usually, is they who owe me an apology." As she babbled on, Fu Hanji and Appo's eyes darkened with intensity. Leaning in closer, he grasped the back of her neck, drawing her nearer. His gaze fixated on her soft lips. This lacked sincerity. Shen Qinghan and Appo's breath hitched, momentarily rendering her speechless. Unable to resist the allure of his striking features, she instinctively leaned in to kiss him. However, just as their lips were about to meet, Fu Hanji pulled away. She found herself kissing the air, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if questioning the meaning behind his actions. Fu Hanji leaned back in his seat, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "I recall that we are broken up. Another kiss seems inappropriate." Shen Qinghan disregarded his words, leaping into his embrace. "Then let us reconcile." Fu Hanji replied firmly, "No. Why not?" She felt her earnestness was clear, yet he remained obstinate. Reconciling now only to break up again in 3 months seemed too cumbersome. With a slight sigh, Fu Hanji spoke. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck, shaking her head. "Let's not break up, please." Fu Hanji raised an eyebrow at her words. "Really? Really?" Shen Qinghan insisted, nodding earnestly before asking, "Can we kiss now?" Fu Hanji looked down at her, unsure of how much she had drunk. Her eyes glistened, and her already stunning features appeared even more radiant. The confined space of the car only heightened her restlessness as she shifted in his embrace. Were it not for his strong self-control, he might have lost all composure. Seeing her demand a kiss, Fu Hanji welcomed the opportunity. He lifted her chin, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, while his other hand settled on her waist, pulling her closer. Lowering his head, he parted her lips, invading her mouth with fervor. Moments later, Shen Qinghan was left breathless, clinging to him, utterly spent. Fu Hanji's icy gaze was now filled with desire as he rasped, "Do you remember which hotel you're staying at?" In a daze, Shen Qinghan managed to utter the name. He positioned her comfortably in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt before driving toward the hotel she had mentioned. Along the way, Shen Qinghan succumbed to sleep, her eyes fluttering shut. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fu Hanji unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the car, and made his way around to her side, gently lifting her into his arms as he strode toward the hotel lobby. Chapter 46. No more talk of breakups on the way here. He arranged for a presidential suite, as this hotel holds shares from the Fu family. In the elevator, Shen Qinghan stirred awake with a soft murmur. Are we there? Almost, Fu Hanji replied, gently, gazing at their reflections in the elevator. Shen Qinghan playfully squeezed the muscles of his arm and asked, why is it so hard? Fu Hanji's narrow eyes lifted slightly, a teasing smile curling his lips as he leaned closer, there and oppose, as something even harder. Upon hearing his words, she was taken aback, her red lips parting in surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Shen Qinghan hadn't anticipated such a response, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing her reaction, Fu Hanji's smile grew more mischievous. Why is Han In silent? Shen Qinghan felt her cheeks flush at his question, averting her gaze. Fu Hanji, we're in public, mind your manners. He dared to inquire, while she found herself too shy to respond. Just then, the elevator chimed, the doors opening, and Fu Hanji, smiling, strode toward their room, carrying her in his arms. With the conversation abruptly halted, Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Raising her eyes, she was met with Fu Hanji's chiseled jawline and straight nose. She couldn't help but marvel at his striking appearance. While most would appear less than flattering from such an angle, he seemed flawless from every perspective. His intense gaze remained fixed on her, and Fu Hanji's smile deepened as they reached the door of the room. Shen Qinghan glanced at it, puzzled. This ISN and oppose. To the room I booked. Fu Hanji input the password. I upgraded you to the presidential suite. Is that so? Shen Qinghan nodded, somewhat uncertain. With a soft beep, Fu Hanji pushed the door open and stepped inside. As she took in the surroundings, she marveled at the suite's luxury. The entrance featured a bar and an open kitchen. The expansive kitchen boasted a floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the twinkling lights of the city beyond. Put me down, Shen Qinghan murmured, shifting her legs. Fu Hanji set her on the sofa. Are you sober now? Shen Qinghan met his gaze. Yes. Then let us discuss why you didn't inform me about your business trip. Fu Hanji leaned back on the sofa, his dark eyes steady as he spoke. I've already apologized, haven't I? Shen Qinghan lowered her gaze. Fu Hanji raised an eyebrow. An apology is one thing. We need to address the underlying issue. He needed to understand her thoughts to alleviate her concerns and ensure such misunderstandings would not arise again. I feel like we should break up. It's too complicated. Shen Qinghan mumbled, her voice dwindling under his scrutinizing gaze. If I recall correctly, it was you who suggested a breakup after 3 months. Fu Hanji articulated each word carefully. That was only because you were so indifferent. If it weren't for that incident, would you have let me be your girlfriend? The mention of this topic ignited her passion, and she raised her voice. Fu Hanji lifted his gaze, speaking slowly. So, this is your concern? Yes, Shen Qinghan nodded awkwardly. Relieved that she had turned the tables on him, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Fu Hanji pulled her into his embrace, his tone affectionate as he said, From now on, you must tell me everything that happens, understood? His voice was tender, his gaze warm, and Shen Qinghan felt her heart flutter. Understood. Yiyo was right. Perhaps she should wholeheartedly trust him and not be so hesitant, for that was not her nature. After a moment, Fu Hanji recalled something and spoke up. I remember, you just mentioned feeling regretful about not being able to sleep with me. His words struck a chord in Shen Qinghan, who felt a pang of grievance. Well, of course. We've been together for nearly a month, and aside from that one time with the herbal medicine, we've only shared kisses and hugs, with no further progress. She felt it was abnormal. After all, she was a stunning beauty. How could he not have any thoughts about her? Does Han In think I don't care about you? Fu Hanji's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes. You're always busy with work, there's never time for dates, and there are so many women who like you, Shen Qinghan enumerated, counting on her fingers. Under the warm light, her expressions were animated, and the fine hairs on her delicate skin were clearly visible. Fu Hanji was entirely captivated by her. All right, I will make more time for dates and keep my distance from other women. That is more like it, Shen Qinghan beamed, her pride evident. Considering his newfound willingness to comply, she decided not to hold any grudges. By the way, you must give Qiao Yu an explanation. After all, this issue arose because of you. No matter what, her friends must not suffer any grievances because of her. At her words, Fu Hanji felt a twinge of jealousy and posed a rather loaded question. Let me ask you, if I fell into a river with Qiao Yu, who would you save? Definitely not you. In into oppose. As perfectly normal for a big man like you not to know how to swim, Shun Qinghan replied, her expression tinged with disdain. Moreover, her relationship with Qiao Yu was such that even if they were on the brink of death, she would ensure the chat history was deleted first. After all, she was her closest confidant. Fu Hanji felt a sharp pang in his heart, questioning why he had asked such a humiliating question. So where do I rank in your heart? Shun Qinghan hesitated for a moment before extending a hand. Fu Hanji squeezed his eyes shut. After all this time, he was merely fifth in her affections. Who else is in your ranking? My mother, my father, my brother, Qiao Yu, and then you, Shun Qinghan stated earnestly, showing no regard for his feelings. Listening to her ranking, Fu Hanji silently pondered how he could possibly compete with Qiao Yu. One day, he would ensure she ranked behind him. Seeing the expression on his face, Shun Qinghan couldn't help but smile. She anticipated Fu Hanji to have such a childish side. It was utterly charming. All right, don't be upset. You asked for it, she teased, cupping his face with her hands and smiling. Fu Hanji sighed inwardly, grumbling, you might as well have kept it to yourself. Oh, come on, be good. Shun Qinghan said affectionately, pouting and placing a soft kiss on his lips. Fu Hanji gazed intently at her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he leaned in closer. Their lips met, and he held the back of her head, deepening the kiss. His other hand wandered restlessly at her waist, causing her to shiver. After a long moment, he released her, resting his forehead against hers, their noses brushing as he softly declared, no more talk of breakups from now on. Shun Qinghan's breath quickened, a flush creeping across her cheeks, her heart racing. She shot him an accusatory glance, I know. Yet, a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart. Chapter 47. What is she doing? Fu Hanji and Amp. Oppo's large hand rested on her waist, transmitting waves of heat. The room and Amp. Oppo's temperature rose, and Shun Qinghan weakly clung to his neck, her gaze beginning to blur. As Fu Hanji kissed her, he carried her towards the bed. After gently placing Shun Qinghan on the bed, his gaze intensified with fervor. Shun Qinghan's heart raced. She anticipated what was to come, filled with both excitement and a hint of nervousness. He leaned in closer, and Shun Qinghan slowly closed her eyes, awaiting. In the next moment, darkness engulfed her. It was Fu Hanji pulling the blanket over her, enveloping her completely. Shun Qinghan pulled the blanket aside, revealing her head, her tone dissatisfied. What are you doing? It end Amp. Oppo's a critical moment, and he acts this way. Could it be that he can't end Amp? Oppo's But that shouldn't be the case. After all, she had been intimate before. It had been quite fine. With tension in the air, Fu Hanji was undoubtedly feeling the heat himself. He restrained himself and said, you have a business trip tomorrow. He was concerned that if they were to consummate their relationship tonight, she might feel unwell the next day. It must be said that sometimes this unspoken consideration is what truly touches the heart. Listening to his words, Shun Qinghan understood his intentions were for her well-being, and her heart melted. Seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead from his restraint made her feel a little uneasy. She took his hand and softly said, then what about you? Perhaps I could help you. Before the words left her lips, Shun Qinghan completely forgot the lesson from their last encounter. Shun Qinghan was held by him as they washed their hands repeatedly in the bathroom, the mirror reflecting their affectionate embrace. She suddenly remembered, are you going back tonight? No. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. Fu Hanji helped her wash off the soap from her hands and took a nearby washcloth to dry them. Good. The thought of him accompanying her made Shun Qinghan naturally happy. After they finished their grooming, they lay together on the bed. Shun Qinghan's heart raced. Her palms were slightly sweaty. After all, this was their first time sharing a bed since they had become a couple. Nestled in his strong arms, with his large hand resting on her waist, the tranquility of the space amplified the sound of their breaths. Shun Qinghan felt that this situation was even more intimate. Fu Hanji, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, had to suppress his desires, and he even admired his own restraint. He sighed softly. Less sleep. Oh, Shun Qinghan replied, not daring to let her thoughts wander, closing her eyes to invite slumber. The next morning, when the alarm rang, Fu Hanji opened his eyes. He reached for Shun Qinghan's phone to silence the alarm. Turning to look at the person snuggled in his arms, soundly asleep, he leaned down, his tone tender. Henin, it's time to get up. Shun Qinghan, lost in her dreams, waved her hand unconsciously. Just a little longer. If you sleep more, we'll miss the flight. Get up quickly. Fu Hanji pinched her cheek gently. Upon hearing they had to catch a flight, Shun Qinghan instantly lost her drowsiness. Fu Hanji brought her clothes. You get dressed first. I'll order breakfast from the hotel. After we eat, we'll leave. Good. Shun Qinghan, not daring to delay further, quickly donned her clothes. Dressed and wearing slippers, she rushed to the bathroom, noticing the toothbrush already prepared with water and toothpaste on the counter. Shun Qinghan smiled. How considerate. When she finished brushing her teeth and came out, Fu Hanji had already laid out breakfast. Come and eat. He pulled out a chair for her to sit down. He handed her a slice of bread and peeled an egg for her, enjoying Fu Hanji's thoughtful service. Shun Qinghan couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could pack you in my suitcase and take you with me. Fu Hanji's gaze flickered as he slowly responded, Send me your itinerary later. Good. Shun Qinghan readily agreed without a second thought. Where's my phone? She asked. It should be on the bed. Fu Hanji stood and went to retrieve it from the other room. Shun Qinghan took her phone. I need to ask Qiao Yu if she and Appease is awake. What do you want to ask her? Fu Hanji inquired casually. Shun Qinghan froze, her expression slightly awkward. I forgot to tell you. Qiao Yu is coming with me. She is going with you? Fu Hanji raised his voice. Yes. Didn't you suspend her? She said she wanted to go with me and have some fun. Shun Qinghan sent a message, then lowered her head to continue breakfast. Fu Hanji. Had he known, he wouldn't have suspended her. He himself hadn't even had the chance to travel with Henin yet. Now, not only was she getting paid leave, but she was also getting a vacation. What a steal for her. I'm done eating. Noticing his sour expression, Shun Qinghan muttered. Fu Hanji took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration. Let us go. The two exited the hotel in succession, only to find Qiao Yu waiting at the entrance. Seeing their reconciled demeanor, Qiao Yu greeted. Hello, Mr. Fu. Fu Hanji glanced at her smug smile, choosing not to respond, merely offering a cold, nonchalant hum. He opened the trunk to help her with her suitcase. He initially lifted it with one hand, but had to use both hands to place it inside. Afterward, he remarked with annoyance. Did you pack bricks in here? Qiao Yu shot him with a disdainful look. Mr. Fu, you need to practice your strength. You. Fu Hanji gritted his teeth, unable to finish his sentence, as Shun Qinghan pulled him away. We should go. We'll miss the flight. Shun Qinghan was at a loss for words. The two of them seemed to have ignited a fuse, beginning their quarrel early in the day. Fu Hanji felt that Shun Qinghan was defending Qiao Yu, and with a sullen expression, he got into the car. Qiao Yu sat alone in the back, arms crossed. If it weren't for her, he would still be a single man, and yet he dared to criticize her luggage. As the car headed towards the airport, Shun Qinghan turned to Qiao Yu. Yu, have you had breakfast yet? No. Qiao Yu shook her head. Here. Shun Qinghan took out 2 buns and a box of milk from her bag. Qiao Yu accepted them without hesitation. Fu Hanji, driving, felt his mood darken further upon seeing that familiar breakfast. Shun Qinghan cast a subtle glance, realizing he was jealous of Qiao Yu. She felt utterly exasperated. Chapter 48. Reluctant farewell upon arriving at the airport, Fu Hanji assisted with a luggage check-in, then proceeded to cling to Shun Qinghan. Qiao Yu, standing at a distance, felt quite embarrassed. Fu Hanji, are you feeling jealous of Qiao Yu? Shun Qinghan inquired. Indeed, Fu Hanji admitted with remarkable candor. Although she was his girlfriend, it was rather vexing that Qiao Yu, as his employee, could accompany her on a business trip while he had to remain at work. The thought only fueled his irritation further. Do not be jealous. You are different from her, Shun Qinghan said, gently stroking his hand. In what way are we different? Fu Hanji gazed intently at her. Shun Qinghan paused before saying, You know, it was Qiao Yu who encouraged me to seek you out yesterday. She also mentioned that it was indeed my fault for not informing you about the business trip. Hearing this, Fu Hanji felt a semblance of relief wash over him. Really? He asked. Of course, why would I lie? She is my dearest friend, and you are my most beloved. Therefore, it is essential for you two to get along well. Understood? Shun Qinghan and Appease S concern was palpable. Fu Hanji and Oppos. S eyes sparkled with joy at her words. What did you just say I am? Shen Qinghan hesitated, realizing he had only caught that one phrase. After a moment of silence, Fu Hanji, anxious, pressed her. What did you say? Please repeat it. I said you were my most beloved, Shen Qinghan replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth as she echoed her declaration. A radiant smile spread across Fu Hanji and Oppos' face, his expression brimming with delight. Shen Qinghan gazed at him, momentarily captivated. It was the first time she had seen him smile so broadly, and she had only uttered a single sentence. Henin, you are also my most beloved, Fu Hanji whispered softly, leaning closer to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her, causing Shen Qinghan to shrink slightly, her gaze meeting the affection in his eyes, wrapping her arms around his strong waist. The thought of their impending separation for a week cast a shadow over her mood. You must remember to think of me and keep your distance from other women. Understood? All right, call me if you need anything, Fu Hanji replied solemnly. After a moment, the announcement for boarding came over the speakers, and they reluctantly released their hold on one another. I'm leaving now, Shen Qinghan said, hesitating to let go. Okay, Fu Hanji nodded. Arin and Oppos. Are you going to give me a kiss? Shen Qinghan asked awkwardly, feeling the seriousness of the moment. Unable to contain his laughter, Fu Hanji reached out and, bending down, pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Qiao Yu, growing impatient while waiting nearby, called out, It's time to go. I'm on my way, Shen Qinghan replied. Looking back at him, Fu Hanji squeezed her hand. Good. Message me when you arrive. MHM. Shen Qinghan nodded, turning to find Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu teased. Just yesterday you were talking about breaking up, and now you act like nothing happened. Ah, love. Shen Qinghan smiled. What? Are you envious? You should find someone too. You think finding a partner is as easy as picking a cabbage off the street? Qiao Yu retorted, slightly exasperated. After passing through security, Shen Qinghan glanced back one last time. Fu Hanji stood there still. She waved cheerfully, and he reciprocated. Qiao Yu clicked her tongue. All right, enough of that. Shen Qinghan turned to embrace her. If you truly desire it, you can have it. She responded to Qiao Yu's earlier remark. Fine. I'll wait until I meet someone who catches my eye. Love is all about fate. Who knows when it might happen? Once aboard the plane, Shen Qinghan sent Fu Hanji a message. We're about to take off? I'll turn my phone off and message you when I arrive. Fu Hanji replied instantly. Okay. Shen Qinghan smiled as she switched off her phone. Qiao Yu settled beside her. Where's your assistant? I just asked. She is already on the plane, Shen Qinghan replied, stowing her phone in her bag. Oh, Qiao Yu nodded, pulling out her eye mask. I'm going to take a nap. MHM. They were to fly to Yun City, which was in the southern region, while Hai City lay in the north. The flight would take 7 hours. After bidding farewell to Shen Qinghan, Fu Hanji drove to the office. Upon arrival, he made a phone call. Have you found out about the surveillance footage? The voice on the other end replied, yes. We discovered that Assistant Lin printed something the day before, but the footage doesn't clarify what exactly she printed. Understood, Fu Hanji said before hanging up, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Zi knocked on the office door. Kumin. Lin Zi entered, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, dressed in a tailored work outfit, carrying a cup of coffee. Senior brother, I made you coffee. Please give it a try. She approached Fu Hanji, casually bending to place the coffee beside him. Without raising his eyes, Fu Hanji replied, just focus on your duties. The implication was clear. Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Zi bit her lip and said, I understand, senior brother. I was merely thinking that with Qiao Yu suspended, you might not have coffee to drink, so change your address during working hours. Fu Hanji replied coolly, engrossed in the documents before him. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Lin Zi's expression darkened. Yes, Mr. Fu, she acknowledged. If there's nothing else, you may leave, he continued. Feeling somewhat wronged, Lin Zi turned to exit but heard him say, take the coffee with you. Surprised that he wouldn't even drink the coffee she had prepared, her resentment towards Qiao Yu intensified. As for the reason, surely Qiao Yu had been speaking ill of her behind her back. It was unjust for Qiao Yu, who was not even present, to bear the brunt of Lin Zi's frustration. Reluctantly retrieving the coffee, Lin Zi departed, leaving a lingering scent of her perfume in the office. Fu Hanji discarded his pen and opened the windows on either side. The fresh air flooded in, and he finally felt his breathing ease. Sitting back at his desk, he sent a message to the head of the recruitment department, requesting a new assistant, specifying that he preferred a male candidate. At the first hospital of High City, the cool autumn breeze rustled the yellowing ginkgo leaves. Su Yin pushed Chung Yinran in her wheelchair, taking her for a stroll outside. "Are you cold?" he asked, bringing the wheelchair to a stop beside a bench and taking her hand. Chung Yinran blinked, expressionless, shaking her head. Due to her illness, she had lost considerable weight. Her cheeks no longer as full as before. Seeing her despondent demeanor pained Su Yin, who tucked her hand under a blanket. "What are you thinking about?" he queried gently. In recent days, she had scarcely spoken to anyone, maintaining a distant, indifferent air regardless of who addressed her. Therefore, Su Yin did not expect a response. He merely sought to engage her in conversation. "Su Yin, I want to be discharged." Her voice finally broke through the silence. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile spread across his face. "All right, I will arrange for your discharge." She had finally spoken to him, and Su Yin felt an overwhelming joy, unsure of what to say next. Given that her physical condition had improved significantly, perhaps a change of environment would expedite her recovery. Chapter 49. Agreeing to marry Su Yin, Chung Yinran looked at his joyful face and silently averted her gaze. "You don an amp, oppose, T have to stay with me all the time. He must have many matters to attend to." She had recently heard him on the phone late into the night, dealing with work in the dark. Su Yin was surprised that she initiated a conversation with him. His tone was gentle. "It's all right. I enjoy being with you." Having experienced the near loss of her, he never wished to undergo such an ordeal again. In his heart, no matter the matter or the person, none held greater significance than she did. Chung Yinran gazed at him deeply, choosing not to respond. Su Yin pressed his lips together. "Ran, have you thought about the child? If you don't want it, we should consider a procedure soon while it's still early. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the more it may harm your body. Do you want it?" Chung Yinran inquired, tilting her head to look at him. Su Yin squatted beside her, his expression tender. "You should consider my feelings, but ultimately follow your own heart." He did not wish for her to alter her decision based on his words. The child was in her womb, and she had the complete autonomy to decide. "But you are the father, aren't you?" she stated flatly. Su Yin smiled faintly, answering earnestly, "Of course I want it, for it is our child. I look forward to it." His gaze fell upon her abdomen, his eyes brimming with warmth. These days, he often found himself wondering whether the child was a boy or a girl, and who they might resemble more upon birth. "Then let it stay," Chung Yinran murmured softly. Since he desired it, they should keep it. She owed him so much. It was time to make amends. Su Yin did not expect her to say this. Ran, are you serious?" She nodded slightly. Her willingness to keep the child filled Su Yin with joy. He excitedly took her hand. "Then let us marry." "What did you say?" Chung Yinran gasped, staring at him in disbelief. "I said, marry me and be my wife. Shall we?" Su Yan's expression was earnest, his gaze laced with anticipation. Chung Yinran remained silent, simply watching him. After a moment, she softly asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes, Ran, I love you, and I wish to marry you. Will you?" Su Yin laid his heart bare for her to see. The depth of his affection was evident in his eyes, leaving Chung Yinran momentarily at a loss for words. "But didn't you hate me?" Back when they were together, she had been unaware of the occasional coldness he displayed. But upon learning the truth, she understood it stemmed from hatred, his resentment towards her. Being with someone who had indirectly caused the death of his loved ones must have tormented him. Underneath his glasses, Su Yin lowered his eyelids and slowly said, Ran, I have never hated you. I have only hated myself. You know, you're like a beam of light illuminating my dark world. In the face of your profound affection, I simultaneously rejoice and scorn myself. I am in turmoil, telling myself I shouldn't love you, yet I inevitably succumb to my feelings. I feel guilty for loving you, for the pain it may cause my sister and grandmother. He had sacrificed everything, scheming for years to exact revenge, yet upon his return, he became entangled with the daughter of his enemy. though he repeatedly told himself that being with her was merely to inflict suffering upon the Chung family. He knew deep down his selfish desires were at play. Listening to his words, Chung Yinran placed her hand over his and softly said, "All right, I will marry you." Though she was unaware of the hardships he had endured over the years, she understood he must have suffered greatly. Her father had already paid the price for his actions, and she, who had reaped the benefits, ought to atone for her own sins. "You agreed?" Su Yin grasped her hand back, his eyes sparkling with joy. He eagerly sought a definitive answer from her, and upon her nod, his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. After spending so much time together, Chung Yinran had never seen him this happy. She silently wished, "Su Yin, may you find such joy every day henceforth." After lingering downstairs for a while, Su Yin pushed Chung Yinran back to her hospital room. The next day, after completing her discharge procedures, Su Yin carried Chung Yinran into Chung Rang's car. "You've lost weight?" Cheng Hang remarked, observing Cheng Yanan. Chung Yinran softly replied, "You've lost weight too." Hearing this, Chung Rang felt a pang in his heart, looking at the living person before him with relief. Thank goodness she was all right. Thank goodness she was still alive. "Ah, I oppose. Have you been on a diet lately?" Cheng Hang chuckled dismissively. Yet, Chung Yinran could sense he was lying. She could imagine the immense pressure he must be under after their father's incident had impacted the Chung family's shares. "It's better for you to be a bit heavier," she expressed with concern. Su Yin listened to their conversation, genuinely pleased to see her in much better spirits lately. The doctor had said that as long as she maintained a cheerful disposition, she would gradually recover. While driving, Chung Rang conversed with Chung Yinran. "All right, I'll listen to you." Then, the next moment, he heard her say, "Brother, I'm going to marry Su Yin." Chung Rang was not particularly surprised. After all, Su Yin had mentioned it to him earlier, and he had no objections. "That's great. No objections here, haha." Chung Rang glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his tone uplifted. Chung Yinran had not anticipated his supportive reaction. She had thought he would be angry and scold her. "It's not just me. Mom agrees too. As long as you're happy." Chung Rang had already prepared their mother, who, feeling for her daughter, had little to say. "Thank you, brother." Chung Yinran felt deeply touched by her family's care. "Silly girl, there's no need to thank family," Chung Rang replied with a smile, his expression relaxed. After their exchange, he glanced at Su Yin through the mirror, warningly stating, "Su Yin, if you dare to treat Ranran poorly, I won't let you off easily." The past was behind them. Should he mistreat his sister again, he would risk everything. Su Yin held Chung Yinran's hand, assuring earnestly, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Ranran." "That is more like it," Chung Rang replied with a hum. Chapter 50. Is the Master Reluctant? Yunqing. After disembarking from the plane, Shun Qinghan and Qiao Yu directly boarded the car arranged by the hotel. "Why is it so cold in Yunqing?" Qiao Yu shivered slightly, burying her icy hands deep into her pockets. Shun Qinghan, while messaging Fu Hanji, remarked, "Is it possible for it not to be cold up north? I have a gathering tonight. Would you like to join?" After contemplating, Qiao Yu shook her head. "I want to go. It's too cold." Shun Qinghan did not insist. Well aware of Qiao Yu's aversion to the cold, particularly when it necessitated venturing outdoors. "All right, I'll bring you some treats when I return." "MHM," Qiao Yu nodded. Once they settled into the hotel, Shun Qinghan set out. This gathering was organized by the hosts, making it imperative for Shun Qinghan to attend, especially since her mentor would be there. In a private dining establishment, the circular table in the private room was nearly filled with guests, all exchanging pleasantries. An elite gentleman in his 40s, dressed in a suit, raised his glass to toast the central figure, Master Fong. "It's been a challenge to see you. I propose a toast." Fong Qinhua glanced at him, but remained silent. Jiang Luoxian, seated beside her, stood up with a composed demeanor. "Mr. Lu, my mentor is allergic to alcohol. I shall drink this on her behalf." Mr. Lu, slightly miffed at being upstaged, refrained from further comments, mindful of Fong Qinyue's standing in the industry. After they finished their drinks, the door of the private room swung open, revealing Shun Qinghan's figure to the gathered crowd. "Our mentor's esteemed disciple has arrived. Please, come in." Shun Qinghan nodded politely. "I apologize for my tardiness." Fong Qinyue beamed upon seeing her, waving her over. "Qinghan, come here." Shen Qinghan approached and embraced her. Master, it's been ages. You little rascal. Fang Qianyue patted her affectionately. After greeting her mentor, her gaze shifted to Jiang Luoxian. Senior brother, how have you been? Jiang Luoxian nodded with a gentle smile. All is well. As Fang Qianyue's disciple, Jiang Luoxian had entered the fold before Shen Qinghan. Thus addressing him as senior was appropriate. Master Fang's disciples are indeed exceptional. Miss Shun, should you need anything during your time in Yinqing, do not hesitate to ask, Mr. Lu expressed warmly. Jiang Luoxian, aware Shen Qinghan was unfamiliar with him, leaned closer to whisper, "This is Mr. Lu." Mr. Lu? He must be one of the hosts. Shen Qinghan mused, adept at social interactions, replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." No need for formality, Mr. Lu grinned, acknowledging Fang Qianyue and Amp, Oppo's, S2 disciples for their tact. The meal was devoid of flavor, and upon its conclusion, Mr. Lu suggested karaoke, but Fang Qianyue declined, citing discomfort. He then turned to Shen Qinghan. "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I lack singing talent." Mr. Lu, rebuffed, departed in annoyance. Once he left, Fang Qianyue snorted, "What a pretentious fellow." Thinking too highly of himself. Shen Qinghan couldn't suppress her laughter. "You speak the truth, master. Let us find a quieter place for the three of us to sit. I detest such meaningless gatherings," she added. Indeed, Shen Qinghan agreed with a smile. The trio settled into a CAF, with Shen Qinghan and Fang Qianyue on one side, and Jiang Luoxian across from them. "You both should practice your pieces with the group tomorrow," Fang Qianyue suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Certainly," Jiang Luoxian replied with a warm smile. "You need not worry, master. We won't let you down," Shen Qinghan added confidently. Fang Qianyue's well-maintained visage glimmered with a smile. "If you embarrass me, I shall expel you from the sect." "Master, could you truly be so heartless?" Shen Qinghan feigned a pout. "What reason would I have to be merciful?" Fang Qianyue sipped her coffee. Jiang Luoxian, holding sugar, inquired, "Sister, would you still like a spoonful?" Shen Qinghan nodded. "Yes, thank you, senior brother." After adding sugar for her, Jiang Luoxian turned to Fang Qianyue. "Master, would you like some?" Fang Qianyue shot him a cold glance. "You remember to get your sister a spoonful of sugar, but forget that I do not want any." This rascal only has eyes for his sister, neglecting everything else. Jiang Luoxian, unwittingly glancing at Shen Qinghan, responded, "Master, you jest." Shen Qinghan cleared her throat. "Master, do refrain from joking." Fang Qianyue smirked, pondering whether Shen Qinghan was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. After some time, Fang Qianyue's phone rang, and Shen Qinghan knew without a doubt it was her clingy master who was calling. Their bond was strong, having grown up together, their affection unwavering through the years. As expected, after the call, Fang Qianyue announced, "Your master has come to pick me up. I must return. Qinghan, let Luoxian escort you home." Before departing, she made sure to create an opportunity for them. Shen Qinghan chuckled, "Master, do hurry along. We wouldn't want your master to be left waiting." After bidding farewell, Fang Qianyue left, and Shen Qinghan and Jiang Luoxian exited the CAF. "I shall escort you home," Jiang Luoxian offered proactively. Shen Qinghan initially intended to decline. "There's no need. It's late. It's unsafe for you to travel alone," he insisted. With that reasoning, Shen Qinghan felt it inappropriate to argue further. Jiang Luoxian drove up and opened the passenger door for her. She contemplated sitting in the back but felt it might imply he was merely a driver. Ultimately, she took the passenger seat. Once inside, an awkward silence enveloped them, until Shen Qinghan's phone chimed with a message. It was Fu Hanji inquiring about her whereabouts. She replied, "On my way back. Would you like to listen to some music?" Jiang Luoxian suddenly asked. "That's fine," she replied softly. After her consent, he activated the Bluetooth and played a soothing melody. The gentle music filled the car as Shen Qinghan gazed out the window, lost in thought. Jiang Luoxian held the steering wheel, contemplating before speaking. "Qinghan." Before he could finish, Shen Qinghan's phone rang again. "You should take that," Jiang Luoxian suggested after a pause. She picked up the phone, noticing Fu Hanji and Oppo's call. Her eyes brightening as she answered, "Have you returned yet?" "Not yet," she replied, her tone light and carefree. Chapter 51. An IQ of 250. How long until we arrive? I and Amp, Oppos, V, ordered takeout for you. Fu Hanji thought about her mention of attending a gathering and figured she must not have eaten well, so he ordered some of her favorite dishes. Shen Qinghan felt a warmth in her heart and teased. When did you become so considerate? Is this what you call being thoughtful? Fu Hanji smiled slightly. It's merely a trivial matter. Well, keep it up, Shen Qinghan replied with a noncommittal smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoxian, who was driving, casually adjusted the air conditioning and asked, Qinghan, how's the temperature? Shen Qinghan glanced at him and replied, it's just right. On the other end of the line, Fu Hanji paused upon hearing the man's voice, Henin. Who are you with? It's my senior. I'll introduce you next time, Shen Qinghan said candidly. Her honest demeanor alleviated Fu Hanji's concerns, though a hint of discomfort lingered in his heart. After all, he was not by her side, unaware of what she encountered or whom she met. All right, it seems we are almost there, Shen Qinghan said. I and Oppos, V arrived, so I'll hang up now. I'll call you when I'm back. Okay, Fu Hanji replied. Once the call ended, the car fell into silence. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Luoxian inquired, is he your boyfriend? Shen Qinghan's elegant features lifted in a smile as she affirmed, yes. She was aware of Jiang Luoxian's feelings for her. Truthfully, he was quite handsome and a good person, but he was not her type. Thus, it was also good for him to know she had a boyfriend. Seeing her unhesitating admission and the joy it brought her in relation to that man filled Jiang Luoxian's eyes with melancholy, as if he were drowning in a vat of vinegar. Qinghan, I hope you find happiness, Jiang Luoxian said, concealing his emotions with a gentle tone. Thank you, senior. I hope you find someone you like soon too. Shen Qinghan smiled at him. Conversations with intelligent individuals rarely require excessive words. Often, both parties understand each other in Oppos, as thoughts implicitly, and voicing them only adds unnecessary burdens. The car stopped at the hotel entrance, and Shen Qinghan unbuckled her seatbelt. Thank you for bringing me back, senior. Please drive safely. All right, Jiang Luoxian replied, casting a lingering glance at her retreating figure, revealing a bittersweet smile. Upon returning to her hotel, Shen Qinghan took a shower before heading to find Qiao Yu, carrying the takeout ordered by Fu Hanji. When she arrived, Qiao Yu was engrossed in a mobile game. Hearing the knock on the door, she shuffled in her slippers to open it. I'm coming. Yes, it's time for a midnight snack, Shen Qinghan said, shutting the door behind her while waving the food in her hands. Qiao Yu plopped down on the carpet. Wait until I finish this round. Shen Qinghan rolled her eyes at the sound of the game's theme song. After all these years, you still only play that one character? What do you know? I and Amp, Oppos, am devoted to this character, unwaveringly. Qiao Yu responded earnestly while concentrating on her screen. You and Amp, Oppos, V played this character for so many years and still Haven and Amp, Oppos, team mastered it. You're no different from someone with an IQ of 250, Shen Qinghan remarked, exasperated. Qiao Yu huffed, no personal attacks, please. A few minutes later, the victorious sound echoed from Qiao Yu's phone. She tossed it aside. Her mood brightened as she gazed at the delicious food before her. Why did you order so much? Shen Qinghan handed her a pair of gloves. It's takeout from Fu Hanji. She hadn't expected him to order so much, but it was all to their liking. Qiao Yu donned the gloves and eagerly grabbed a small lobster. Not bad. Being with President Fu means there's good food. Indeed, Shen Qinghan retrieved 2 cups of milk tea from a nearby bag, inserted straws, and handed one to Qiao Yu, observing Qiao Yu devour her food with abandon. Shen Qinghan couldn't and Amp, Oppos, to help but feel a bit embarrassed, as if she hadn't and Amp, Oppos, to eaten in ages. She snapped a photo and sent it to Fu Hanji. Thank you for your generosity, President Fu. Immediately, Fu Hanji initiated a video call. Shen Qinghan raised an eyebrow and moved to sit on a nearby sofa, answering the call. Fu Hanji and Oppos. S face appeared on the screen, and Shen Qinghan, noticing an unfamiliar background, asked, where are you? She recalled that his study did not look like this. At an apartment near the company, Fu Hanji replied, having remembered a matter he needed to address, thus going to his study. The reason he hadn't returned home was simply that Shen Qinghan was not there, in addition to the unstable situation at home. All right, Shen Qinghan said, withholding her thoughts. Fu Hanji held the phone. Why aren't and Oppos? To you eating? I and Oppos am talking to you. Besides, I am not that hungry. Shun Xinghan replied, shifting the camera to reveal Qiao Yu eating enthusiastically, truly resembling someone starved. You two, stop gossiping about me behind my back. I can't hear you. Qiao Yu chimed in between bites. Shun Xinghan retorted, you eat your food. She then turned her attention back to Fu Hanji. Why are you still working so late? There's still some matters left to resolve, Fu Hanji said, his expression serious as he focused on his computer screen. You keep working. I'm heading back to sleep, Shun Xinghan said, glancing at the time, realizing it was nearly midnight, and she had a performance the next day. Upon hearing her words, Fu Hanji paused his work and looked at the camera. Okay. Shun Xinghan, noticing his earnest demeanor, smiled. Give me a kiss. Qiao Yu, overhearing, shook her head in exasperation. A kiss when we meet. In an oppose, that's just through a phone screen. And knowing Qiao Yu is beside me makes it a bit awkward, Shun Xinghan thought, yet she was not willing to let him off easily. With a playful glint in her eyes, she insisted, no, it has to be now. Hurry. She found teasing him immensely entertaining, and oddly, she felt delightfully mischievous. Fuanzi, exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose and pouted at the camera. Shun Xinghan noticed his cheeks flush, unable to stifle her laughter. Fuanzi, how can you be so adorable? After saying this, she puckered her lips and blew him a kiss. Adorable? Fuanzi questioned, uncertain if he bore any resemblance to that word. However, if Hanin said so, then it must be true. After a brief diversion, the awkwardness dissipated, and Fu Hanji looked at Shun Xinghan. Go to sleep now. Good night. Good night. Shun Xinghan replied before hanging up. After their call ended, Qiao Yu teased. Should I give you a kiss too? She puckered her lips playfully. Shun Xinghan cast her a look of mild disdain. Please, Don and Oppos. Tea grossed me out. Afterward, she walked over and handed Qiao Yu 2 tissues. Wipe your mouth. Qiao Yu cleaned her mouth and hands, beaming with a maternal smile. A woman nourished by love is simply different. Look at your radiant glow. You look even better than before. Suddenly remembering something, Qiao Yu asked, have you two taken that step yet? Chapter 52. Xiao Huijin returns to her homeland. Shun Xinghan sat beside her, expressing her thoughts. Not yet. I wish I could, but the right moment has yet to present itself. Upon overhearing their conversation, Qiao Yu exclaimed, is it possible that Fu Hanji is incapable? Didn't you spend the night together on the day you departed? Surely, merely sharing a blanket wasn't Oppos. All you did? Even if Fu Hanji is not up to the task, how could you possibly resist the urge to embrace him? Qiao Yu, being well acquainted with her close friend, knew that human nature inclines towards desire, and women have their needs as well. Shun Xinghan was taken aback by the barrage of inquiries, momentarily at a loss for words. That day was simply not suitable. Qiao Yu frowned. What do you mean it wasn't suitable? You're not on your period, are you? Shun Xinghan gritted her teeth. Must it be because of that? What other reason could there be? Qiao Yu pondered, secretly wondering if Fu Hanji truly was lacking in that department, which would indeed be problematic. She pressed on, I'll tell you this. If Fu Hanji truly is incapable, you should consider ending things and finding someone else. Your future happiness hinges on this. Shun Xinghan took a deep breath, regarding her friend with a meaningful glance. Qiao Yu possessed doe-like eyes, with a gentle appearance that exuded innocence. Those unfamiliar with her would deem her a good girl. Yet Shun Xinghan knew the truth. She was anything but innocent, a veritable little devil. Back in school, a boy had taken a liking to her, only for his affections to be challenged by a rival, a rebellious girl. Mistakenly believing Qiao Yu had seduced him, the rival sought to confront her. In retaliation, Qiao Yu led her to a bar, flaunting her financial prowess by ordering several male models, claiming it was to broaden her horizons and warning her not to let trivial matters cloud her judgment. Surprisingly, the rival returned from that encounter with a newfound disinterest in the boy and dedicated herself to her studies, aspiring to find a worthy partner. Such instances were plentiful. Oh dear, who are we to each other? Qiao Yu chuckled, nudging Shun Xinghan playfully. So, will it happen or not? Shun Xinghan raised an eyebrow. I suspect it quite possibly will. From what I can observe, he seems well endowed and has been around for quite some time. Qiao Yu blinked, revealing a knowing expression. Ah, so there has been some intimacy? Get lost. Shun Qinghan retorted, playfully swatting her friend. Your mind is filled with such frivolous thoughts. Qiao Yu pouted, her smile fading. Where will you sleep tonight? I'll head back. I need to rise early tomorrow, and I wouldn't want to disturb you. Shun Qinghan explained, as she needed to prepare for makeup and practice a duet with Jiang Luoxian. All right, then hurry back and rest. Qiao Yu waved her off, eager to snuggle under the covers and immerse herself in a novel. Shun Qinghan, understanding her friend's impatience, warned, make sure to sleep early. Burning the midnight oil every day is dangerous. If I were to collapse from exhaustion, I hope I wake up in the embrace of a handsome man, Qiao Yu joked, referencing a novel where the protagonist dies from staying up late, only to awaken in a stranger's bed. Dream on. You might as well wash up and sleep. The dream world has its own wonders, Shun Qinghan teased, poking her forehead. The likelihood of such an event was negligible. It would be far easier for her to find a man in reality. Qiao Yu dismissed her with a roll of her eyes. What is wrong with having dreams? The allure of fictional characters captivated her, and lacking such excitement in real life, she could only resort to daydreaming. All right, I'm heading back, Shun Qinghan concluded, shaking her head without further comment. Okay, Qiao Yu nodded, sending her off before kicking off her slippers and diving onto her bed. Haiqing Airport. Dressed in a sleek black, traditional suit with a white shirt embroidered with cloud patterns, Xie Huijin exuded an air of calm sophistication. His refined features and serene gaze drew the attention of passers-by, causing them to pause in admiration. Behind him, Chunyi dutifully followed, carrying his luggage. Mr. Xie, the car has arrived, Chunyi announced, gesturing toward a nearby Maybach with its hazard lights flashing. Very well, Xie Huijin replied, striding toward the vehicle. After placing the luggage inside, Chunyi took his seat in the front passenger side, while the driver, a young man named Songwon, had recently been hired and possessed some martial skills. Where to, Mr. Xie? Chunyi inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Huijin replied, to Daijin Garden. He had also purchased a property there during Fu Hanji's home-buying spree, making the visit timely. Chunyi nodded in acknowledgement and instructed Song-won to head toward the villa. A notification chimed from his phone, and upon glancing down, he saw a message from Chung Rang in their group chat. Jean, are you back? Yes. He typed back succinctly. Soon after, Su Xingjian chimed in. Good to have you back. We should gather soon. Where are you staying? Fuanzi asked. Next door. Xie Huijin responded. Daijin Garden? Fuanzi confirmed. Yes, Xie Huijin affirmed. Chung Rang interjected. You two are neighbors now. When shall we meet? In a few days. I and Appos. We've been quite busy lately, Fu Hanji replied. Understood, Chung Rang acknowledged, not dwelling on it given Fu Hanji's evident commitments. Xie Huijin pocketed his phone, gazing out the window at the flickering neon lights, his eyelashes fluttering as he lost himself in thought. Days later, Shun Qinghan had traversed several cities over the course of a week, leaving Qiao Yu feeling drained, as if her spirit had been siphoned away. Had I known, I would in Appos. T have come. I hardly played and have been flying all over the place. She lamented, leaning against Shun Qinghan. Shun Qinghan smiled. We return tomorrow. Arin and Appos. T you tired? Qiao Yu inquired, noticing her friend's vibrant energy. I've grown accustomed to it, Shun Qinghan assured her. Though her work was typically flexible, it often entailed relentless schedules. Qinghan, it's time to prepare for the stage, Fang Xiaoxiao announced, entering the lounge. Qiao Yu, hearing this, quickly rose from Shun Qinghan's shoulder. You should go. I'll see you later. Shun Qinghan winked at her friend, clutching a pipa as she exited. On stage, under the spotlight, Shun Qinghan donned a striking red traditional gown. Her hair elegantly styled, half tied up and half cascading down her shoulders. Her natural beauty was accentuated by the attire, making her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting. She settled onto a prearranged stool, cradling the pipa in her arms, and, as the accompaniment began, a smooth and melodious tune flowed forth. Chapter 53. Releasing 1,000 yuan onto the stage, Fu Hanji gazed intently at the figure before him. She appeared to radiate light, captivating all attention. As the performance concluded, the applause echoed incessantly around him. The host then announced, Next, please enjoy the piece The King's Elephant performed by the folk music ensemble. With the host's words, instruments such as the yangqin, guzheng, and kongho were brought forth. Shun Qinghan and Jiang Luoxian occupied the central seats, two strikingly attractive individuals whose remarkable skills inevitably drew eyes. Fu Hanji overheard two girls behind him chattering excitedly. Ah, Luoxian is so handsome. Yes, yes. I feel that he and Qinghan are a perfect match. Their admiration echoed the sentiment that the two were a celestial pairing. He glanced at Shun Qinghan and Apos, as companion, scoffing softly. A match indeed, if one's vision was impaired. His self-assuredness was not misplaced. He scarcely resembled a fraction of her brilliance. As the performance wrapped up, Fu Hanji rose with a bouquet in hand. One of the girls seated behind him caught sight of him and exclaimed in astonishment to her friend, "Look, it's a handsome guy." The other girl, equally thrilled, chimed in, "I can't believe I didn't notice him earlier. He is truly handsome." Fu Hanji secretly smiled and moved forward. After Shin Qinghan concluded her performance, she engaged with her fans for photographs and autographs. Her musical talent, coupled with her beauty, had garnered her numerous admirers. Just after finishing a photo with a girl, the latter eagerly asked, "Qinghan, are you dating Luoxian?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Shin Qinghan paused before smiling warmly. The girl, enchanted by her smile, responded, "Because you two look so perfect together." Their frequent collaborations and brother-sister relationship had amassed a considerable following of fans. Before Shin Qinghan could respond, the crowd around her began to disperse. A familiar silhouette emerged. Fu Hanji, clad in a black trench coat, approached her slowly, cradling her favorite tulips. His unexpected appearance filled Shin Qinghan with delight. She hadn't anticipated seeing him here. "What brings you here?" Fu Hanji stood before her, presenting the flowers with a gentle voice. "I missed you." Shin Qinghan's eyes sparkled. His boldness in expressing such sentiments in front of so many was unexpected. Yet, she couldn't deny the joy his words brought, filling her heart with sweetness akin to candy. The crowd surrounding them observed their natural intimacy, speculating about their relationship. A bold voice broke the silence. "Qinghan, who is this handsome fellow?" With the flowers in her arms, Shun Qinghan smiled and confidently took Fu Hanji and Apos as hand, declaring to the onlookers, "Allow me to introduce. This is my boyfriend." Wow! The crowd erupted in excitement, although some felt a twinge of regret, as they had initially shipped Shun Qinghan with Jiang Luoxian. Jiang Luoxian, who had been observing quietly, sensed that this man was indeed Qinghan's boyfriend. Upon hearing her affirmation, he felt a sense of resignation. This man was undoubtedly impressive, and most importantly, Qinghan harbored affection for him, a look he had never witnessed before. Fu Hanji observed with a sidelong glance as Shun Qinghan introduced him to the crowd, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. His gaze caught Jiang Luoxian and Apos, as forlorn expression, which only heightened his mood. As the evening wore on, the theater staff began to clear the area. After the crowd dispersed, Shin Qinghan took Fu Hanji's hand and approached Jiang Luoxian. "This is the senior I mentioned," she said, before adding, "Senior, this is my boyfriend, Fu Hanji." Jiang Luoxian feigned indifference as he extended his hand. "Hello," Fu Hanji replied calmly. "Greetings, senor." Jiang Luoxian studied him intently, offering a warm smile. In the lounge, Qiao Yu and Apos' eyes widened in surprise as she watched the two enter hand in hand. "What brings you here?" Fu Hanji shot her a cold glance. "Why can you come, but I cannot?" Qiao Yu retorted, "I never said that. Why don't you two sit for a moment? I'll change clothes and we can go out to eat together." Shin Qinghan found their banter exhausting. "All right," Fu Hanji replied gently to Shin Qinghan. As she entered the dressing room, he pulled a chair over and sat down. After a moment, he spoke again. "The situation has been clarified. I'll have Lin Zi apologize to you when we return." Qiao Yu looked up, indifferent, and said, "Oh." Fu Hanji chose not to dwell on her response and fell silent. A few minutes later, Shun Qinghan emerged, ready to leave. "Shall we go?" Qiao Yu put away her phone and immediately linked arms with Shin Qinghan. Fu Hanji shot her a disapproving glance before moving to the other side, intertwining his fingers with Shun Qinghan's. Sandwiched between them, Shun Qinghan sighed. "Can one of you please let go?" We can't get through the door like this. As the three stood at the door, each holding onto the other, Shun Qinghan suggested, "You let go." Fu Hanji replied, "You let go." Qiao Yu, unyielding, responded, "Why should I be the one to let go?" "You let go." Fu Hanji stated firmly, "I am her boyfriend." Qiao Yu shot back, "I'm still her closest friend, and I've known her longer than you. Being a boyfriend doesn't mean you can't be replaced," she added defiantly. Fu Hanji gritted his teeth, finding her increasingly irksome. Shun Qinghan closed her eyes, exasperated. "Are you two planning to stay here all night? At this rate, we want to even get dinner." Observing Qiao Yu, Fu Hanji suddenly offered, "Let go, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan." Qiao Yu blinked, intrigued. "Really?" "Yes." Fu Hanji confirmed. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu released her grip, quickly retrieving her phone to display her payment code. "Transfer it." With a flick of his tongue against his cheek, Fu Hanji took out his phone and scanned the code. Once the transaction was complete, he contentedly took Shun Qinghan and Appo's hand, leading the way. Qiao Yu, delighted by the unexpected windfall, hummed a cheerful tune. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at an elegant Western restaurant. Fu Hanji and Shun Qinghan sat across from one another, while Qiao Yu occupied the seat beside Shun Qinghan. The ambience was filled with couples, making their trio seem somewhat out of place. A bouquet of red roses adorned the table, accompanied by the soothing strains of a piano. Qiao Yu leaned in to chat with Shun Qinghan, their conversation lively and animated. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji, left out, clenched his jaw in frustration after several sleepless days. He had yearned for a date with Qinghan, only to be thwarted by Qiao Yu's incessant interruptions. When the waiter served their meal, Fu Hanji, ever the gentleman, began slicing the steak before offering it to Shun Qinghan. To his dismay, she simply passed it to Qiao Yu, who eagerly dug in without hesitation. Fu Hanji felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, like a pig, how can you not choke? Resigned, he cut another portion, yet it was worth noting that with food in front of her, Qiao Yu finally fell silent. Chapter 54. Returning to sleep, Shun Qinghan rested her chin on her hand. Watching him slice the steak, truly beautiful individuals exude charm in all their endeavors. "What are you staring at?" Fu Hanji remarked, feeling the intensity of her gaze. Shun Qinghan smiled gently. "I'm admiring your good looks." Qiao Yu, who was quietly eating, took a covert glance at the two, but before she could speak, Shun Qinghan pressed her head down, urging, "Focus on your meal." Flattered by her compliment, Fu Hanji's mood brightened immediately, and he offered the freshly cut steak to Shun Qinghan, saying, "Enjoy." The trio navigated through dinner amidst a peculiarly charged atmosphere. After the meal, as they got into the car, Fu Hanji cast a sidelong glance at Shun Qinghan. She playfully shot him a flirtatious look, her smile radiant. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, seated in the back, remained earnest and oblivious to her own brightness, eagerly inquiring, "Where are we headed next?" "Back to sleep," Shun Qinghan replied lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hanji. "So early for bed?" Qiao Yu noted the time, still not yet 10:00 and amp. Appo's clock. It did seem rather premature for slumber. The car fell into a quietude, and Qiao Yu, observing the two in front, suddenly understood, chuckling awkwardly, "Sleep. That's perfect. Let us head back to sleep." "The three of us. Are you planning to sleep between us?" Shun Qinghan teased, her lips curling into a smile. Qiao Yu jested, "That's not out of the question." "I don't mind at all." "You mind?" Fu Hanji interjected coldly. "Then you can sleep outside." Qiao Yu shot back. Fu Hanji frowned. "Why should I be the one to leave? It should be you." He felt it was only natural to share a bed with his girlfriend, and he didn't appreciate her meddling. "Who told you to mind?" Qiao Yu huffed. She was deliberately provoking him, a response to Fu Hanji's previous antics. If he wanted time alone with Shun Qinghan, he would have to contend with her approval. "Both of you, please keep it down and drive," Shun Qinghan sighed, exasperated by their antics. With a stern expression, Fu Hanji pressed the accelerator, driving towards the hotel where they were staying. Upon arrival, as he parked the car, he turned to find that Shun Qinghan had already linked arms with Qiao Yu and was heading inside. He could only stare at Qiao Yu's retreating figure, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth in frustration. The two ahead walked together, Shun Qinghan chuckling, "Are you happy now?" Qiao Yu blinked. her eyes gleaming with delight as she nodded vigorously. She bore no ill will toward Fu Hanji. In truth, he was handsome and affluent, yet in her heart, Shen Qinghan was the best girl in the world, and Fu Hanji barely measured up. Let us not dwell on him. Tonight is the right moment, Shen Qinghan whispered conspiratorially, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sometimes, it takes merely a glance between adults to convey unspoken thoughts. After all, she was determined to win him over tonight. Qiao Yu, reading her expression, understood immediately. Rest assured, when it comes to significant matters, I never hesitate. It seemed Shen Qinghan was finally ready to embrace intimacy, and the thought thrilled her. Shen Qinghan, sensing Qiao Yu's mischievous intentions, chose to remain silent, knowing her friend's mind was racing with wild ideas. They say the first time can be painful. Should I buy you some medicine in advance? Qiao Yu teased, her lips pursed. Shen Qinghan shot her a glare. That's not your concern. Just go home and get some rest. What was meant to be a beautiful experience suddenly became a source of tension. Qiao Yu puffed her cheeks, following Shen Qinghan into the elevator, lapsing into silence. Shen Qinghan assisted Fu Hanji, who was lagging behind, by pressing the elevator button. Once inside, the spacious elevator felt cramped with Fu Hanji's towering presence, his expression sour, as if someone owed him a fortune. Qiao Yu, observing his glum demeanor, couldn't he help but wonder if he wore the same expression in bed with Shen Qinghan. Unable to contain her amusement, she broke into a grin. Fu Hanji shot her a look of disdain. What is so funny? Have you lost your mind? Qiao Yu retorted defiantly. Not your concern. Shen Qinghan gently tugged at her, her tone affectionate. All right, I've ordered takeout for you. You can eat when you get back. Really? You're the best, Qinghan. Qiao Yu squeaked, leaning against Shen Qinghan's shoulder and throwing a provocative glance at Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji's dark eyes glinted with frustration, his jaw clenched. This Qiao Yu was increasingly disregarding his authority. It was infuriating. As Fu Hanji teetered on the edge of exasperation, the elevator doors opened just in time for Qiao Yu to slip between them, cheerfully calling out, I'm off. You two hurry back to sleep. See you tomorrow. Her upbeat tone reflected her excellent mood. Shen Qinghan took Fu Hanji's hand, soothingly saying, Don't be upset. She didn't mean any harm. Fu Hanji was almost incredulous. She didn't mean it? After all that, how can she not? Shen Qinghan chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to defend Qiao Yu. Fu Hanji lowered his gaze. You're siding with her. Of course not. I'm firmly on your side. Don't be angry. It leaves room for the devil. Shen Qinghan sighed, feeling exhausted from placating both of them. After speaking, she leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Fu Hanji's mood shifted from stormy to partly cloudy at her relentless efforts. He scrutinized her, coolly stating, I believe I'm the devil now. That's all right. I like you as a devil, Shen Qinghan replied without a second thought. As they entered the room, Shen Qinghan shed her reserve, noticing his lingering irritation. She pulled on his collar, drawing him closer, her gaze fixated on his lips, her voice sultry. They say a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Are you certain you wish to remain angry? Warm breath brushed against her face, and Fu Hanji's eyes darkened, leaving him speechless. In the next instant, Shen Qinghan leaned in to kiss him, her lips parting as her tongue flicked against his. Fu Hanji's adamant amp. Oppose. Apple bobbed as he responded, his hand settling on her waist, returning her kiss fervently. After a moment, they parted, breathless, Shen Qinghan's cheeks flushed, her already radiant face glowing even more beautifully. Her grip had wrinkled Fu Hanji's shirt, and she had even undone a button without realizing, creating an indescribable tension between them. As their eyes locked, the air crackled with desire, and Shen Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him again, while Fu Hanji lifted her, continuing to kiss her as they moved. The stove was heating up. It was time to cook. Those in the know understood. Chapter 55. Starved subsequently, Fu Hanji carried her to the bath, and they slumbered in each other in Appo's arms. The morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating the bed. Fu Hanji awoke, gazing upon the woman nestled in his embrace, his heart brimming with contentment. He tenderly pressed a kiss upon her brow. Previously, he had held scant interest in matters of the heart, but her advent had illuminated the sheer joy of being with someone he adored. Shen Qinghan languidly stirred, stretching her limbs as she croaked. "What time is it?" "Nearly 10. Fu Hanji replied, his gaze fixated on the expanse of pale skin revealed by her movements, a tightening seizing his throat. Fu Hanji's intense gaze bore into her, his deep eyes betraying his ardent desire. He leaned in close. Shen Qinghan offered no resistance, finding the experience far from excruciating. Aside from a slight ache in her lower back, she felt no ill effects. Moreover, it was undeniably pleasurable. Her hand instinctively caressed the man and Appo's taut abdomen beneath the covers, her body pressing intimately against his. With the experience of the previous day, Fu Hanji proved even more adept. Shen Qinghan reclined against Fu Hanji, allowing him to dress her. She yawned and declared, "Tonight, you shall accompany me to meet my mentor." Having proclaimed Fu Hanji as her boyfriend before a multitude of witnesses the previous evening, propriety dictated that she introduce him to her mentor. Indeed, Fu Hanji responded, elated. "Upon our return, I shall introduce you to my circle of friends." "Very well," Shen Qinghan acquiesced with a nod. Having dressed and completed their ablutions, the pair opened the door, intending to summon Qiao Yu. As Fu Hanji swung the door wide, a figure tumbled backward, prompting him to swiftly pull Shen Qinghan out of harm and Appo's way. A muffled ouch emanated from the floor. Shen Qinghan, recognizing the voice, inquired, "You and Appo's? What mischief are you up to?" Qiao Yu, swathed in a butter-yellow down jacket, lay sprawled on the ground. She struggled to her feet, her gaze accusatory. "You two have finally emerged. I'm famished." These two were truly insatiable, indulging in their affections for so long. She had initially hoped to share lunch, but now it was practically supper time. "Ahem, let an amp, Appo's, go. I and amp, Appo's, LL treat you to a meal," Shen Qinghan offered, a rare blush tinting her cheeks. Qiao Yu elbowed past the statuesque Fu Hanji, seizing Shen Qinghan's arm. "Yes, let's hasten." Fu Hanji, trailing behind, watched helplessly as his girlfriend was pilfered, rekindling his ire. Undeterred, he surged forward, tugging Qiao Yu away by her hood and enfolding Shen Qinghan in his embrace. "Keep your distance from my girlfriend." Qiao Yu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fu Hanji, you are devoid of chivalry. You and amp, Appo's, monopolized Henin for an entire day and night." "Oh, I intend to monopolize her every day hence," Fu Hanji retorted icily. Shen Qinghan sighed, raising her hand to her forehead. Just as she was about to beckon Qiao Yu over, she heard the man continue. "I am taking my girlfriend to pay respects to her mentor. Your presence would be inappropriate. Remain at the hotel." Qiao Yu, a veritable troublemaker, was an eyesore. With that, he strode off, Shen Qinghan nestled in his arms. Shen Qinghan, helpless, gestured apologetically to Qiao Yu, observing their receding figures. Qiao Yu unleashed a torrent of invective into the air. Frustrated, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number labeled Aunt. The call connected, and a gentle voice floated through the receiver. "Qiao Yu, what is it?" "Aunt, at which restaurant are you dining with Henin tonight?" "I intend to join you," Qiao Yu inquired, clutching her phone. "Are you not with Henin?" Fang Qinwei asked, puzzled. Were not those two inseparable? The mere mention of the subject ignited Qiao Yu and Appo's resentment. "No, the circumstances are too convoluted to explain. You shall see tonight, Aunt." "Very well, I shall text you the address," Fang Qinwei replied, amused. "Excellent. I shall bid you farewell for now, Aunt," Qiao Yu chirped before ending the call. She eagerly anticipated the expression on Fu Hanji's face that evening. Fang Qinyue's husband, Su Lin, was her uncle, the brother of her mother, Su Tang. She would make Fu Hanji regret not inviting her. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji and Shen Qinghan procured gifts for Fang Qinwei. "Henin, I trust you are not displeased that I dissuaded Qiao Yu from joining us?" Shen Qinghan blinked. "Not at all." Inwardly, she mused, she will arrive of her own volition. Relieved, Fu Hanji exhaled and declared, "Do you not find Qiao Yu to be an excessively luminous third wheel?" "Hardly." Shen Qinghan demurred, stifling a laugh. "Upon our return, I shall assign her additional responsibilities." Fu Hanji stated, in earnest. With a heavier workload, she would be less inclined to disrupt Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was taken aback. Would that not be somewhat harsh? She recalled that Qiao Yu's initial motivation for encouraging her to pursue Fu Hanji was to slack off at work, but the situation had backfired. Nonsense. It is for her own betterment, fostering her growth and advancement. Fu Hanji insisted, sparing no effort. He portrayed it as being solely for Qiao Yu's benefit. Shen Qinghan chuckled, silently lamenting Qiao Yu's future. That evening, at a renowned Sichuan restaurant, Fu Hanji and Shen Qinghan arrived early. Observing Fu Hanji's solemn countenance, Shen Qinghan teased, "Why the apprehension? My mentor is not a man-eater. If he was so apprehensive about meeting her mentor, what would transpire when they returned to Haicheng to meet her parents? I fear your mentor's disapproval," Fu Hanji confessed. Although he was merely her mentor, he was an important figure in her life, and Fu Hanji desired to make a favorable impression. Our esteemed CEO harbors trepidation? How extraordinary, Shen Qinghan teased, intertwining her fingers with his, her smile radiant. Chapter 56. Remarkable business acumen. Fu Hanji and Appo's eyes brimmed with tender affection as he gazed at her indulgently. They had scarcely settled in when voices drifted in from the corridor outside their private room, a tone that seemed vaguely familiar to Fu Hanji. The door swung open to reveal a poised woman radiating ease and warmth, accompanied by Qiao Yu. Fu Hanji was perplexed, yet his attention was swiftly diverted as Shen Qinghan spoke up, addressing her mentor. Fang Qianyue smiled in response, her gaze landing on Fu Hanji. Curious to discern what sort of man had captured her disciple's heart, she had initially considered the possibility of Luo Xian's interest in Qinghan, but was surprised to learn that Qinghan was already in a relationship. However, upon meeting Fu Hanji, she understood why Qinghan was smitten. He was strikingly handsome, possessed an admirable demeanor, and exuded an air of reliability. Fu Hanji took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, Teacher Fang. I am Fu Hanji." "Hello. Please, make yourselves comfortable," Fang Qianyue replied with a nod. The four of them settled down, and Qiao Yu observed as Fu Hanji handed the menu to Fang Qianyue, mischievously winking at Shen Qinghan across the table. Aware of the subtle dynamics among them, Fang Qianyue selected a couple of dishes before passing the menu to Qiao Yu. "Yu, why don't you choose something you'd like?" Fu Hanji was taken aback to discover that Qiao Yu knew even Shen Qinghan's mentor. Thankfully, Qiao Yu was oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly remarked that he was not only acquainted with the mentor, but also with her parents. "Andy, don't you adore century eggs? Order some, and get the sweet and sour ribs that Henin loves too," Qiao Yu suggested, marking her choices on the menu. She then turned it towards Fu Hanji. "Mr. Fu, what would you like?" The term Annie left Fu Hanji momentarily stunned, and he replied nonchalantly, "Anything is fine by me." Qiao Yu, undeterred, proceeded to place several orders before handing the menu to the waiter. Fang Qianyue looked at Fu Hanji. "May I call you Hanji?" "Of course, Teacher Fang," he responded with a commendable demeanor. "Hanji, what line of work are you in?" she inquired. "My family runs a company," Fu Hanji replied, exhibiting tact by refilling Fang Qianyue's tea. Throughout the meal, Shen Qinghan and Qiao Yu had little opportunity to speak, as Fang Qianyue was keenly engaged in questioning Fu Hanji. He, in turn, patiently answered each inquiry. By the time they finished dining, Fang Qianyue and Appo's smile had never faltered. She was thoroughly pleased with Fu Hanji. As they parted ways, Fu Hanji had already taken to calling Shen Qinghan master directly. The trio saw Fang Qianyue off to her vehicle, and Qiao Yu gave Fu Hanji a thumbs up as he walked away, exclaiming, "Mr. Fu and Amp, Appo's business skills are outstanding." Shen Qinghan raised an eyebrow, clicking her tongue. "It and Amp, Appo's, it's just all right, I suppose." Qiao Yu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a hickey on Shen Qinghan's neck, prompting her to inquire curiously, "Is your prowess in bed just as mediocre?" "Cough, it's quite good." Shen Qinghan cleared her throat and lowered her voice, glancing at the approaching figures. Qiao Yu understood, exchanging a knowing glance that suggested satisfaction. After bidding farewell to their mentor, Fu Hanji disregarded Qiao Yu as she intertwined her fingers with Shen Qinghan's. Shen Qinghan tilted her head. "You've worked hard." Qiao Yu couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't that to be expected? What's the fuss?" Fu Hanji shot her a glare, filled with menace. Feigning ignorance, Qiao Yu looked up at the sky and then wrapped her arm around Shun Qinghan and oppose. Yes. Henin, let us sleep together tonight. Before Shun Qinghan could respond, Fu Hanji interjected sternly. No, why not? You monopolized her long enough. Qiao Yu retorted immediately. Once, it had been just her and Shun Qinghan, but now that it shifted, and she felt a pang of regret for allowing Shun Qinghan to get close to Fu Hanji. This was too selfish of him. What I say goes, Fu Hanji asserted, pushing Qiao Yu aside. Qiao Yu pouted, feeling wronged. Henin, look at him. He is being unreasonable. All right, I'll keep you company tonight, Shun Qinghan consoled, petting Qiao Yu's head. Hearing this, Fu Hanji felt as if the world were collapsing. It was only the second day. His girlfriend was being whisked away. And how would he endure the long nights ahead? Henin, if you go to her, what about me? He lamented, tugging at Shun Qinghan's sleeve. Leaning closer, Shun Qinghan whispered, I'll soothe her to sleep and then come find you. Fu Hanji reluctantly accepted her explanation, though he still regarded Qiao Yu with a disapproving gaze. Overjoyed, Qiao Yu felt she had gained the upper hand against Fu Hanji. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, Fu Hanji watched helplessly as Qiao Yu led Shun Qinghan to their room, leaving him all alone. Henin, you're the best, Qiao Yu exclaimed, shaking Shun Qinghan's arm in delight. Shun Qinghan shot her a sidelong glance, her tone ominous. We agreed. I'll sleep with you, but no staying up late. Of course, I promise I oppose. LL sleep early. Qiao Yu quickly assured her. After washing up and climbing into bed, Qiao Yu began chatting with Shun Qinghan. Henin, I'm feeling a bit anxious. With a face mask on, Shun Qinghan replied, What is there to be anxious about? You have everything you need. I oppose. Am just drifting through life, and it doesn't oppose. Feel right. Qiao Yu admitted, confusion clouding her thoughts about her aspirations. Having studied acting for years without pursuing it, she felt lost, having previously been intrigued by finance, only to find herself disenchanted with that path as well. Do you truly dislike acting, or is it just a rebellion against your parents? Shun Qinghan asked, turning to look at her. Qiao Yu fell silent, uncertain. She had never pondered it deeply, yet acting seemed to come more naturally to her. You need to clarify what you enjoy and pursue it. After all, you're still young, and I will always support you. Of course, if you choose not to pursue anything, that is acceptable too. You have a means. After saying this, Shun Qinghan glanced at the time and removed her face mask. After washing her face and applying skincare, it was well past 10. Seeing Qiao Yu still engrossed in her phone, she snatched it away. Time for bed. It's still early. Just a little longer. Qiao Yu whined playfully. Nope, Shun Qinghan replied, setting the phone aside and turning off the bedside lamp. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in darkness, and Qiao Yu closed her eyes in disappointment. A few minutes later, she suddenly bounced out of bed. Henin, I can't oppose. Sleep. Be good. Just stay quiet for a bit, and you'll drift off, Shun Qinghan reassured, patting her. Sensing the fatigue in Shun Qinghan's voice, Qiao Yu fell silent, rearranging her thoughts and conjuring little stories in her mind to lull herself to sleep. Indeed, those who indulge in novels often weave narratives in their minds before slumber. Chapter 57. I must return almost an hour later. Shun Qinghan opened her eyes and glanced at the person beside her, softly calling out, Yu? Qiao Yu? There was no response from Qiao Yu. Shun Qinghan carefully lifted the covers and got out of bed. After putting on her shoes, she exited the room and knocked on the door of another room on the same floor. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within, swiftly pulling her inside, and before she could react, she found herself pressed against the door. The person before her was wrapped in a white bathrobe, exuding a palpable sense of grievance. Shun Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. Do you think we look like we're having an affair? Fu Hanji wore a stern expression. What affair? I am completely above board. He grasped her waist with a firm hand. What took you so long? Shun Qinghan inhaled sharply. Qiao Yu just fell asleep. Fu Hanji remarked. She has too much of a hindrance. What do you propose we do about it? Shun Qinghan asked, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips curling into a smile. Fu Hanji paused. Let me think of a proper solution. He needed to devise a way to ensure that Qiao Yu would not cling to Qinghan in the future. You must make it up to me tonight, Fu Hanji said, his tone laced with melancholy. As she was about to drift off to sleep, Shen Qinghan could barely keep her eyes open. Remember to wake me at 5. For what purpose? Fu Hanji toyed with her delicate fingers. I must return, otherwise Qiao Yu will be upset if she doesn't see me tomorrow. Fu Hanji, noticing her lingering concern for Qiao Yu even in her fatigued state, retorted, forget about her. No, you must call me. Shen Qinghan insisted, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. When she didn't hear his reply in time, she pinched his waist. Did you hear me? Fu Hanji gritted his teeth. I got it. Now go to sleep. With his response, Shen Qinghan felt at ease and soon fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. In the dead of night, Fu Hanji, still wearing a cold expression, roused her. He personally lifted her from the bed. I'll take you back. Shen Qinghan leaned against his chest. Fu Hanji, you're so kind. I'm not, he replied. Is it easy to be in a relationship? Here we are, toiling away in the dead of night. With this time, I could have been enjoying myself in bed. Don't be angry. I'll make it up to you when we get back, Shen Qinghan assured him, wrapping her arms around him in comfort. Fu Hanji regarded her with indifference. How will you make it up to me? What do you want? Shen Qinghan yawned. Let us share a room when we return. Fu Hanji agreed. All right. Without hesitation, Shen Qinghan concurred. Fu Hanji carried her to the door. Go on in and sleep. Yes, you should rest as well, Shen Qinghan replied before entering her room. By the time dawn broke the next day, Qiao Yu was entirely unaware that Shen Qinghan had stepped out the previous night. The three of them flew back to Haiqing that day. Upon landing, Fu Hanji's driver, Xiao Lu, was there to greet them. In the car, Fu Hanji successfully claimed the front seat. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed Qiao Yu leaning against Shen Qinghan, eyes closed, and his expression darkened considerably. Xiao Lu drove in silence, afraid to make a sound. When they arrived at Daijing Garden, Shen Qinghan nudged Qiao Yu. Yu, we're here. Qiao Yu drowsily opened her eyes, recognizing the familiar surroundings. Finally here. I'm so tired. She pushed open the car door and rushed inside like a gust of wind. Upon entering, she spotted Ji Ruashi emerging from the kitchen, instantly waking up. Oh no, I completely forgot there's a little white lotus at home. Liu Yu is back? Ji Ruashi greeted her with a smile, her gaze lingering on what lay behind Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, fully aware of her intentions, quickly stepped forward. Sister Ruashi, you graduated from New Oriental. That's wonderful. My cousin hasn't had a decent meal in days. Hurry and cook something. He will surely be impressed. Really? Ji Ruashi's eyes sparkled with joy at her words. Of course. Hurry, give him a surprise. Qiao Yu urged her on. Ji Ruashi felt her suggestion was sound. All right, I'll get right to it. Without hesitation, she turned and entered the kitchen, while a mischievous smile crept across Qiao Yu and Appo's face. Hastily, she rushed to the doorway. Observing the two figures approaching, and lowered her voice, Ji Ruashi is back. Shen Qinghan shot Fu Hanji a sidelong glance. Your romantic prospects are quite flourishing. Fu Hanji felt unjustly targeted and replied innocently, I'm entirely innocent. No worries. You two can relax. I'll handle her, Qiao Yu declared confidently, patting her chest. Despite her dislike for Fu Hanji, she believed that no other woman should encroach upon Shen Qinghan's man. Chapter 58. Now interested, it was during such a moment that Fu Hanji, rare as it was, found himself somewhat favorably inclined towards Qiao Yu. After a long day of travel, the three of them were exhausted. They all went upstairs to freshen up and change into comfortable attire. Shortly thereafter, Ji Ruashi knocked on Fu Hanji's door. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Hanji opened the door, having just bathed. He was clad in loungewear, his hair slightly damp at the forehead. Compared to his usual demeanor, he appeared less imposing, causing Ji Ruashi to momentarily catch her breath. Brother Fu, I prepared dinner. Do come have a bite. Before Fu Hanji could respond, Qiao Yu pushed the door open. Sister Ruashi, is dinner ready? I and Appo's am so hungry. Ji Ruashi felt a twinge of annoyance at Qiao Yu and Appo's sudden appearance. She had finally managed to converse with Fu Hanji. However, recognizing that Qiao Yu had assisted her, she nodded. Yes, it's ready. Splendid. Let us eat, Qiao Yu exclaimed, shutting the door behind her as she hurried down in her slippers. She refrained from calling for Shen Qinghan, knowing that it would be better if Fu Hanji went instead, as it would irk Ji Ruashi. As expected, when Ji Ruashi intended to descend with Fu Hanji, she saw him at Shun Qinghan and Amp. Oppos. S door, knocking gently. Brother Fu, Miss Shin might already be asleep. Perhaps we should. She began, but her words were cut short when the door swung open, revealing a stunning face that could enchant even the most stoic of women. Shun Qinghan smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance. Have you eaten? Fu Hanji's expression softened. Yes, let us go. Observing the pair descend the stairs together, Ji Ruashi clenched her teeth in frustration. At the dining table, Qiao Yu initially intended to sit beside Fu Hanji, but, realizing her failure, settled for a spot opposite him instead. She was somewhat apprehensive about Ji Ruashi's potential antics beneath the table. After all, television dramas often depicted scenarios where a third party would engage in flirtation right under the nose of the main partner. She was determined to nip such occurrences in the bud. Ji Ruashi secretly cursed Qiao Yu for her lack of awareness. As Qiao Yu took a bite with her chopsticks, her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Sister Ruashi, you are so talented. It was undeniable that her culinary skills rivaled those of any fine restaurant. Feeling a swell of pride, Ji Ruashi gazed affectionately at Fu Hanji. Brother Fu, do taste this. She extended her chopsticks, offering him a piece of rib, which, with a clatter, fell into the porcelain bowl. Qiao Yu, with a silly grin, clutched her bowl. Thank you, Sister Ruashi. My cousin is allergic to ribs, so I shall eat it for him. Shun Qinghan stifled a laugh, and even Fu Hanji Kuden and Oppos suppressed a smirk. Ji Ruashi and Oppos' teeth ground in annoyance. She had never heard of anyone being allergic to ribs. Surely, Qiao Yu was being deliberately troublesome. With Qiao Yu's antics causing havoc, Ji Ruashi decided against serving Fu Hanji further. Brother Fu, I notice your company is hiring. Might I apply? If she secured a position at Fu and Amp, Oppo's S-Group, she would undoubtedly catch his eye and earn his affection. Having swallowed her rib, Qiao Yu thought to herself how Ji Ruashi clung to him like a stubborn gum. Shun Qinghan raised an eyebrow at Fu Hanji, curious about his response. Fu Hanji pressed his lips together. Submit your resume to human resources. They will handle it. Ji Ruashi desired a position close to him, one where she could see him daily. Fu Hanji turned his gaze to Shun Qinghan. Have you finished eating? Shun Qinghan set down her chopsticks. What is the matter? We need to move our things, he replied, taking her hand as they stood from the table. Qiao Yu, holding a chicken leg, queried, move what? With a cheerful demeanor. Fu Hanji responded, moving rooms. Finally, they could live together openly. It would be even better if it were just the two of them. He needed to devise a plan to ensure the others vacated. Qiao Yu pouted, the lovesick. Sister Ruashi, do eat. Qiao Yu urged enthusiastically. Ji Ruashi shot a sharp glance at Qiao Yu. Little Yu, didn't you say they already lived together? Had this little girl been deceiving her? Qiao Yu's expression stiffened. She had miscalculated. Yes, but on the surface, they occupy separate rooms. After all, they are not married. It would reflect poorly. Is that so? Yiruoxi question skeptically. Certainly. Qiao Yu nodded vigorously. Observing Ji Ruashi's contemplative expression, she quickly added, come, eat. It's getting cold. Ji Ruashi cast a disdainful glance at her. You eat. I'm no longer hungry. She had lost her appetite, filled instead with irritation. Once the others departed, Qiao Yu remained alone in the dining room, nibbling at her meal, enjoying the solitude. Upstairs, Fu Hanji moved Shun Qinghan's toiletries and clothing into his room. Shun Qinghan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing his movements. As Ji Ruashi ascended the staircase, she witnessed this scene, feeling an intense pang of jealousy. Yet powerless, she retreated to her room. After finishing the relocation, Fu Hanji pulled Shun Qinghan into the room. Qinghan, Don and Damp. Oppos. Do you think there are too many people living in this house? It's fine. The house is spacious enough. Your admirers can fit comfortably, Shun Qinghan replied coolly. Fu Hanji embraced her. Are you feeling jealous? Shun Qinghan playfully patted his cheek. Do not flatter yourself. She felt no jealousy. What was there to envy? Even if Fu Hanji were to like those women, she would not hesitate to take action. No one would dare to take advantage of Shun Qinghan. Qinghan, my affection is solely for you. Others hold no significance in my eyes, Fu Hanji declared earnestly, squeezing her hand. Shen Qinghan raised her brows. Wasn't it you who once claimed to be uninterested in the games of love? When she had flirted with him, he had been as cold as ice. True, but I find myself intrigued by romantic affairs now, Fu Hanji murmured, gently rubbing his chin against her hair. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, then laughed. Did you return to search the internet? After all, he had once asked her the meaning of such terms with utmost seriousness. Reflecting on it now brought her amusement. As the saying goes, one learns throughout life. He felt no shame in this. The affairs of love were a natural part of human experience, unavoidable for anyone, himself included. Once one has tasted such delights, who would willingly return to a solitary existence? Chapter 59. The benefits of cooperation. The chill in Haicheng had intensified, and Qiao Yu found herself reluctant to venture outside. Yet, the demands of work compelled her to comply. Preferring not to drive in the cold, she decided to share a ride with Fu Hanji. If anyone inquired, she would simply claim to be his cousin, a ruse that had led the entire company to believe that she was indeed Fu Hanji's relative, resulting in an exceedingly favorable treatment towards her. On her first day back at work, Qiao Yu was publicly apologized to by Lin Zi. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zi was dismissed, and Qiao Yu never encountered her again. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji hired a new executive assistant, a man named He Zhao, who was fair-skinned and possessed a charming sense of humor. Suddenly recalling something, Qiao Yu knocked on the office door and entered. Fu Hanji, I just remembered that Han Han's birthday is approaching. The man, engrossed in his documents, paused and looked up. When is it? Qiao Yu flashed a cunning smile. What isn't it for me if I tell you? Fu Hanji, accustomed to her antics, asked. What do you want? That depends on your sincerity, she replied, lifting her chin defiantly. After a moment, Fu Hanji retrieved a card from his drawer. 5 million each month. Is that sufficient? It was evident he was aware that Han Han had used the card he had given her for intimate purchases. Upon hearing the figure, Qiao Yu's eyes sparkled with avarice. She approached to take the card, only for it to be pressed down. Looking up in confusion, she heard him say, There's a condition. What condition? She gazed at Fu Hanji as if he were a deity of wealth. Find a way to make Ji Ruashi leave. Qiao Yu nodded enthusiastically. Leave it to me. Fu Hanji released the card, and she eagerly seized it, examining it from every angle. And no more clinging to Han Han for no reason, he added coldly. No problem, I'll abide by your words. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. Fu Hanji observed her fixation on the card with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Recalling that Han Han had once mentioned her family was not in want of money. Was it merely an insatiable desire for wealth? He parted his lips to speak, so what's next? Qiao Yu inquired. What about Han Han's birthday? Fu Hanji, displaying a hint of impatience, tapped his fingers on the desk. Oh, that. She replied with a nonchalant nod, extending her hand towards him. The benefits you just mentioned, he remarked with a slight frown. All right, what do you want? He asked through gritted teeth. After pondering briefly, Qiao Yu replied, I do love some milk tea and a pastry from Qianlixiang. Fine, I'll ask He Zhao to fetch them, he sighed, trying to suppress his urge to strangle her. Qiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Han Han and Appo's birthday is on the 10th of next month. Next month as 10th? That gives us half a month, Fu Hanji mused quietly. Qiao Yu paid no mind to his thoughts as she turned to leave. Half an hour later, she successfully enjoyed her milk tea and pastry. Fu Hanji had arranged for 2 large boxes, ensuring she had one to take back to Han Han. Assistant Qiao. President Fu said he can let me know what you'd like to eat in the future, He Zhao mentioned as he placed the items before her. Holding her milk tea, Qiao Yu contemplated how to effectively remove Ji Ruashi from the picture. Having accepted benefits, she was determined to deliver on her promise. In the office, Fu Hanji's phone buzzed incessantly. Checking it, he found Cheng Rang inviting everyone to a gathering that evening to welcome Xie Huijin back. Old Fu, bring your wife along so we can meet her, Cheng Rang suggested. With Fu Hanji's assistance, his company had seen improvements, and with his sister under Su Yan's care, he felt entirely at ease. Su Xingjian chimed in with a curious emoji. After a moment's thought, Fu Hanji replied affirmatively. When Xie Huijin remained silent, Cheng Rang tagged him. Jin, what do you think? Minutes later, Xie Huijin replied, good. After finalizing the time and location, Fu Hanji dialed Shen Qinghan. "What are you up to?" he asked once the call connected. "I just finished practicing," she answered. "I'll come pick you up and introduce you to my friends," Fu Hanji said warmly. "Su Xingjian and Cheng Rang?" Shen Qinghan inquired, already familiar with them due to their reputation in high society. "Yes, and there's one more," Fu Hanji confirmed. "All right," she replied. After work, Qiao Yu intended to hitch a ride back, but was informed by Fu Hanji that he needed to take Han Han for something important. Thus, she was left to hail a taxi alone. Standing at the base of the building, Qiao Yu sniffled, observing the couples passing by, muttering, "The air is thick with the scent of romance." By the time Fu Hanji picked up Shen Qinghan, it was nearly 7:00 and Oppo's clock. She wore a white wool coat over a matching lace sweater and light-colored jeans. Her long hair, casually tied up, creating a simple yet elegant look. "Is it cold?" Fu Hanji asked as he took her hand to check her temperature, adjusting the air conditioning higher. "Not all. Where are we going?" she replied. "To Shijing Pavilion," he said, fastening her seatbelt and offering her a warm drink he had prepared earlier. "Drink a little to warm up. We'll be there shortly." Shen Qinghan felt a warmth in her heart at his thoughtfulness. "Okay." As they drove, Fu Hanji spoke. "You've met Su Xingjian and Cheng Rang. And there's one named Xie Huijin who just returned from abroad." "Xie Huijin? Is he from that Xie family?" Shen Qinghan had heard of them, knowing they had ventured overseas years prior. "Yes, you'll see for yourself when we get there," Fu Hanji replied, keeping his eyes on the road. Shen Qinghan nodded, aware of the situation, and asked, "Did Qiao Yu go home?" "She probably did," Fu Hanji replied, uncertainty lacing his tone, as he had no means of tracking her movements. Besides, she was an adult. Surely she knew how to return home. "Why do you seem to have such a strong opinion of her?" Shen Qinghan remarked, puzzled, as the two had never truly conversed. Fu Hanji scoffed. "She is trying to steal my girlfriend." "Fu Hanji, are you jealous? Qiao Yu is a woman. Why would you be envious of her?" Shen Qinghan found his behavior amusing. A grown man feeling jealousy towards Qiao Yu was quite extraordinary. "She has no subtlety. Just seeing her annoys me," Fu Hanji replied curtly. Shen Qinghan was at a loss for words, feeling a sense of fatigue. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious private room at Shijing Pavilion, Su Xingjian and Cheng Rang exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. Chapter 60. Have you not dated? Or have you simply not had any girls pursue you? Cheng Rang glanced at the time, wondering why Fu and Xie had not yet arrived. Su Xingtian, calmly sipping his tea, replied, "Why the rush? They'll come in due time. They are bound to show up eventually." Cheng Rang, being rather impatient, was fidgeting restlessly as if he had thorns in his seat. Just as he was about to step out to check, the door to the private room swung open. A man entered, holding a black coat in his hand, clad in a white silk shirt adorned with a vividly embroidered white crane on his shoulder, which lent an air of elegance to his already striking appearance. A subtle smile graced his handsome face. "Old Xie?" Cheng Rang exclaimed in surprise, pointing at him. Xie Huijin walked in, pulled out a chair, and sat down, draping his coat over the backrest, his lips curving slightly as he said, "What? Don't recognize me?" "Ajin." Su Xingjian greeted him with composure. Cheng Rang plopped down beside Xie Huijin, scrutinizing him closely. "How did you become so incredibly handsome?" While it was true that Xie Huijin had been good-looking as a child, Cheng Rang had been concerned that he might grow up to be less so. Yet, here he was, even more striking than before. "Envious?" Xie Huijin poured himself a cup of tea and took a gentle sip. Cheng Rang sighed dramatically. "Indeed, I am. But envy serves no purpose. I only wish my parents had made me a tad more attractive." "Old Fu hasn't and Oppos. Tea arrived yet?" Xie Huijin inquired, glancing at the two of them. Su Xingjian adjusted his glasses, replying, "Not yet. I am genuinely curious about what is going on between old Fu and Miss Shen. How did they end up together? Wasn't old Fu with a woman last time?" Cheng Rang's curiosity was piqued. Su Xingjian, pondering something, began to form a hypothesis. Xie Huijin lounged casually, listening attentively. Despite the years apart, the atmosphere remained congenial, largely due to Cheng Rang and Oppo's loquacious nature. Before long, Fu Hanji and Shen Qinghan were ushered into the room by a waiter. "Old Fu, you finally made it," Cheng Rang called out, his gaze landing on Shen Qinghan beside Fu Hanji. Seeing them hand in hand confirmed his suspicion that old Fu was indeed in a relationship. With his usual boldness, he introduced himself. Hi, Miss Shun, I am Cheng Rang. Cheng Xiao. Shun Qinghan nodded, glancing at the others. She had seen Su Xinjian at a previous gathering, and the man she had not met before was undoubtedly Xie Huaijin, as Fu Hanji had mentioned. It was undeniable that attractive people tend to associate with equally good-looking company. Xie Huaijin was no exception. Noticing that Shun Qinghan was gazing at Xie Huaijin, Cheng Rang teased, Old Fu, if you don an amp, oppos, introduce them soon. Miss Shun will be captivated by old Xie and oppos. Looks. Fu Hanji shot him a sidelong glance, gently squeezing Shin Qinghan and oppos' hand as he said, Henin, this is Xie Huaijin. Hello, Xie Xiao. Shun Qinghan remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, silently acknowledging that he fit the type that Qiao Yu would admire. Miss Shun. Xie Huaijin replied with a calm demeanor. Fu Hanji pulled out a chair for Shin Qinghan, and the other three exchanged glances, feeling a bit unsettled by his attentiveness. Cheng Rang whispered to Su Xinjian, Old Fu's gentleness is a bit eerie. Keep your comments to a minimum, Su Xinjian advised slowly. As they ordered dishes and chatted over the meal, Cheng Rang asked Xie Huaijin, Old Xie, what are your plans after returning to the country? Xie Huaijin set down his chopsticks, raising an eyebrow slightly, starting a company. Why? Are you interested in investing? I lack funds. If you need an investor, you might as well ask Old Fu. Cheng Rang grinned, aware that his family had recently suffered a significant setback. Indeed, I have already approached him, Xie Huaijin said, elegantly pouring himself another cup of tea. Old Fu, how much did you invest? Cheng Rang inquired with curiosity. Fu Hanji placed a peeled shrimp on Shun Qinghan and amp, oppos, as plate and replied, just over 10 billion. Xie Huaijin aimed to expand certain overseas operations into the domestic market, which was mutually beneficial, hence the substantial investment. Money is truly wonderful. Cheng Rang lamented with a shake of his head. Shun Qinghan smiled, chiming in. It sounds as if you, Cheng Xiao, are lacking in funds. With the company gathered, none of them were lacking in wealth. Are you feeling bored? Fu Hanji inquired quietly. Shun Qinghan smiled lightly. Not at all. It's fine, you carry on. She was not so rude as to disrupt their conversation, and since Fu Hanji was attentive, she felt comfortable in their company. Miss Shun, you are quite beautiful. Do you have any sisters or younger siblings you could introduce to us? Cheng Rang asked, gazing at Shin Qinghan. Shin Qinghan chuckled. Cheng Xiao, do you truly lack for women? She remembered well that this gentleman had quite a few close female friends. Cheng Eng, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, rubbed his nose. That is all a misunderstanding. He added, however, I am the only daughter in my family. There are no sisters or younger siblings. I see. Cheng Rang nodded, choosing not to press further. After finishing their meal, Xie Huaijin produced a membership card from his pocket and handed it to Shun Qinghan, saying, Miss Shun, this is a membership card. You can dine here for free in the future. Shun Qinghan lifted her gaze to meet his, then glanced at Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji took the card and handed it to her, saying, just accept it. It's not worth much. He owns this place. With that assurance, Shun Qinghan graciously accepted. Thank you, Mr. Xie. I wish you prosperous business. Xie Huaijin's clear eyes sparkled with amusement as he nodded slightly. Su Xinjian produced his business card, saying, Miss Shun, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare. Here is my card. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me at the hospital, though I hope you won't have to. Thank you, Dr. Su, Shun Qinghan replied sincerely. Cheng Rang, searching himself from head to toe, found nothing of worth to offer. In exasperation, he pulled out his phone. Miss Shun, please open your payment code. Shun Qinghan smiled awkwardly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, Cheng Rang insisted, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction that the others had all brought something, while he had nothing. Fu Hanji raised an eyebrow and said, it's fine, let him scan it. He has some money. Shun Qinghan shot him a glance before pulling out her phone to display the QR code. After Cheng Rang scanned it, he transferred 10 million. It's getting late. Let us disperse, Fu Hanji announced, standing and pulling Shun Qinghan up with him. Shun Qinghan bid farewell to the others as she followed Fu Hanji out. Watching their couple into amp, Oppose. S retreat. Chung Rang remarked. Old Fu has indeed fallen in love. Old Xia, after all these years abroad, why didn't you bring back a foreign wife? He asked Xia Huijin. Xia Huijin paused in his actions, replying slowly, I prefer Chinese women. I see. So, have you ever dated? Surely with your looks, many girls must have pursued you. Cheng Hong teased it. Xia Huijin replied simply, no. None? Have you never dated? Or have no girls pursued you? Cheng Hong exclaimed incredulously. Never dated. Xia Huijin adjusted his clothing. Chapter 61, Mr. Fu serves tea and water. Chung Rang clicked his tongue in realization. So, you're also a novice in romance. I thought you had a girlfriend before, but it seems not. Are you not? Xia Huijin lifted his eyelids and cast him a glance. I am. Cheng Hong nodded. Although he had many female confidants, he had never acted recklessly. His purity was reserved for his future wife. Well then, I'm off. Xia Huijin raised an eyebrow, bid farewell, and left directly. After Shen Qinghan and Fu Hanji exited hand in hand, Fu Hanji lowered his gaze and inquired, Is Xia Huijin attractive? Huh? Yes, quite, Shen Qinghan instinctively replied. You looked at him a total of 9 times during dinner. Fu Hanji narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with melancholy. Shen Qinghan cleared her throat. Don't misunderstand. I merely admired him, nothing more. People naturally enjoy appreciating beauty, and I am no exception. Is our relationship so young that you have grown tired of me already? Fu Hanji retorted, his voice tinged with jealousy. Realizing he was envious, Shen Qinghan quickly explained, I truly only glanced at him. I like you really, I swear. Seeing her sincere expression, Fu Hanji questioned, Really? Absolutely, more genuine than gold. Shen Qinghan nodded hastily, pulling him toward the parking area. Let us hurry, we should head back. Early the next morning, Shen Qinghan received a call from her mother. Hello, Mom, what is up? Shen mother cleared her throat and asked, Henin, have you started dating? Knowing her mother would eventually find out, Shen Qinghan confessed, Yes, I have. What kind of person is he? What is he like? Shen mother supported her daughter's romantic endeavors, but feared the man might be unsuitable. However, knowing Shen Qinghan had her own discernment, she trusted her judgment. His name is Fu Hanji. He is quite wonderful. I'll bring him home to meet you soon, Shen Qinghan briefly explained over the phone. Upon hearing that her daughter would introduce him, Shen mother expressed her delight. All right, just let me know in advance so I can prepare. Shen Qinghan smiled, okay. After hanging up, she messaged Fu Hanji. My parents want to meet you in a few days. At the time he received the message, Fu Hanji was in a meeting. Upon learning that he was to meet his future in-laws, an unexpected anxiety gripped him. Once the person reporting finished, the room fell silent, sensing Fu Hanji's pensive mood. It was Yi Zhao who broke the silence, reminding him to focus. Fu Hanji snapped back to attention, glanced at the documents in hand, and calmly instructed, Let us proceed with this plan. Meeting adjourned. He left the conference room first, and as he approached the office door, he heard Qiao Yu's unabashed laughter. Remembering something, he walked over. Qiao Yu, come in for a moment. Qiao Yu stifled her laughter, curiously gazing up from her computer. What do you need me for? Returning the screen to the homepage, she stood and entered the office. What is the matter? Fu Hanji glanced at her. Are you acquainted with Hanin's parents? Qiao Yu blinked in surprise, of course. Not only do I know them, but we're quite familiar. I've visited their home often enough to be considered a half-daughter. Tell me about them. Fu Hanji requested earnestly, believing it prudent to understand them better. Why do you want to know that? Qiao Yu casually picked up an apple from the table. Fu Hanji took a deep breath. You will benefit from it. Leaning on her hand, Qiao Yu yawned lazily. But I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Perhaps I might need a cup of coffee to wake up. Fu Hanji clenched his teeth, realizing her playful nature. He had come to understand that Qiao Yu often enjoyed teasing him. I'll have Yi Zhao make it for you, he said, intending to call Yi Zhao in. But I want to taste the coffee made by Mr. Fu himself. I wonder how it compares to mine. Qiao Yu looked around, deliberately avoiding Fu Hanji and Oppo's darkening expression. Qiao Yu, you and Amp. Oppo's. V gone too far, Fu Hanji remarked, having never encountered someone so adept at taking advantage of a situation. Did she truly believe that having Henin as her ally would shield her from consequences? Well then, I'll just head back to sleep, Qiao Yu announced, standing and feigning to leave. Seeing her determination, Fu Hanji gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll make it myself. Just wait. Watching his reluctant compliance brought Qiao Yu immense satisfaction. This is delightful. I finally got my revenge. A short while later, Fu Hanji entered with a scowl, presenting a cup of coffee before her with a thud. Qiao Yu took a sip, her brows knitting together. Did you forget the sugar? This is dreadful. She took one sip and refused to drink further, while Fu Hanji's expression soured. Please make me another cup, Mr. Fu, she said, her tone dripping with disdain. Without uttering a word, Fu Hanji exited with the cup. Minutes later, a steaming cup of coffee was placed in front of her again. Fu Hanji gritted his teeth and asked, "How is the temperature? Is it still bitter? Should I add more sugar?" Qiao Yu, crossing her legs, took a sip and smugly replied, "Not good at all. Mr. Fu's coffee-making skills leave much to be desired." Realizing her deliberate provocation, Fu Hanji struggled to contain his anger and called out, "Qiao Yu, your voice is so loud, how fierce. I might just have to inform Aunt Shun to consider you as a son-in-law, to find a docile little pup for our Henin," Qiao Yu teased, playfully digging in her ears. "Apologies. I raised my voice a bit just now. I will get you another cup," she said, quickly backtracking. Fu Hanji felt cornered by his future mother-in-law. He feared that Qiao Yu might truly trip him up someday. Qiao Yu took out her phone to record a video for Shun Qinghan, shaking her head while stating, "Henin, I've avenged myself, and I won't quarrel with him anymore." From that day forward, she resolved not to engage in petty disputes with Fu Hanji. Through her observations, it was clear he genuinely cared for Shun Qinghan. After all, why would a formidable CEO endure such treatment otherwise? She understood that close friendships often shift when one party enters a romantic relationship. Things could never return to their previous state. Henceforth, she would safeguard their love, ensuring to speak favorably of Fu Hanji to Shun's parents when they met. When Fu Hanji brewed the coffee anew, Qiao Yu refrained from further complaints and shared everything she knew about Shun's parents' preferences with him. When Shun Qinghan received the message, she replied, "All right, thank you. Our beautiful and gracious fairy, Qiao Yu." In truth, she had been aware from the beginning that Qiao Yu's actions stemmed from her care. If her parents were the ones she wished to impress, then Qiao Yu was undoubtedly her second family. After all, ISNT had said that close friends are the family we choose. Chapter 62. Introducing a boyfriend to her at that moment. Fu Hanji was contemplating how to maintain distance between Qiao Yu and Shun Qinghan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not introduce Qiao Yu to a boyfriend? Surely, once she has a boyfriend, she would no longer cling to Shun Qinghan. Fu Hanji was delighted with his brilliant notion. That evening, as Shun Qinghan returned home, Fu Hanji promptly pulled her into his room. "What is going on?" Shun Qinghan wondered if he was about to complain to her. "Henin, does Qiao Yu have a boyfriend?" The question left Shun Qinghan momentarily stunned. She furrowed her brow and replied helplessly, "Does she look like she has one? If she had a man, she wouldn't be spending all her time with us. She would have disappeared somewhere wild by now." "Then, let us introduce her to someone," Fu Hanji mused, envisioning a future devoid of Qiao Yu and feeling as though the air had become fresher. "Tell me more." Shun Qinghan expressed her interest. Fu Hanji thought for a moment. "I'll organize a gathering, and you can invite Qiao Yu. Let her choose whoever she fancies." He would use his influence to gather a group. Surely, she would find someone appealing. Once Qiao Yu fell in love, she would undoubtedly prefer to spend her days with her boyfriend instead of clinging to Shun Qinghan, thus granting them more space as a couple. Is it truly that wonderful? Shun Qinghan blinked in imagination, picturing a dozen men seated on the couch, waiting for Qiao Yu to make her selection. A tinge of jealousy welled within her. How fortunate that girl was. Observing her expression, Fu Hanji wrapped his arms around her, asking, "What are you thinking?" "Oh, nothing much." Shun Qinghan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to cover up her thoughts. She could hardly admit that she, too, desired such a scenario. Fu Hanji, however, was not convinced by her words. With a playful snort, he declared, "Whatever you're thinking, you must only think of me." "How domineering of you," Shun Qinghan teased while playfully tugging at his tie. "I am indeed domineering. What of it? Don't you like it?" Fu Hanji responded in a sultry tone. Shun Qinghan met his deeply affectionate gaze and smiled. "I do like it." She genuinely adored him. Handsome, capable, and wealthy, She could easily envision spending her life with him. No wonder people advised finding a handsome boyfriend. Gazing at his striking features brightened her spirits immensely. As Fu Hanji leaned in to kiss her, they were interrupted by a persistent knocking on the door. Shen Qinghan gently pushed him away, reminding him, "Someone else at the door." "I don't care." Fu Hanji frowned in annoyance. Why should he have to time his affection when they were in the comfort of his own home? With that, he pulled her back into his embrace, cupping her face to kiss her again. Shen Qinghan, unable to suppress her laughter, reciprocated. The two exchanged kisses in the room, while the knocking continued unabated outside. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, nestled in bed with a novel, recognized the sound as her friend causing a ruckus again. She tossed her phone aside and, after rubbing her eyes to feign being awakened, opened the door with an exasperated, "Who is it?" "Stop knocking." Jiang Ruoshi, her hand still poised mid-knock, was aware that Brother Fu and that woman were inside. However, after knocking for so long without a response, she could only speculate what they were up to. Her heart brimmed with reluctance. Why was that woman able to capture his attention when she had known him first? Qiao Yu opened her eyes in surprise upon seeing her. "Sister Ruoshi, what brings you here?" Jiang Ruoshi withdrew her hand. Worry etched on her face. "I noticed Brother Fu returned without having eaten, so I thought to check if he wanted something to eat, but after knocking for ages, there has been no response." "Oh, they must be occupied with their own matters," Qiao Yu thought, rolling her eyes inwardly at Jiang Ruoshi's pretense. At this hour, one could easily guess what a man and woman might be doing together. Yet, she insisted on intruding. What could she possibly say? What if Brother Fu and Oppo's stomach is acting up again? Jiang Ruoshi persisted, hoping to coax Qiao Yu to join her. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yu stepped forward and grasped her arm. "Sister Ruoshi, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Reluctant, Jiang Ruoshi hesitated until Qiao Yu revealed her trump card. "I know how to make cousin like you." Hearing this, Jiang Ruoshi followed Qiao Yu willingly. At that moment, the two inside the room finally enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Fu Hanji lay on the bed, his upper body bare, the coolness of his skin reflecting the light, casting shadows of his well-defined abs. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but touch him, marveling at the delightful sensation beneath her fingertips. "How wonderful it is to be without Qiao Yu. Isn't it?" She raised an eyebrow. Fu Hanji smirked. "It only proves useful at times like this." "I'm leaving now," Shen Qinghan teased, playfully raising her brow. Yet, Fu Hanji was unwilling to let her depart so easily. He pulled her back, and as she stumbled, she found herself atop him, her hands resting on his firm chest, unable to resist giving it a playful squeeze. Fu Hanji's breath hitched, his gaze growing intense as he whispered in her ear, "Henin, if you don't help me, what will I do if I can't hold it in any longer?" He punctuated his words with light kisses, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Shen Qinghan's legs felt weak under the enchantment of his voice. Feigning toughness, she replied, "If it's that bad, I'll just find someone else." Fu Hanji captured her lips with a kiss, asserting, "No, you can only choose me." Chapter 63. Can you not rush? In Qiao Yu's room, she asked, "Sister Ruoshi, do you truly have feelings for my cousin?" Ji Ruo, she couldn't help but smile at the thought of Fu Hanji. "Yes, I genuinely like him." She had cherished her feelings for a long time, with her greatest wish being to marry him. However, her cousin already had someone he favored. Qiao Yu remarked nonchalantly, "What does it matter? I will make him fall for me." Ji Ruo, she lowered her gaze, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. "That vixen Shen Qinghan dares to compete with me. I will ensure she pays for it." Qiao Yu discreetly noted her expression, then smiled innocently. "All right, I will assist you." "Are you serious?" Yiruo Yidenatz exclaimed. Of course, Qiao Yu nodded. She was eager to help her friend, and Ji Ruo, she was delighted, deciding to take a gamble. "Sister Ruoshi, do you have a plan?" Qiao Yu inquired slyly. Ji Ruo, she contemplated for a moment before divulging her scheme. Qiao Yu gulped, taken aback by her audacity. This might not be appropriate. It was undeniable that Ji Ruo, she was bold. She planned to drug Fu Hanji in his own home, forcing the issue. "Sister Ruoshi, why not just let go of my cousin? He isn't all that great." Qiao Yu expressed her confusion. It puzzled her why Ji Ruo she would go to such length for a man. I like him. He is destined to be mine, Ji Ruo she asserted, her eyes filled with obsession. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Qiao Yu refrained from further persuasion, having said all she needed to. Fine. What do you intend to do? Ji Ruo she, already lost in fantasies of being intimate with Fu Hanji, laid out her plans without reservation. She instructed Qiao Yu to keep Shun Qinghan occupied the next day so she wouldn't ruin her plans. Qiao Yu readily agreed. After Ji Ruo she left, Qiao Yu couldn't help but shake her head, lamenting she is truly digging her own grave. The following day at work, Qiao Yu relayed the situation to Fu Hanji. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I understand. I will handle it. Oh, Qiao Yu acknowledged, sensing he was aware of the situation and did not press further. At noon, while having coffee with Shun Qinghan, Qiao Yu recounted the entire ordeal. Aren't and Appo's. You worried, Henin? She asked, noticing Shun Qinghan and Appo's calm demeanor. Shun Qinghan stirred her coffee with a spoon. He will manage it well. She had some faith in him. After all, his taste in men was quite discerning. Yuyo, how about I introduce you to a few men to play with? She suddenly suggested. Qiao Yu set her cup down, wide-eyed in surprise. A few? What do you mean by that? Shun Qinghan and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Yes. They're a variety, guaranteed to please. Having taken so long, it was high time for Shun Qinghan to date someone, and perhaps this was an opportunity. Her brother was about to marry. Regardless of whether Qiao Yu had moved on, they were never meant to be, so why trap herself? Really? Qiao Yu pondered, sensing something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Of course, you can trust me. I would never lead you astray. Shun Qinghan reassured her, patting her hand meaningfully. All right then. Qiao Yu consented, thinking it would merely be a casual exploration. Little did she know, Fu Hanji found her presence bothersome, which prompted this entire arrangement. Seeing her agreement, Shun Qinghan beamed. Great. Just wait for my notification. Qiao Yu nodded in confusion, wondering why she was so joyous. That evening, upon returning home from work, Qiao Yu entered the living room and heard voices from the kitchen. Initially assuming it was Ji Ruo she, as she stepped past the entryway, she was surprised to find Fu Hanji in an apron, skillfully cooking while Shun Qinghan assisted by occasionally fetching dishes. Amused by their flurry of activity, Qiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her laughter, Shun Qinghan leaned against the kitchen door. Why are you grinning like that? Go change and wash up for dinner. Fu Hanji glanced outside, his disdain evident. Qiao Yu pretended not to notice, humming a tune as she ascended the stairs. In the kitchen, Shun Qinghan poked Fu Hanji's waist. I mentioned to Yuyo about finding her some men. Oh, and what did she say? Fu Hanji responded, reaching for a clean plate from the cupboard. She agreed. Shun Qinghan replied, nibbling on a piece of rib. Fu Hanji looked at her affectionately. Be careful not to burn yourself. Then he added, how about tomorrow night? Shun Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Aren't and Appo's. You in a hurry? Fu Hanji arched an eyebrow. Can I not be? I and Appo's. V waited for this day for so long. Day after day, he felt like a servant, providing for her and even funding her whims. It was infuriating that she was competing for his affections. This was intolerable. Shun Qinghan bit her lip, observing him with a teasing smile. He was simply too adorable, utterly amusing. Henin, stop biting, Fu Hanji said, his cold eyes filled with tenderness as he lifted her chin and whispered. Shun Qinghan unconsciously released her grip, licking her lips. Fu Hanji gazed at her, unable to resist, leaning down, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her gently. Qiao Yu's voice echoed from the staircase. Is dinner ready? I am starving. Fu Hanji sighed softly, releasing her. Shun Qinghan wiped her lips and announced, dinner is ready. Watching her figure, Fu Hanji took a moment to compose himself before carrying the dishes outside. At the dining table, Qiao Yu awaited her meal. Fu Hanji placed a bowl of rice heavily in front of her. Fu Hanji, do you have a problem with me? Qiao Yu lifted the bowl, inspecting it for cracks before placing it back down. Given that Shun Qinghan was increasingly familiar with him, Fu Hanji felt no need to hold back. Did you just realize that? Qiao Yu gritted her teeth, deciding not to argue since he had cooked. Humph. She helped herself to a generous portion of chicken, falling silent. Shun Qinghan added a piece of rib to Fu Hanji's bowl. Eat up. The moment Fu Hanji met Shun Qinghan's gaze, his expression softened. You should eat too. Midway through her meal, Qiao Yu suddenly remembered. Where S.G. Ruo she? She left. Fu Hanji replied coldly. Anyone daring to scheme in his domain must face the consequences. Oh, that's good then, Qiao Yu said, uninterested in her whereabouts, relieved that she was gone. It seemed she too should leave. Living there every day wasn't ideal. After dinner, Fu Hanji tidied the table and kitchen while Shun Qinghan hurriedly led Qiao Yu back to her room. Yuyo, tomorrow when you meet the men, pick out a nice outfit. Shun Qinghan opened her wardrobe for her to choose. Chapter 64. Are you blind? What kind of occasion is this? Qiao Yu stared at the array of diverse garments and queried, what kind of occasion is this? It must be said that Fu Hanji was quite generous, offering the latest seasonal collections from various brands, along with an assortment of bags and accessories that dazzled the eyes. The club, Shun Qinghan remarked, holding up a piece of clothing against her body. The club? You're not trying to set me up with a duck, are you? Qiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Shun Qinghan smacked her lightly, exasperated. What are you thinking? They're all respectable people. Do you think I'd find you a duck? Clearly, her mind was not functioning properly. Oh, does he have abs? Qiao Yu turned to her, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. How would I know? Am I supposed to peel off their clothes one by one? Shun Qinghan was left speechless by her. Qiao Yu pouted. Fine then. She glanced at the clothes in Shun Qinghan and Appo's wardrobe and sighed. We and Appo's. We're just not of the same style. I can't pull off any of these. Shun Qinghan was tall, about 1.75 meters, with a curvaceous figure, busty, slim-waisted, and long-legged. Qiao Yu, on the other hand, stood at 1.65 meters, with a smaller frame, more delicate in build. Upon hearing her words, Shun Qinghan pondered for a moment, and then suggested, what should we do then? Shall we go shopping tomorrow? Forget it, I'll just wear my own clothes. It's not a big deal. I could just throw something on, and I have plenty of my own clothes too. All right then, go find something now. Once you're in Appo's chosen, bring it over for me to see, Shun Qinghan said, shutting the wardrobe door. Qiao Yu sulked, lamenting, is that necessary? Can't we just look tomorrow? It's such a hassle. After a hearty meal, all she wanted was to lie in bed. No way. You have 20 minutes. Hurry up. Shun Qinghan firmly nudged her toward the door. She knew her well enough. If she didn't keep an eye on her, Qiao Yu would undoubtedly show up in a massive down coat the next day. It was proven that Shun Qinghan was indeed correct. 20 minutes later, she gazed at the figure before her, wrapped in a long down coat and wearing snow boots, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. What on earth are you wearing, Qiao Yu? She shouted. Who goes to a club dressed like that? It's an assault on the eyes. Qiao Yu shrank her neck, hands tucked in the pockets of her coat. It's a down coat. I checked the weather for tomorrow. It's going to be freezing, so I'm dressing warmly. She genuinely feared the cold. Come winter, her hands and feet would be icy, making it unbearable. Shun Qinghan took a deep breath. The club is warm inside. You don't need to wear something so heavy. But it's cold outside. Qiao Yu protested. This is the 21st century, and we have money. We could take a car with air conditioning. But when we get out, Qiao Yu, enough already. Shun Qinghan interrupted, striding over and unzipping her down coat. Look at what you're wearing. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Anyone would think I was taking you to some remote mountain. As she unzipped the coat, Shun Qinghan first revealed an inner vest, followed by a sweater, thermal shirt, and thermal underwear. Not to mention her legs, which were clad in thick pajama pants due to the length of the down coat. Qiao Yu looked at her with a pitiful expression. But I'm cold. You want to freeze to death. Let me choose for you, Shun Qinghan said, dragging her toward Qiao Yu's room. As they walked, she added, You've managed to remind me of a hilarious video I recently watched. What do you mean? Qiao Yu waddled behind her like a penguin, dragging her feet. Shun Qinghan glanced back at her and said slowly, When a domineering so meets you in winter, the CEO rips off your fleece pants, thermal pants, and leggings. Then tears off your down coat, thermal vest, sweater, thermal shirt, and thermal underwear. Qiao Yu chuckled awkwardly. It's not that exaggerated, is it? What do you think? Shun Qinghan raised an eyebrow. After a while, as Qiao Yu looked at the clothes Shun Qinghan had selected for her, she attempted to resist. Han, this one is too short. It shows my waist. No problem. It looks good. Han, these pants aren't lean. No problem, they look good. Han Han, this coat is too cold. No problem, it looks good. Han Han, these high heels will freeze my feet. No problem, they look good. Qiao Yu felt like crying, while Shen Qinghan looked at her transformed appearance with satisfaction. Not bad, just like that. Before her stood Qiao Yu, clad in a white cropped fringe sweater, flared jeans, white high heels, and a white woolen coat. Shen Qinghan reached out, untied her hair, and ruffled it, exclaiming, you have that Korean female lead vibe. Qiao Yu gritted her teeth and warned, Han Han, if I'm not satisfied tomorrow, just wait for me to come back and deal with you. Don't worry. Shen Qinghan smirked, her eyes glimmering with meaning. While the two were fervently trying on clothes in the study, Fu Hanji and Appease, as computer screen displayed 4 individuals engaged in a video call. Old Fu, are you serious? Cheng Rang scratched his head, questioning. Fu Hanji leaned back in his chair, seemingly indifferent. What else could it be? The sooner we get Qiao Yu out, the sooner I can have some peace. Is that friend of your sister-in-law attractive? What if she takes a liking to me? Cheng Hong teased it. Fu Hanji shot him a glance, but remained silent, believing that Qiao Yu wouldn't find him appealing. You'll see when you meet her, he said coolly. Then it's settled. You all come tomorrow. If you have any suitable single friends, bring them along. The more, the merrier. Fu Hanji had faith that with so many quality men, Qiao Yu wouldn't overlook them. Suxing Jan esse lips twitched. Old Fu. You're making this sound like a selection of concubines. It's not my choice, Fu Hanji frowned. Xia Huaiqin chimed in, So you're choosing a daughter without blood relation. Uft. Ha ha ha. Old Xia was quite the comedian, making Cheng Rang burst into laughter. Su Xingjian couldn't help but chuckle at the remark either. Fu Hanji gritted his teeth. He secretly hoped that Xia Huaiqin would be chosen, so she could call him dad later. He wouldn't mind at all. Old Fu, actually old Xia makes a good point. Why are you being so nice to your sister-in-law as friend? Cheng Hong quipped. Ordinarily, Fu Hanji was not one to meddle in such matters. It was curious how he had changed in the context of romance. Are you blind? Fu Hanji retorted disdainfully. This is kindness. I just want to send her away to bother someone else. Cheng Rang feigned a wounded expression. You speak like that, and yet you still resort to personal attacks. All right, remember to come tomorrow, Fu Hanji concluded, hanging up the call. The next morning, Shen Qinghan, who didn't have to work, informed Fu Hanji that she was taking a day off for Qiao Yu. Without hesitation, he agreed. She entered Qiao Yu's room, swiftly drew back the curtains, and energetically threw off the covers. Qiao Yu, get up. After calling out, she saw Qiao Yu stir slightly before closing her eyes again. Shen Qinghan knelt by the bed, grasped her shoulders, and hoisted her up. Qiao Yu, still half asleep, murmured, What is going on? It's still early. Let me sleep a bit longer. Chapter 65. Your presence is my blessing. Get up. It and Appease. It's time to shower, care for your skin, and apply your makeup. Shen Qinghan supported her, preventing her from collapsing back down. Qiao Yu leaned against her, protesting, But it's still early. I want to sleep a little longer. She had stayed up late reading novels the previous night and felt utterly exhausted, not even wanting to move. Shen Qinghan took a deep breath. Get up, and I'll buy you the sports car you've always wanted, the silver one. Upon hearing an amp, Appease, sports car, and amp, Appease, Qiao Yu and amp, Appease. His eyes lit up, and she sat up straight. All traces of sleepiness vanished. Really? Indeed, Shen Qinghan replied, observing her enthusiasm with a hint of disdain. Her peculiar hobby of collecting sports cars, in every color imaginable, often drew comparisons to stamp collecting from Shen Qinghan. Swear it. Qiao Yu brushed her hair back, revealing her delicate face. Shen Qinghan complied. I swear. I'll definitely buy you the sports car. After all, it wouldn't end amp, Appease, to cost her anything. Fu Hanji had the very car she desired in his garage, making it a perfect opportunity to present it as a gift. Yay, I'm getting up now. Qiao Yu joyfully bounced out of bed and hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. From a young age, Qiao Yu had been different from other girls who adore dolls. She was enamored with toy cars, a passion that persisted into adulthood. Just the sight of a beautiful, flashy car could render her immobile. As the weather grew colder, the days became shorter. Shen Qinghan received a phone call and urged Qiao Yu, hurry up and get dressed. Put on your coat. We're leaving. Fu Hanji was already waiting outside the villa, and seeing Qiao Yu dawdle, Shun Qinghan pulled her off the bed. With a pitiful expression, Qiao Yu looked up at her. Can I wear my down jacket? Shun Qinghan, stifling laughter, firmly refused. No, hurry up. With a drooping head, Qiao Yu slipped on her coat. Admittedly, the outfit suited her remarkably well. She wore light makeup, her doe-like eyes sparkling, and her dimples appeared charmingly when she smiled. Hanhang, aren't you cold? Qiao Yu inquired, glancing at Shun Qinghan and Amp, Oppo's, bare legs and a skirt. She felt a chill just from looking. Not cold, let in Amp, Oppo's. Go, stop dawdling, Shun Qinghan insisted, pulling her downstairs. In her high heels, Qiao Yu struggled to keep up. Hanhang, slow down. Carefully navigating the stairs, she couldn't help but grumble, with Fu Hanji and Oppo's wealth. Why doesn't he install an elevator? Climbing stairs is such a hassle. Miss Qiao, if you like, I could ask him to install one, Shun Qinghan teased. That would be wonderful. Qiao Yu responded eagerly. Who would prefer stairs when they could take an elevator? Shun Qinghan found Qiao Yu's whimsical thoughts amusing. Hanhang, why can't you arrange a different season for me? Winter is so cold, Qiao Yu complained, rubbing her hands together. Shun Qinghan, too tired to engage, merely sighed. Realizing Qiao Yu was growing more demanding. Why aren't Amp, Oppo's, to you speaking? Qiao Yu asked, puzzled. Shun Qinghan smiled. Aren't Amp, Oppo's, to you cold? Hurry and get in the car. Less talking. The notion of changing seasons was merely a fanciful wish. Qiao Yu puffed her cheeks, opened the back door, and climbed inside. The warmth of the car's air conditioning instantly relaxed her furrowed brow. Fu Hanji opened Shun Qinghan's door and fastened her seatbelt. How's the temperature? He inquired. Shun Qinghan instinctively glanced at the back seat. Turn it up a little more. Though she said it, she truly didn't Amp, Oppo's, want Qiao Yu to catch cold. That would only complicate matters. All right. Fu Hanji adjusted the air conditioning before driving off. Have they all arrived? Shun Qinghan casually asked. Everyone in Amp, Oppo's, here, just waiting for us. Fu Hanji replied. Listening to their exchange, Qiao Yu felt an odd sensation, as though they were planning to sell her off. Upon arriving at the entrance of the entertainment venue, Qiao Yu adjusted her clothing, sniffled from the cold, and followed Shun Qinghan closely. Shun Qinghan glanced back and reached out her hand. Qiao Yu instantly beamed, hurrying to grasp her warm hand. It an Oppo's. It's not cold once we're inside. Shun Qinghan reassured her, feeling her chilly touch. Today, Fu Hanji surprisingly refrained from teasing Qiao Yu for holding Shun Qinghan and Amp, Oppo's, hand. Although Qiao Yu found the lack of mockery unusual, she assumed he had changed his demeanor and thought little of it. Shun Qinghan had visited this venue before, but it was Qiao Yu's first time. She was particularly fond of such places, deeming them too loud and chaotic. However, it was no wonder the wealthy enjoyed it. The atmosphere was indeed different. Fu Hanji led them upstairs and pushed open a door. As it swung open, the scene inside unfolded before them. Qiao Yu couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. It was simply too. Not only was Qiao Yu amazed, but even Shun Qinghan shared her surprise. The grandeur was impressive. In the dim light, a row of men filled the sofas in the private room, each a striking figure of elegance and charm, captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. Shun Qinghan turned to Qiao Yu, cautioning, compose yourself, you're grinning too widely. Clearing her throat, Qiao Yu struggled to contain her smile. Hanhang, it's truly a blessing to have you here. This place is stunning. Though, it would have been even better if they were all unclothed. She mused, her grin widening. Shun Qinghan merely smiled at her exuberance. With their arrival, someone turned off the music, and the room fell silent. Many stood to greet Fu Hanji, Mr. Fu. He nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Rang approached. So, how does it feel? Old Fu, are you satisfied? I handpicked these myself. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Qiao Yu beside Shun Qinghan, and his eyes brightened momentarily. Old Fu's non-biological daughter was indeed quite lovely. She appeared almost like a docile little rabbit. Hello, I'm Cheng Rang. He introduced himself, extending a hand. Qiao Yu looked up at the radiant smile of the man in a wine-red suit, which was somewhat garish yet was softened by his good looks. She smiled politely. Hello, Qiao Igriku. Miss Qiao, please make yourself comfortable, Cheng Rang said with familiarity. Qiao Yu offered an awkward smile. scanning the room until her gaze landed on a solitary figure in the corner. He sat alone on a single sofa, drawing her attention. In the dim light, he wore a loose black suit, his tie loosely knotted. With defined hands, he held a glass of red wine. Sensing her gaze, he glanced up, offering a warm smile. The moment she saw his face, Qiao Yu's breath hitched, and she marveled at his striking good looks. "Han, who is that?" Qiao Yu whispered, nudging Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan led Qiao Yu to a seat and, upon hearing her question, turned to look at the man in question, confirming her thoughts. Xia Huaiqin just returned to the country recently. He is a close friend of Fu Hanji. Chapter 66. I just have a crush on him. I simply have a crush on him. Qiao Yu's eyes sparkled, her gaze fixated on his hands. His hands are so captivating. I long to touch them. Indeed, Qiao Yu is quite the hand enthusiast. She has an immense fondness for individuals with exquisite hands. Shen Qinghan paused for a moment. Are you certain? What is it about him that you find appealing? Among so many people, he stands out as the most handsome. Plus, he seems to have a good temperament, very gentle. Qiao Yu analyzed earnestly. Shen Qinghan surveyed the crowd and pointed at Su Xingjian. That one is also handsome, and he appears kind and mild-mannered. Her words were not unfounded. If one were to consider first impressions, Su Xingjian indeed exuded a gentler aura. Although Xia Huaiqin was perpetually smiling, there was an underlying sense that something was amiss. Following her gaze, Qiao Yu beheld a casually dressed man with a warm smile and an amiable demeanor. Upon her second glance, her pupils dilated in shock. What on earth? Why is my brother here? This is a disaster. Su Xingjian observed her with a bemused smile, unaware that the person old Fu mentioned last night was none other than her. This girl is quite something. Embarrassed, Qiao Yu lowered her head and forced a smile, then whispered to Shen Qinghan, he is too gentle. I prefer someone with a hint of sharpness. Su Xingjian is her cousin, the son of her uncle, and the child of her teacher, Feng Qianhua. After graduating from high school, he went abroad for university, followed by graduate studies and work. It had been years since Qiao Yu last saw him. She had heard he was busy working at a hospital, and even her uncle and aunt seldom had the chance to see him. She never expected to encounter him today. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Shen Qinghan knew her and seemed unaware that Su Xingjian was her teacher's child. How incredibly awkward. Who would have thought that in her quest for romance, she would run in her own brother, who is also part of the equation? Truly unprecedented. In truth, her heart was set on Xia Huaiqin. Shen Qinghan glanced toward the corner and then turned to Fu Hanji. Qiao Yu was taking a liking to Xia Huaiqin. The private room had already resumed its music, and the individuals Cheng Rang had invited were blissfully unaware, simply believing they were there to enjoy themselves. Upon hearing Shen Qinghan's words, Fu Hanji raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her choice. What is the reason for her affection? She claims he is handsome and appears to have a good temperament. Shen Qinghan replied. Fu Hanji fell silent. While it was true that Xia Huaiqin was handsome, where had she gleaned this notion of kindness? One must understand that when it comes to handling matters, he was more decisive than Fu Hanji himself. Should I suggest she take another look? Although he often teases Qiao Yu, she is a friend of Shen Qinghan, and if he is not suitable, it would sadden her. At that moment, Fu Hanji had forgotten that he had expressed a desire for Xia Huaiqin to be admired just the night before, and now it had come to fruition. I told you she would take a liking to him, Shen Qinghan remarked, understanding Qiao Yu and Amp, oppose, instant attraction to Xia Huaiqin. His demeanor was reminiscent of his brother and Amp, oppose, Qiao Yu was drawn to this type of man, gentle and courteous. According to her, even a breakup would likely be dignified. Fu Hanji hesitated. Xia Huaiqin is indeed a good person, but he is not exactly gentle. I fear Qiao Yu may later feel she misjudged him. That is fine. As long as he has no major flaws, Shen Qinghan remarked, genuinely satisfied with Xia Huaiqin. In terms of appearance, they complemented each other well. Beautiful couples are visually pleasing. After a brief conversation with Fu Hanji, Shen Qinghan turned to share her thoughts with Qiao Yu, only to find her missing. Where is she? Confused. She looked up and was taken aback. Qiao Yu had already approached Xia Huaiqin. Shen Qinghan nudged Fu Hanji, gesturing for him to look, whispering, this is rather unreserved of her. Did you forget how you approached me the first time we met? Fu Hanji teased, a smirk on his lips. Shen Qinghan playfully patted him. We're talking about Qiao Yu. Why bring me into this? Sheng Reng also noticed the scene and sat beside Fu Hanji, holding his drink and exclaiming. It seems Qiao Yu has taken a liking to old Xie. Why not me? I'm handsome too, though admittedly, not quite as much as old Xie. Su Xingqian, overhearing this, glanced toward the corner, his expression one of exasperation as he thought, this girl is utterly unreserved. At that moment, Qiao Yu had abandoned all reservations, prioritizing the handsome figure of Xie Huaiqin as she engaged him in conversation with fervor. Chapter 67, If not you, then him. That handsome guy? Qiao Yu sat beside him, pondering for a long time before speaking. Xie Huaiqin lifted his gaze to her. Are you calling me? Yes, I'm Qiao Yu. What's your name? Qiao Yu couldn't and oppose. T help but be smitten. How could someone have such a melodious voice? Xie Huaiqin observed the girl before him, aware that she was the main reason behind old Fu and Oppo's efforts for this gathering. The girl appeared exceedingly well-behaved, her doe-like eyes glistening like gardenias after the rain. He found himself captivated, pondering how beautiful those eyes would be if they ever shed tears. Xie Huaiqin. He swirled the red wine in his glass, diverting his gaze as he replied nonchalantly. Xie Huaiqin, not only is your appearance striking, but your name is also exquisite. Qiao Yu smiled brightly. Her gentle voice made her name sound even more affectionate when pronounced by him. Thank you. His gaze softened, a smile gracing his lips, and Qiao Yu felt as if she could drown in his eyes. Her heart fluttered, and she took out her phone to display her QR code. Can we add each other on WeChat? Xie Huaiqin glanced at the business card in her hand, speaking with playful intrigue. Miss Qiao, are you attempting to flirt with me? Qiao Yu blinked, grinning widely. Indeed, would you grant me that opportunity? Xie Huaiqin's eyes sparkled with interest. Her honesty was refreshing. What if I decline? Then I could offer you a chance to flirt with me. Qiao Yu tilted her head, beaming at him. Xie Huaiqin chuckled at her response, the corners of his mouth lifting. Thank you, Miss Qiao, but I have no intention of flirting with you. Realizing his meaning, Qiao Yu sulkily retracted her phone. All right then. I finally mustered the courage to flirt with a handsome guy, and he doesn't even acknowledge me. How disheartening. Still caught in the throes of rejection, she sought out Shen Qinghan, only to find she was nowhere to be seen, nor was Fu Hanji. They must have stepped out. Grabbing a glass of red wine from the table, she took a sip, only to grimace at the bitterness that assaulted her senses. No wonder Xie Huaiqin hadn't touched his drink. It was terrible. Yet adhering to her principle of not wasting, she forced herself to finish the remaining half glass. With half a glass down, Qiao Yu felt the effects of the alcohol wash over her. She seldom drank, and whenever she did, it showed on her fair complexion, which turned a rosy hue, leaving her slightly disoriented. Xie Huaiqin's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a message from Fu Hanji asking him to take Qiao Yu home when he returned. Glancing at her, he noticed her eyes closed, her lips slightly puckered, appearing quite adorable under the ambient light. She seemed tipsy, yet he recalled she had only consumed half a glass. Miss Qiao? Miss Qiao? Xie Huaiqin called out, putting away his phone. Hearing his voice, Qiao Yu shook her head and opened her eyes. What's the matter? It's getting late. I'll take you home. Xie Huaiqin stated softly, his gaze fixed on her. The alcohol had imbued her eyes with a dreamy allure, and her cheeks were flushed like petals in bloom. Upon hearing home, Qiao Yu frowned. I don't want you. I want Henin. The books had warned against going home with strangers, and she was determined to wait for Henin, regardless of how handsome he was. Xie Huaiqin tapped his fingers on his thigh, thoughtfully. She asked me to take you back. Really? Qiao Yu tilted her head, processing his words slowly. Indeed, Xie Huaiqin affirmed with a nod. Just then, Cheng Liang and Su Xingjian approached. Old Xie, has Qiao Yu had too much to drink? They had just cleared the venue, leaving only the four of them in the private room. Yes, Xie Huaiqin replied. What do we do now? Cheng Liang inquired. Xie Huaiqin sighed. Hanji asked me to take her home. Where does she live? Su Xingjian observed Qiao Yu closely, squinting slightly. Di Jingyuan, Xie Huaiqin noted, seeing her sneak her hand toward the wine again. He swiftly grasped her wrist, feeling the delicate skin beneath his fingers. Cool to the touch, which he couldn't and damp. Oppose. T resist caressing gently. Deprived of her drink, Qiao Yu looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of sadness. It's time to go home, Xia Huaiqin said gently, releasing her hand as if soothing a child. Okay, Qiao Yu complied and stood up from the sofa obediently. Perhaps I should take her home, Su Xingjian offered, noting the concern of letting her go home alone with a man, despite being friends with Xia Huaiqin. She was still like a sister to him. Cheng Liang widened his eyes in disbelief. Su Xingjian, are you actually interested in Qiao Yu? What a peculiar scenario. Was this a case of unrequited love? Moreover, Su Xingjian was typically indifferent to such matters. Why did he care today? I'm not going to entertain your filthy thoughts. Su Xingjian snapped back at Cheng Liang. Xia Huaiqin said nothing, merely looking at him. Very well. Qiao Yu, I'll take you home. I don't want you. I want him. Qiao Yu shook her head defiantly, clinging to Xia Huaiqin. Cheng Liang stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking. Su Xingjian's expression darkened. This girl had changed so much. She was so charming as a child, yet now she couldn't take her eyes off a man. Qiao Yu, it's not appropriate for a girl to be alone with a man. Su Xingjian implored. Isn he a man? Cheng Liang raised an eyebrow. Be quiet. Su Xingjian glared at him. Qiao Yu, feeling dazed and confused, leaned against Xia Huaiqin, shaking her head. Henin said to go with him. I don't want you. After a prolonged back and forth, Xia Huaiqin pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll take her home. You can come along if you wish. He was eager to leave this situation behind, not fully understanding Su Xingjian's sudden interest in her. Su Xingjian was about to agree when his phone rang. It was the hospital calling. Director Su, you need to return immediately. A patient is in critical condition. I understand, Su Xingjian replied, his expression serious. After hanging up, he glanced between the two of them, resigned. Di Jingyuan is on your way, so you can take her. I have hospital matters to attend to. Ensure she gets home safely. Understood, Xia Huaiqin replied. As Su Xingjian departed, he looked at the girl nestled in Xia Huaiqin's embrace, shaking his head in disbelief before leaving hastily. Once everyone had vacated, Cheng Liang bid farewell and exited as well. Xia Huaiqin lowered his gaze to the girl barely reaching his chest. Let's go. Qiao Yu nodded but stumbled slightly as she walked. Losing her balance, she lurched forward, but Xia Huaiqin swiftly caught her. Qiao Yu walked steadily. He admonished, releasing her. Pouting, she extended her arms toward him, playfully demanding, carry me. I want tea. Xia Huaiqin replied, unmoved. Qiao Yu, feeling emboldened by the alcohol, wrapped her arms around his neck, insisting, you must carry me. Release me, Xia Huaiqin said, his heart racing at her proximity. I want tea, let go, she declared stubbornly. Perhaps the alcohol had given her the courage to push her luck, knowing he would never harm her. The sweet scent of her perfume enveloped him, and Xia Huaiqin's gaze deepened. Let go, and I will carry you. Qiao Yu blinked, seemingly pondering the veracity of his words. After a brief moment, she released her grip. Chapter 68. I would rather become a fool. Xia Huaiqin gazed deeply at her, bending down to lift her into his arms. The girl felt light as a feather, devoid of any weight. He found himself questioning whether a gust of wind might sweep her away. As Qiao Yu was cradled, her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, nuzzling against his chest, murmuring, you smell so good. She even sniffed at his neck like a little puppy, her warm breath brushing against his skin, causing Xia Huaiqin and Appo's grip to tighten, his knuckles turning white. He internally warned her, Qiao Yu, if you keep squirming, I shall drop you. Understanding his words, Qiao Yu promptly stilled. After a moment, she pouted, you're so fierce. Xia Huaiqin thought to himself how remarkably patient he was. Had it been anyone else, such audacity would have resulted in a reprimand. Cold, so cold. A sudden breeze prompted the girl to burrow deeper into his embrace, exclaiming her discomfort. Her arms, which had been draped around his neck, somehow slipped beneath his clothing, clutching tightly at his waist. Xia Huaiqin pressed his lips together, holding her closer as he strode toward the car. He placed her in the passenger seat. But since the air conditioning was off, the chill persisted, leading Qiao Yu to cling to him defiantly. Qiao Yu, let go, he urged, attempting to pry her hand away. Yet, the petite figure exhibited surprising strength, her grip unyielding, and he found himself unable to break free. Cold, so cold. Xia Huijin observed her face growing increasingly flushed and reached out to check her forehead. Sensing an abnormal temperature, he frowned. She had a fever. Allowing her to hold on, he bent down to turn on the car and oppose air conditioning, employing a gentle maneuver to loosen her grip. After fastening her seatbelt, he closed the passenger door and made his way around to the driver and oppo's seat, pressing the accelerator towards the nearest hospital. While waiting at a red light, he dialed Fu Hanji. At that moment, Fu Hanji was preparing to drive home with Shun Qinghan, having intentionally orchestrated an opportunity for Qiao Yu to have a moment alone with Xia Huijin. Before Fu Hanji could speak, Xia Huijin's voice broke through. Miss Qiao has a fever. I'm taking her to the people in Oppo's hospital. Qiao Yu has a fever? Please take care of her. We will be there shortly. Shun Qinghan said, her voice tinged with anxiety. All right, Xia Huijin replied before ending the call. Don't worry too much. Fu Hanji reassured her, noticing her distress. Shun Qinghan's expression drooped, guilt lacing her words. It's my fault. She is so sensitive to the cold. I should have let her dress so lightly for appearance's sake. If I had known, I would have accompanied her. Drive faster. I fear Xia Huijin may struggle with her, she whispered. Fu Hanji pressed the accelerator, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Isn't Xia a capable man? Qiao Yu had an intense fear of injections and medicine, which often led her to endure illnesses without treatment. Shun Qinghan's tone bore a hint of helplessness. Fu Hanji fell silent, realizing the depth of her understanding of Qiao Yu. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Qiao Yu's screams echoed sporadically. The nurse, holding her supplies, stood nervously beside Qiao Yu, who was trembling in fear at the thought of receiving a needle for the first time. Xia Huijin closed his eyes briefly, then approached the bed, pulling her to sit at its edge. Qiao Yu, you are unwell. You must receive an injection to recover. He had not anticipated her intense fear of needles. And as the doctor mentioned in 4, the alcohol-induced haze lifted from him, leaving him fully alert as she scrambled from his embrace, retreating to the corner of the bed. With a pale face, Qiao Yu shook her head. I don't want an injection. I'm fine now. Please take me home. Her fear of needles was profound, so extreme that merely hearing the words sent her into a panic. Xia Huijin, I truly feel fine now. Please take me home, she pleaded, clutching at his clothing with a pitiful expression. Xia Huijin, looking down at her flushed cheeks, suppressed a flicker of compassion and firmly stated, No, you will become a fool if you don't get treated. But I'm so scared. Woo. I would rather become a fool. Having fallen ill, coupled with the absence of familiar faces, Qiao Yu's tears began to fall in distress. Listening to her incoherent pleas, Xia Huijin gently soothed, Do not cry. It will only sting for a moment. I will be right here with you, all right? He reached out to wipe her tears. Finding that while he imagined she would look lovely when crying, the reality stirred an indescribable discomfort within him. Is it absolutely necessary? His tone softened, and Qiao Yu sensed a measure of reassurance, fully aware of her deteriorating condition as she fluctuated between hot and cold, her head spinning. Yes. Xia Huijin adjusted the coat draped over her shoulders. Qiao Yu lifted her gaze to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Then extending a hand, resolutely stating, Do it. For a brief moment, Xia Huijin was taken aback, but then gently covered her eyes, murmuring, Do not fear. He turned his attention to the nurse, who, upon witnessing such a striking man comforting the girl, felt a twinge of envy. She approached Qiao Yu, grasping her trembling hand, suppressing her own anxiety as she tied a rubber band around the girl's wrist. Clench your fist. Qiao Yu's eyelashes fluttered. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Xia Huijin, her emotions gradually calming as she formed a fist. The nurse first tapped the back of Qiao Yu's hand before preparing to disinfect the area, concentrating on locating a suitable vein. However, under Xia Huijin's watchful gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. This girl's veins are so delicate. As the nurse sought a suitable spot for the needle, Qiao Yu instinctively recoiled. Noticing this, Xia Huijin firmly held her hand in place, urging, Just do it. As the nurse inserted the needle, Xia Huijin felt his palm grow damp. She was crying. A moment later, the nurse, trembling, withdrew the needle, applying pressure with a cotton swab. I didn't hit the vein. Xia Huijin's previously gentle demeanor hardened. After all that preparation, to miss the vein meant another attempt was necessary. His agitation grew, knowing she would be terrified again. Leave, he commanded, taking the cotton swab from her hand to press against Qiao Yu's arm, his tone icy. The nurse, sensing his displeasure, felt a mixture of shame and guilt, quickly apologizing before retreating. Chapter 69. The purpose of food in the face of the impending second injection. Qiao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of panic, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Why was she so unfortunate? Lowering her gaze to the puncture on her hand, she winced at the lingering pain from the recent jab. This was not mere affectation. Her sensitivity to pain was considerably heightened compared to others. Coupled with her skin's propensity to bruise easily, even the slightest bump would leave her marked for about a week. Xia Huijin withdrew his phone from his pocket, his expression cold as he made a call. Moments later, a flurry of doctors clad in white coats arrived, the foremost among them, the hospital director, greeted with a respectful demeanor. "Young Master Xia, what brings you here?" Ignoring the pleasantries, Xia Huijin cut straight to the point. "She has a fever and requires an injection." The director exhaled with relief. He had feared a more serious matter. He wondered who this girl was to evoke such concern from young Master Xia. "I will have someone administer the injection for this young lady." Xia Huijin pressed his lips into a thin line. "It must be someone experienced. She is afraid of needles, and her veins are difficult to locate." Of course, the director replied, calling out, "Director Liu, please come and assist this young lady." Director Liu approached, and Xia Huijin instructed, "You all may leave the room." Yes, everyone out." The director waved his hand, ushering the other doctors out of the ward. Director Liu observed the girl who had not yet lifted her head, noting that she appeared to be around the same age as his daughter, his heart softening. "Do not be afraid. It won't hurt, and it will be over quickly." Xia Huijin lowered his gaze and softly said, "Switch hands." Hearing his words, Qiao Yu extended her other hand. Director Liu grasped her hand and prepared for the injection, and to his surprise, he successfully found the vein immediately. Before Qiao Yu could succumb to panic, she heard him say, "All done." "Thank you," she replied, and Xia Huijin addressed the doctor who was tidying up. "No need for thanks. It is my duty." Director Liu responded, flabbergasted by the young man's politeness, realizing he must be someone of significance. Once the doctor departed, the room was left with only Qiao Yu and Xia Huijin, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat charged. At that moment, Shun Qinghan rushed in, breathless. "Yu?" Upon hearing her voice, Qiao Yu sprang from Xia Huijin into Appo's embrace, looking at Shun Qinghan with a pitiful expression. Huan, you finally made it." "Don and Appo's, be afraid. I'm here now," Shun Qinghan comforted, wrapping her arms around Qiao Yu. "It hurts so much. They pricked me twice. The first time was unsuccessful. Look, I'm all bruised." Qiao Yu lamented, raising her hand for Shun Qinghan to see. Xia Huijin glanced over, noting the extensive bruising on her fair arm, his brow furrowing slightly at the severity. "Where is Hanji?" he inquired. Shun Qinghan surveyed the two of them before replying, "I sent him to get some food." "All right, stay with her." "I must step out for a moment," Xia Huijin said, his gaze lingering on Qiao Yu for a few seconds. "Okay." Shun Qinghan nodded, gently blowing on Qiao Yu's hand. "There, I and Appo's. V blown on it. The pain will fly away." Qiao Yu laughed. "Are you trying to soothe the child?" Saying the pain will fly away is so childish. Shun Qinghan shot her a glance. "Aren't and Appo's, you still a child? You need someone to comfort you for an injection, and you want reassurance for taking medicine too." With a playful huff, Qiao Yu retorted. Shun Qinghan then teased, "Xia Huijin is quite impressive, isn't he?" "What do you mean?" Qiao Yu felt better now and was in the mood to jest with her. Shun Qinghan rolled her eyes. "What do you think I mean?" She referred to his ability to coax Qiao Yu into taking the injection, which was quite remarkable. Back in school, when Qiao Yu had a fever, they had to hold her down to administer a shot, nearly resorting to tranquilizers. Now, Xia Huijin managed it alone, indicating a certain compatibility between them. Something like that. Qiao Yu pouted, aware of Shun Qinghan and Appo's implication. However, She had to admit, he did exude a comforting presence, easing her apprehension about the injection. Remembering how she had cried so pitifully in front of him made her feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, his embrace had been so comforting, and he had gently wiped her tears with those elegant hands, soothing her not to cry. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Shun Qinghan snapped her fingers in front of her. Stop grinning like an idiot. Now tell me, what else happened? Qiao Yu returned to reality. Nothing happened, just the injection. Oh, is that so? Shun Qinghan regarded her with a knowing look. Oh, Shun Qinghan, you've become quite mischievous. What are you thinking? Qiao Yu exclaimed, flustered. Shun Qinghan removed the black jacket, draped over Qiao Yu's shoulders, and pulled back the blanket, indicating for her to lie down. How was he thinking anything? Reclining on the bed, Qiao Yu glanced at the jacket Shun Qinghan had tossed at the foot of the bed, her mind wandering. A moment later, Fu Hanji entered the room, carrying some items. Qiao Yu peeked behind him, but quickly averted her gaze. Shun Qinghan, noticing, asked where amp, oppose, as Xie Huaiqin. He left. Fu Hanji replied in a low voice, opening the food container, releasing an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, Qiao Yu swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting about Xie Huaiqin. Shun Qinghan held up a bowl of congee, teasingly saying, I'll feed you. Fu Hanji remained silent, choosing not to engage with her given Qiao Yu's illness. After finishing a bowl of congee, Shun Qinghan spotted eggs in the bag and asked, Do you want some eggs? Before Qiao Yu could respond, Fu Hanji interjected. Those are not for eating. What are eggs for if not to eat? Qiao Yu queried. Fu Hanji, unable to bear her insatiable appetite, raised an eyebrow and replied. Ajin said eggs can be used to treat bruises. Shun Qinghan wore an amused expression, teasing. Is that so? Let me peel one for you. She felt increasingly satisfied with Xie Huaiqin, realizing how thoughtful he was. She hoped they would soon spark a romantic connection. As Qiao Yu stared at the egg in Shun Qinghan and amp, oppose, hand, her heart softened at the thought of Xie Huaiqin. However, when the egg was applied to her bruised hand, she lamented, This feels so wasteful. Shun Qinghan shot her a glare filled with mock severity, her smile not reaching her eyes. No worries, once I'm done with it. You can eat it, and it won't be wasted. She felt fortunate that Xie Huaiqin was not present. Who else would care about wasting an egg in such a situation but Qiao Yu? Qiao Yu sighed. Perhaps it's best to skip it. Chapter 70. Just add me on WeChat, and I'll listen to you. Did the doctor mention how many days you need to take the medication? Shun Qinghan inquired. Qiao Yu blinked and raised a single finger. 1 day. Shun Qinghan regarded her with a skeptical glance. While Fu Hanji leisurely interjected, Ajin said he asked the doctor. And it's 3 days. Are you deceiving me? Shun Qinghan bit her lip, casting a frosty stare at Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu cast a resentful glance at Fu Hanji, internally lamenting Xie Huaiqin for leaving without further inquiry. I'm not deceiving you. I truly feel my fever has subsided. Let us discharge and return home tomorrow. Staying here is just occupying a bed. She genuinely wished to discontinue the foredrip. It's all right. I have shares in this hospital, he implied, suggesting that she could stay as long as she wished. Qiao Yu ground her teeth in frustration. Couldn't Fu Hanji keep his comments to himself? Shun Qinghan cautiously examined her hand as she held an egg to soothe her. Did you hear that? You can only leave after the treatment is complete. Hand in. I'm really fine now. I just need to take some medicine at home. Qiao Yu attempted to persuade Shun Qinghan to reconsider. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? If you return home to take medicine, I know you'll throw it away the moment you get the chance. Shun Qinghan replied pointedly, recalling similar past incidents. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Qiao Yu lowered her head in silence. Fu Hanji, you should head back first. I'll stay with her. Shun Qinghan glanced back at Fu Hanji, who was seated on the sofa. Fu Hanji spoke gently. It's all right, I'll stay with you. The room next door is vacant. I've already spoken to the director. You can rest there for a while. She's here. Why would I return alone? Qiao Yu pursed her lips, remaining silent. The following day, before heading to work, Fu Hanji sent breakfast over. After Shun Qinghan and Qiao Yu finished eating, she suddenly received a call regarding an impromptu performance. Hesitant, she glanced at Qiao Yu and asked, Can it be postponed? My friend is ill, and I need to stay with her. A few minutes later, she responded, All right, I understand. Qiao Yu, holding her phone, couldn't help but smile as she listened to the conversation. Once the call ended, she composed herself and said seriously, "If you have work, you should go ahead. I can manage on my own." Shun Qinghan raised her eyelids to look at her, leisurely replying, "Is that so?" "Of course," Qiao Yu nodded. "All right, I'll take my leave. Remember to video call me when you start your 4-drip. Did you hear?" Shun Qinghan instructed. Yes, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself," Qiao Yu expressed with anticipation, planning to discharge herself once Shun Qinghan left. She was feeling fine and had no intention of enduring another injection. As Shun Qinghan departed, she cast a meaningful glance back before exiting the ward. At the entrance, she messaged Fu Hanji for Xie Huaiqin and Amp, Oppos, as contact information. Shortly after, she dialed the number, and a crisp voice responded, "Xie, this is Shun Qinghan." "Yes," Xie Huaiqin replied. "Could I trouble you to come to the hospital today to keep an eye on Qiao Yu? I have work and cannot accompany her, and I'm worried she might leave," Shun Qinghan requested. Xie Huaiqin recalled her tear-streaked face from the previous night and, inexplicably, agreed. "All right." Shun Qinghan smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Xie. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." "Sure." After hanging up, Xie Huaiqin changed his attire and noted that it was nearly noon. He called out to the cook in the kitchen, "Aunt Song, could you please prepare a bowl of chicken soup and a few light dishes? I'll have Chinyi come pick them up shortly." "Of course, sir," Aunt Song promptly replied. As Xie Huaiqin drove to the hospital, Qiao Yu was in her ward, packing her belongings and preparing to discharge herself. She understood Shun Qinghan's intentions, but genuinely wished to avoid more injections. The fear was deeply ingrained in her. After last night, she thought she should be less afraid. However, upon reflection, she realized her diminished fear was likely due to the slight intoxication from the wine she had consumed. She certainly couldn't resort to drinking again today. Therefore, lying at home for a few days seemed the best option. As Xie Huaiqin approached the ward, he spotted Qiao Yu with her back turned, attempting to put on her clothes. She was still dressed in yesterday and Oppo's outfit, and as she reached for her clothes, the fabric slid up, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist. His brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed concerning how little she wore. "Where are you going?" His sudden voice startled Qiao Yu. She turned around to find Xie Huaiqin standing at the ward and Oppo's entrance, impeccably dressed in a black suit, looking like a model. Today he wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his tousled hair brushed against the frames, concealing his emotions. His slightly upturned gaze held a faint smile. Seeing him, Qiao Yu felt a rush of admiration. He truly was handsome. Her gaze wandered to his waist, recalling the sensations from the previous night, and her hands itched slightly. "Why are you here?" Qiao Yu cleared her throat and asked. Xie Huaiqin stepped inside and sat on the sofa by the window. "Miss Shun sent me." Qiao Yu's expression darkened. "What did Han Nin ask you to do?" A bad premonition washed over her as she braced for his next words, which confirmed her fears. Shun Qinghan had indeed sent him to supervise her 4 treatment. You don't have to trouble yourself. I can manage alone," Qiao Yu said with an awkward smile, eager for him to leave. No matter how handsome he was, it couldn't distract her from the dread of needles. Xie Huaiqin glanced at her, seeing through her facade. "Is that so? Then where were you planning to go just now?" Qiao Yu fidgeted with her hands, smiling awkwardly. "I wasn't going anywhere. Just wanted to stretch a bit." "Then call the doctor," Xie Huaiqin said, raising an eyebrow, intending to press the call button. Qiao Yu's heart sank, and she quickly reached out to stop him. I'm already fine. No need for an injection. I want to go home." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Xie Huaiqin lowered his gaze. "Miss Shun instructed me to ensure you receive treatment. If you don't mention it, she won't find out." Qiao Yu gently tugged at his sleeve. As he noticed his clothing becoming wrinkled in her grasp, Xie Huaiqin frowned slightly. That's not acceptable. Seeing his unwavering stance, Qiao Yu released her grip, exasperated. "I don't care. If you hadn't asked the doctor, I wouldn't need the injection today. It's all your fault." Before him, she resembled an irate pufferfish, her eyes wide and lips pursed in displeasure. "What do you want then?" Xie Huaiqin smoothed out his clothing. Noticing his meticulousness, Qiao Yu pouted. "If you add me on WeChat, I'll do as you say." He was initially reluctant to share his WeChat, yet here she was, insisting. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation where he was trying to look after her health. Yet she was turning it into a bargaining chip for a social media connection. Very well. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the QR code, and held it before her. Qiao Yu, taken aback by his willingness, cast a suspicious glance before activating her camera to scan. Chapter 71. Why Don and Appos? To you explain? After adding each other on WeChat, Xia Huaiqin smiled and asked, "Can we call the doctor now?" Qiao Yu put away her phone and pursed her lips. "Let us call." Xia Huaiqin pressed the call button, observing the person sitting by the bed, who was clenching her fists. A glance revealed extensive bruising on the backs of her hands. And he furrowed his brows. What happened? Qiao Yu sighed softly and replied, "It's nothing. I just bruise easily when I get hurt. It'll be fine in a while." She was accustomed to it. After all, she had already endured the pain. It was merely a frightening sight. She recalled her school days when they had dance classes. The instructor would press stretches on each student. Others would shake it off after a few kicks. But her thighs would be left with alarming bruises. Xia Huaiqin remained silent, studying her for a moment until Director Lu entered the ward. He looked at Qiao Yu and asked, "How are you feeling?" With a smile, Qiao Yu replied, "Much better. That and Appos. That's good." Director Lu placed a tray on the table and instructed, "Extend your hand." After she did so, he paused at the sight of her bruises. Xia Huaiqin interjected, "Doctor, is this serious?" Director Lu examined her and answered, "It's nothing. It's related to platelet counts. Just exercise more and increase your vitamin intake. I'll need to take your blood from your wrist. It's too bruised to find a vein elsewhere." Qiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, all right." As she agreed, her hand began to tremble involuntarily, instinctively retracting as the doctor grasped her wrist. Noticing her fear, Director Lu glanced at Xia Huaiqin. "You'd better hold her like yesterday. She looks frightened." Behind his glasses, Xia Huaiqin's eyes flickered as he wrapped an arm around her head, drawing her close, then covered her eyes with his hand. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, Qiao Yu blinked rapidly, her long eyelashes brushing against his palm like feathers, stirring his heart. The scent that wafted from her was reminiscent of sandalwood. During their encounters, Qiao Yu had discerned Xia Huaiqin and Appos' passion for traditional Chinese culture, evident in his attire and mannerisms. When the doctor announced he was done, Qiao Yu realized that her ease was not due to the alcohol, but rather the presence of this person beside her, which alleviated her fear of needles. Once the needle was in, Xia Huaiqin released his hold, and the sudden brightness made Qiao Yu blink uncomfortably. "Thank you for staying with me," she said, glancing at him with a smile. Xia Huaiqin replied nonchalantly, "No need to thank me. It's my duty." Qiao Yu's gaze lingered on him, finding him increasingly handsome. How could someone be so attractive? More importantly, he embodied all her fantasies of an ideal partner. She genuinely wished to flirt with him. "The doctor just called me your girlfriend. Why didn't he refute that?" Qiao Yu teased, her dimples accentuating her lively demeanor. Xia Huaiqin averted his gaze and answered, "There is no need to explain about unimportant matters." "Then who is considered important?" Qiao Yu asked playfully, her brows raised in curiosity. "Aren't you hungry?" Xia Huaiqin shifted the topic. Qiao Yu pressed her lips together and rubbed her stomach. "I am." Noticing it was time for lunch, having not eaten well that morning, she felt quite famished. "Wait here," he instructed before stepping out of the ward. Qiao Yu speculated he must be getting food. A short while later, Xia Huaiqin returned, carrying a thermos and several meal boxes. "How did you return so quickly?" Qiao Yu inquired, glancing behind him. He set up the bedside table and began unpacking the dishes prepared by Aunt Song, then handed her chopsticks. "Eat." The aroma of the food was enticing, and Qiao Yu eagerly picked up the chopsticks, attempting to grab a bite, but failing miserably. "I can't get anything," she said, a hint of frustration in her voice as she looked at him with hopeful eyes. "So?" Xia Huaiqin sat at the foot of the bed, his tone casual. Qiao Yu raised the chopsticks towards him. "So could you feed me?" Xia Huaiqin suddenly realized that Qiao Yu was quite the opportunist. She knew exactly how to probe his limits in a playful manner. Intrigued, he accepted the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and offered it to her. Qiao Yu opened her mouth contentedly, enjoying the service of the handsome man. "I want that. And that. I want some soup." Xia Huaiqin remarked. "Where did you get this food?" "It's delicious." After sipping the chicken soup, which was exceptionally flavorful. Qiao Yu gazed at him, her eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars. Your aunt cooks wonderfully. May I come over for a meal next time? By the way, where do you live? She bombarded him with questions, to which Xie Huaiqin frowned. Are you still eating? He was perplexed by her endless chatter, even while eating. I am, Qiao Yu nodded, focusing on her meal, eating whatever he offered. After finishing their meal, a man entered, setting down a laptop and documents before coming over to clear the table. Who is he? Qiao Yu asked, watching him leave. My assistant, Chun Yi, Xie Huaiqin responded, heading to the bathroom to wash his hands. Upon returning, he sat on the sofa to attend to work, while Qiao Yu lay on the bed, taking out her phone to read a novel. However, she soon lost interest, setting it aside to gaze at Xie Huaiqin. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him as he meticulously flipped through documents, his demeanor calm and distinguished. Qiao Yu watched him intently until sleep overtook her. When Xie Huaiqin lifted his gaze from his work, he found her asleep, her eyes closed. Noticing the bag was empty, he quickly stood and pressed the call button. The nurse entered with the medication, and Xie Huaiqin whispered, She is asleep. Please be quiet. The nurse nodded, moving gently as she replaced the medication and swiftly exited. Xie Huaiqin watched the medicine flow back into the fore, his gaze resting on her face. With her eyes shut, her long lashes cast delicate shadows beneath them, and her lips curved slightly in a way that made one want to tease her. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable in her sleep, Qiao Yu stirred, prompting Xie Huaiqin to grasp her hand gently to prevent her from disturbing the needle. Once she settled again, he adjusted her hand and tucked her in with a blanket before returning to his seat, watching over her. Chapter 72. Allow me to play matchmaker. Qiao Yu was roused from her slumber by an urgent need to relieve herself. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the hospital room was empty and assumed that Xie Huaiqin had returned home, so she did not dwell on it. She tossed aside the covers and got out of bed, but before she could slip on her shoes, Xie Huaiqin appeared at the door, inquiring, What are you doing? Qiao Yu's expression shifted as she lowered her gaze and managed to utter, I need to use the restroom. The moment the words left her lips, her ears inexplicably flushed with warmth. Xie Huaiqin paused for a brief moment before stating, I will call someone to assist you. Just as Qiao Yu was about to insist that she could manage on her own, she noticed that Xie Huaiqin had already vanished from sight. Before long, a nurse entered the room, approaching her with a medication bottle in hand. Miss Qiao, let's go, she said cheerfully. Thank you, Qiao Yu replied with an awkward smile, following the nurse into the restroom. After satisfying her physiological needs, she returned to her bed, feeling significantly more comfortable. Not long after, Xie Huaiqin re-entered the room. Xie Huaiqin, aren't you busy? Qiao Yu asked, puzzled. Han Han had mentioned that he was a friend of Fu Hanji, which implied he held a notable position. It was indeed strange that he would spend his time here with her. Xie Huaiqin remained silent, reflecting on his own bewilderment. Logically, he should have been preoccupied with the return and development of part of the Xie family's business. Yet here he was, willingly spending time in her company. Well, that's good, he replied softly. Oh, Qiao Yu noted his reluctance to elaborate and decided against pressing further. After Shen Qinghan and Appo's visit that afternoon, Xie Huaiqin took his leave. You two have spent quite a while alone together. How was it? Shen Qinghan inquired curiously. Qiao Yu, munching on an apple that Shen Qinghan had peeled for her, replied, It was just okay. Shen Qinghan, eager for details, exclaimed, What do you mean just okay? You must have developed feelings for him. Last night, she had noticed how Qiao Yu seemed to favor Xie Huaiqin among the many handsome men present, and now, having arranged an opportunity for her, she was met with such a lackluster reaction. I just think he is good-looking. Besides, you know me. I have desires but lack the courage, Qiao Yu confessed. Although she felt an attraction to Xie Huaiqin, she was not as bold as Han Han to act on it directly. You, as the saying goes, the brave get to enjoy the handsome. You must believe that you can win him over, Shen Qinghan urged, hoping for Qiao Yu to find happiness. She understood that while Qiao Yu had moved on from her brother, a lingering hesitation remained within her when facing romance. After finishing her apple, Qiao Yu nodded, I understand. I added him on WeChat today, so don't worry. Really? Shen Qinghan expressed doubt. Of course. If you don't believe me, take a look, Qiao Yu said, unlocking her phone and handing it to her. Shen Qinghan glanced at the screen, discovering it was true, and couldn't he help but feel joyous for her friend. Qiao Yu spent 3 days in the hospital receiving treatment, during which Xie Huaijin remained by her side. After her discharge, she returned to Fu Hanji and Appease villa for 2 days of recuperation before promptly resuming her duties at work. Approximately a week passed before she saw Xie Huaijin again. After lunch, as Qiao Yu settled back at her desk, He Zhao entered the office. Qiao Yu, President Fu wants you to prepare a cup of coffee and a cup of tea to bring in. Oh, Qiao Yu replied, murmuring to herself. Since when did Fu Hanji enjoy tea? She walked to the cabinet designated for tea, casually selecting some leaves before tossing them into a pot and pouring boiling water over them. For the coffee, she found grinding beans too laborious and opted for instant coffee, knowing Fu Hanji had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, since the introduction of instant coffee, there were times when Qiao Yu, feeling fatigued, would prepare a quick cup for him, regardless of whether he appreciated it. Holding the tray, Qiao Yu stood at the office door and nudged it with her foot. Comedic. Upon hearing the voice, she rolled her eyes, using her shoulder to push the door open with all her might, muttering to herself about the unnecessarily heavy door. Fu Hanji, if I burn myself. Elle complained to Hanhan. Just as she was exerting her strength, the door slowly opened from the inside. She presumed it was Fu Hanji. Without lifting his head, remarked, if you have time to talk, it seems you won't get burned. A voice from a distance, tinged with annoyance, responded, Qiao Yu, are you once again serving me instant coffee? Qiao Yu, unembarrassed, retorted, what's wrong with instant coffee? Han enjoys it, can't you? Fu Hanji was left speechless, unable to counter her logic. He merely hoped that Xie Huaijin would make a move soon and help Qiao Yu take the plunge, so he could reclaim his peace. Xie Huaijin, observing Fu Hanji's discomfort, hid a smile in his eyes. Xie Huaijin, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner, Qiao Yu said, her gaze filled with anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed helped her, and it was only right to express her gratitude. Xie Huaijin responded gently, I have a meeting with a partner tonight. Before he could finish, Fu Hanji interjected, it's fine, Xie Huaijin, I can go alone. Qiao Yu wishes to thank you, and you should give her that opportunity. Dining together sounds splendid. It's the perfect way to foster connections, he insisted. Xie Huaijin's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to meet Qiao Yu's hopeful gaze. Unable to suppress a smile, he ultimately relented. All right. Wonderful. I'll head out now. See you tonight, Qiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xie Huaijin nodded. Once outside, he casually leaned back against the sofa, addressing Fu Hanji. What is your intention, old friend? Don't think I Haven Tea noticed your ulterior motives. Fu Hanji feigned innocence. Nothing at all. Isn't it clear that Qiao Yu is interested in you? I thought I'd play matchmaker. After all, one was his friend, and the other was Han's friend. They were indeed a perfect match. Chapter 73. What do you see in me? Xie Huaijin regarded him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it, softly commenting, do not meddle in matters of love. Fu Hanji shot him a sidelong glance, his lips curling up. Are you certain that I am the one meddling? If you are unwilling, there is naught I can do. Surely, he was aware of the implications. In this world, no one could coerce Xie Huaijin. His lack of rejection indicated that he did not resist Qiao Yu's approach, implying something significant about his feelings for her. Xie Huaijin lowered his gaze, remaining silent. As the workday concluded, there was no need for Qiao Yu to remind him. Fu Hanji had already ushered Xie Huaijin out of the office. Sprawled at her workstation, Qiao Yu and Appease eyes brightened upon seeing him, and she cheerfully inquired, can we leave now? Xie Huaijin gazed at her smile, which felt like a sunbeam warming his skin. He took a few steps forward and replied, yes, just let me put on some clothes. Qiao Yu stood up, retrieved her down jacket from behind her chair, slipped it on, and bundled herself in a scarf and gloves, securing herself snugly. Once prepared, she maneuvered around her desk and announced, let us go. Observing her actions, Xie Huaijin felt relieved that she knew to dress warmly. I didn't drive today, did you? Qiao Yu walked alongside him into the elevator. Yes, he responded, pressing the elevator button. Their figures, departing together, caught the attention of many, with whispers filling the air. Who is that Mr. Xie who visited today? He's from the Xie family. Their business primarily operates overseas. and they are planning to return to develop here. He is a good friend of our president. He is so handsome. A nearby girl, entranced by Xie Huijin's appearance, sighed. Another interjected, "It looks like he knows Qiao Yu. Do you think they might?" "That would be quite nice, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match." The girl who previously admired Xie Huijin chimed in again. In the underground parking lot, Qiao Yu followed Xie Huijin, her gaze fixed on his back, her eyes lingering on his waist, unable to help but steal a few more glances. What should she do? He resembled the male protagonists in her novels, gentle and courteous. Unfazed by circumstances, truly remarkable. Alas, he was not hers. "Why are you sighing?" Qiao Yu was lost in her thoughts until she heard his voice. Looking up to find him stopped, turning back to face her. Nothing. Have we arrived?" she replied, shaking her head in a fluster. She could not possibly disclose that her sigh stemmed from the regret of him not being hers. Xie Huijin said nothing, gesturing toward a car on the left. "We're here." Qiao Yu followed his finger, her eyes lighting up, and she trotted over. "Is this your car?" "Yes," Xie Huijin replied, puzzled by her excitement over what he considered a rather ordinary vehicle. "It's so beautiful. It must be a custom model," Qiao Yu exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Xie Huijin's car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, distinct from others on the market, notably stunning and undeniably cool. "Yes. Do you like cars?" Xie Huijin observed her expression, his tone lifting slightly. Qiao Yu nodded earnestly. "Yes, I do." Xie Huijin smiled, opening the passenger door. "Shall you try it out?" Qiao Yu blinked, her heart racing. "Oh my gosh. He is personally opening the door for me. How incredibly sweet." Without further thought, she adjusted her down jacket and stepped inside. She had to admit, it was exceptionally comfortable. Once Xie Huijin settled into the driver's seat, Qiao Yu inquired, "How much did this car cost?" 200 million. His voice resonated. Qiao Yu gasped, her mouth agape, then swallowed hard, realizing the price was roughly what she had anticipated. However, he was extraordinarily wealthy. Her grandfather dominated the jewelry market in Hong Kong, yet his car merely cost tens of millions. "Xie Huijin, how are you so rich?" she questioned, bewildered. "Just fortunate," he murmured as he started the engine. "Where shall we dine?" Qiao Yu pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let us go to Shijing Pavilion. I went there last time with Fu Hanji and Hanin. The dishes are delightful, and the service is excellent." Dining with such affluent company demanded a certain level of sophistication. Thankfully, she considered herself a minor heiress. Otherwise, mingling with these wealthy young men and women would be utterly daunting. Upon hearing her choice, a flicker of surprise crossed Xie Huijin's eyes, and he replied, "All right." Qiao Yu tilted her head. "You still haven tea? Answer my question about how you amass such wealth." Xie Huijin's brow lifted with a hint of amusement. "Perhaps I was born under a fortunate star." "You are quite the jokester," Qiao Yu said, nestling in her seat, her hands tucked into her pockets. Noticing her shivering slightly, Xie Huijin adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning, directing the warmth toward her. "Why are you so cold? It's only just begun to winter, yet you're dressed so warmly." Qiao Yu felt the comforting warmth and relaxed her brow. "I've always been more sensitive to the cold. My hands and feet turn icy the moment winter arrives." "Then why were you dressed so lightly that night?" Xie Huijin casually inquired, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Thinking back to that evening, Qiao Yu recalled her discomfort from the numerous injections she had received. "I simply want to look good." Xie Huijin recalled Fu Hanji and Appo's remarks, realizing the gathering had been arranged for her to meet someone. "So, did you find someone to your liking?" he asked almost instinctively. "Xie Huijin, are you pretending to be oblivious?" Qiao Yu turned to face him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Just then, the traffic light turned red, prompting Xie Huijin to apply the brakes. He turned to look at her, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, making it difficult to decipher his emotions. The girl's lively and charming face captured his attention, and his fingers on the steering wheel twitched slightly. After a moment, he asked, "What do you see in me?" Qiao Yu contemplated for a moment before responding, "You're handsome, and you're gentle, just the type I adore." "Gentle?" Xie Huijin murmured softly, the words seeming foreign to him. "That is not me," he replied, his tone lacking warmth. Surely, he was aware of his own nature. Her description merely reflected her fleeting impression. Should they spend more time together, she might discover that he was not the man she envisioned, leading to her disillusionment. What do you mean? Qiao Yu was puzzled by his statement, unsure of what he meant by not him. Nothing. Xia Huaijin concealed his emotions, accelerating as the light turned green. Qiao Yu studied him for a moment, then inhaled deeply. What fragrance are you wearing? It smells wonderful. She had sensed it the moment she entered the car. It was the same scent that enveloped him, instilling a sense of reassurance. How can you tell it's pleasant? She was clever enough to ask what others would have merely wondered. Chapter 74. Infused with your scent, Qiao Yu smiled slightly. The aroma here resembles the fragrance of incense found in temples, so I surmise that you must be burning incense. Moreover, I've noticed your fondness for traditional Chinese culture, leading me to believe it is indeed incense, perhaps sandalwood or agarwood. It is cedar wood, Xia Huaijin replied, astonished by her keen observational skills. Cedarwood? Quite delightful. Having spent so much time in your car, I suppose I have absorbed your scent, Qiao Yu remarked unconsciously, extending her arm to sniff her clothes. Xia Huaijin, however, was preoccupied with her words about being infused with his scent. He cast a sidelong glance at her, his gaze profound and laden with an unexplainable meaning. After a prolonged silence, Qiao Yu finally asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" "We'll arrive shortly," Xia Huaijin responded softly. Upon reaching Shijing Pavilion, Qiao Yu began. "I must tell you, securing a reservation here is exceedingly difficult. I barely." Before she could finish, the manager approached with a bright smile, calling out to Xia Huaijin, "Boss." Qiao Yu stared at him incredulously. "You are the owner here?" Observing her reaction, Xia Huaijin replied, "Yes." Qiao Yu closed her eyes in embarrassment, mortified that she had chosen to dine at the restaurant owned by him. I didn't know this was yours." Xia Huaijin, unfazed, looked at her and said, "It's fine. You did mention the food was quite good." "Indeed. Next time, I shall prepare a meal myself to express my gratitude." Qiao Yu nodded, attempting to salvage the situation. "You can cook?" Xia Huaijin and Appo's gaze swept across her face. Qiao Yu proudly declared, "Surprised? Aren't you? Not only can I cook, but my skills are quite commendable. You'll find out once you've tasted it." She relished cooking, believing that culinary delights could heal the soul. "Indeed, I did not expect that," Xia Huaijin acknowledged, following her lead. The two entered a private room for their meal, while on the other side, Fu Hanji was engaged in business discussions over drinks. Later that evening, Shun Qinghan, hearing the sound of a car outside, descended the stairs and spotted Xiao Lu assisting Fu Hanji. "Miss Shun, President Fu went to discuss business and ended up intoxicated," Xiao Lu explained as he helped Fu Hanji inside. Shun Qinghan hurried over to support him from the other side. "How could you drink so much?" "Where is Qiao Yu? What time is it?" She has been waiting for ages, and now one of them returns utterly inebriated. President Fu successfully closed the deal and is quite pleased. As for Miss Qiao, she left with President Xia, Xiao Lu observed, concerned as Fu Hanji leaned heavily against Shen Qinghan. "President Xia? Xia Huaijin?" Shen Qinghan asked, feeling the weight of Fu Hanji leaning against her. Xiao Lu nodded yes. A smile flickered in Shen Qinghan's eyes as she swiftly assisted Fu Hanji upstairs. Once they reached the bedroom, she gently shook him. "Fu Hanji, wake up." Upon hearing her voice, Fu Hanji opened his eyes, his usually icy gaze softened by the alcohol, his fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. His brows were straight, and his lips moved enticingly. "Hanhang, are you feeling unwell? Would you like some water?" Shen Qinghan helped him sit against the headboard, reaching for a glass of water to offer him. Fu Hanji lowered his gaze, drinking a few sips from her hand. Setting the glass down, concern filled Shen Qinghan's eyes. "Why did you drink so much?" "I barely had any," he replied softly, holding her hand with a gentle gaze. Their eyes locked, and Fu Hanji suddenly appeared slightly aggrieved. "Was your first concern for Qiao Yu?" Shen Qinghan paused, shaking her head and chuckling at his jealousy. "I did not. I was inquiring about you. I distinctly heard you ask about Qiao Yu." Fu Hanji released her hand, turning his gaze away. "You're pretending to be drunk. Your awareness is clear, yet you still lean on me, making it painful with your weight," Shen Qinghan teased, her eyes sparkling as she smirked at him. Fu Hanji, feeling cornered, placed his hand on her shoulder. "Then let me give you a massage." Shun Qinghan's eyes gleamed with mischief as she turned her back to him. Then go ahead. All right. Fu Hanji tugged at his tie, his voice low and husky. The pressure on her shoulder was neither too light nor too heavy as Shun Qinghan smiled to herself. Initially, Fu Hanji massaged her earnestly, but gradually, his hands grew bolder. Seeing his hand resting on her chest, Shun Qinghan slapped it away. Fu Hanji, what are you doing? I'm just giving this a little attention, came his innocent reply from behind. Shun Qinghan glared at the hand that had returned, exasperated. No more. You need to shower. You smell of alcohol. Fu Hanji released her, resting his head on her shoulder, whispering in her ear, join me for a shower. I refuse. Shun Qinghan rejected firmly. Showering alone is a serious matter. It would be absurd to do so with two people. Then I want tea shower. Fu Hanji opened his mouth, nibbling on her earlobe, his warm breath caressing her neck. Shun Qinghan recoiled, trying to escape. You can wash yourself or not. It's entirely your choice. Fu Hanji, unable to resist the allure of her fair neck, leaned down and pressed a kiss to her skin. Fu Hanji, what are you doing? Shun Qinghan exclaimed, feeling the warmth on her neck. Kissing you, he stated, releasing her and getting off the bed. Shun Qinghan looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. The next moment, he bent down and swept her into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled her, causing her to clutch his neck tightly. Put me down, she pleaded, lightly tapping his shoulder. Even inebriated, I will carry you. Fu Hanji teased, his voice low and husky. Shall we shower together? Shen Kingan sighed in resignation. Fine. Let us shower together, but please, sit me down first. No. If I let you go, you'll run away, he declared, striding into the bathroom while still holding her. You can fill in the details yourself. The tomatoes 1T let me create a different hue. Chapter 75. How embarrassing. In the exquisite Shi Jing pavilion, Qiao Yu rested her chin on her hand, licking her lips. Xia Huaijin, I would like to indulge in some green plum wine. Ever since I savored it with Han Han and the others, it has lingered in my thoughts. Now that I have the chance, I yearn to enjoy it once more. Xia Huaijin recalled her inability to handle even a half glass of wine and replied, It is too late. I will bring a few bottles for you to enjoy at home. Given her tendency to become tipsy after merely a half glass, who could predict what antics she might engage in while intoxicated? Absolutely not. I wish to drink it now that I am in the mood, Qiao Yu insisted, unwilling to postpone her desire. With delectable wine and delightful company, the moment was perfect for revelry. Xia Huaijin raised his gaze to her. Your tolerance for alcohol is poor. It would be wise to refrain. Qiao Yu playfully blinked at him. How do you know my alcohol tolerance is poor? Have you been secretly observing me? Not at all. Xia Huaijin poured himself a cup of tea and sipped leisurely. All right then. May I have just a little? Qiao Yu tilted her head, extending a finger to indicate a small amount. Xia Huaijin's fingers caressed the cup as he gazed at her radiant cheeks, illuminated by the soft light. An inexplicable desire to pinch her cheek arose. Ultimately, he relented. Very well. Seeing his agreement, Qiao Yu beamed at him and summoned a jug of wine from the server. Once it arrived, she poured herself a glass and took a delicate sip. The sweet and sour flavor of the green plums, mingled with a hint of alcohol, danced on her palate, and she couldn't help but squint in delight. This is the taste. Would you care to try some? She inquired. Xia Huaijin lifted his gaze. No, I must drive shortly. Very well. Qiao Yu nodded and downed her drink in one gulp. Do take it easy, he cautioned just as his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he picked it up. I will take this call. As Qiao Yu watched him step outside, a smile crept across her lips. She lowered her eyes to her drink and, without hesitation, began to drink directly from the bottle. Upon his return, Xia Huaijin found her, who had been quite composed earlier, now clutching the wine bottle with closed eyes, her lips moving as if lost in conversation. He sighed and approached her. Qiao Yu? At the sound of his voice, she opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy. She smiled dreamily. You're back. Let us head home, he suggested hesitantly, extending his hand toward her. Qiao Yu lazily glanced at him, her gaze settling on his outstretched hand before slowly resting her face against it. The sight of her, akin to an endearing little kitten, nuzzling into his palm, stirred something deep within his heart, awakening emotions he had not anticipated. Beneath his cool demeanor, his eyes held an enigmatic depth. The intoxicated girl sighed contentedly, seemingly lost in her own world. Carefully, he assisted her in rising from her chair and retrieved a down jacket hanging nearby. Qiao Yu, raise your arm. Though intoxicated, she obeyed him obediently, following his every instruction. After helping her in her coat and wrapping a scarf around her neck, Xiaohui Jin found the experience of tending to a drunken girl uniquely novel. All right, let us go, he announced as he led her out. Qiao Yu frowned slightly and shook her head. I don't want to leave. I want to be held. Xiaohui Jin, glancing at her slight form barely reaching his shoulder, helplessly scooped her up in his arms. With practiced ease, he carried her out of the pavilion and toward the parking lot. As they stepped outside, a cold breeze swept past, prompting Qiao Yu to cling tighter to him, snuggling her neck deeper into his warmth. In her hazy state, she felt as if she were embracing a furnace, longing to be closer. The intoxicating scent of her fragrance filled the air, making Xiaohui Jin's lips press into a thin line as he quickened his pace. Once he placed her in the passenger seat, Qiao Yu instinctively draped her arms around his neck. Perhaps sensing the warmth, her hands slipped beneath the collar of his shirt, seeking comfort against his warm skin. The chill of her touch sent a tingling sensation coursing through him as he met her gaze, so close they were nearly touching. Qiao Yu tightened her grip around his neck, yearning to draw nearer. As Xiaohui Jin and Appo's hands gripped the sides of the seat, he contemplated pushing her away when their faces aligned, her cool cheek brushing against his. So warm, she murmured softly. Xiaohui Jin's dark eyes momentarily faltered, and he swallowed hard, his voice husky. Qiao Yu, loosen your grip. Displeased, she opened her eyes and clung tighter. No, do you understand what you are doing? He murmured, his tone laced with a hint of caution. Though he had never been intimate with a girl before, he was, after all, a normal man, and it was impossible to remain unaffected. With her cheek pressed against his, Qiao Yu felt something cool against her skin. She opened her eyes and reached up to remove his glasses. Without his glasses, Xiaohui Jin appeared to shed his usual veneer of composure, staring at her unabashedly. He gently pulled her away, fastening her seatbelt before moving to the driver's seat. The winter sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed. After a while, Qiao Yu abruptly sat up, her breath coming in quick gasps, her fair face flushed and strands of hair damp with sweat. Recalling the mortifying dream she had just experienced, she remained in shock for a moment. Covering her face with her hands, she gasped, "Oh no, I actually had a spring dream. Is it true that I'm simply too starved for affection? And the person in my dream was Xiaohui Jin. How utterly humiliating. Simply too embarrassing." Chapter 76. Has the mall moved home? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a knock on the door was accompanied by Shun Qinghan's voice. Shun Qinghan approached the bedside with a cup of honey water, saying, "You're finally awake. Drink this honey water quickly." Qiao Yu cleared her throat and accepted the cup. Taking a sip, "Why is your face so flushed, and why are you sweating so much?" Shun Qinghan looked at her suspiciously, reaching out to touch her forehead. Qiao Yu, feeling slightly unnatural, averted her gaze and replied, "I'm fine." If she were to find out about the dream she had, she would never hear the end of it. Yet, in her attempt to dismiss it, she forgot how astute Shun Qinghan was, who noticed the rosy hue on her cheeks and her awkward demeanor. Teasingly, Shun Qinghan leaned closer. "Could it be that you had an inappropriate dream?" "Nonsense. I did not," Qiao Yu exclaimed, flustered as if someone had pinched her tail. Unbeknownst to her, her overreaction only betrayed her guilt. Shun Qinghan looked at her meaningfully. "It's all right. Don't be embarrassed. Perhaps it's because you gaze at Xiaohui Jin every day, but cannot have him, so your mind wanders. Shut up. Don't say another word." Qiao Yu thrust the cup in her hands and flung herself back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head, realizing that she had embarrassed her friend. Shun Qinghan stifled her laughter. "All right, I was just joking. I won't laugh at you anymore. Come on out." She attempted to pull the blanket aside, but Qiao Yu clutched it tightly, refusing to budge. With no other option, Shun Qinghan reached in to tickle her, and soon Qiao Yu's laughter echoed. "Haha, I'm coming out. Stop tickling me, Henin." After the playful struggle, Qiao Yu felt even warmer. Shun Qinghan perched at the edge of the bed and asked, Do you remember how you got back last night? Qiao Yu had some recollection, but was reluctant to revisit it. It seemed she had taken advantage of the alcohol to get a bit too familiar with Xie Huaiqin. She mused to herself how alcohol was indeed a curious thing. Xie Huaiqin brought me back? What else could it be? Shun Qinghan replied, rolling her eyes. Both she and Fu Hanji had been intoxicated, and she had to look after both of them. Glancing at her, Shun Qinghan inquired, "Do you know what else you did last night?" "What else did I do?" Qiao Yu scratched her head, looking up at her. She racked her brain, convinced she hadn't done anything outrageous. Shun Qinghan, crossing her arms, teased, "I wonder who it was that clung to Xie Huaiqin all night, insisting on returning home together." The phrase returning home together was emphasized heavily, and the mere thought of last night's events made Shun Qinghan's head spin. She had never seen Qiao Yu so attached to someone before. Upon hearing Shun Qinghan's words, Qiao Yu froze, memories suddenly piecing together into a vivid picture. Indeed, there's nothing more terrifying than being reminded of drunken escapades by someone else. She had clung to Xie Huaiqin without letting go, and despite Shun Qinghan's attempts to pull her away, it seemed Xie Huaiqin eventually escorted her upstairs, after which she finally released her grip. "Oh my, how embarrassing!" Qiao Yu screamed, covering her face with her hands. She felt utterly humiliated. How could she ever face Xie Huaiqin again? Shun Qinghan, suppressing her laughter, reassured her. "It's all right, it doesn't matter. You two might very well become a family in the future. A little embarrassment is nothing." She had witnessed everything last night. It was only a matter of time before Xie Huaiqin fell for someone as radiant as Qiao Yu. "Do you really think so?" Qiao Yu asked eagerly, her spirits lifted. "Keep up the effort, and you'll win him over eventually," Shun Qinghan encouraged, raising her eyebrows. Qiao Yu thought back to that scene, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto her lips. "All right, you should get some rest. I have work this afternoon, so I'll take my leave." Shun Qinghan bid her farewell and departed. After her departure, Qiao Yu retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, finding Xie Huaiqin's chat. After pondering for a moment, she typed a few words. "Thank you for bringing me back yesterday." She then sent a cute rabbit emoji. When Xie Huaiqin received her message, he was in the midst of a business discussion. Glancing at the illuminated screen of his phone, he briefly diverted his gaze. "Young and accomplished. I wonder if he has a family yet," remarked Bai Zhao, a researcher involved in the collaboration with Xie Huaiqin. Once the discussion concluded, Bai Zhao, impressed by Xie Huaiqin's capabilities, couldn't help but feel inquisitive. The Xie family, having moved abroad years ago, had thrived in business, with Xie Huaiqin's father, Xie Silin, being a notable figure. Rumor had it that the Xie group was now entirely under his management, making him a coveted potential son-in-law. "Not yet," Xie Huaiqin replied coolly. A smile spread across Bai Zhao and Amp, Oppo's face. "In that case, I'll keep an eye out for you, Xie." "Thank you, Bai. That will be all for today. I have some matters to attend to." Xie Huaiqin distanced himself politely. Bai Zhao, perceptive as he was, recognized the dismissal. Moments later, Chun Yi, glancing through the rearview mirror, asked, "Mr. Xie, are we heading back to the office?" "Yes." Xie Huaiqin lowered his gaze to his phone, recalling the events of the previous night, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. With a gentle tap, he responded, "No need to mention it." After sending the message, Qiao Yu tossed her phone aside and drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the sky had darkened, and she heard sounds coming from downstairs. Slipping on her shoes, she descended, only to find the living room filled with an array of luxurious items, jewels and precious stones being moved inside. Spotting Shun Qinghan in her nightgown at the staircase, Qiao Yu approached her. "What is going on?" Shun Qinghan sighed. "It's all Fu Hanji's doing. Is he moving an entire mall into his home?" Qiao Yu exclaimed in disbelief. "Apparently so," Shun Qinghan replied, at a loss for words. Leaning against the marble railing, Qiao Yu inquired, "Why would he suddenly buy so much? Is he just burning through cash?" Shun Qinghan explained, "He is meeting my parents tomorrow." Qiao Yu burst into laughter. "So he plans to shower your parents with gifts?" She recalled mentioning her uncle and aunt and Oppos as preferences to him, wondering why he would buy so much. Indeed, just then, Fu Hanji entered, braving the cold, and upon seeing Shun Qinghan, his expression softened. "What are you doing standing here? Why did you buy so much?" Shen Qinghan pointed at the items in the living room. Fu Hanji glanced around. It's not that much, is it? Qiao Yu couldn't help but interject. Is this what you call not much? With all that time and effort, he might as well have just sent the whole mall. She thought to herself. Chapter 77. The mother-in-law observes the son-in-law. Fu Hanji ignored her and held Shen Qinghan's hand. Henin, do you think this is sufficient? Shen Qinghan hesitated, replying in oppose. As too much. Just pick a few items. We want in oppose. Do you have enough space at home for all these? Will a few items be too little? Fu Hanji worried that her parents might be dissatisfied. The essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment. You are overthinking it. My parents are not the type to be swayed by extravagance. Excessive gifts might even make them uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanji felt relieved. All right, I'll take your advice. Qiao Yu, observing their intimate conversation, felt it was not her place and turned to ascend stairs. Just as she climbed 2 flights, Shen Qinghan called out from behind. Yu, will you come home with me tomorrow? Me? Qiao Yu pointed at herself. Would that be appropriate? It was Fu Hanji's first visit to her home. She wondered if her presence would be suitable. Shen Qinghan's eyes sparkled. Exactly. My mom asked me to invite you for dinner. If you don an oppose. To go? Who will? She easily discerned Qiao Yu and oppose as thoughts. All right. Qiao Yu felt warmth at the mention of going home. She then turned to Fu Hanji. Fu Hanji, rest assured, I will speak well of you tomorrow. With that, she turned and continued upstairs. Fu Hanji held Shen Qinghan's hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. That's more like it. With Qiao Yu around, you could be at ease. My parents adore her. Qiao Yu had grown up alongside Shen Qinghan and was a frequent guest at her home. Her parents cherished her, perhaps even more than their own daughter. All right, Fu Hanji nodded. After Qiao Yu finished her evening routine and lay in bed, she glanced at a message from Xie Huijin on WeChat and murmured, after all this time, this is all he sends? Ugh, how annoying. In the afternoon, Fu Hanji drove to pick up Shen Qinghan before heading to her family home. Shen Qinghan scrutinized his attire. He wore a tailored black suit, his hair impeccably styled, with a cold, noble demeanor and a straight nose, emanating a chilling aura when not smiling. Fu Hanji, are you feeling nervous? She asked, sensing he appeared as if preparing for battle. Just a bit, Fu Hanji admitted, feeling an unfamiliar sense of anxiety. Shen Qinghan smiled reassuringly. It didn't amp. Oppose, it's all right. My parents are very nice and wanted to amp. Oppose, T-bite. He replied. Before returning home last night, he had visited his grandfather in Amp, Oppose, as old residence, where his grandfather had given him many reminders. I haven't heard you speak of your parents. Who are they? Shen Qinghan inquired tentatively. Fu Hanji, one hand on the steering wheel, focused on the road ahead as he softly replied, my father and mother are archaeologists. They often travel to remote locations, making it difficult to stay in touch. If they meet you, they will surely like you. I've messaged them, and they will reach out once they see it. Shen Qinghan was surprised to learn that Fu Hanji's parents were archaeologists. She had assumed they were in finance, given the substantial family business. Are you curious why my dad didn't take over the company and instead pursued archaeology? Fu Hanji asked. Yes, Shen Qinghan nodded, genuinely intrigued. Fu Hanji chuckled lightly. Initially, my father did study finance. Since he was the only child, my grandfather hoped he would graduate quickly to inherit the family business. However, he met my mother in college, who was studying archaeology. After falling in love, my father became fascinated with archaeology, so he secretly changed his major. My grandfather was furious when he found out, but my father was quite stubborn. And then? Shen Qinghan asked with a smile, not expecting her father to be so bold. For families like ours, inheriting the family business is seen as a responsibility. Yet my father effortlessly chose to give that up. Consequently, my grandfather opposed their relationship because without my father, there would be no one to inherit the company. Eventually, my mother confronted my grandfather and said, I will give you an heir, as Fu Hanji spoke. The ice in his demeanor melted, replaced by a gentle smile. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. Your mother's attitude shows how much your father truly loves her. It takes a significant amount of love for a woman to willingly bear a child. Indeed, my father treats my mother exceptionally well. Although Fu Hanji spent little time with his parents, he held them in high regard. Wherever his mother was, his father's gaze could hardly accommodate anyone else. Even his grandfather believed his father was hopelessly infatuated. Did your grandfather eventually agree? Shen Qinghan inquired. My mother gave birth to me less than a year after they married. And once my grandfather had his first grandson, he ceased to interfere with my father's life. Their conversation continued until they arrived at Shun's family home. Fu Hanji parked the car, got out first, and opened the passenger door for Shen Qinghan. Qian, the family steward who had been waiting at the entrance, hurried over. Miss, you have returned. Noticing the man beside his young mistress, Qian surmised he must be her boyfriend and silently praised Shen Qinghan in damp. Appos, excellent taste. Shen Qinghan nodded and introduced. This is Steward Qian. Uncle Qian, this is Fu Hanji. Steward Qian greeted politely, Mr. Fu. Fu Hanji responded with courtesy, Uncle Qian. Mr. Fu, please go inside. Madam is already waiting for you. All right. Shen Qinghan and Fu Hanji went to retrieve the gifts from the trunk. Fu Hanji's hands were full, but Shen Qinghan offered. Let me help you with some. No need. I can manage. Fu Hanji gently declined her offer. Very well. I will lead the way. Shen Qinghan smiled as they walked, saying, You must try my mother in damp. Appos, cooking. It in damp. Appos, absolutely delicious. Okay. Watching their figures, Steward Qian remarked, Miss and Mr. Fu truly make a perfect match. Shen Qinghan led Fu Hanji inside, and she immediately noticed the new slippers on the shoe rack. She took them down and placed them at his feet. Were these? My mom bought them for you. Okay. Fu Hanji felt the respect extended by the Shen family and changed into the slippers. Mom, we're here. Shen Qinghan called out as she entered the house. Hearing her voice, Shen and Appos' mother hurried out, her tone cheerful. You're here. Come in. Fu Hanji looked at Shen and Appos' mother, his expression gentle as he greeted, Hello, Annie. Iae me fuanzi. Shen and Appos' mother scrutinized him, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Why bring so many things? Quickly set them down. Are they heavy? Not heavy, Auntie. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I just bought a few things. Fu Hanji replied with a smile as he set down the items. Shen and Amp. Appos' mother glanced at Shen Qinghan standing beside him. Take Hanji to have some tea. Your father and brother are on their way back. Hanji, please have a seat. They will return shortly. As soon as Shen's mother looked at Fu Hanji again, her expression shifted to one of increasing approval. Indeed, as Qiao Yu had said, he was quite impressive. Chapter 78. President Fu should be grateful to me. Shen Qinghan was taken aback to discover that her mother could change her demeanor so swiftly. However, her expression suggested she held a favorable impression of Fu Hanji. I understand. Mom, but where's Yu? Shen Qinghan glanced around, stretching on her toes to peer into the kitchen, but found no sign of her. Did she not say she would arrive early? Where could she be? There in Appos'. No garlic left. Little Yu went to the back to fetch some. Shen and Appos' mother replied, directing her gaze toward Fu Hanji. Hanji, please have a seat. I'll keep an eye on things in the kitchen. All right, Andy. Do you need any assistance? He offered. No, we have help. Just sit and wait for the meal. Shen's mother waved her hand dismissively, as it was customary not to have guests enter the kitchen on their first visit. Once back in the kitchen, Shen Qinghan pulled Fu Hanji down onto the sofa, offering him an orange from the table. Here, have an orange. See? I told you my mom wouldn't and Appos'. Be too difficult. Fu Hanji peeled the orange she had given him and remarked, Indeed, Annie is very gentle. However, my father and brother might have some reservations, so be prepared to adapt. I'll assist you. Shen Qinghan leaned in closer to him. Fu Hanji broke off a segment of the orange and fed it to her, speaking slowly. I can understand that. If we were to have a daughter in the future, and she were to bring home a boyfriend, I would certainly feel a bit upset as well. After all, after nurturing a precious daughter for so many years, it would be disheartening to see her swept away by some boy. Shen Qinghan frowned slightly as she chewed the piece he had given her, suddenly processing his words. Who said anything about having a daughter with you? The thought of having a daughter with him, so soon after meeting, was quite fanciful. Well, having a son works too, Fu Hanji smirked, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Please spare me. Shen Qinghan retorted, snatching the orange from his hand and shoving it into his mouth. Suddenly, she felt a cool gaze upon her from behind. Turning around, she saw Qiao Yu with muddy hands and an expression of silent reproach. "Have you two finished with your flirtation?" Qiao Yu placed a basket of green beans down beside them. "I just picked these." "All right, we will get started on that right away." Shen Qinghan blinked and grabbed a few green beans for Fu Hanji. Qiao Yu huffed disdainfully and retreated to the kitchen, clearly not inclined to join their cozy little affair. "Auntie, I've finished peeling the garlic. Is there anything else you need me to do?" Qiao Yu called out to Shun and Appo's mother as she entered the kitchen. Shun and Appo's mother set down her spoon and smiled at the dirt on Qiao Yu and Appo's hands. "No, that and Appo's enough. You should wash your hands and go out to play with Qinghan and the others." Qiao Yu washed her hands in hot water and declared, "I don an amp. Appo's, do you want to be a third wheel?" "In an amp. Appo's, that's better for me to help Annie." "Then stay here with me." Shun and amp. Appo's mother chuckled, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Shun Qinghan observed Fu Hanji as he deftly stripped the beans, while she had barely managed to peel a few, leaving them in a messy state. Fu Hanji reached over, took the beans from her, and tossed them into the basket before grabbing a paper towel from the table to wipe her hands. Shen Qinghan looked up at his earnest demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "What is so amusing?" Fu Hanji asked, cleaning her hands and tossing the napkin into the trash. "You give me this surreal feeling like I'm in a daze. I can't believe the first time we met. You didn't and Appo's to even bother to help me when I fell in front of you," she said, recalling the lengths she had gone to in order to catch his attention. Fu Hanji sighed, rubbing his forehead with a low chuckle. "Yes, my fault indeed. I shouldn't have treated you with such indifference. Perhaps I should let you fall again. I'm not sick. Why would I fall for no reason?" Shen Qinghan shot him a glare. "I promise to always be by your side, ensuring you never fall again," Fu Hanji said earnestly. Shen Qinghan met his gaze and smiled gently. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Fu Hanji inquired. "Do you know why I initially had your WeChat contact?" Shen Qinghan pondered the serendipity of their connection. Why? He had wondered about this himself, as very few people knew his private WeChat. Shen Qinghan looked at him playfully. "Take a guess." While Fu Hanji contemplated, Qiao Yu's voice chimed in from behind. "Because of me. You could say I'm your matchmaker. Fu Zong should indeed be grateful to me." Qiao Yu had come out to check if they had finished with the beans, but upon hearing their conversation, she couldn't and Appo's to hold back her interjection. Fu Hanji shot her a glance before returning his focus to Shen Qinghan. "That is indeed true. It was because of Yu that I pursued you." "Hand me the beans," Qiao Yu said with a playful tone. Fu Hanji handed her the basket, intrigued by their prior dialogue. Qiao Yu mentioned that her boss is exceptionally handsome and show me your picture. Shen Qinghan refrained from revealing that Qiao Yu had merely wanted to slack off and that Fu Hanji was rather particular. If she were to say the truth, Fu Hanji would likely become defensive again. Fu Hanji regarded her with skepticism. That's likely not the whole story. She must have said more. He found it hard to believe that Qiao Yu would show Shen Qinghan his picture without ulterior motives. Regardless, it was a stroke of luck, and he felt she deserved some gratitude. Shen Qinghan cleared her throat, adopting an expression that implied mutual understanding. "So, where did the WeChat contact come from?" Fu Hanji questioned. Given that Qiao Yu had not initially had his WeChat, "I'm not entirely sure," Shen Qinghan admitted, as Qiao Yu had never disclosed that information to her, nor had she asked in detail. Noticing Fu Hanji lost in thought, she added, "Don and Appo's to dwell on it. Make sure to treat Qiao Yu well from now on. You are both the most important people in my life, so you must get along." "Understood." Fu Hanji was determined not to put her in a difficult position. As long as Qiao Yu did not cling to Shen Qinghan too much, he would be kind to her. As they spoke, voices were heard from outside the door. Shen Qinghan tugged on Fu Hanji and Appo's sleeve. "My dad and brother are back." Fu Hanji quickly stood up, adjusting his clothes. Shen and Appo's father entered, dressed in a black suit with a red tie, carrying a briefcase. Though in his 40s, age had left no marks on him, instead adding a touch of elegance that set him apart. "Dad." "Hello, Uncle." Shen and Appo's father glanced past his daughter, fixing his gaze on Fu Hanji, whom he recognized. He was surprised to learn of Shen Qinghan's relationship with him, acknowledging that the young man was indeed impressive. However, he still felt some reluctance about him being a potential son-in-law. It was unlikely for any father to be entirely pleased upon meeting their daughter's suitor for the first time. Shun's father nodded curtly. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, prompting Shun Qinghan to step forward and take the briefcase from her father. "Dad, where's my brother?" "He's behind," Shun's father replied, moving to the other side of the sofa to sit down. "Please have a seat." Chapter 79. Yu, long time no see. Fu Hanji resumed his seat as Shun's father inquired. "How did you come to know my daughter, Han Heng?" "Dad, I was the one who pursued him first," Shun Qinghan interjected, pouring a cup of tea for him. Shun and oppose. As father lifted his gaze and glanced at her, "I wasn't oppose. Tea asking you. Go eat something and refrain from speaking." "Oh." Shun Qinghan quietly stole a glance at Fu Hanji and obediently settled down. Her father commanded a formidable presence at home. Although he often portrayed the image of a loving father, there were moments when he could be quite stern. "Uncle, just call me Hanji. It is true that Han Heng knew me first, but I consider myself fortunate to have met her," Fu Hanji stated with a gentle demeanor. Shun and oppose. As father remained silent for a moment before asking, "What do your family members think?" "My grandfather is familiar with Han Heng and holds her in high regard. As for my parents, they haven't been in contact due to work commitments, but they have always supported my decisions," Shun Qinghan replied. Shun's father pondered over this. Ever since he learned of his daughter's relationship with Fu Hanji, he had sent someone to investigate the Fu family, setting aside other matters. The atmosphere within the Fu household appeared commendable. At the very least, there were no eccentric family members, and Fu Hanji's parents were decent individuals he had encountered in the past. Thus, he felt somewhat reassured. However, other aspects would depend on Fu Hanji's conduct, as time would reveal one's true character. "Well, in that case, I consent to your relationship. Whether it leads to a lasting union will depend on fate," Shun's father remarked, gazing at his daughter, who had grown up so quickly. It was time to let go. "Uncle, rest assured, I will cherish Han Heng and ensure she faces no grievances," Fu Hanji professed, his gaze brimming with affection for Shun Qinghan. "Dad, you need not worry. You know my character. I won't allow myself to be wronged." Shun Qinghan chimed in with a smile. A smile crept into Shun's father's eyes as he shook his head in resignation. Indeed, his daughter was not one to suffer in silence. "Young master has returned," came the voice of Butler Qian from the doorway. Shun Qinghan turned to see who had entered. "Brother, you're back?" Only Shun Jishio responded, asking where his sister-in-law. After greeting Shun's father, Shun Jishio gently replied, "She has work, so she couldn't come." "Big brother Shun, I am Fu Hanji." Fu Hanji introduced himself after listening to their exchange. Shun Jishio nodded with a smile. "Hello." Hearing that Lin Ruo was not present, Shun Qinghan felt a sense of relief. After all, she was uncertain whether Qiao Yu had truly moved on from her brother. Even if she had, years of affection could not be easily dismissed. Just as she was lost in thought, Qiao Yu emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready. Yu, long time no see." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qiao Yu paused momentarily, her gaze landing on his face. After years of separation, he remained unchanged, with serene features and a gentle demeanor. Qiao Yu mastered her emotions and smiled. "Big brother Shun, you're back." Ever since she learned he had a girlfriend, they had not crossed paths again. Shun Qinghan understood the reason and never invited Qiao Yu over when her brother was home. "Is dinner ready? Let us wash our hands," Shun Qinghan suggested. Noticing Qiao Yu and oppose, clenched hands at her side, understanding there were undercurrents of emotion beneath her calm exterior. Fu Hanji's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss. At the Shun family's dining table, everyone else had taken their seats, with only Qiao Yu still in the kitchen alongside Shun's mother. "Honey, Qiao Yu, stop busying yourself and come eat," Shun's father called out to the kitchen. Shun's mother replied, "Coming." She took Qiao Yu's hand, urging, "Qiao Yu, let us go eat." Due to the limited number of family members, their dining table was not large, accommodating just 6 people. Currently, only Shun's father and Shun Jishio had available seats beside them. Unsurprisingly, Shun and Oppo's mother would sit next to Shun and Oppo's father, leaving only the seat beside Shun Jishio for Qiao Yu. Shun Qinghan feigned nonchalance, suggesting, "Brother, let us switch seats." "Why would you want to switch seats with your brother?" Shun's mother asked, puzzled. The family used to have a large dining table, but But she had heard from Jisho that Rual wouldn't be coming, which is why they hadn't set it up. I want to eat sweet and sour ribs, Shun Qinghan declared, drawing everyone's attention to the platter of ribs in front of Shun Jisho. She simply didn't want Qiao Yu sitting next to her brother. They say unrequited love is the most bitter experience, and while Yu adored sweetness, she had tasted only bitterness. Most importantly, her brother seemed oblivious to everything. Here, you can have it, Qiao Yu offered, taking the ribs and placing them in front of Shun Qinghan, giving her a reassuring glance. She then settled beside Shun Jisho. Today was an important day for Qinghan, and she didn't want any disruptions to occur because of her presence. Moreover, she had long since moved on. It was just the emotions stirred by the long absence that unsettled her. Shun Qinghan cast a deep, concerned look at her, unable to suppress her worry. Fu Hanji observed discreetly, having noticed Qiao Yu and Appo's unease, compounded by Shun Qinghan and Appo's unusual behavior. It became evident that Qiao Yu harbored feelings for Shun Jisho, Qinghan and Appo's brother. If that was the case, it all made sense. No wonder Qiao Yu had shown interest in Xie Huijin upon their first meeting. There were indeed similarities in their demeanor. However, only those close to Xie Huijin were aware that his charming facade was merely a facade. He suddenly found himself unsure whether facilitating a connection between Xie Huijin and Qiao Yu was a good idea. At the dining table, Fu Hanji engaged in lively conversation with Shun and Appo's father, both enjoying their discussion. Meanwhile, Fu Hanji made it a point to serve Shun Qinghan dishes, an act noticed by Shun's parents. On the other side, Qiao Yu quietly consumed her meal, having worked tirelessly, leaving her ravenous. Just as she was eating, a piece of meat suddenly appeared in her bowl. Glancing sideways, she saw Shun Jisho smiling. Eat more, you've lost weight. In Shun Jisho and Appo's eyes, Qiao Yu was akin to Shun Qinghan, both considered his younger sisters. He had previously inquired why Qiao Yu hadn't visited, but Shun Qinghan had simply said she was busy. Qiao Yu had visited a few times, but he was never home, resulting in their prolonged absence from each other's lives. Thank you, big brother Shun, Qiao Yu said, gripping her chopsticks tightly and managing a smile. As she glanced down at her bowl of food, her nose suddenly tinged with emotion. She fought to suppress her feelings, not wanting to draw attention. Although Shun Qinghan was eating, she kept a watchful eye on her, recognizing her fragility. Suddenly, she stood up, moving to Qiao Yu's side and pulling her up. Mom and Dad, brother, you all continue eating. I just remembered something I need to show Qiao Yu. I'll take her to my room for a moment. With that, she tugged Qiao Yu along as they hurried upstairs, leaving the others puzzled by her abrupt actions. Shun's father shook his head in exasperation, commenting to Fu Hanji, "This girl can be quite unpredictable." "Not to worry, Uncle," Fu Hanji replied, casting a contemplative glance at Shun Jisho.